Chapter 65, 01 Part-Time Piloting. The Blue Jay fleet finally returned to New Constantinople. Just as expected, no incidents had occurred despite the fact that the journey took a little longer due to taking a detour. Ves looked forward to returning to Diandi base and reuniting with his family in person. After that, he wanted to put all of the exciting events behind him and return to his greatest passion, which was designing mechs. As the Blue Jay fleet settled into orbit of New Constantinople Roman 8, Ves headed down to one of the hangar bays to see off an ace pilot. Now that you have safely made the journey back to this star system, I am no longer needed to keep you safe, Saint Tusa declared to Ves as he wore his custom piloting suit and looked ready to depart. The Blue Jay fleet and the armed forces of the DeVos ancient clan should be strong enough to fend off most possible attackers. I have already heard that the Red 3 is in the process of upgrading the local defenses as well, so your position should be quite secure. Having me around won't really change that much, so I prefer to make myself useful elsewhere. The front lines of the upper zones are still under pressure and could sorely use my help. The sooner I leave, the better. Ves sighed. He would have preferred to keep Saint Tusa around despite the friction that had emerged between them. He had too few reliable protectors by his side. However, Ves could not dismiss Tusa's argument either. In the interest of safeguarding human civilization, it was better if Tusa returned to acting as a troubleshooter at the front lines. A highly mobile and difficult-to-catch ace light skirmisher could provide relief in many future battles. Agreed. The ace mech voiced his own opinion. This star system is boring. None of the aliens are stupid enough to mount an attack on IT. My partner and I will just grow bored even as our compatriots are dying and fighting far away. Our calling lies in the border regions. We shall not rest so long, as there are still aliens who are trying to invade human space. Since there was no way to stop Tusa and the Dark Zephyr from doing what they wanted, Ves simply shrugged and accepted this decision. I won't lie and say I am happy to let the two of you go. I can understand that you are still needed at the front lines, though. It is actually a failure on the part of the Larkinson clan that we have yet to form a proper first-class fleet that can support you and fight alongside you. We will be able to form it eventually, but that requires more time. For now, the best way for you to fight is to rotate as a freelancer, as you have been doing before. Tusa nodded and placed his hand on the battlefield. I am glad you understand. Just as you are serious about fulfilling the responsibilities of a mech designer, I am also serious about my own job. As a mech pilot and a particularly strong one, my place lies on the battlefield. I cannot ignore the drastic consequences of letting the most besieged star systems fall to the native aliens, thereby putting another region at risk of getting overrun by the native aliens. You have a good heart, Ves complimented. If you go, make sure your ace mech doesn't take any heavy blows. It is really troublesome to repair an archimech away from any knowledgeable technicians or engineers. The maintenance crew accompanying you and the Dark Zephyr are still incapable of performing many repairs. Don't worry, I will make sure I won't get hit, Tusa confidently said. After a bit more chatting, the ace pilot decisively entered the cockpit of his machine and departed from the hangar bay. Ves meanwhile returned to the design lab and addressed the senior mech designers who were left. Jovi, Vector, I will be in touch with you as soon as I have come up with a good idea for our next Carmine mech design project. Romanda, you are with me. Since you have decided to work for me, I will help you get settled inside Diandi base. The status of Romander remained a bit awkward for the moment. She remained a branch member of the DeVos ancient clan, but also served as the secret liaison of the Horizon Cell of the Cosmopolitan Movement. That latter part was ordinary grounds to have her arrested for treason before letting her get executed, but Ves saw no profit in that course of action. As much as Ves despised the Cosmopolitans regardless of which galaxy they happened to reside in, he was not above using them to his own advantage. In the Milky Way, His mother and her fellow conspirators were probably trying to contact the cosmopolitans over there in order to form an unholy alliance. In the Red Ocean, Vess wanted to obtain a precious information channel that could give him a much better understanding of what the crazy cosmopolitans were up to. He did not want to get caught off guard like he was in the past. He at least accepted the notion that the cosmopolitan movement had grown far too old to maintain a single united front. Many of its cells had spent so much time apart from each other that they had diverged into entirely different organizations. Depending on their leadership and the challenges they faced, the cells had radicalized to different degrees. Their experiences had also shaped their culture and moral bottom lines in many unique ways. From what little Vess managed to discern from Lady Romanda DeVos, the Horizon cell most definitely sounded like the more reasonable ones. Of course, that did not cause Vess to let his guard down entirely. Moderate or not, any part of the cosmopolitan movement still possessed the fundamental delusions and willingness to act on them. No cosmopolitan was entirely safe. The reason why Vess tolerated Lady Romanda to the point of inviting her to work and live in Diandi Base was because he perceived very little individual threat from her. There was little she could do to him in the absence of an army at her disposal. Despite the enormous danger she put herself into, the woman still believed in her mission. She was a cosmopolitan who could actually recognize that recklessly continuing to support the native aliens by transferring intelligence and technological secrets to them would ultimately result in total human extinction. So long as helping Vess would maintain a certain degree of equilibrium between red humanity and the native aliens, Romanda should remain a valuable ally and intelligence asset. However, once the balance of the Red War shifts in the favor of red humanity, her reliability should drop. The more red humanity was able to gain the upper hand, the more Romanda turned into a liability. Vess accepted this condition. He was confident he could keep Romanda under control. At worst, he could always arrange an accident for her. That would be best, as exposing her for a traitor would cause her to spill inconvenient information. Such a solution was still too far away. Red humanity was doing anything but good at the moment. Vess should start worrying about the damage that Romanda could do once the war had finally taken a turn. "Let's go." "Right," the older woman said. After a small delay, Vess and his entourage soon teleported back to the surface of New Constantinople. Roman 8, "Papa, you're back. I missed you so much, Papa. Oh, calm down, I am not going anywhere." Vess grinned as he reunited with his wife and children. He had been absent for too many weeks, so that made this reunion especially heartfelt. He made sure to reserve the rest of the day to spending time with his children. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane all remained as cute and lovely as ever. That wouldn't last, so that made these days all the more precious. His wife also greeted his return with a smile, but her eyes clearly conveyed she had a bone or two to pick with her husband. She was willing to keep her opinions to herself, though. She did not want to spoil the reunion for the children. Once Vess played and chatted with the kids up until late evening, he and his wife gently put them all to bed. As Vess finally tucked Aurelia to bed where she lay next to a watchful Clixie, he leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. "Papa." "Yes, my golden girl. Can I pilot a Mech?" Both Vess and Gloriana blinked. "What brought this question on, my dear?" the mother said with a touch of concern. "You never expressed a strong interest in Mech piloting before." "That was because piloting Mechs was reserved for norms, Mama. I have almost no chance of developing a good genetic aptitude," Aurelia said as she started to cuddle with the Rubarthan's sentinel cat. "Now that Papa released his Carmine Mechs, anyone can become a Mech pilot. I think that going forward, everyone who can afford to will become a Carmine Mech pilot. It will be as common as firearms possession. Statesmen, bureaucrats, law enforcement, and so on will all become part-time Carmine Mech pilots just because they want to possess the power to protect themselves if necessary. They don't want to delegate all of their security to others. If necessary, I want to fight as well. Vess understood what his daughter wanted. "Oh, Aurelia," Gloriana said as she stroked her hand on her daughter's head. It did not take much thinking for Vess to make up his mind. "I see. You have made a wise choice. I cannot bear to refuse your request. I am fine with letting you become a part-time Carmine Mech pilot as you have described it. You don't want to become a soldier, but you want to be able to fight if enemies show up at your doorstep. That is unfortunately a risk that you have to bear simply because you are my daughter. I have made many enemies, and some who think they are clever will try to kidnap or kill you just to get back at me. If a situation like that ever happens, I would be much more reassured if you possess self-defensive capabilities." Aurelia looked up with a sleepy smile. "So can I?" "Yes. I will think about how to do this correctly. I can't enroll you into a Mech Academy and become a full-time Mech cadet. You will have to take part-time classes outside of your regular schooling in order to steadily gain the proficiency needed to pilot a powerful Carmine Mech pilot. Be prepared for a hefty study load, as I don't want you to pilot a machine as simple as a third-class night Mech. A daughter of mine should definitely be able to pilot an advanced first-class Carmine Mech, preferably a Rifleman Mech." "What about a first-class multipurpose Mech?" Aurelia asked. "Absolutely not." Gloriana rejected this proposal. "If you insist on this course of action, then you need to know your limits. There is only so much you can learn in your limited free time. Earning the qualifications to pilot a first-class multipurpose Mech is extremely arduous, even for the more talented and intelligent first-raters. It is better to master a more limited set of skills well than try to spread yourself too thin. I agree with your father. Specializing in piloting a first-class Rifleman Mech is the best choice. You solely need to improve your marksmanship as far as weapon skills are concerned. You do not have to fight by getting close to your enemies, and your Mech should be fast and nimble enough to stay clear of incoming threats. Becoming a good marksman while piloting a Carmine Mech should also allow you to become good at handling firearms outside of the cockpit." Vess had never thought of letting his children become part-time Carmine Mech pilots, but now that he was thinking about it, he recognized that there was a lot of potential in this proposal. Chapter 65:02 Greedy Carmine Mech Proposal. After Vess and Gloriana put their children to bed, they retired to their own bedroom and got ready for a short rest. "Meow," Lucky yawned as he rested on one of the pillows. While Vess had changed into his pajamas, his mind was not on sleep, but on what Mech he should design next. Carmine Mechs were in extremely high demand right now. Vess knew that there was little use in designing other mass production models at the moment because the demand for them was not as high. The market clamored for more Carmine Mechs. Even his fellow Larkinsons wanted to get their hands on Carmine Mechs that were qualitatively superior to the Yellow Jacket. Models. There was nothing wrong with the Yellow Jackets, but everyone could immediately tell that they were clearly budget models designed for the lower end of the market. The Larkinsons had grown spoiled ever since Vess first showered them with one premium Mech model after another. The clan had never been particularly short of money. The success it had attained in the Mech industry and over its various expeditions had enriched the clan's coffers and allowed it to take better care of its Mech forces than many other private organizations. This was why the Larkinsons had the luxury to look down on the Yellow Jacket models. Few, if any of them, wanted to shackle their futures to what may possibly be the cheapest and weakest Carmine Mechs in existence. This was why Vess urgently needed to design a more powerful and advanced Carmine Mech that catered to the upper end of the market. However, that was not the only priority on his mind. Aurelia's request caused Vess to turn his attention to another potential market. Now that Mech piloting had become available to 965% of the population, a huge amount of norms wanted to get into Mech piloting, possibly from scratch. They all required at least 5 years of training to achieve minimal combat effectiveness with a simple Yellow Jacket Mech, but that was far too little to match the skill level of a typical professional Mech pilot. Perhaps the practice of auxiliary Kai cultivation methods might allow the inexperienced Carmine Mech pilots to accelerate their learning ability and master their skills considerably faster than before. Vess was not sure how effective this could be, but he did not think the effects would be too exaggerated. It was safer to let a young Carmine Mech cadet undergo 8 to 10 years of schooling, as was standard. Teenagers tended to undergo a rapid growth period during their academy. Years, they were highly responsive to focused training and improved extremely rapidly if the conditions were right. What Vess wanted to do was to cater to these future talents and heroes by designing a highly versatile Carmine starter Mech that could grow alongside their young bonded partners and mature into a powerful combat Mech after applying continuous adaptive upgrades. This was not a simple Mech to realize. It's like designing a training Mech that is designed to be easily transformed into a fully capable combat Mech, one that must also be modular and highly adaptable to other Mech archetypes. It was already difficult to design a good training Mech or modular Mech platform in isolation. Trying to fit both roles in a single comprehensive modular Mech design exceeded the limit of what normal Mech designers could accomplish. Sure, if they tried hard enough, they could probably cobble up a shabby solution together, but it would absolutely underperform as both a training Mech for Mech cadets and a combat Mech for professional soldiers. What Vess aimed to realize was a Carmine Mech that could remain somewhat competitive with the prevailing training Mechs on the market at the start, but also transition into a decent modular Mech platform after undergoing a really easy overhaul. This is crazy, yet can it be done? Vess grew more and more excited at the prospect of undertaking such a challenge. It would test his skills and force him to develop all kinds of creative new solutions. The technical demands of this project would exceed every other Mech he had designed in the past. Much could go wrong if he attempted to design such a Mech. The sheer amount of moving and adjustable parts needed to design such a monstrosity exceeded the normal limits. This was dangerous because more parts translated into more failure points. There was always a risk of components breaking down or malfunctioning due to one reason or another. It became a lot more difficult for maintenance crews to inspect the conditions of every individual component and replace them before they broke during the worst possible time. Vess had never been particularly gifted in this fine and intricate technical design work. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses. His approach towards Mech design had often been described as sloppy. He was willing to tolerate small errors and shortcomings so long as the holistic package aligned with his vision. That was an approach that worked particularly well for simple Mech designs with high tolerance for errors, such as the brand new yellow jackets or the highly robust ultimatums. However, this training and combat Carmine Mech concept would be anything but simple. Vess was not making his job easy by trying to do too much with a single Mech frame. Was he up to the task? He was not too sure, but he was willing to give it a try. The choice of collaborators was crucial. He needed to cooperate with Mech designers that could help make up for his shortcomings, but also believed in his vision. He soon turned to his wife, who was sitting in front of her vanity doing woman stuff. Gloriana. What is it, Vess? Did you come up with a new Mech concept? I did. Our first daughter has given me quite a bit of inspiration. Let me explain what is on my mind at the moment. Vess quickly summarized his train of thought to his wife, skipping a lot of explanations because he knew she was knowledgeable enough to fill in the gaps herself. After he conveyed his idea, his wife furrowed her brows while putting down her hairbrush. That is an ambitious idea. Normally, I would never allow you to design such a greedy Carmine Mech. You are trying to fuse two kinds of Mechs that diverge far too much from each other. Training Mechs are designed with safety, longevity, and economy in mind. They need to be easy to pilot from the beginning, which clearly reduces many advanced operations that can only be implemented in more high-end machines. However, by demanding that the owners of this training mech be able to convert it into a fully capable combat mech, you need to develop a conversion plan that retains as many parts of the former as possible, but also offer far superior performance from those very same starter components. His wife clearly understood the heavy challenges that Vess needed to tackle if he tried to design such an ambitious Carmine mech. That last description was the most crucial challenge that Vess needed to overcome in order to turn this project into a success. What Gloriana said was correct. To put it in a different way, Vess needed to design a training Carmine mech that was not only safe and harmless to pilot for Carmine mech cadets in their teens, but also perform like a powerful premium Carmine mech when their bonded pilots had grown up and graduated from the mech academies. It may just be possible to realize such a complicated mech if Vess stuck to a single mech type, such as a rifleman mech, but that did not satisfy all of his demands. Vess wanted to take this a step further and design a bright Warrior Mark Roman 3-like modular mech platform that could easily be transformed into any common mech archetype. I know it is difficult, honey, but it can meet the demands of so many people that I don't need to design any other Carmine mechs for a time. Vess explained his reasoning. I know it is taboo to attempt to meet the demands of far too many people at once, but I am not necessarily looking for excellence. What I want is to design a good enough training Carmine mech and a good enough modular Carmine mech platform. As long as it can perform adequately well in all fronts, my goal has succeeded. Third-party mech designers are free to license the design and develop their own specialized variants that perform significantly better at their narrowly defined roles. His wife still disapproved of his ambition. You are letting your past successes inflate your confidence. Just because you have been able to break the genetic aptitude tyranny does not necessarily mean you are skilled and experienced enough to solve this technical puzzle. You need to rely on a completely different set of knowledge than what you are usually good at to design such a solution. If you were a star designer or a renowned master, then I would have wished you good luck, but you are still short of reaching that standard. This mech proposal of yours is the product of your own hubris. I know you want to save time and design one mech that can fulfill the roles of two different machines, but there are good reasons why very mech designers have tackled this challenge. She raised a couple of good points. Not even older and more seasoned mech designers dared to tackle such a complicated project. It was far too easy to produce a mediocre mech design that barely made any ripples in the mech market. It was too much of a risk to commit to this sort of project. The mech market strictly divided training mechs and combat mechs for good reasons. One should never be used to fulfill the functions of the other, or else a lot of accidents could occur. I have only heard rejections from you. Do you have any more constructive feedback for me, or is telling me my mech proposal sucks all you can share, Gloriana? You know I cannot design a training Carmine mech or an advanced combat Carmine mech in isolation. Aside from disabled veteran mech pilots, every Carmine mech pilot starts out as a completely blank slate. He has to practice with a genuine training mech for at least a few years before he can graduate to piloting a real combat mech. Unlike potentates, a norm cannot switch from one machine to the other. He is stuck with the first Carmine mech that he is bonded. That is why I cannot easily simplify this mech concept. Vess was being limited by the greatest weakness of the Carmine system. If Miss Alexa Strion had already begun to make attainments in the development of her revolutionary living legacy mechs, then he could push aside such a convoluted solution. A Carmine mech pilot should be able to pilot a training Carmine mech during his academy days before transferring to a combat Carmine mech belonging to the same mech dynasty. However, Alexa was still at the early stages of fleshing out her design philosophy. There was still a lot more room for growth and optimization. Vess did not dare to incorporate her experimental work too soon on a project as important as the second commercially available Carmine mech of the Red Ocean. While Vess lamented that his direct disciple had not yet been able to come out with her first proper living legacy mechs, his wife offered an alternative solution. HMPH. You accuse me of overlooking the need to provide constructive feedback, but that is because you are too short-sighted to recognize the obvious response to my criticism. As far as I am concerned, you must rein in your greed by simplifying what is not essential. In my opinion, the demand for high modularity must go. Why must you design a training and combat Carmine mech that can fight as a swordsman mech, a knight mech, or a rifleman mech depending on the configuration? It is much more realistic if you limit yourself to designing a rifleman Carmine mech that can fulfill the roles of both a training mech and a combat mech. This way, you can perfectly meet Aurelia's demand for a suitable machine to enable her part-time Carmine mech pilot. Career. That actually doesn't sound so bad. Chapter 6503, Simplified Objectives. Vess paused for a time. He mulled over Gloriana's response and found that she had raised a good point. He was already stretching his capabilities by setting a goal of designing a training mech and combat mech in a single package. Since he had made such a difficult demand right at the start, the last thing he should do was to add another major complication. High modularity was a demand that always added a huge amount of complexity to a mech design. The overall performance of the entire package dropped the more a mech designer wanted to branch out and add new possibilities. Trying to tack on this burden to a Carmine mech design that was already troublesome to design was indeed pure hubris, as Gloriana described. The proposal she made, therefore, sounded quite reasonable. Vess did not like it that her suggestion massively reduced the scope and usability of the resulting end product, but his wife presented additional arguments to back up her position. Vess, she said as she turned around and pinned him with a judgmental stare, you are trying to do too much at once. Carmine mechs are new, so no one is demanding you to cater to everyone's needs right at the start. Learn how to walk before you learn how to run. It is much more sensible for you to incrementally expand the lineup of Carmine mechs with basic and familiar options over time. Cover the basic mech archetypes first, according to the needs of the customers as well as our society. Considering that there are many people who aspire to become part-time Carmine mech pilots such as Aurelia, it is best to satisfy their needs first. For these civilians who are not expected to devote all of their time to polishing and perfecting their piloting skills, you need to give them a machine that they can easily learn and master. The two started to form the same brain wave. Now that Gloriana espoused her own thinking on the subject, Vess easily picked up the arguments that she had not yet voiced. Of course, he almost jumped to his feet. You are right that I shouldn't aim so high at the start. Right now, a lot of civilians want to pilot a Carmine mech, but are unwilling to commit the life of a full-time soldier. It may be better to train them as reserves that can form a planetary militia if the planet they are on is under attack by the native aliens. Given the needs of the Red War, we don't need to provide an abundant supply of Carmine mechs that cover every mech archetype such as light skirmishers or heavy artillery mechs. It is best to keep it simple. Rifleman mechs are an ideal choice for a Carmine mech meant for reserve duty. It is the sort of Carmine mech that I would want my firstborn daughter to pilot. Gloriana nodded in agreement. Piloting melee mechs is more demanding to civilians who lack the mindset of a warrior. I am not concerned about letting Andrast pilot a swordsman mech because she is skilled with swords and possesses a fighter's mindset. Aurelia is lacking in this aspect despite being older. Even if we arrange her to practice her swordsmanship, being able to execute sword techniques in a training ground is one thing. Trying to utilize them in combat against other mechs or deadly alien opponents is another thing. It is far too easy for inadequately trained and insufficiently tempered mech pilots to make mistakes or lose their courage far too easily. They will break too soon and cause a rout that can quickly go out of control. As a mech designer who had fought enemies up close in a number of battles, Vess understood quite well how fearsome it was to confront opponents at point-blank range. While it was important to possess good fighting skills, mentality also played an outsized role. The braver the Mech pilot, the greater the probability of overpowering an adversary and winning the bout. Mech pilots needed to suppress their instinctive fear of putting themselves in a lot of harm by putting their machines in front of dangerous enemies. They needed to keep enough of their cool to maintain a bit of situational awareness and prevent themselves from getting ambushed from another direction. If necessary, melee Mech pilots might be asked to charge straight at a formidable enemy warship that was bristling with gun turrets that could swat them down in a flood of unrelenting firepower. Not just anyone could fulfill these risky missions. This was not an age where peasants could be conscripted into shabby armies and be sent to the front lines so that they could die in droves. In contrast, ranged Mech pilots had it much easier. Even though they also had to bear risks whenever they entered the battlefield, they usually weren't the priority targets. Rifleman Mech units usually maintained a healthy distance from the enemy. It was much easier for them to maintain their situational awareness, and their ranged armaments also allowed them to make moderately effective contributions without letting them get too close to the enemy. By maintaining their distance from the enemy at all times, it was also much easier for riflemen Mechs to disengage from the battlefield and retreat in good order. This should be an incredibly attractive condition to many part-time Mech pilots who lacked the courage to persist in the battlefield. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. As far as most people are concerned, it is considerably easier to train their marksmanship as opposed to swordsmanship. Many civilians already undergo basic training in the operation of firearms as they are useful for self-defense purposes. It will be difficult for them to master more advanced operations, such as firing, while performing dynamic maneuvers or landing consistent hits at longer ranges. But it is not necessary to master these skills in order to turn these part-time Carmine Mech pilots combat effective. If we truly need to rely on a large amount of conscripts to help win our battles, it is not possible for them to perform advanced or dangerous maneuvers. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the decision to design a premium Carmine Mech that focused solely on mid-range ranged combat was the best choice he could make at this junction in time. Even though the limitation of sticking to a rifleman Mech archetype denied a lot of potential customers the satisfaction of piloting the machines of their choice, Vess could not satisfy everyone all at once. It was better to do one job well than many jobs poorly. As Vess began to visualize how such a Carmine Mech would look like, he roughly imagined a rifleman Mech made of premium materials and enough adaptability to accommodate a moderate range of Carmine Mech pilots. Once a Carmine Mech cadet had graduated from the Mech Academy or a qualified training program, he should be able to convert his training Mech into one of several standard configurations of rifleman Mechs, and many more unofficial conversion options created by third-party Mech designers. By foregoing melee options first, you can be assured that you can design a good rifleman Carmine Mech, Gloriana commented. It is a luxury to service every comprehensive need during the early stages of your Carmine revolution. Focusing on rifleman Mechs will most likely satisfy the immediate demands of at least half of your potential customer base. It is not that the other Mech archetypes are unimportant, but their priority is not as high, so you can take care of them later. In fact, it is better to delegate the design of a Carmine Space Knight and a Carmine Light Skirmisher to other design teams or even other Mech companies. You only need to provide the base templates, which should at least come in the form of a basic ranged option and a basic melee option. I see. You make another good point. I do feel bothered with the lack of time. I still want to design conventional Mechs as well. There are many ideas that are simply not suited to be turned into Carmine Mechs. I should develop a couple of good templates that other Mech designers can adopt and alter to suit their own specializations. He understood where Gloriana was going. It was impossible for Vess to devote so much time and attention to designing the Carmine version of a Spearman Mech or whatever. As long as he and his design team already released a Swordsman Carmine Mech or whatever, a third-party Mech designer could easily design a variant that was optimized for wielding spears or axes. What mattered now was that Vess set the standards by developing those two initial Carmine Mech designs. His wife made another remark. By the way, Vess, the terminology you have used is inconsistent. You mention Rifleman Carmine Mechs in one instance and Carmine Light Skirmisher in another instance. If you want to be consistent, you should have referred to the latter as a Light Skirmisher Carmine Mech. But this is awkward to use in practice, as we normally do not attach the word Mech after Light Skirmisher. Whatever the case, I suggest you simply place the word Carmine in front of the Mech archetype in order to remain consistent. So instead of using the phrase Rifleman Carmine Mech, it is much more convenient for everyone if you use the phrase Carmine Rifleman Mech. The latter also rolls much easier off the tongue. Vess scratched his head for a moment. You are right. To be honest, I never thought so much ahead that I would bump into this issue. Anyway, I agree that I should stick to designing two basic Carmine Mechs that can serve as templates for many different Carmine versions of other Mech archetypes. You should consider who you should put in charge of those projects, Gloriana said. You may be able to do it, but your workload is already heavy. It is better to put your trust in your colleagues and let them take the initiative. My design department isn't as small and haphazardly organized as it was in the past. We have hired many competent journeyman Mech designers, and while not all of them can adequately design first-class Mechs that can meet the demand of first-raters, we can compensate for this by adding one or two first-class Mech designers to the design team. Since you raised this subject, I suppose you already have a number of candidates in mind. Vess made a guess. Gloriana impishly grinned. That is correct. For the Carmine training and combat rifleman Mech combination, I would like to put Harry Kaikkonen in charge. He is the most competent ranged weapons specialist in the design department. So far, he did not receive too many opportunities to stand out, but I believe he is competent enough to lead this project. Are you confident enough in his work to let Aurelia pilot a Carmine rifleman Mech of his design? Yes. As long as he has not made any major errors, I have no problem with this decision, Gloriana said. Not that we will allow our precious daughter to remain bonded to a mass production model. Both of us must upgrade and customize her machine so that it best reflects her strengths and adequately compensates for her weaknesses. In fact, our daughter should not be the only person to receive this treatment. I am interested in designing a custom Carmine rifleman Mech for myself. Wait. You want to become a Carmine Mech pilot? Vess became stunned at her revelation. He never seriously thought that his wife, who couldn't even hurt a fly, actually wanted to pilot a Carmine Mech herself. As far as he knew, Gloriana had always thought that fighting in the mud was beneath a woman of her station. Do not form any misunderstandings. His wife narrowed her eyes. I am purely interested in piloting a Carmine Mech for two reasons. First, I want to be able to defend myself as a last resort. Our clan has a penchant for getting embroiled in conflicts, and I am tired of lacking any sort of agency in any dangerous situations. Second, I am a Mech designer. If I want to comprehend the authentic piloting experience as closely as possible, I will have to experience it firsthand. The Carmine system may not be completely identical to the neural interface, but there should be enough similarities to derive a large amount of useful lessons. You should design a Carmine Mech for yourself as well. I already thought about it. My idea for my own Carmine Mech is not that simple, though. I will probably design it at a later date, because I need it to work with my Phase Lord physique. Chapter 65:04 Talent Factory. Vess was not in a hurry to design his polymetal Mech. He wanted to accrue more experience by designing other Carmine Mechs first and learn how different people adapted to their own machines. He was much more focused on designing a set of proper Carmine Mechs that could service the needs of both part-time and full-time Carmine Mech pilots. He had 2 overall segments in mind for his next projects. The first group was children around the age of 10. While they were limited to piloting just one machine, Vess still felt it was worthwhile to educate them in the traditional way. At least the Mech academies should test the talent and qualities of the Carmine Mech cadets to filter out the incompetent and focus on raising elites that would otherwise disappear due to their inadequate genetic aptitudes. The end goal was not to raise a large army of elite Carmine Mech pilots that could only fight so long as their biodomes remained intact. The real purpose for investing in them and drawing out their potential was to produce as many breakthroughs as possible. Unlike Kai cultivation, willpower cultivation did not depend on an orderly process. Only by making the Carmine Mech pilots persist in their training and throwing them in all kinds of life and death would they be able to sublimate their willpower. The reason why ace pilots and god pilots were so rare in the age of Mechs was because the total population of Mech pilots was limited from the beginning. Only 3.5% of the population had the potential to pilot Mechs, but the proportion of actual Mech pilots was smaller than that due to many reasons. Now that the existence of the Carmine system opened up Mech piloting to the rest of the population, a huge amount of people gained the opportunity to step onto the path of godhood. The next Carmine Mech design project that Vess had in mind was precisely meant to facilitate this process. Vess briefly paused when he realized that the goals of his rule breaker project overlapped with his current idea. He inwardly shook his head. The two may possess a few similarities, but they were ultimately different in many ways. Unlike the MW Carmine Mechs that he intended to design in a hurry, the RO Carmine Mechs that he was formulating with the help of his wife were supposed to be based on much more proper and safer design principles. The Red Ocean was his primary Mech market. He had no thoughts about defying the laws of the Red Association. The Mechers over here were his allies, so it was incredibly stupid to test their bottom line. Vess needed to make sure he kept his thoughts about his RO Mech design projects separate from his MW Mech design projects. It would be catastrophic if he mixed them up by accident. After a bit of effort, Vess managed to set aside his momentary confusion and focus on what was important. "It sounds like you are serious about wanting Carmine Mech yourself," Vess spoke up. "I applaud your initiative. I am happy that you are learning how to defend yourself. There are lots of scary enemies in this dwarf galaxy alone, so it is always better if you have the ability to fight enemies comparable to Mechs. I don't expect you to be able to do anything more than that. You are not soldier, so there is a limit to how effective you can be on the battlefield. I would be much more reassured if you design a custom Carmine Mech for yourself that is mainly focused on defense, escape, and utility. You don't have to fire any weapons in order to make a contribution in battle." Gloriana snarled and crossed her arms. "You are disrespecting me. I am not a fragile flower in a vase. You yourself are proof that Mech designers can fight as well. You are correct that I will definitely design my own perfect Carmine Mech for myself. I will need you to complete your Carmine Rifleman Mech design first so that I can develop a variant that matches my vision. You do not need to give me unsolicited advice. I am a woman." Vess rolled his eyes. He had no confidence that Gloriana could make herself more effective on the battlefield than a run-of-the-mill Mech pilot. She did not possess any form of killer instinct, fighting spirit, grit, and so on. She was a complete civilian who had only incidentally witnessed violence from a short distance away. None of her experiences indicated that she could withstand the rigors of battle. As much as she tried to claim otherwise, perhaps she secretly understood this truth as well, so she wanted to orient her own Carmine Mech around a ranged combat platform. "Since you insist on going your own way, then be my guest," Vess eventually said. "If your protection detail does its job, there should never be a chance for you to rely on your own Carmine Mech to fight your way out of a crisis. Something has gone horribly wrong if that is necessary." The two turned back to the original topic. Vess and Gloriana had decided that the best way forward was to design a Carmine-ranged Mech and a Carmine melee Mech. Gloriana's suggestion of letting Harry Kaikkonen, a second-class journeyman Mech designer who specialized in precision laser weapon systems, lead the former project was a bold proposal. While Vess did not necessarily look down on journeymen, considering that he had designed amazing machines himself when he was at that rank, he still worried whether Harry was up to the task. A Carmine Mech design as important as this should be designed by a team of master Mech designers, Gloriana told Vess. Yet when have we ever abided by this common sense? We rarely involved master Mech designers when we designed our highly successful Mechs. Masters are strong, but we are not weak either. We do possess a number of shortcomings compared to proper masters, but your design philosophy has so much promise that you are able to keep up or surpass their usual efforts. With at least one senior Mech designer contributing to the Carmine Mech design project, we shouldn't be afraid that the end product will look crude and unrefined. She was right about that. A lead designer did not necessarily have to be the best or most competent Mech designer in the team. Vess had collaborated with the likes of Master Moira Willix and Master Benedict Cortez in the past. Their fundamentals were much broader and stronger than his own, but they had been more than capable of withholding their full power and giving a junior like Vess enough room to utilize his design philosophy to the fullest. Now, Vess had to take the role that used to be occupied by those masters and make sure to give Harry Kaikkonen enough space to implement his own design philosophy. I haven't worked with Harry as of late, so I am not too sure if he is up to the task, Gloriana. I will listen to you and give him the benefit of the doubt. Who knows? Maybe he is just as brilliant as I am in my own field of specialization. You will not be disappointed by his performance, Gloriana boasted. He has been working hard to keep up and surpass his peers. What I am impressed about the most is that he has studied your notes, textbooks, and design files related to your Luminar crystal weapons. He has even communed with the illustrious one a number of times just to understand this alien tech better. At this moment, his mastery of luminary crystal technology cannot quite catch up to yours, but what makes him stand out is that he has already begun to forge his own path. He has attempted to apply his own design philosophy and design applications onto luminar crystal technology, allowing him to develop energy weapons with a significantly different style from yours. Now that certainly sounded a remarkable accomplishment. Ordinary Mech designers should not be able to accomplish all of this in a short amount of time. Harry Kaikkonen must have faced an uphill battle when he tried to comprehend this field of alien technology. The study material was filled with gaps. Luminar crystal technology also operated on a different form of logic that was not entirely compatible with human thinking. Furthermore, the true potential of this tech was also intertwined with hyper-technology and e-technology. If Harry Kaikkonen could overcome all of these difficulties and achieve his own breakthroughs in the field of luminar crystal technology, then Vess felt much more reassured about letting him take the lead on this important Carmine Mech design project. I didn't know that he had made so much progress, Vess admitted. Serves you right for underestimating our journeymen. Gloriana smugly grinned. We are not the only Mech designers of our generation to excel. You originally recruited all of those young and talented journeymen from the Fey Shaper contest and other places in order to turn my design department into a talent factory. Enough time has passed for the most notable and hard-working among them to produce certain results. While I am not confident that Mr. Kaikkonen will be able to advance to the rank of senior Mech designer within the next 5 years, he is already considerably more useful than an average journeyman. Vess felt amazed that Harry was able to make so much progress in so little time. He felt he had grown too arrogant as of late. It was not a good development for him to feel that he had grown so quickly that he had left all of the journeymen of the design department in the dust. In truth, the gap between Vess and the journeymen shouldn't be as vast as he thought. The latter were constantly working hard to improve and close the gap. That was expressly why Vess and the Larkinson clan recruited them. Those without talent and growth potential shouldn't have been able to get in the first place. Perhaps Vess had been shouldering too many responsibilities by himself to remember that he had gathered a lot of capable subordinates by his side. Vess mistakenly assumed that only he, Gloriana, Cadiz, Alexa, and most recently Romanda were the only Mech designers in the design department that could lead serious design projects. However, the over 25 or so other second-class journeymen that he had recruited during his past business trips were no pushovers either. Now that they all had access to systematic cultivation, it should be a lot easier than ever for them to break the shackles of their second-rater limitations and quickly master a lot of new knowledge. "I will have a good talk with him tomorrow," Vess promised to his wife. At least the decision on who to appoint as the lead designer for the swordsman Mech version of a Carmine training and combat Mech is clear from the beginning. No one else but Cadiz is qualified to take charge on this project. "I won't pick a master who is specialized in designing swordsman Mech over a genuine swordmaster." Gloriana had no objections to this choice. "Cadiz will be happy to hear your decision. She will want to do the best job possible in order to prepare the finest Carmine swordsman Mech for Kyrian. Her son is roughly as old as Andrast, so the two will most definitely benefit from her work." Cadiz was also a journeyman Mech designer, but neither Vess nor Cadiz had reasons to belittle the sword maiden for that. Her dual professions made it so that no one dared to underestimate her swordsman Mech designs. The two continued their discussion about how they should tackle the two upcoming Carmine Mech design projects. They ended up staying awake past midnight and only reluctantly surrendered themselves to sleep in order to recover their mental balance. Chapter 6505, the first phase of the Carmine Revolution. The next day, Vess handled his daily chores before paying a visit to the design lab that he had not visited in many weeks. This was the downside to going on a business trip. He became so caught up in other affairs that he got cut off from the intimacy of the Mech designers who earnestly worked to make the Larkinson clan more prosperous. His relationships with the various Mech designers also deteriorated due to isolation. So much had happened during his last trip that it seemed as if an entire lifetime had passed. Vess could barely recognize people such as Victor Macmillan, Harry Kaikkonen, Adrian Marceau, and Kelsey Ampatok. Only his relationship with Alexa Strian remained the same, and that was because they corresponded on a regular basis due to their master-disciple relationship. Perhaps it was not all that bad for him to develop a bit more distance from the other Mech designers. Ever since he appointed Gloriana as the director of the design department, she had become their go-to leader. It was better for his wife to manage relations with all of these restless talents, as Vess simply did not have the time to waste on such trivial obligations these days. Vess was completely fine with maintaining an aloof and distant image to these Mech designers. His many accomplishments already caused a huge gap in status to emerge between himself and his fellow professionals. Even now, many of them looked up at him with eyes filled with awe and worship. The father of Carmine Mech was not an empty title. The Larkinson Mech designers couldn't believe that the person who single-handedly broke the genetic aptitude tyranny was the very eccentric senior Mech designer who they ultimately worked for. It was no wonder that he had remained so busy in the past half-year. Each of the lead and assistant Mech designers felt incredibly lucky to be able to enter the clan and join the design department before Vess made his historic contribution to society. So many people would have killed to be in their place. In any case, since so many Mech designers looked at him with starry eyes, Vess felt it was appropriate to hold an impromptu announcement. He briefly exchanged glances with Gloriana before he addressed the gathered Mech designers. "Good morning, everyone. You have all seen the broadcasts of what I have done over at the Yernstall Central Star node, so I will not bother repeating redundant information. Now you know why I have remained absent in the design lab all of the time. The swarm project's confidentiality was so high that I could only work on it in the more secure design labs deep inside the Terresk. Now that the existence of Carmine Mechs and the Carmine system is out of the bag, there is no need to go through such lengths to protect our secrets anymore. Everyone reacted differently to the revelation that they were in the presence of the man who made Mech piloting possible for every human. Ves could not perceive their true feelings in their faces, but he could sense it in their spirits. Some of them felt jealous or envious of him. Others only had the purest admiration for his historic accomplishments. Then, there were the arrogant and overconfident journeymen who thought they could match or surpass his accomplishment one day. Ves silently marked the Mech designers who fell in the latter group. Only Mech designers who did not get overly affected by other people's works and harbored big dreams about realizing great Mech of their own had a higher chance of attaining greatness than others. The Carmine Revolution is upon us, Ves stated. We have entered a historic period where the demand for a large variety of Carmine Mech designs is overwhelming, but the supply for them is vastly insufficient. Already, third-party Mech designers are busy at work with designing variants of the original yellow jackets, but there is only so much they can reshape a wasp Mech before they override the effects of the Carmine system. A Carmine Mech could only work if its Carmine system remained functional. Since it was a set of organic components that worked entirely based on e-technology, it became especially important to preserve Ves' design philosophy in the Mech design. However, the more other Mech designers tried to mess around with one of the yellow jacket designs, the more their own vision and design philosophy replaced the original essence that made it so valuable. Go too far, and the Carmine system simply stopped functioning entirely because it had been reduced to a collection of useless organic tissue. It was absurd to convert a low-end, first-class yellow jacket into a high-end, first-class multipurpose Mech, while still retaining the ability to form a blood pact. There were only 3 ways to solve this problem. The first solution was for Ves to design a high-end, first-class Mech of his own that could be used as a base for a proper first-class multipurpose Mech. The distance between the two was much smaller, so there was a higher chance of preserving the Carmine system. The second solution was for a brilliant, rational Mech designer, such as the polymath, to figure out how to simulate Ves' design philosophy and design a proper first class Carmine multipurpose Mech. Ves personally had little confidence that this could happen without his personal tutoring. Better masters had tried and failed to simulate his design philosophy because it was so counterintuitive and fundamentally different from the established paradigms in the field of Mech design. The third solution was for him to realize his design philosophy and advance to the rank of master Mech designer. Doing so would allow him to permanently carve his design philosophy to the Red Kingdom, thereby turning it into a public good that every Mech designer could access. This was the most proper and systematic solution to disseminating the special design applications of successful innovators. Since the second and third solutions were not viable at the moment, Ves could only address the needs of the Mech market by focusing on the first solution. Everyone else knew this as well, which was why they were looking at him with eager and hungry expressions. Ves began to grin at his people. Since the yellow jacket alone is not enough to satisfy market demand, we will have to make up for that. I don't intend for our design department to exclusively focus on designing Carmine Mechs going forward, but we will definitely have to design a handful of them in order to give our society what it needs the most. For now, we will embark on 2 different Carmine Mech design projects. Both of them will center around the concept of a training Mech that can easily be upgraded into a fully capable combat Mech after the bonded Mech pilot has completed his academy training. While my complete ambition is to release a Carmine Mech for every major Mech archetype, my time and energy are limited, so I will only start with a rifleman Mech and a swordsman Mech for the time being. Everyone understood the logic behind the choice. I am sure that each of you are clever enough to understand that these two upcoming Carmine Mech designs are also meant to serve as the templates of many different derivative Carmine Mechs. I do not have the time to design all of those Mechs in person, so that is where you come in. There are a broad range of specializations in our design department, so after we have concluded the two projects, I will leave it up to you to design the remaining Carmine Mechs based on the archetypes that we have yet to employ. This delighted a lot of journeymen. The work that you will soon embark upon will set the standard for Carmine Mechs in different product categories. Your Carmine Mech designs might not be the best, but with my supervision, you can be sure that the Carmine systems integrated in your derivative works will remain fully functional, so you can rest assured that you can fully realize your own vision in your projects. This was a small but important advantage that could only be attained by Mech designers who worked alongside VES. Whereas third-party Mech designers had to restrain their eagerness to transform an existing Mech design into unrecognizable variants, the members of the design department faced no such limitations. VES just had to show up every now and then and make small contributions to the ongoing works to ensure his touch still remained alive and well. This was the crucial advantage that would ensure that the works of these journeymen were bound to grow popular and occupy an undeniable place in the history of Mechs. I cannot understate the importance of the Carmine Mechs that we will design over the course of the next year or two, VES seriously stated. Each of us are less than a century old. Not a single master Mech designer is among us. It would be ludicrous to think that we can design a series of historic bestsellers that may also serve as the standards upon which other Mech designers will use as the measuring sticks to their own interpretations of Carmine Mechs. The opportunity to work on these vital Carmine Mech design projects is a privilege, not a right. I expect for each of you to step up and carry your own weight. It would be best if you can develop innovations of your own that can make our collaborative works shine brighter. If we find out that you are not able to keep up with our demands, we will not allow you to work on the initial batch of Carmine Mechs that we will release in the next few years. He normally didn't care too much about what the journeyman Mech designers worked on at normal times, but this was different. The early phase of the Carmine Revolution was all about setting standards and creating a base upon which all other Carmine Mechs would flow out from. VES felt an undeniable responsibility to ensure that the public properly adopted and familiarized itself with this wonderful new product category. The care and attention he dedicated to the integrated of Carmine Mechs in the Red Ocean completely contrasted to his much more reckless and haphazard attempt to dump the Rule Breaker project into the Milky Way. NGH! VES groaned a bit as he nursed his forehead. Whenever he made this comparison, he felt as if his head was about to split in half. It was too difficult for him to maintain two completely contradictory approaches towards Mech design. It would have been better if two completely different Mech designers tackled these separate priorities on their own, but that was not possible. VES could at least keep them somewhat separate if he worked on them sequentially, but that was not possible either. His mother expected him to complete the Rule Breaker project in a couple of months, and he could not afford to delay the development of his new set of training and combat Carmine Mechs either. He could only hold in his discomfort and forge his way ahead. So what if he became a model Mech designer in one galaxy and an utterly depraved war criminal in the other galaxy? At least he would be able to service the needs of more people than most Mech designers dared to imagine. One of the fastest ways for Mech designers to progress was to make a difference in the lives of many people through his works. The more people he affected with his Mech designs, the more a Mech designer made his mark on society, thereby making his presence more real and substantial. Nobody could become a master Mech designer by hoarding his Mech designs and refusing to share them to the wider community. VES enjoyed the rare but extremely precious advantage of being able to cater to two different Mech markets as opposed to one. If he leveraged this advantage properly, it might not be unrealistic for him to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer only a few years later than the polymath. I probably won't be able to beat her record, but I will get close enough that it doesn't really matter. Of course, Vess did not forget about the other requirements. He still needed to make a lot of progress in designing his elemental carmine mechs. Chapter 6506, The Luminar Inheritor. After Vess made his announcement to the design department and sorted out his messy thoughts, he called Harry Kaikkonen to his office. Compared to the other journeymen in the design department, Harry possessed a strong sense of confidence as well as admiration towards Vess. Vess took this as a good development. The second-class mech designer not only gained a lot of confidence in his recent improvement, but also maintained his strong respect towards his superior. Patriarch, take a seat, Harry. Vess activated his desk terminal and called up the journeyman's recent logs and design files. Even though he only spent a short amount of time skimming through the records, Vess already gained a much more comprehensive understanding of what Harry Kaikkonen had been working on since he joined the design department. I see that you have devoted much of your energy to mastering Luminar crystal technology. Can you tell me the reason why? I mean, you already developed your own understanding of energy weapon systems. For what reason have you decided to pursue this obscure and incomplete alien technology? Because I can, Harry replied with a steady voice that conveyed his confidence. Not everyone has access to Luminar crystal technology to begin with, but I am different due to becoming a part of your clan and design department. Since you have made it available for study, I do not want to waste this opening by ignoring this tech and its obvious potential. Didn't you struggle to learn it due to its obvious alien technological principles, much of which has been lost in time? It is one thing to try to learn alien technology with full documentation available, but what I have been able to recover from an alien ruin and borrow from the Red Association is anything but complete. It is a risky choice to commit so much to understanding and mastering foreign technology. If you are too obsessed with it, you may end up losing the ability to progress further if you end up getting stuck in your studies and research into deciphering the working principles of Luminar crystal technology. Vess spoke these words out of genuine concern for Harry's future. The journeyman was one of the few ranged weapons specialists in the design department. Even if it was not so difficult to hire young and talented journeymen with similar specializations these days, it was troublesome to recruit and indoctrinate replacement mech designers. I understand your concerns, sir, but I have made my own calculations, Harry responded without losing any of his composure. I stand by my choices. From the moment I first got in touch with Luminar crystal technology, I fell in love with it. The power and potential of the energy weapons developed by this extinct alien race is far more advanced and multidimensional than any conventional human tech that I have encountered. Maybe the Rubarthans have developed powerful energy weapon systems that can rival the power of Luminar crystal technology, but I do not think they can get close to matching the versatility of this alien tech. The Luminar race is utterly unmatched when it comes to surpassing the limits of light and crystals. When they combine the two with their intricately powerful tech, they can produce miracles that almost no machines can match. That reason alone is enough for me to commit to this field. The burning passion in Harry's eyes made it clear that the obsession had already taken root in his mind and spirit. It was too late to dissuade the energy weapons specialist from falling into the rabbit hole of Luminar crystal technology. Vess slightly grimaced. Well, you are an adult as well as a journeyman mech designer. You are entitled to make your own decisions. Can you tell me what you are trying to accomplish by working so hard to master Luminar crystal technology? Why, certainly, sir. Harry Kaikkonen already expected to answer this question. As you know, my specialization lies in precision-focused laser weapon systems. I rely on the use of organic focusing crystals that can dynamically adjust their convexity to produce precise focus at specific distances, thereby making my weapons more deadlier without increasing their energy usage. My work on these laser weapon systems has enabled me to develop a good foundation in crystallography, which has helped me understand and appreciate the value of luminar crystal weapons much better. Luminar crystal technology was not just about producing exotic light beams, but also the crystals that were able to produce these bizarre effects. It is not the composition of the crystals that make luminar weapons so strong and effective, Vess argued. The choice of materials definitely plays a role, but that is far from enough. It is the alien circuitry that is somehow carved inside the crystals that turns them into luminar crystal weapons. That is the true secret to this alien tech. How are you able to grapple with the luminar circuitry when no manual exists that can teach you how they work or how you can develop new patterns? Harry's smile faded a bit. That is indeed a serious problem. I have tried my best to overcome the gap in theory. I have spent many days in the lab and workshop on experimenting with luminar crystals in order to gather large amounts of empirical data. I have spent my MTA merits to secure interviews with the researchers that have worked on luminar crystal technology to learn their personal insights. I have also taken the initiative to reach out to the design spirit known as the Illustrious One for advice and assistance. As if on cue, Vess felt a new presence appearing inside the office. The Apocalypse Warden bodyguards that were silently staying vigil in the same room suddenly grew tense, but Vess quickly waved at them to relax. The new arrival was friendly. In a clear show of support, the Illustrious One chose to manifest a small part of himself in this space. Only a small and weak ball of light showed up. The design spirit clearly felt it was not necessary for him to present a more complete alien visage. Even so, the Illustrious One already conveyed his sincerity by making this small effort. The ball of light enthusiastically bobbed up and down before circling above Harry's head. Vess was not too surprised that the Illustrious One had decided to hook up with Harry Kaikkonen. The journeyman Mech designer was the second Mech designer in the Larkinson clan, after Vess, that took luminar crystal technology seriously. As a design spirit that was based on the remnant of a dead but powerful member of the luminar race, the Illustrious One probably hoped that Harry Kaikkonen would either restore the forgotten tech of his people or do it justice by building on top of the original alien foundation. Luminar crystal technology was the only concrete legacy that its inventor race had left behind in the cosmos. It would be a pity for the scraps that remained after the erosion of time to become neglected to the point where they became completely forgotten. Have you decided to become his patron? Vess asked the Illustrious One directly. The ball of light bobbed up and down as a clear sign of approval. That is good. I would have liked to spend more time on developing luminar crystal technology further, but my design philosophy comes first. I cannot do this tech justice anymore. It is better if I can pass the baton to another qualified Mech designer who harbors enough passion to bring it to a greater height. Vess used to be a lot more passionate about luminar crystal technology, but that was in the past where he had the time and energy to engage in such frivolous explorations. He could have chosen to turn it into a serious minor specialization, but he eventually declined to do so. His development in this tech had stagnated as he spent his time on other projects. Aside from that, his inclinations had also changed. Rather than embracing the power of light, he had turned to the power of darkness. While Vess did not regret the decision to turn the darkness E-energy attribute into the third major component of his nascent domain, it definitely caused him to feel more estranged with the alien tech that he relied upon to make his ranged Mech stronger in the past. This may be one of the reasons why Vess did not hide any of his work and research related to luminar crystal technology, and freely put it up for exchange in the design department. Letting Harry Kaikkonen inherit his existing accumulation in luminar crystal technology resulted in the most ideal outcome. Vess did not feel jealous or resentful at all that Harry had chosen to take up this mantle, and earn the illustrious one's friendship and support in the process. The Larkinson clan maintained relations with many design spirits. Vess may have created a lot of them, but his intimacy with them varied considerably. He was only particularly close with a handful of them. The remainder were free to make their own decisions on who they wanted to befriend. As Harry continued to work with Luminar crystal technology, the journeyman would definitely grant the illustrious one greater satisfaction than Vess had ever done. Even so, just having the intention was not enough. Harry needed to prove he had the ability to realize the lost potential of Luminar crystal technology if he wanted to avoid getting stuck in his career. Gloriana told me that there is reason for me to feel assured that you are the right person to handle this difficult and incomplete tech. That is correct, sir. You still remain skeptical of my abilities. You are right to harbor doubts towards me, but I will prove to you that I can do more with Luminar crystal technology than many other Mech designers. Let me introduce you to Lightbringer, my companion spirit. Before Vess' eyes, Harry Kaikonen began to withdraw a shining cube light from his forehead. Most companion spirits tended to take on the shapes of animals. A few came in the form of humans, but rarely did they assume the appearance of inanimate objects. Harry deliberately shaped his companion spirit into a cube, and not just any geometrically shaped object. Vess widened his eyes as he gazed at a spiritual copy of a crystal cube. It is a close replica of the relic crystal cube that is used to burn the unique luminar circuitry inside half-complete luminar crystals, Harry replied. This is the core component of luminar crystal technology. In order to be able to understand and eventually surpass the original boundaries of this alien tech, I turned my companion spirit into a cube myself. I hope this shows my depth of commitment to exploring this exotic tech to the fullest. Vess still looked gobsmacked. He never imagined that Harry would make such a daring and unconventional choice. Why a cube? Harry grinned. Because according to the notes that you have left behind, Luminar crystal technology is inherently intertwined with hyper-technology and e-technology. Without an e-energy medium that is fully under my control, it is difficult for me to truly grasp the principles behind this tech. Ever since I transformed my companion spirit into this shape, I have already begun to grasp those lost principles. I have only touched the surface of what is possible, but as I continue to explore the secrets of this cube, I am confident I can understand how luminar circuitry works. Are you trying to return luminar crystal technology to its former glory? Not exactly. The ambitious journeyman shook his head. As much as I adore this tech, I am ultimately a human, not a member of the luminar race. My ultimate ambition is to develop a humanized version of this tech that anyone can use. Once I have mastered luminar crystal technology to an extensive degree, I intend to move beyond imitation and restoration and go all in on creation. It is my deepest wish to develop a human derivative of this tech that is ultimately stronger, more rational, and more easily applicable. Vess finally learned why Gloriana had taken a liking to Harry Kaikonen. It turned out that both of them harbored similar ambitions. They were both Mech designers who aspired to master a difficult but promising form of alien technology, only to convert the insights they learned into adapted conventional technology. Chapter 65:07 ERC Luminar Crystal Weapons. Vess and Harry talked more substantively about luminar crystal technology. Since both of them possessed deeper knowledge and insights into this alien tech than many other Mech designers, they were quickly able to discuss in depth about advanced topics. They both enjoyed the exchange, as they possessed different interpretations of the same subject. By sharing their own thoughts and perspective on the same tech, they expanded their horizons and learned new facets about luminar crystals that they never could have devised by themselves. As they spoke, Vess became repeatedly impressed by Harry Kaikonen's take on luminar crystal technology. The journeyman not only understood Vess' own writings and designs on luminar crystal weapons, but had already begun to branch out and develop his own knowledge base on the same subjects. Lightbringer has greatly assisted me in understanding how the extinct Luminars treated their own tech, Harry said, as his cube-shaped companion's spirit bounced around his hands. I have not been able to decipher the working principles or underlying theories that underpin Luminar circuitry, but I have accidentally managed to discover the functions of a few circuits that have remained unused in your previous products. A few circuits inside Harry's companion's spirit began to light up, causing it to convey a sense of excitement. The demonstration ended shortly after that, but Vess remained impressed by the mysterious display. What did you do, Harry? I triggered the activation of the alien circuitry that I mentioned before. It is difficult, if not impossible, to understand their function from the outside. But now that my companion's spirit is literally a close replica of a crystal cube, I have gained an instinctual understanding of it, which is why I know how to activate these circuits. After a few months of experimentation, observation, and analysis, I have recently managed to convert these initial gains into a new design application. I believe that you will be pleasantly surprised by what I have managed to make. It is a Luminar crystal weapon, unlike anything else you have made. Oh, a few months is a remarkably short time for you to derive a completely new design application based on Luminar crystal technology. Can you show me what you have made? Why, certainly, sir, Harry replied before glancing back at the two heavily armored soldiers dispatched by the Red Collective. I would like to retrieve a firearm that I am carrying on my person. Please do not overreact. Vess waved at his Apocalypse wardens yet again to relax and withhold their judgment. His new honor guards were still unfamiliar with him, so they did not understand all of the rules and customs that his previous guards had picked up over years of loyal service. Even if Harry wanted to attack Vess, the journeyman had virtually no chance of success. Vess was not only enjoyed the protection of superclass defensive gadgets, but he was also a phase lord whose true body was much more massive than his human-scaled facade. It was unthinkable for an infantry weapon to be able to threaten his life, so Vess did not care in the slightest if Harry pulled out a weird high-tech gun. If Vess made a horrible misjudgment and got himself killed over it, then that was completely his fault. Fortunately, that extremely unlikely possibility did not happen this time. Harry simply retrieved an infantry-grade Luminar crystal weapon. A lot of thought and care had been put into its design and fabrication. The crystals were polished so smoothly that they almost became as reflective as mirrors. Harry also carved a lot of unnecessary facets that nonetheless made the outer components of the weapon look like a jewel in the shape of an energy pistol. While the gun had not reached masterwork quality, it was still a fine artisanal product made with enough sincerity. It was a clear expression of individuality and personality. Harry had clearly tried to distinguish his work from the Luminar crystal weapons designed by Vess. After showing off the gun while making sure to never point its muzzle in the direction of Vess, Harry began to look around for a target. Do you have a target I can shoot at, or should we move to the firing range? There is no need to bother with that. This is a second-class firearm, right? It is not even transphasic, though I see that it does incorporate a lot of hyper materials. Anyway, you can go ahead and shoot at one of my Apocalypse wardens. Their defenses are in a whole different league. Are you sure? Are your guards okay with this decision? Go ahead. One of the Apocalypse wardens merely responded by raising a thickly armored hand and performing an inviting gesture. That was as clear of a signal as any. Harry Kaikkonen rose from his seat, turned around and adopted a beginner's shooting stance optimized for the use of directed energy weapons. Just because he dedicated his career to designing laser weapons, and more recently Luminar crystal weapons, did not necessarily mean he excelled at using them in person. I am about to fire a standard hyper laser beam in 3, 2, 1, now. Flash. The entire office lit up for a moment as a bright red hyper laser beam struck the Azure energy shield, generated by the Apocalypse Warden's sizable combat armor. Ordinary people would have squinted due to the sharp spike in luminosity, but a phase lord like Vess was able to observe the discharge with his eyes open. Even though he had not pulled out any scanners that could spit out precise numbers, Vess had enough experience with laser weapons to roughly gauge the damage output of the weapon. That is not that different from a Luminar crystal pistol of my own design, Vess honestly replied. I take it that you have fired this shot in order to set a baseline. Is that correct? The journeyman Mech designer nodded while maintaining his rigid stance. That is correct, sir. This is a degree of output that is attainable by the best Luminar crystal weapons outside of masterworks that you can make based on the available materials and mass limitations. It represents the current ceiling of what our clan can produce. Would I ask that I have managed to surpass this baseline with my own small want to show you innovation? You mean the Luminar circuitry that lit up in your companion's spirit? Vess asked with growing curiosity. Yes. After months of research and development, I have successfully managed to devise a means to carve this luminary circuitry into my crystal products and connect it to a proper trigger. This adds an additional means of enhancing the firepower of the weapon that is not comparable to other existing methods such as true resonance. Let me demonstrate. I will use my companion's spirit for this in order to amplify the difference, but I can produce this effect without it, though the results won't be as obvious. Harry flipped a switch that caused the Luminar crystal pistol to activate a different mode. He then proceeded to stuff his companion's spirit into the weapon, causing the crystalline contraption to glow and feel as if it came to life. No, that was not all. Something else was taking place. Vess narrowed his eyes. He did not sense that the flow of E-energy radiation had changed all that much, but he was nonetheless able to feel as if more energy was accumulating from within than before. I am about to discharge a hyper laser beam that is considerably more damaging in 3, 2, 1. Now, Vlash. A slightly brighter and more powerful hyper laser beam flooded the office in red before striking against the same azure energy shield of the bodyguard as before. This time, the energy shield clearly struggled a little bit more to block the damage from the gun. Vess remained wide-eyed as he processed what he just witnessed. He had already managed to pick up a few clues, but it was only when Harry pulled the trigger that he was able to notice the difference. Have you managed to discern the difference, sir? Harry asked as he slowly lowered his gun. I think I do. If my suspicions are correct, you have somehow managed to pour your emotional excitement into the Luminar crystal pistol. The new Luminar circuitry pattern that you have managed to adapt into the weapon is strangely able to absorb your emotional energy and somehow alter the properties of the resulting energy beam. If my estimates are correct, mixing your excitement into the laser beam has caused it to become at least 10% more powerful. That was an amazing result if Harry managed to attain this performance boost without increasing the production cost of his Luminar crystal pistol. In other words, this proof of concept alone proved that Harry Kaikkonen was able to design a more powerful Luminar crystal weapon than Vess himself. While Harry had briefly explained that he was able to add this power to his Luminar crystal weapon due to learning how to properly utilize a Luminar circuitry pattern, Vess was not able to replicate this process by himself at the moment. Harry sat down again, this time with greater confidence than before. He carefully secured his pistol and placed it on the desk. Vess reached out and carefully lifted it to identify the components that could be responsible for boosting its power. So this gun can weaponize the emotions of its wielder. How the hell did you manage to come up with this design application? I believe that this is an inherent trait to Luminar crystal technology. The journeyman Mech designer began to share his theory. I cannot present you with any convincing proof, but my experience with working with Luminar crystal technology has led me to form a hypothesis that this alien tech base is not only inherently compatible with E-energy. but is also fueled and controlled by the strong emotions of its original alien users. Despite their small sizes, I believe that they possess a much greater capacity to experience emotions. They have sought to exploit this by developing crystal-based tech that can help them channel the power of their heart into much stronger and more pronounced effects. That was quite a lot of information. Much of it may be baseless speculation, but Vess couldn't help but feel that Harry's unfounded theories may actually have a basis in truth. Vess looked at the gun with a much greater sense of appreciation. I never suspected that this might be the case. It seems that even I haven't fully managed to discover this truth about the Luminar race. There is no need to blame yourself, sir. As far as I am aware of, the researchers of the Red Association are also oblivious of this possibility. So far, I call a firearm that is able to make active use of this Luminar circuitry, pattern, an emotionally reactive charged, or ERC Luminar crystal weapon. There are distinct strengths and weaknesses to this design application. The main advantage is that there is little burden to adding and activating the necessary Luminar circuitry to a weapon. I cannot add it to any existing Luminar crystal weapons. Unfortunately, I would have to redesign and fabricate the Luminar crystal rifles of all of the Mechs that are making use of it in order to bestow them with this benefit. Vess casually waved his hand. That's fine. It is already good enough that you can make the next generation of Luminar crystal weapons stronger. What else? The most notable disadvantages are that it can only absorb one strong and highly focused emotion at a time, and that every emotion produces a different effect. The magnitude of the effect also differs depending on the emotion and other factors. Not every emotion that can be experienced by a human can increase the firepower of an energy attack. There are those that can actually make them weaker. Finally, baseline humans cannot produce strong enough emotions to produce drastic firepower amplifications. The effect of ERC Luminar crystal weapons cannot reach their full potential when wielded by ordinary soldiers. Conversely, their effectiveness increases much more dramatically when wielded by humans, as well as companion spirits, who are capable of producing much stronger emotions. There is one particular kind of user that has shown excellent compatibility with my new design application. Vess quickly figured out the answer. High-ranking Mech pilots. Exactly, sir. Harry enthusiastically grinned. Expert pilots and especially ace pilots should be able to produce vastly greater power amplifications with my ERC Luminar crystal weapons. Would you like to view a test shot made by Venerable Davia Stark? Show it to me already. Chapter 6508, The Power of Emotions. Vess did not have the faintest clue how a quality as intangible as emotions could enhance the firepower of an energy weapon to such an extent. It sounded completely ridiculous on the surface. At least hyper-technology had a positive effect on human machines because they somehow drew on the power of E-energy radiation from the environment. In this case, the chain of cause and effect were clear, logical, and consistent, which was why many scientists easily adapted to hyper-technology, even if they lacked comprehension on the fundamental nature of hyper-materials and E-energy. What Harry Kaikkonen managed to stumble upon during his explorations of Luminar crystal technology did not conform to any existing paradigms. It violated the law of conservation of energy, at least on the surface. It was just too strange to assume that emotions alone could directly generate a huge amount of joules of destructive energies. Vess would not be too surprised by the amplification if an expert pilot, such as Davia Stark, wielded the ERC Luminar crystal pistol. However, the person who fired 2 test shoots at the Apocalypse Warden just now was a simple journeyman Mech designer. Even if it appeared that the journeyman in question not only possessed a companion spirit, but had already begun to practice the auxiliary Kai cultivation methods suitable for Mech designers, his spirituality did not amplify his emotions all that much. What would happen if a different sort of extraordinary individual wielded the same weapon? Expert pilots, Ace pilots and God pilots were especially noteworthy for drawing strength from their convictions, which was directly related to their strong emotions. It was practically impossible for a high-ranking Mech pilot to emerge that was completely devoid of emotions. They were extreme figures who cared so much about their causes that their emotions practically exploded their willpower past the extraordinary threshold. Strong feelings and motivations such as love, hatred, kinship, altruism, duty, greed, and desperation enabled these mortal humans to surpass the limitations of their race and attain transcendence. Vess had never heard of a technological solution that could enable ordinary people to draw upon the power of their emotions to strengthen their attacks, especially to this degree. Since a journeyman such as Harry was able to attain an 11% increase in firepower just by channeling a specific emotion, what would happen if a true emotional powerhouse wielded the same gun? Not everyone was equal. Compared to a Mech designer, an expert pilot possessed much stronger emotions and could even amplify them with their willpower. Harry projected a piece of footage in the air. It showed Venerable Davia Stark wearing a protective suit of armor while standing inside the shooting range that was used to test experimental firearms. Harry appeared in the footage and carefully presented a much larger and more intimidating Luminar crystal rifle to Venerable Stark. Compared to the energy pistol carried by the journeyman Mech designer, the rifle handed over to Stark was clearly designed to serve as a scale model of a weapon that the Amaranto would wield. The visual design of the weapon conveyed the impression that it was an evolution of the instrument of vengeance. Harry had taken the design of the original weapon and updated it with his own technological advancements as well as his own visual aesthetics. This is one of the early prototypes of the upgraded version of the instrument of vengeance, Harry explained just to make it clear. Director Gloriana has graciously invited me to participate in the Amaranto Mark Roman III project for the purpose of furthering the development of the existing primary weapons of the Amaranto. This is the first test of the rifle that incorporates my new ERC tech. Venerable Davia Stark held the weapon with great familiarity. She had used the real instrument of vengeance more times than she could count while piloting the Amaranto. After Harry conveyed his instructions to her, he retreated to an observation room before the expert pilot began to assume a firing stance while bracing the long rifle against her shoulders. It would have been a lot more convenient for her if she could anchor herself or the weapon onto a solid fixture, but that was not how the Amaranto opened fire with the instrument of vengeance. Venerable Stark tried to imitate her living expert Mech's shooting stance as much as her human body could accomplish. This helped a lot as she was able to leverage her familiarity to draw upon all of the skills that she usually employed when she was interfacing with her Amaranto. A floating countdown appeared before and above her field of vision. 3, 2, 1, fire. Stark pulled the trigger at the right timing. The hyper laser beam that erupted from the long crystalline barrel looked powerful enough, but it also appeared rather lacking in Vess' eyes. The metal target dummy's torso impressively melted a bit after getting struck, but the heat-resistant alloys still managed to do a good job at preserving the rest of the structure. All in all, the first attack was decent, but not much else. The only other praise that Vess could give was that Venerable Stark had managed to land a precise shot at the center of the torso despite handling the rifle for the first time. The prototype weapon did not benefit from the willpower reinforcement of true resonance, nor the conversion of additional power derived from Harry's so-called ERC tech. It was just a standard hyper laser beam that was clearly meant to establish a baseline. What happened next caused Vess to pay a lot more attention than before. Venerable Stark, please flip the switch that activates the ERC mode. After that, you should take the time to enter into a state of excitement. The female expert pilot frowned. I need clarification. Excitement is too broad of a word. By excitement, I mean the emotion that people experience after passing a difficult exam, winning a battle with minimal losses, or winning a gambling bet. Perhaps it is better if you think about joy and happiness. These words almost sounded foreign to the woman who had once lost everything she cared about in her past life. Try as she might, she clearly struggled to evoke genuine joy. Nothing she experienced in the past decade gave her an excuse to feel happy. All of those victories and all of the progress the clan had made failed to stir her heart. Harry Kaikkonen clearly learned that venerable Davia Stark tended to be one of the more serious and driven expert pilots, which was probably why he wanted to test his ERC tech with this particular emotion first. However, he clearly underestimated how little joy Stark actually possessed. After a bit of struggle, Stark finally began to smile again, if only in a forlorn manner. She clearly drew upon a memory from her past, back when the Sand War hadn't ravaged much of the Komodo Star sector. It did not take her too much effort to discover that a small component had begun to suck in her relatively weak excitement. The prototype weapon began to glow brighter as a consequence. 3, 2, 1, fire. A brighter and distinctly more golden flash than before briefly overloaded the recording sensor. When the light levels quickly turned to normal, Vess shifted his attention to the data readings included in the log footage. An overall firepower boost of 23%, Vess gasped. And this is without leveraging the power of true resonance. Harry grinned and nodded. That is correct. Excitement is one of the weaker emotions that Venerable Stark can muster, but she can already increase the power of her weapon to this extent. Do note that using excitement to augment an energy attack also adds other effects besides a straightforward enhancement in firepower, but the effect is not too consequential at this scale. I should also add that the boost derived from her emotions is stronger if she wielded my energy pistol, as opposed to this scaled-down version of the instrument of vengeance. Vess looked intrigued. Why not conduct the test with a Luminar crystal pistol? Because I calculated that it would be dangerous. There are good reasons why Davia Stark is wearing a suit of combat armor during these tests. I inferred that if the increase in firepower vastly exceeds the energy-carrying capacity of the Luminar crystals, they may be prone to malfunctioning or outright exploding. I even conducted a test to confirm this theory. Harry briefly projected a second piece of footage. This time, Venerable Stark wielded a prototype ERC Luminar crystal pistol that looked well-constructed on the surface, but was actually a lot weaker beneath the surface. This was a weapon that was deliberately made out of cheaper and inferior materials. The Luminar crystals that made up the pistol shouldn't be able to handle too much stress. When Venerable Stark carefully channeled what little joy and excitement she possessed into the ERC Luminar crystal pistol, nothing special happened at first. It was not until she was close to opening fire that the weapon started to show clear signs of instability. The weapon started to release cracking noises, the brighter and more energetic light. Glow grew more erratic. Heat started to emulate from the crystal pistol in an uncontrollable fashion. Shortly after Davia sensed the mounting threat from the gun, she decisively threw it out, causing the weapon to explode shortly before it reached the target dummy. Boom! The explosion wasn't too dramatic, but it still could have hurt the expert pilot up close. Damn, Vess commented. Are Luminar crystal weapons that fragile? They can be under the wrong circumstances. According to my testing, I have ascertained that ERC Luminar crystal weapons can only tolerate so much energy at a time, even when it is generated by the newly activated luminary circuitry pattern. There are several measures that can increase the maximum energy capacity of the weapon. You can increase the mass and volume of the ERC Luminar crystal weapons. You can also use stronger and more superior materials to synthesize the crystals. You can also dial down the conventional power output of the energy weapon in order to stay within the safety limit. All of that made sense. The first two measures were only relevant to Mech designers. The last measure gave the Mech pilot a bit of agency on how far he or she should approach the limit. I understand, Harry. We will just have to make sure that the ERC Luminar crystal weapons paired to high-ranking mechs are larger and comprised out of quality materials. Now that Harry explained one of the fundamental limitations of his new tech, he resumed the playback of the original footage. All right. Now that we have tested the amplification born from your excitement, please take the time to evoke your sadness and channel it into the same weapon. This was much easier to accomplish for the expert pilot. Even though the tragedy that had befallen the Komodo star sector had taken place a long time ago, Venerable Stark could never allow herself to forget those past traumas. Thinking of all of the populated planets that had been scoured by sand caused the expert pilot to shake for a moment. However, she eventually remembered her instructions. She steadied her stance and poured as much of her sadness into the weapon as she could. A faint sense of gloom emanated from the footage as the Luminar crystal rifle actually started to dim in brightness. 3, 2, 1, fire. The distinctly weaker and less threatening hyper-laser beam that shot out of the muzzle struck the target dummy with utmost precision. Yet the firepower left much to be desired. According to the data readings, the attack was at least half as weak as the baseline, making it seem as if leveraging the power of sadness had been counterproductive. However, the power of sadness also induced another transform in the energy beam that caused Vess to gain a much stronger appreciation of this attempt. When he studied the target dummy a little further, he noticed that the beam may have 1111 construct that an attack of this magnitude could produce. Vess couldn't explain how a single emotion could produce such a strong deviation. I find it strange as well, sir. I have no theories to share with you that can explain why this happened. All I can state is that I have confirmed that leveraging the emotion of sadness can consistently produce similar results. Chapter 6509, Davia Stark's Emotional Range. After demonstrating how venerable Davia Stark could weaponize her excitement and sadness to produce energy beams with different effects, the test resumed. She began to repeat the same sequence with different emotions, disgust or contempt. This produced a dim, brown laser beam that only inflicted surface damage onto the targeting dummy. Although Venerable Stark was able to muster up a lot of contempt before she channeled this emotion into her weapon, it did not appear to have done too much. I speculate that the Luminar circuitry pattern converts the emotion of contempt into a different expression, Harry Kaikonen said. If you study the data readings related to the Luminar circuitry pattern, you will notice that it exhibits energy activity that is more commensurate with higher activity levels. Yet for the effect to lead to an energy beam of reduced power seems wrong and counterintuitive. You think that it is producing another effect? Yes, maybe multiple effects. The potential issues are that the emotion of sadness cannot be properly expressed through a simple hyper-laser beam attack, or that it does not have any offensive component to begin with. Luminar crystal technology originally encompasses far more than energy weapons. It is a complete tech base that can be used to generate or provide defenses, propulsion, heating, shelter, and much more. The applications that we have managed to recover only encompasses a fraction of what Luminar crystal technology is capable of. I believe that the purposeful channeling of specific emotions may respond much better if we make use of Luminar crystal devices other than firearms. The theory made sense. In fact, Vesk knew it was true because he had visited the ruins of an ancient and decrepit settlement belonging to the Luminar race in the past. He had witnessed small alien structures made out of Luminar crystals. While they were able to shoot light beams as a form of defense, they probably possessed a lot of other functions as well. Even though Vess clearly witnessed the fact that Luminar crystal technology was a complete tech base that could be used to construct all kinds of useful objects, he had always fixated on Luminar crystal weapons and never thought about using the same tech for other purposes. That was a pretty embarrassing cognitive error. It was yet another sign that he was ultimately not committed enough towards Luminar crystal technology to do it justice. Vess felt inferior towards Harry in this aspect. Despite the fact that he was a journeyman who had not yet made any notable accomplishments, Harry Kaikkonen's passion, sincerity and dedication towards Luminar crystal technology easily allowed him to put himself in the shoes of the ancient Luminars and embody what they built with their dazzling crystals. Having a passionate Mech designer like Harry become the Larkinson clan's go-to expert and custodian of Luminar crystal technology worked out extremely well for Vess. It was not just pure technological advancements that helped his clan grow stronger. It was the alternate perspectives and differences in mindsets that could truly lead to the development of fantastic innovations. You know, I never seriously thought about making a tower shield or a flight system out of Luminar crystals before, Vess mused. It may be interesting to explore whether you can make them powerful and cost-effective enough to utilize them over more conventional products. That would require a lot more research than I can currently devote my time towards. I am a weapons specialist. I will remain stuck in the trial and error phase for years if one attempt to develop a Luminar crystal tower shield, Harry admitted. Maybe it won't take that long, but I understand what you mean. For now, energy weapons are the priority. Anyway, please continue the playback of the test footage. I am curious to see what other emotions can produce strange effects with your ERC Luminar crystal rifle. The projected footage continued to display the other tests. Shame or embarrassment. It took a bit of effort for Venerable Stark to channel this emotion. She had experienced plenty of shameful and disgraceful moments in the past. Each of them left horrible scars onto her heart. Harry's request was not an easy one to fulfill for Venerable Stark. Her expression grew pained as she evoked a semblance of the great shame she felt after failing to protect the lives of billions of innocent civilians. The energy beam fired from her rifle was tinged in orange, but also inflicted significantly lower damage than the baseline. Again, both Harry and Venerable Stark suspected that the emotion of shame possessed another effect, but they did not have the capability to identify it at the moment. Love and affection. This was the first time Venerable Stark truly struggled to channel an emotion. No matter how hard she tried, she simply could not bring herself to muster any of the love towards her deceased relatives. While she was barely able to muster up a bit of affection towards the Larkinsons she had fought alongside with for years, her effort was surprisingly feeble. It was not possible to gather high-quality test data if Venerable Stark was unable to muster up enough love and affection. However, Harry thought of a possible solution. Wait, think about your relationship with the Amaranto. Your living Mech has served as your most trusted and reliable partner for years. She has covered your back in every battle since she fell into your hands, and she will become even stronger and more magnificent after we have completed the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. As soon as Venerable Stark switched her mind to the Amaranto, her love and affection bloomed like the rising of a sun. The power of her earnest devotion towards the Amaranto caused the Luminar circuitry pattern to glow and accumulate considerably more energy than usual. Fortunately, Harry had deliberately constructed the Luminar crystal rifle out of high-quality exotics and hypers, so it was still able to withstand the increase in power. As soon as Venerable Stark pulled the trigger, a bright and uplifting pink energy beam blasted forth and caused the torso of the metal target dummy to explode. Whoa! Vess reacted with surprise at this result. That is a considerably impressive result. The best part about it is that it should be replicable by virtually any of your customers. Harry said that a smile. Regardless of their interpersonal relationships, any Mech pilot who adores his living Mech should be able to replicate this result. The stronger their bond towards their machine, the greater the increase in power output. This is the safest and most reliable means of weaponizing the emotions of a Mech pilot that I have come across so far. Relying on other emotions can be dangerous. I know what you mean. It was not wise to instruct high-ranking Mech pilots to fight while feeling overly excited or sad. Expert pilots and ace pilots were highly emotional to begin with. Their combat effectiveness and combat approach changed significantly according to their mood swings. Not all emotions were suitable for every occasion. Love was therefore a practical choice, as it lifted up the Mech pilot's mood at the cost of only moderate mental distortions. Of course, this was not a certainty. Venerable Stark's love towards her Amaranto was intimate, but also fairly pure. This was not the case for other relationships. More tests needed to be performed in order to understand the full interactions between the emotion of love and ERC Luminar crystal weapons. The test continued, altruism and sacrifice. This was a surprisingly easy mentality to channel for Venerable Stark. She was a highly driven woman. She no longer lived for herself, but for the sake of others. Davia Stark had forsaken her personal life, her relationships with people, and the mundane pleasures of mortal humans in pursuit of greater power. The energy beam released by her Luminar crystal rifle was pure white and overwhelmingly bright. The target dummy did not stand a chance. There was a strong suspicion that the power of altruism also produced another effect, but none of the sensors and scanners managed to detect anything strange. The high-tier expert pilot had to pause and catch her breath for a few minutes, while Davia Stark had done well in channeling the power of altruism. She also expended a bit, too much of herself in the process, pride and arrogance. This session appeared less like a test of Harry's prototype ERC Luminar crystal rifle and more like a psychological inspection of Davia Stark's mental state. Fortunately, the expert pilot did not appear to think much of it and obediently tried to channel the right feeling of pride. Even though her pride had suffered multiple blows due to witnessing the rise of 3 ace pilots among her peers, without being able to join them, that did not mean that Davia Stark had become humble all of a sudden. She still possessed the pride and arrogance of a high-tier expert pilot that most pilots still had to look up to. If that was not enough, her ranged firepower still remained the highest, at least until St. Isabel Cotin was ready to get back into the saddle. The energy beam fueled by Davia Stark's pride was rich in purple. It demolished the torso of the target dummy, but also eroded the edges of whatever was left. Vess narrowed his eyes at this display. Parts of these demonstrations looked a little familiar to him. He had a suspicion that the colors corresponding to different emotions might not be random. Soon, the final test had arrived. After Harry gave Venerable Davia Stark a few more moments to reset her mind, he finally requested her to evoke a very common human emotion: anger and rage. Venerable Stark did not need any time or special preparations to enter into this mindset. She merely had to recall the many injustices she witnessed a long time ago in order to convert into a vessel filled with rage. Her face began to scowl, while her willpower subtly began to shake the surroundings due to fury. She lifted up the rifle, took aim at the latest target, dumb, overwhelming anger into the weapon as possible, and dumped as much of her. The Luminar crystal rifle quickly began to get stuffed with hot and violent power. The weapon already began to glow in red, as if it was trying and failing to contain the heat. At one point, faint cracking noises started to sound. A dangerous situation has occurred. The prototype weapon's maximum energy limit has been reached. Venerable Stark, you need to open fire right away. The weapon cannot withstand so much fury. As much as Stark wanted to keep channeling more anger into the weapon, she had no choice but to abide by the request. The expert pilot's intuition already warned her that her weapon could explode like a bomb if she pushed its limits any further. From the moment she opened fire, the sensors became flooded with red and heat. It took a bit longer for the optical sensors to restore their normal vision. The entire target dummy got obliterated. All of it had disappeared to the point where only scraps were left. That was not all. The energy beam was so powerful that it had struck the Azure energy shield and drained its capacity by a huge margin to prevent any further damage from occurring. Whoa! Vess said as he became utterly impressed by how much anger could amplify the damage inflicted by the ERC Luminar crystal rifle. Channeling the power of anger does not merely lead to a strong increase in firepower, Harry added. It also penetrates defenses easier and can destroy particularly tough objects. That wrapped up the initial testing session. Vess had gained a lot from watching the footage. Aya's understanding of ERC Luminar crystal technology had not increased all that much, but he had a much better idea on how it could augment the firepower of his customers. Chapter 65:10, Classic Combination. Damn, if your ERC tech is so powerful, we should implement it into all of the Mech designs that make use of Luminar crystal weapons. That might not make as much of a difference as you think, sir. What do you mean by that, Harry? As proud as the journeyman may be for presenting successful research results to his superior, he could not hide the limitations and shortcomings of his tech. It was best to be upfront about the downsides of his new design application in order to prevent the clan from making any premature decisions. Harry pointed at the projected footage. The aftermath of the latest and final attack still made a profound impact on Vess. What he did not notice at first was how visibly drained Venerable Stark had become. The expert pilot was made of sterner stuff, so she did not lose her combat effectiveness right away, but was clear that channeling her emotions and discharging them through the prototype weapon had exacted a toll on her mind. This made sense. No source of energy was truly unlimited. There was a limit to how many emotions a human could generate. Venerable Stark had entered a state of partial exhaustion that reminded Vess of expert pilots who had used up much of their extraordinary willpower. So, there is a limit. Correct, Harry responded. This is one of the constraints of ERC tech. No matter whether we are talking about standard Mech pilots, expert pilots, or ace pilots, they can only muster up their emotional strength for so long. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I see. This is not as good as I expected, but it is still an acceptable limitation. Why do you say your new tech might not be as useful? Because the amplification effect from channeling emotions becomes proportionately weaker when we are dealing with larger and more powerful Luminar crystal weapons. So far, I have only given you demonstrations based on infantry-grade ERC Luminar crystal weapons. I have yet to test my invention on a Mech-grade Luminar crystal rifle. I still need to perform calculations and make adjustments to the weapon design to ensure it can properly channel the power of a scaled-up Luminar circuitry pattern. That sounded troublesome. Vess would have liked to get his hands on actual empirical data on how a Mech-sized ERC Luminar crystal weapon performed. So are you saying that if the weapon becomes dozens of times larger, the emotions produced by a single human becomes so small in proportion that the amplification will become minimal? Exactly, sir, Harry grimaced. I assume that many forms of systematic cultivation that have recently become popular can strengthen a person's capacity to produce strong emotions, but it will take time to observe a massive difference. The living Mech may be able to infuse the same emotion into the Luminar crystal weapon as well for additional power, but I do not expect this to significantly change the outcome. Vess frowned and tapped his fingers against his desk. Then this tech should only be effective for expert pilots and stronger. Is that what you are thinking? That is my preliminary conclusion. All of this is still contingent on testing. Once I have worked out the kinks and developed the first prototype ERC Luminar crystal rifle that is scaled for Mech usage, I will transfer it to the expeditionary fleet so that Venerable Stark and a number of other Larkinson pilots can test its performance. I will be able to present you with more definite answers at that time. For now, it is safest to assume that my ERC tech is only effective for high-ranking Mech pilots. That was a small disappointment, but not an unexpected one. The logic was clear. There did not appear to be any obvious ways to boost the firepower of these weapons by exploiting this newly discovered circuitry pattern. Vess accepted the advantages, as well as the limitations of Harry's new design application. Despite its many shortcomings, ERC tech still had a promising future considering that Harry Kaikkonen only just developed it. There was plenty of room for improvement. Now that Harry had completed his new presentation, the two Mech designers soon talked more specifically about the first Mech design project, where ERC tech may play an outsized role. The journeyman Mech designer called up the incomplete design schematic of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. The Amaranto Mark Roman III project is progressing slightly behind schedule, sir, Harry Kaikkonen reported to Vess. Director Gloriana has invested her time and energy into developing the special structural composition of the expert rifleman Mech. She has managed to solve many difficult problems related to developing an Archimech frame that is largely based on solarium and Diverna's alloy. Her tests so far indicate that the physical defenses for the high-tier expert Mech will not be too bad, while still being able to provide strong light energy amplification. Unlike the Riot Mark Roman III project and the Minerva Mark Roman II project, which feature more balanced configurations, the Amaranto Mark Roman III project still adhered to the concept of extreme firepower. Both Vess and Gloriana had made a risky bet by committing to a Mech frame that largely amplified the expert Mech's offensive performance. To be honest, Vess already thought that the use of Diverna's alloy would provide the Amaranto Mark Roman III with a ridiculous degree of amplification compared to the previous edition. Adding an ERC tech on top of that would multiply the firepower of the Amaranto even further. Vess grew concerned as he studied the design schematics. He hadn't paid attention to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project as of late, but now that he took a look at it, he was not quite sure whether the Mech frame could bear all of the power and stress of charging up a single shot. What if the Amaranto Mark Roman III blew herself apart in the process of charging up to full power? Are the Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Instrument of Vengeance resilient enough to withstand the energies that she is capable of gathering? Vess asked. Harry regained a bit of his confidence as he provided his answer. The director and I have spent many hours to fortify the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The Instrument Mark Roman III will become considerably larger and bulkier in order to raise its energy capacity. We will also take care to acquire and combine the best exotic materials, regardless of the cost, in order to increase the physical toughness and heat capacity of the luminar crystals. Furthermore, we have also chosen to use an uneven proportion of charge mate and heat mate as the resonating exotics of the Amaranto Mark Roman III, in order to give Davia Stark further control over the emissions of her expert Mech. Charge mate and heat mate, the classic combination of resonating alloys. As far as I can recall, they are ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. I have no problem with incorporating them into the Amaranto when Davia Stark has broken through, but right now she is still an expert pilot. There are dangerous consequences to letting expert pilots attempt to resonate with materials beyond their ability to tame. This was not a trivial issue. According to the theory that exotic materials were the degenerated remains of powerful beings who lived in past eons, resonating materials happened to possess a touch of the lingering soul of those terrible life forms. An expert pilot did not possess the resonance strength and domain to fully grapple with these dangerous resonating materials. They would have to fight an uphill battle every time they wanted to amplify their ace Mech with true resonance. What was worse was that the untamed resonating materials may actually produce a backlash where they actively attacked the expert pilot, possibly in the middle of an ongoing battle. Despite all of these known dangers, Harry Kaikkonen seemed confident in this design choice. Director Gloriana has personally made the decision to integrate charge mate and heat mate in advance. She judged that the usual conventions do not entirely apply in this case. Venerable Davia Stark's willpower is naturally more resilient than others, and she can also count on the support of her companion Spirit Veil, which oddly takes the form of a black crow. Stark might not be able to leverage the full power of Charge Mate and Heat Mate as a high-tier expert pilot, but even partial use can already make a difference considering how effective they are when utilized by ace pilots. This is not the first time Mech designers have made this decision. Your wife is confident that it can work because the classic combination that you referred to has proven to be remarkably stable and devoid of many risks. Vess could not fault Gloriana for her logic. He had investigated this classic combination in the past when he devised an energy weapon configuration for the Dark Zephyr. Mark Roman 3. Charge Mate, which could produce additional electric energy upon resonance, and Heat Mate, which could reduce heat upon resonance, had both proven to be reliable in practically any high-ranking mech that heavily depended on the use of energy weapons. They expanded an ace pilot's options and made it so that the ace mech's performance could easily surpass its technological limitations by leveraging the reality-defying properties of extraordinary willpower. Heat management will be a huge problem if there are many factors that can amplify the firepower of the Luminar crystal weapon, Vess said in thought. I can see why Gloriana wants to implement a lot of heat mate into the mech frame. I suppose she could have chosen inferior expert mech-grade substitutes, but it will take a lot of trouble to disassemble the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 and replace her resonating exotics if Davia Stark breaks through. In other words, this design choice only truly made sense if Venerable Stark managed to advance to the rank of ace pilot in the short term. If the guest pilot remained stuck as a high-tier expert pilot for years to come, then the use of two ace mech-grade resonating alloys would turn into a shackle that held Stark back. Though Vess felt the urge to suggest a more conservative approach towards the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project, he eventually decided not to do so. His wife made this choice for a reason, and he was willing to respect her judgment. Vess had always thought that Venerable Davia Stark was bound to become more powerful. She was far more motivated and emotionally invested in her goals than most other high-ranking mech pilots. His only job was to supply her with the right living mech to ensure that this would never become a limitation to her growth. He had a small hunch that Davia Stark would not end up like his uncle or his grandfather. She might break through and become an ace pilot immediately or shortly after she received her long-awaited Amaranto Mark Roman 3. If that was the case, then all of this effort would pay off, because there was very little need to make too many changes to optimize the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 for an ace pilot as opposed to an expert pilot. It is kind of strange that Gloriana did not opt to select a resonating exotic that can further amplify the firepower of the Amaranto Mark Roman 3. Vess commented. We do not have access to materials that are strong enough to withstand the catastrophic buildup of energy if we made such a choice. Harry shook his head. Besides, it is not worth it. Venerable Stark must already devote much of her concentration and energy into activating multiple forms of amplification. Trying to increase the firepower of a weapon with true resonance will wear her mentality down even faster. We wanted to extend the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 longevity in the field, so the combination of Charge Mate and Heat Mate can facilitate this goal. That made sense. There were potent resonating materials available that could directly augment the firepower of an energy weapon. Charge Mate and Heat Mate were a lot more flexible and could also be used to extend the deployment time of an ace mech. This combination was good for enabling the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 to fight non-stop at lower intensities for many hours at a time. Chapter 65, 11 The Amaranto's Charm. Out of the 3 high-ranking mech design projects currently in development, Vess and Gloriana both had their favorites. The Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project, Riot Mark Roman 3 project, and the Minerva Mark Roman 2 project all had their highlights that pushed the boundaries of mech design to a new frontier. The Amaranto Mark Roman 3 project offered unparalleled long-range striking capability. The Riot Mark Roman 3 project reveled in chaos and unpredictability. The Minerva Mark Roman II promised to become a conductor of large-scale battles. The two upcoming expert mechs and single ace mech all possessed their own unique flavor and personality that made them utterly different from other high-ranking mechs. No one would be able to mistake them from the works of other mech designers. While Wes injected his love and expectations in each of the mech design projects, he looked forward to realizing one specific living mech in particular. Selecting a favorite was difficult for Wes. Even though the Minerva Mark Roman II was supposed to become a fully fledged ace mech, he did not find it too attractive on an emotional level. The Ace Command Mech possessed strong features and promised to amplify Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar's impressive command field, but it seemed rather boring in other aspects. Perhaps it was because the Minerva Mark Roman II mainly amplified Kaesela's existing capabilities and did not actually introduce any new and revolutionary abilities. This was a shortcoming that Wes needed to address by developing an ultimate module that could complement her combat approach. He had fallen behind in this aspect. Wes needed to make progress in this assignment quickly if he wanted to avoid getting on his wife's bad side. Anyway, compared to the relatively bland Minerva Mark Roman II, Wes felt a much stronger affinity for the Amaranto Mark Roman III, the Riot Mark Roman III. The Amaranto was his first true extreme mech, and she had become the first masterwork among the high-ranking mechs he designed from the ground up. Her firepower had saved many Larkinsons as well as living mechs from death, and she could always be counted upon to land the right shot at the right time. She held a special place in Wes' heart and would have been more perfect if she was piloted by a dedicated Larkinson mech pilot. The Riot was not an expert mech that Wes especially loved from the beginning, but he had conquered his heart over time. He did not particularly like the pilot of the expert Spearman mech, but the Riot possessed a strong sense of grit and resilience that allowed the machine to stand the test of time. The living mech had grown stronger and more exceptional with each passing year. The two made for a strong contrast. The Amaranto had always been one of his highly regarded works from the beginning, and it had maintained its place even as newer mechs attempted to steal the spotlight. The Riot was a scrappy expert mech that Wes looked down upon in the beginning, but slowly earned his appreciation through hard work and struggle. It was agonizing for Wes to pick a favorite between the two living mechs. While Wes always ranked the Evert Shanger and the Devil Tiger as his most favorite works, the Amaranto and the Riot had both made compelling cases on why they have earned a place just below. After a few minutes of mental struggle, Wes ultimately made his choice. They are both good mechs, but the Amaranto is just a little more remarkable. The Amaranto Mark Roman III promised to be a game-changer, especially if Venerable Stark was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot in the near future. Even if Davia Stark became a newly promoted junior ace pilot, her fantastic new machine should definitely grant her enough firepower to threaten lesser phase lords from a comfortable distance. That did not necessarily mean that the Riot Mark Roman III was inferior. Venerable Rosa Orphan still had room for growth, and so did her battle partner. As long as they continued to temper themselves during the Red War, they may be able to undergo enough sublimations to reinvent themselves. They were like diamonds in the rough that needed to be cut enough times to become dazzling jewels. Wes let out a sigh. He missed this. He missed the wonder and excitement that accompanied every high-ranking mech design project. He had spent too much time on mass production models, as of late. There was nothing wrong with them, but the reality of designing mechs destined for mass production meant that Wes had to make a lot of compromises during the design process. Designing a high-ranking mech was like realizing a dream. Designing a mass production mech was more akin to setting up a factory. Both kinds of mechs presented Wes with interesting challenges, but he would never remain satisfied with working on one of them for a long time. He couldn't be like Gloriana, who completely eschewed mass production models in favor of dedicating all of her design time to high-ranking mech design projects. He would eventually grow bored and frustrated at the lack of connection to the greater community. He also couldn't remain committed to designing mass production mechs, despite the fact that he was directly able to serve a lot more customers this way. The limitations of budget and other practicalities prevented him from implementing all sorts of amazing high-end technologies. As Vess thought about the current state of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project, he had plenty of reasons to feel amazed at all of the technological innovations and enhancements in the works. The differences between the Amaranto Mark Roman II and the Mark Roman III had become so great that venerable Davia Stark would definitely become at least twice as effective as before, regardless of any breakthroughs. After Vess sorted out his thoughts and conducted a little research, he called a meeting with both Gloriana and Harry Kaikkonen. Both Mech designers already knew why they had called over, though Gloriana looked a little annoyed that he summoned her as if she was a servant. Gloriana immediately crossed her arms and tapped her foot. "What do you want to talk about this time, Vess? I was in the middle of a design session, you know." "I wanted to talk about the current direction of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project," Vess stated as he gestured to the newcomers to sit down. "I haven't been able to devote my full attention to this project and all of the other ones that you have been working on in the past half-year. The Evolution Witch herself insisted that I devote as much of my attention to rushing the Swarm project to completion as possible. You should be able to guess the reasons why. Now that I have completed my obligation, I can finally give the Amaranto Mark Roman III project the attention it deserves from me. I intend to make up for lost time." His wife did not look all that happy after hearing his explanation. "We only recently talked about setting up 2 new Carmine Mech design projects. Remember, these projects require your attention as well. Do you have enough time to complete your assignments for the high-ranking Mech design projects?" "It won't be a problem, Gloriana," Vess confidently replied. "I will remain involved in the projects, but since I won't be leading them, it will be up to Harry and Keddies to do the heavy lifting. I am just there to provide support related to living mechs and the Carmine system." "Is that doable for you, Harry?" The only journeyman Mech designer in the office nodded, though he did not convey as much confidence as before. "I shall do my best to meet both of your expectations. I may be lacking in experience, but I believe I shall not lead the Carmine Mech design project that I am responsible for astray under your guidance." "Good. In any case, I did not call you over here in order to talk about the Carmine Mech design projects. I want to share my own ideas about the Amaranto Mark Roman III project now that I have caught up with the latest developments." "Do you approve of Harry's work?" Gloriana asked as if she was a proud parent showing off her pupil. Vess smiled back. "I do. I am fine with letting him take charge of the Carmine Rifleman Mech design project, and I am also okay with letting him design the updated version of the Instrument of Vengeance. I do recall that I promised to turn the main weapons of the Amaranto Mark Roman III into ultimate modules. I have fleshed out my plans with regards to these 2 weapons." "I have not forgotten. I was hoping that you would make progress in this task now that you have returned," Gloriana responded. "You distinctly promised to collaborate with the Red Fleet in order to integrate that strange alloy called EE-343F00334R into the Instrument of Doom. Have you made progress on this front?" Not yet, but my relationship with the RF has warmed up during my most recent business trip. I do not expect to encounter a lot of barriers if I request their technical support in my attempt to redesign the Instrument of Doom. The weapon pretty much behaves like a small warship-grade cannon already, so the fleeters should be able to offer plenty of relevant advice. I will leave this completely up to you, Vess. It will be your fault if you fail to deliver the necessary results in time. The Amaranto Mark Roman II currently relies more on the Instrument of Doom than the Instrument of Vengeance due to the nature of the enemies we are encountering as of late. The Instrument of Vengeance was a weapon that possessed quite a lot of power, but mainly stood out in terms of accuracy and finesse. It was best employed against tricky or fast-moving opponents whose weak points were hard to strike. The Instrument of Doom was a weapon that personified brute force. It possessed both firepower and penetration power in spades, but was a lot bulkier and clumsier to use in the field. That was generally not a problem if the Amaranto mainly exchanged firepower with enemy warships. The Instrument of Vengeance is currently underutilized, but I do not intend to keep it that way. Vess presented his own vision for the weapon. It is a weapon that excels at long-range sniping. We just need to make that more pronounced. You told me half a year ago that we can definitely make the weapon a lot more useful by making it more effective at ranges far beyond anyone's ability to strike. Gloriana nodded. I did tell you that. I suggested that we invest the power of Ilvain into the Instrument of Vengeance. Have you been able to persuade him to lend his cooperation? There is no need to ask the Great Prophet, Vess said with a grin. If he can truly predict the future, then he should have already anticipated our request. He should have already agreed to anchor a piece of himself inside the Instrument of Vengeance and allow Venerable Davia Stark to borrow his foresight in combat. What matters is that we design the Instrument of Vengeance in a way that can effectively enable it to inflict effective damage at a range of several light seconds away. That was easier said than done. To laymen, a light second sounded like a measurement of time, but it was actually a measurement of distance. A light second was simply the amount of distance that light could traverse in vacuum. That was currently 300,000 kilometers per second, which already represented a ridiculous distance. There were far too many variables that prevented conventional weapon systems from effectively damaging targets at that distance. Ilvain was able to control one of the variables, thereby turning an insurmountable problem into a non-issue. That did not mean that the other problems could be dealt with so easily. One of the main reasons why directed energy weapons tended to become ineffective at extreme ranges was because their beam convergence was almost never completely perfect. So long as the energy beams were even slightly convergent or divergent, they began to spread apart into an enormous cone after traversing so many kilometers. What the Amaranto needed was an Instrument of Vengeance, whose focusing crystals were so perfect that they were able to produce completely parallel energy beams. This was an extremely challenging technical problem. Chapter 65, 12, A New Ultimate Module. Perfect beam convergence was impossible to attain in reality. No energy weapon could produce completely parallel beams where all of the light photons or energy rays shot forward without ever intersecting with or drifting away from each other. The weapon in question needed to be built according to a level of precision and control that not even the best materializers could attain. It was easy to design a perfect weapon in a virtual or imaginary environment, but reality was messy due to the influence of many variables that simulation programs could never fully replicate. Normally, it is impossible to produce perfectly parallel beam alignment in reality, Vess told Gloriana and Harry. However, there have been instances where this has actually been produced. The easiest way to generate energy beams that are so parallel that they can strike at targets at cosmic distances is to rely on the reality-defying willpower of high-ranking Mech pilots to smooth out any imperfections. His wife crossed her arms. We know that already, Vess. We have already conducted an investigation into this phenomenon. If the expert pilot or ace pilot possesses the right specialization, then it is indeed possible for this to happen. However, the concentration and effort needed to forcibly align a flawed energy weapon is considerable. I fear that Davia Stark will end up exhausting herself after firing half a dozen shots at extreme distances. This is not compatible with my vision for the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The battles fought during the Red War are not only larger in scale, but also tend to drag out over time. We cannot make the marksman Mech too exhausting to use, or else Venerable Stark's firepower will not be available during the moments where we need it the most. One of the best moments for ranged Mechs to strike was at the end of a battle. As long as the native aliens withdrew their remaining forces, ranged Mechs were able to chase after their prey and take pot shots without encountering as much counterfire as before. The breakdown of order and the messy disposition of rear-guard forces usually created a lot of gaps in the defenses of the enemy fleets. Damaged and partially disabled warships fell out of formations and turned into vulnerable prey. It was especially crucial to pursue enemy phase lords before they successfully got away. Letting these alien powerhouses retreat with their lives intact would negate much of the work put into damaging them in the first place. Only by harvesting their lives would red humanity be able to gain a little more breathing room. "I am aware of what you said, Gloriana," Vess responded. "A problem that can be solved with technology shouldn't be addressed with extraordinary power. It is the job of the Mech designer to arm an expert pilot such as Venerable Davia Stark with tools that can ease her burdens. Doing the opposite is counterproductive. I have been thinking about how we can solve the beam convergence problem from a technological approach. Did we not ascertain earlier that there is no feasible means to produce perfectly parallel beams with the current state of human technology? Not even Harry here has a clue on how to accomplish this, and he knows more about converging energy beams and focusing crystals than both of us. It is possible the polymath or the resonance smith can present a technological solution that is close enough to make the Amaranto Mark Roman III effective at striking targets that are over 1 million kilometers away. But we are far short of meeting this standard." His wife was correct. Their technological prowess and access to materials was not good enough to solve this problem in a more conventional manner. One possible solution that Vess could employ was to use one of the favors he saved up to request the help of a star designer. He had done it once before by requesting the formula for Yondu milk from the xenotechnician. It turned out that he had largely wasted this favor, as divine Lucy Miyazaki ended up importing the authentic version of Yondu milk from the Milky Way. Should he exchange one of the favors that he had left to request the personal intervention of a star designer? Vess actually felt tempted to do so. It would turn the Amaranto into an undeniably useful asset in the Red War, as well as many conflicts to come. The ability to strike at extreme ranges with total precision and reliability was an advantage that almost no force possessed. The Larkinson clan could completely take advantage of Venerable Stark's unparalleled sniping capabilities to assassinate troublesome opponents when they least expected an attack. The Amaranto Mark Roman III would also become extremely useful in pursuits. It would take much longer for fleeing opponents to escape the effective striking distance of the deadly expert marksman Mech. He inwardly shook his head. Vess decided not to expend a precious favor. There were many ways he could put it to better use. It sounded wasteful to expend such precious social capital on a boon that mainly favored a guest pilot as opposed to himself. He decided to solve this problem with his own means. He considered this a test of his design philosophy as well as his own capabilities. A problem like this that cannot be solved with pure conventional technology can be addressed with more unconventional technology. Vess explained his thoughts. The most direct solution is to borrow the power of Ilvain as we have discussed before, but I am reluctant to rely too much on his power. He is not a design spirit that has a strong affinity for the Amaranto. I also think that Venerable Davia Stark is less than enthused about the prospect of praying for Ilvain for his guidance. She is a woman that possesses a strong sense of responsibility. She would rather take action on her own than rely too much on others to fight her battles. Gloriana thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is true. I have always been uncomfortable with the idea of adding Ilvain to the Amaranto Mark Roman III. There is logic behind this combination, but Ilvain does not fit the marksman Mech's theme. Basing a design choice solely out of logic and practicality is an inadequate measure. If you can present us with a better alternative, then please share your idea. Vess smiled and projected the incomplete design of the Amaranto Mark Roman III in the air. He zoomed in the image of the wireframe model and removed the Mech frame so that only the instrument of vengeance remained. The design of the current iteration of the rifle was not complete, but it also showcased the undeniable influence of Harry Hakonen's work. The rifle had always been rather long and sizable, but the vastly increased strain that the weapon was expected to withstand in the future made it necessary to increase its volume by a large extent. The weapon had become so large and unwieldy that it was almost completely unsuitable for use at close range. While the Amaranto Mark Roman III could technically hold it like a spear and poke at incoming enemies with a bayonet, the rifle was ultimately not designed to function like a polearm. In any case, Vess did not call up the design in order to criticize the excessive size of the weapon. He zoomed in the image even further and highlighted the areas that should normally be occupied by the focusing crystal. Many, though not all energy weapons, contain focusing crystals that are mainly responsible for controlling the beam convergence of the resulting output, Vess said. In most cases, people are already fine with good enough results. Modern industrial fabrication can already produce focusing crystals and energy weapons that can ensure that energy beams remain relatively coherent and effective at distances that range up to thousands of kilometers. With a bit more effort and controls, an energy weapon can even strike at large and relatively immobile targets on a semi-reliable basis that are tens of thousands of kilometers away. Of course, this is mostly the case when fighting in the vacuum of space. None of this was new to Gloriana and Harry. In fact, this was downright basic information. There was a reason why Vess felt the need to rehash this basic knowledge. I have decided to turn the instrument of vengeance's focusing crystal and the surrounding elements into an ultimate module. I could have predicted that months ago. What is important is how this ultimate module of yours is actually able to help Venerable Stark land a precision shot at a target that is over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Vess began to radiate more confidence at this point. Oh, the idea behind my ultimate module is simple. In order to enable the Amaranto Mark Roman III to land an accurate shot at such distances without relying on the guidance of an external party, I believe we have to make a compromise. The one I have chosen for this is losing the surprise factor by letting the Amaranto fire a calibration shot first. A calibration shot? Gloriana furrowed her brows. Yup. In other words, Venerable Stark will attempt to take aim at a distant target and configure the settings of the instrument of vengeance according to her and her battle partner's intuition, judgment, and calculations. It is not necessary for them to get every parameter right. What matters is that they get close enough to unleash a good calibration shot. This attack will most likely miss. The probability of nailing the target is almost zero. What truly matters is that this shot provides enough quality calibration data for Stark and the Amaranto to quickly adjust the settings of the focusing crystal to discharge the execution shot, a fully charged energy beam attack that should hopefully strike the target. The two Mech designers, sitting opposite of Vess, became speechless. What is the matter? This is ridiculous. If IT was that easy for Venerable Stark to land her shots at such extreme distances, then we wouldn't need an ultimate module in the first place. Besides, the sequence that you have just described does not seem to have anything to do with an ultimate module. Harry provided more constructive feedback. We have contemplated this approach before, but deemed it unviable. The calibration data from the first shot has to be analyzed and processed in a short amount of time. The longer the delay between the first shot and the second shot, the lower the value of the calibration data, as the target has probably already moved far away from its original coordinates. Other circumstances, such as temperature, space debris, relative motions, and so on, have also begun to diverge to a significant degree. Even if we attempt to speed up the calculations and shorten the delay between shots, It still takes precious seconds to fully charge and accumulate all of the power for the execution shot. This will mean that Venerable Stark and her Amaranto Mark Roman III cannot rely on pure calculations and must always make predictions in order to plug the correct numbers at the correct time. This is why we have decided it is better to land one successful shot right away than relying on a two-step process. Both Mech designers had good reason to express their skepticism towards Vess' approach. He already thought about these problems as well, but he believed his work may actually be able to solve this problem. This is why the focusing crystal and the processors that control its beam convergence are not made of normal parts. I instead intend to turn them all into an ultimate module. This means that they will be governed by the subordinate spirit of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The two-step execution crystal will be entirely dedicated to making the sequence work and will rely heavily on e-technology in order to get the job done. Neither Gloriana nor Harry understood the true implications of these words. Why is this important, Vess? Humans are able to cultivate and gain all manner of amazing and reality-defying powers. Is this correct? Yes. Companion spirits can also engage in cultivation, correct? Yes. Living mechs are also able to cultivate. It is difficult to notice the differences, but that is because they are already so big and strong that the absorption of E-energy takes longer to produce material transformations. Is this also correct? Yes, I suppose you are correct. Since ultimate modules are essentially carriers of the companion spirits of the living mechs, who says that they cannot cultivate by themselves. What if the ultimate module practices a custom Kai cultivation method that can make up for the shortcomings of Venerable Stark and the Amaranto Mark Roman III? Do you think it is possible for my proposed two-step execution crystal to assist them in performing the right adjustments and correct their aim right after firing a calibration shot? This. Chapter 65, 13, The Magic of Ultimate Modules. Vess only took a short time to come up with the concept of the two-step execution crystal, but he had already fallen in love with the idea. Sure, the solution sounded a lot more convoluted than relying on Ilvain's guidance to land an accurate shot at extreme ranges the first time, but it was a much better fit for the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Ace pilots such as Venerable Davia Stark clearly wanted to rely on nothing else but her own power and that of her battle partner. Forcing them to beg an external party for help each time they wanted to perform a difficult action would cause their willpower to develop flaws and ultimately stagnate. Unless Venerable Stark converted to the Ilvainen faith or somehow triggered a massive mental shift that caused her to become a substantially different expert pilot, she would never feel comfortable with relying on outsiders for guidance. Throughout her career as an expert pilot, Venerable Stark had unceasingly trained and improved her marksmanship skills. Every battle she participated in gave her the opportunity to exercise her ability to hit distant or rapidly moving targets, no matter the challenge. Just like Saint Tusa became ridiculously good at evading incoming attacks after putting his life and the life of the Dark Zephyr on the line. Venerable Stark also became incredibly skilled at predicting the evasion patterns of her targets and exhibiting enough superhuman accuracy to ensure her energy beam attacks struck their marks. However, even Davia Stark had her limitations. Vess' plan was therefore simple. If her skills, experience, judgment, intuition, as well as the assistance from the Amaranto Mark Roman III was not enough, then perhaps the additional help from the ultimate module may be able to bridge the remaining gap. After Gloriana and Harry Kaikkonen got over their initial shock reactions and mulled over Vess' proposal from a more critical perspective, they roughly understood the merits of this idea. I can see the logic in this two-step execution crystal of yours, Gloriana said. The challenge in landing a successful execution shot is to process the data from the calibration shot as quickly and correctly as possible. You assume that Venerable Stark and her battle partner will not be able to accomplish this by themselves. So you add a third entity, this time internal, that is completely specialized in processing and performing accurate judgments based on the calibration data. Leaving aside the unconventional nature and properties of ultimate modules, this is not an uncommon approach to solve a problem such as this, Harry said in a thoughtful voice. Mechs that rely heavily on predicting patterns are usually augmented by AI processors that are specifically programmed to perform specialized tasks. A light skirmisher that needs to fly faster can mount additional external boosters. A space knight that needs to block more damage can carry an external shield generator module. What each of these solutions have in common is that their footprints are relatively light, but their positive impact on the performance of the mechs are greater. If this two-step execution crystal can truly perform the functions as described by Professor Vess, then it may be able to turn the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 into an extreme-range executioner. Vess grinned. I am glad that you have figured this out. The ultimate module for the Instrument of Vengeance is meant to unlock a new capability that is otherwise impossible to attain through conventional means. While this solution is admittedly imperfect, Venerable Stark and her battle partner can ultimately land her attacks on extremely distant targets by relying on their own strength. No matter whether the ultimate module can cultivate by itself, it is still a part of the Amaranto Mark Roman 3, so it cannot be treated like an external party. While Harry appeared to be open-minded enough to buy Vess' arguments, his wife was a bit more difficult to persuade. Your story sounds good, Vess, but what if one of the many assumptions that you have made fail to reflect our actual reality? Vess maintained his confidence. Then give it more time. The Instrument of Vengeance has gained the potential to grow on its own with the help of this ultimate module. At the start, a living two-step execution crystal starts out fresh and relatively weak, but will quickly grow stronger after feeding from the spiritual feedback of a strong, high-ranking Mech pilot. The ultimate module will begin to advance its cultivation and form ultimate runes, many of which may be derived from Ilvain, the illustrious one, Titania, and other helpful design spirits. However, the two-step execution crystal is only learning from them by absorbing their ultimate runes. It will never rely on the design spirits during actual battles. Give a hungry man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime, Harry quoted. This is a brilliant solution now that I think about it. There is still an unwelcome reliance on an unnatural and unscientific factor, but at least it is internal to the Amaranto Mark Roman 3 system, which reduces potential vulnerabilities and makes the living Mech more self-sufficient. Even Gloriana started to get around to the idea. As Harry has mentioned, this is hardly a perfect solution, she said in a more composed tone. However, I have to admit that your solution has a greater chance of working than the alternatives that I have devised on my own. It sounds as if you are cheating by exploiting the advantages of the e-technology mechanics of your ultimate modules, but this is your strength, so I can understand where you get your confidence from. I can say for now that your proposal is worth trying, if only because it is the only viable solution so far that does not cost an excessive amount of resources to test in reality. If your two-step execution crystal fails to deliver on its promises and has no long-term prospects, then we can always remove it from the Mech design and start over. The project lead made a logical and mature decision. Vess actually expected that he would have to endure the screeching of his wife a little more, but she acquiesced a lot sooner than expected. This was strange because his proposal actually contained a lot of sketchy aspects. He had been waiting to explain the mechanics of his two-step execution crystal in more detail, but his wife had essentially thrown her hands up and gave him permission to proceed in advance. Perhaps Gloriana already predicted that she would not be able to stop his initiative. He did not like how she already started to take failure into account, but this was also a reasonable decision to make from her perspective. not every Mech designer was able to keep his promises. Since Gloriana accepted his proposal to develop the ultimate module that he believed would best suit the Amatanto Mark Roman III, the vision for the instrument of vengeance became complete. Aside from the expected material and technological upgrades that required little thought and ingenuity, the old and new version of this special luminar crystal rifle had at least two major distinguishing factors. Harry Kaikkonen's ERC luminar crystal technology was meant to add another layer of firepower amplification and attribute modification. Vest's two-step execution crystal promised to vastly increase the effective range of the Amaranto Mark Roman III at a reasonable cost. One of the main advantages of the proposed ultimate module was that it did not demand a heavy consumption of power from venerable Davia Stark, especially if it had more time to grow and develop its capabilities. While Vest did not expect the two-step execution crystal to completely automate the calibration process, it was already extremely helpful if it could take over much of the burden from the expert pilot. The more work the ultimate module was able to complete, the lower the burden that venerable Stark had to bear in order to land a shot at extreme distances. She would be able to conserve her extraordinary willpower and reduce her mental strain even if she repeatedly nailed shots that everyone else thought impossible. Another added advantage to this proposed solution was that it had a ridiculously high growth ceiling. Ultimate modules were alive, so they possessed the capacity to evolve and transcend their limitations. One day, the two-step execution crystal may transform into a powerful high-level artifact in its own right. Vest felt incredibly satisfied with this solution. It largely conformed to his design philosophy and would remain relevant for many years without requiring active input from himself. The only caveat was that there was a chance that he did not possess the capability to realize this promising idea. If the ultimate module was unable to execute most of the steps that it was designed to accomplish, then it would turn into a useless burden. Let us talk about the instrument of doom. Gloriana changed the topic. As much as I dislike the fact that my beautiful and elegant expert marksman Mech resembles an ugly cannoneer Mech whenever it is wielding the luminar crystal cannon, the firepower is undeniably strong. It needs to become much more powerful if we want this weapon to keep up with Davia Stark's demands in the future. This is the most promising weapon that we can use to land the killing blows on Phase Lords when venerable Stark finally breaks through. That did not necessarily mean that the weapons wielded by other ace Mechs were ineffective against the native alien gods. However, there were many weapon types that were heavily disadvantaged when employed against physically imposing opponents. Even if the ace pilot had ultimately decided to reject the title Phase Bane, he had already fallen in love with the superior reach and lethality of this Terran Mech weapon. A good weapon can make all the difference in a confrontation against a massive Phase Lord. When Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson took off for the front lines with the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, he made sure to pack the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear as well. Even if the ace pilot had ultimately decided to reject the title Phase Bane, he had already fallen in love with the superior reach and lethality of this Terran Mech weapon. A good weapon can make all the difference in a confrontation against a massive Phase Lord. Tusa did not even think of employing the pitiful knives of his ace light skirmisher against his gigantic adversaries. Vess actually preferred to keep the precious Tier 3 Destroyer Spear within his reach, in case he needed to borrow its destructive edge in person. He was also afraid that the Dark Zephyr might get trounced on the battlefield and lose hold of this precious weapon somehow. Then, Vess recalled that destroyer weapons had no longer turned into an endangered species in the Red Ocean. The Terrans of the new frontier may not be able to reproduce them, but the Terrans of the old galaxy should still be able to produce new ones as if nothing had changed. With the creation of the Oblivion Gates, Vess should be able to import a batch of medium to high-tier destroyer weapons from the Milky Way. The challenge lay in making contact with a friendly and willing Terran trading partner. Perhaps he could leverage his friendships with the Strion ancient clan or Devoe's ancient clan of the Red Ocean to establish contact with their counterparts in the old galaxy. His mother already planned to form an unholy alliance that dragged in every potential source of opposition towards the Big Two. There were bound to be Terrans in this messy coalition. If Vess asked his mother nicely, she might be willing to negotiate with the old Terrans to trade for a pair of destroyer knives and other requested arms. Vess inwardly shook his head. He could think about the possibilities of intergalactic trade later. His mother and her fellow conspirators were way ahead on this front. All he knew was that his mother owed him a lot for agreeing to work on the Rule Breaker project. She had no choice to refuse to pay back this favor by transferring a batch of precious destroyer weapons to the Red Ocean. What other goodies originating from the old galaxy could he ask for that were not too troublesome to import? Chapter 65, 14 Inflated Ambitions. After Vess concluded his meeting with Gloriana and Harry, he gained a much more solid direction on how to contribute to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. His wife already handled much of the assignments related to the project. She had become incredibly invested in trying to design a Mech frame that successfully incorporated a much greater proportion of offensive-oriented hyper-materials than normal. If she succeeded, then the Amaranto would become one of the boldest and most interesting high-ranking marksman Mech in the Red Ocean. The design of the latest incarnation of the Instrument of Vengeance was on the right track. Now that Vess devised the two-step execution crystal, all he needed to do was to realize it step by step until it turned into a viable and working ultimate module. In contrast, he still did not have a good idea on how to augment the Instrument of Doom. Since his wife was growing more and more impatient about his delays, he decided to address this issue as soon as possible by scheduling a meeting with the recently promoted Commodore Zonrad Rizet of the Red Fleet. Before he met with the RREF officer aboard his flagship, Vess decided to spend more time catching up with the other Mech designers in the design lab. The Mech designers he sought out first were Makel and Xanthar. It had been years since he last tutored them in person. He had let the two young Mech designers go in order to let them find their own path to success. Vess could have given them more help. He could have guided them for a few years more. He could have sent them off for EdNet training. He could have assigned other lead designers to teach them their craft. He did none of that. Instead, he let the two Trueblood Larkinsons to fend for themselves in the design department, putting them on the same starting line as all of the other low-ranking Mech designers who mainly performed assisting work. This was not a glamorous job, nor one that allowed them to put their stamp onto a Mech design. However, it was the trajectory that launched the careers of many Mech designers that eventually became successful. It was difficult for a Mech designer to learn the right lessons from all of the grunt work, while also devoting much of their free time for additional study and private design work. Vess had confidently thrown Makel and Xanthar into this harsh but fair work environment in order to test them and prevent them from getting spoiled. He wanted to avoid that last outcome at all cost. A spoiled Mech designer might be able to coast along pretty easily at the start, but they would hit an insurmountable wall by the time they sought to realize their design philosophy. It was not until journeymen and seniors had to rely on their own initiative, ingenuity, and problem-solving capabilities that the unworthy began to suffer for their inadequacies. If Vess continued to give Makel and Xanthar handouts on a regular basis, then the two Mech designers would never be able to develop the right attitude and skills related to solving difficult problems by themselves. It was better for them to struggle with overcoming the relatively low-level design problems that low-ranking Mech designers typically encountered during this stage of their career. That was how Vess managed to climb his way up as well. Of course, Vess was well aware that he could not be used as a proper example, as he depended a lot on the system to improve his skills and subskills. He actually felt tempted to give Makel and Xanthar access to the system for this reason, hoping that they would be able to follow a similar trajectory to his own and achieve success in a remarkably short time. Vess eventually rejected this proposal. The reason why he chose to withhold the system from the two young Mech designers was not because of lack of trust. Makel and Xanthar were Larkinsons through and through, and they had never exhibited any signs of rebellion or wanting to become independent. The issue was that Vess ultimately did not think it would be conducive to their growth, at least at their current stages. They at least needed to be able to advance to the rank of journeyman Mech designer by relying on their own power and prove they possessed true passion and the willingness to work harder than ordinary Mech designers to realize their ambitions. While this sounded like a healthy plan, the problem was that this phase was taking an awfully long time. That caused Vess to harbor doubts about whether he had made the right decisions for the two apprentices. On the surface, Vess shouldn't really have any complaints. Not every Mech designer was a prodigy or a lucky bastard who was able to become a journeyman before reaching the age of 30. It was pretty normal for journeymen to arise at the age of 50, 60, and maybe even more. While breaking through at a later age granted the Mech designers less time to advance to senior and master, late bloomers were actually incredibly common in the Mech industry. Besides, with the onset of systematic cultivation, age had become even less of a concern. People gained easy access to free curated cultivation methods that could easily double their current lifespans if they devoted enough time and effort into their practice. As long as the Red War and subsequent conflicts did not collapse all of human civilization and turned red humanity extinct, then Makel and Xanthar would have all the time they want to find a way to become journeymen and higher. Yet, was Vess really satisfied with allowing these two brats to take their sweet time to advance to the next rank? As a highly celebrated Mech designer who managed to become a senior at around 40 years old while being married to a woman who managed to make a similar accomplishment, Vess grew increasingly less satisfied with the slow progress of his two once students. While he was on his way to the section of the design lab where they could be found, Vess tried to make up his mind on what sort of stance he should take. Should he be lenient and patient with them for doing their jobs at their own pace, or should he express anger and disappointment at their lack of notable accomplishments over the years? Vess failed to make up his mind by the time he reached their workplace. He decided to withhold his judgment and hear them out in person. "Sir, Patriarch, good afternoon, apprentices. I am here to check up on your progress. I hope you haven't been wasting the time I gave you since our last proper meeting. You might not be my direct disciples, but I still consider myself responsible for your education and progress. Let's sit down and have a good talk." "Very well, sir." Makel and Xanthar both looked fairly young and tender, just like how they appeared back when they were still studying under Vess. However, their temperament had changed considerably. If Vess had to describe it, it was that both of them had lost their immaturity that they still possessed during their adolescence. They had grown calmer, more weathered, and more prepared to face the realities of their difficult careers. At least the two had grown up to the point where they appeared to possess the right mindset of a journeyman. Then why had they failed to attain their breakthroughs? What was holding them back? Once the three sat down at a nearby work table, Vess steepled his fingers and gazed at the apprentices with a critical expression. "Neither of you are stupid, so you must have guessed why I have come. Let me state in advance that I am not prejudging you. Every Mech designer is different, and you are still in your 30s, which is still a prime age for apprentices. What I care about more is whether you have spent your time fruitfully. If you are lingering in your current ranks because you have been messing around and not employing your advantages to the fullest, then I am questioning whether you deserve to stay in the design department. After all, I do not want you to stay here if the work environment is making you too comfortable and complacent. Mech designers rarely tend to make good progress if they feel too fulfilled. It is the absence of fulfillment that produces the strong motivation that we rely upon to create works that surpass the normal standard. Both younger Mech designers nodded with serious expressions. "We have not been wasting our time, sir," Makel spoke first. "To be honest, the main reason why we are still apprentices is because we chose to pursue more difficult and ambitious design philosophies. We could have settled for more modest goals, but if we did so, we would never be able to reach your level of success and contributions. We don't want to end up as average Mech designers. We want to become a pillar of the Larkinson clan and a legend of the Mech community like you. Both of us are aware that we can never get close to reaching your height if we choose to commit to narrow and less ambitious design philosophies." Xanthar echoed his fellow Trueblood Larkinson's intent. "This is why we deliberately set our targets high, teacher. We decided that if we wanted to pursue our careers to the fullest, we either try to rise as blazing stars or fail to get off the ground at all. We don't want to settle for becoming another average or faceless Mech designer in the crowd. We would rather fail outright and admit that we are not as talented and lucky as you. So far, I think our progress will surprise. We have not yet managed to reach our first goal, but I think we have gotten rather close." Vess did not know how to feel at the moment. He distinctly felt it was his fault that his students had chosen to enter a high-risk, high-reward trajectory when they did not necessarily have the qualifications to pursue such a difficult career direction. Not everyone was suitable to become the stars of the Mech industry. For every massive success story like the Polymath, and more recently Vess, there were millions if not billions of unexceptional Mech designers that failed to achieve galaxy-wide renown. That did not necessarily mean the latter were failures. These quiet and unassuming Mech designers were able to achieve modest successes that were more than enough to make them content. What was wrong with becoming a humble journeyman or senior? Even if they managed to work their way up to becoming a master Mech designer by pursuing a fairly low-grade design philosophy, there was no reason to belittle their accomplishments. Any contribution was helpful, no matter how small or modest. In fact, Vess knew that many Mech designers ended up getting stuck and failing to attain any further progress not because they were selfish or lazy, but because they bit off more than they could chew. Cases where overambitious Mech designers, such as Makel and Xanthar, aimed too high, yet failed to live up to their inflated expectations, were distressingly common in the Mech industry. Right now, it remained to be seen whether the two former students had what it took to become a legend in the making like Vess. Vess adopted a stern expression as he faced the two dreamers. Every Mech designer has a right to dream. Choosing a design philosophy is a deeply personal choice that is tied into your passion. If you are not satisfied with more modest goals, then it is indeed a valid choice to chase after a more ambitious idea. Far be it for me to dissuade you from doing what your heart thinks is right. However, reality rarely accommodates your personal desires. Don't forget that both of you must all earn your keep in the design department. So many Mech designers want to work in this design lab that I cannot justify the decision to keep you around when there are more deserving professionals around. In order to establish whether the two of you are still worth subsidizing, I want to hear what you are trying to accomplish." The two Mech designers did not look too surprised after hearing this. They already made the psychological preparation to account for what they have been doing over the past few years. "That is fair, teacher." Vess gave them a cold smile. "Now that we are on the same page, let's start with you." Xanthar. Chapter 65, 15 EEE Munitions. When Vess notified Makel and Xanthar Larkinsons that he wanted to have a discussion with them, the two apprentice Mech designers understood quite well that their reckoning had come. This was the moment where the two younger Larkinsons had to account for their decisions and the progress that they had made since the start of the Age of Dawn. Many people had welcomed the hyper generation and managed to take off like a rocket after they successfully took advantage of the new opportunities. Vess was the definite example of this kind of a success story. It took remarkably little time for him to develop many useful inventions, most of which did not seem to have any direct relations with Mech design. It was only after he released his historic yellow jacket models that he cemented himself as the most successful Mech designer of the younger generations. No one dared to accuse him that he had gone astray in his Mech design career anymore. It was not easy for other Mech designers to grow up in the shadow of such a giant of the industry. How could other Larkinsons possibly harbor any pride and conceit towards their own works when they paled in comparison to the celebrated works of their patriarch? In that sense, Vess had a negative impact on the workforce of the design department. Mech designers were humans as well. They possessed the capacity to feel envy, jealousy, and inadequate. A lot of Mech designers working for the design department must be suffering from a case of inferiority complex. Continuing to work for a highly successful Mech designer who had not yet managed to realize his own design philosophy must have exerted a lot of pressure on all of his juniors. Vess was only just beginning to comprehend the severity of what it was like to work under him. Michael and Xanthar suffered the worst from this problem as they had received his personal tutelage. It was absolutely unacceptable for them to end up as ordinary Mech designers after receiving so many privileges. Whether Vess had inadvertently ruined the two true-blood Larkinsons that he once hoped could inherit his burdens and prop up the Larkinson clan would soon become clear. Xanthar did not take much time to compose his words. He began with an apology. "Before I explain the current direction of my research, I want to say sorry to you for failing to meet your expectations. You must have looked forward to having me take over your knowledge related to luminar crystal technology and carry forth your research. The alien tech fascinated me for a time, but the more I studied it, the less I cared about it. Energy weapons don't excite me as much as big explosive cannons. I never became satisfied with the mechs that I have designed that made use of luminar crystal weapons. That was a regretful outcome. Vess felt a little disappointed that Xanthar failed to embrace luminar crystal technology, as it had lots of promise. The sting was not as painful as it should have been. "It's okay," Vess said. "Another Mech designer has taken over the mantle of furthering the development of luminar crystal technology. We are far past the point where I have to rely on an apprentice like you to develop the future iterations of luminar crystal weapons. I am glad that you managed to bring Harry Hakonen into the design department," Xanthar said with a smile. "He talked to me multiple times in order to collect my own opinions and insights on luminar crystal technology. The more we exchanged with each other, the more I became impressed by his love and diligence towards this alien tech. I already concluded by the end of our first talk that he could take luminar crystal technology much further than I can ever manage." "Okay, Xanthar, since you have decided to abandon luminar crystal technology, what have you been doing instead?" The younger Mech designer assumed a more eager posture as he was ready to share his true passion. "As I have mentioned a moment ago, I adore big guns. I want to arm all of my mechs with large and heavy cannons so that they can blow apart enemy mechs, warships, or whatever else they are assigned to destroy. I think that I will mainly design heavy artillery mechs in the future, but I am also willing to design other mech types if there is enough demand. I don't necessarily love the cannons themselves, but the explosive munitions that they can launch towards their targets. I like anything that explodes. It doesn't matter if they come in the form of artillery shells, missiles, rockets, torpedoes, or mines. My design philosophy is all about making them stronger and deadlier. That is what I have been spending much of my free time on. I have dedicated years to developing an original new technological paradigm of explosive munitions that requires a completely different form of defense to withstand." Vess immediately grew intrigued. The focus on munitions sounded familiar. He had recently completed his collaboration with Lord Richard Brownstone, who reveled in developing exotic new rounds for his kinetic weapons. So far, the biggest difference between the two was that the Rubarthan senior Mech designer preferred to work with solid projectiles, while Xanthar had taken a liking for explosive projectiles. That was not enough to make the latter special. It was easy for Mech designers to develop new explosive shell types. What mattered was that their solution offered superior performance at affordable prices. Not many professionals were able to meet this standard. Oh. I can hear the passion in your voice. You also sound confident in your current research direction. What is it exactly that you have been working on as of late? Xanthar Larkinson used his comm to call up footage of a test run of his munitions. He had taken a generic heavy artillery Mech and replaced the standard munitions of the artillery cannons with his own custom-developed ordnance. The test involved a heavy artillery Mech firing the new explosive shells at a target dummy protected by a fixed Azure energy shield. Under normal circumstances, a heavy artillery Mech had to fire dozens of explosive shells to exhaust an Azure energy shield of this strength level. Boom! When the generic artillery Mech fired the first shell, the projectile slammed against the surface of the energy shield and exploded, just as predicted. There was nothing special about the blast. It was moderately powerful, but that was all. The Azure energy shield rippled slightly and in a pattern that suggested that the explosive shell was laced with hyper materials. So far, Vess had not seen anything that distinguished this shell from the ones that any Mech force could buy off the shelf. What was special about Xanthar's work? It was then that he noticed a subtle detail. His gaze only strayed briefly towards the target dummy, not expecting to find anything amiss, which was why he became surprised that he noticed a change. "Did you manage to spot it, teacher?" Xanthar grinned. "The damage unleashed by that detonation partially bled through the Azure energy shield and affected the target dummy. Even if only a fraction of the power of the explosion has ultimately managed to dent the exterior of the dummy, this is already a major accomplishment." It was not unheard of for weapons and munitions to be able to partially or completely bypass energy shields. It was a lot more difficult to accomplish with the most powerful transphasic hyper-energy shields. But as long as the circumstances were right, there were still ways to penetrate or bypass this layer of projection. The most familiar instance to Vess was Saint Tusa, and the Dark Zephyr's ability to employ the leap of true, freedom to bypass every obstacle on a conceptual level, and reach their destination on the other side of a powerful energy shield in an instant. Whether Tusa managed to pull it off by phasing through a completely different dimension or a more direct form of teleportation, he was one of the few Mech pilots that could completely ignore any barrier. The Phobos piloted by venerable Zimro Belson also possessed a similar, if lesser capacity, to bypass active transphasic energy shields. Some of the fiends spawned from the Geist system were able to pass through these barriers and quietly infiltrate the interior of enemy starships, and find a way to open up a gap in the defenses to let in other destructive fiends. Then there was Lucky, whose phasing ability had continually improved ever since he gained this power. As far as Vess was aware of, the Gem Cat was able to pass through weak to moderate strength energy shields with difficulty. Given that he already witnessed instances where stuff got through energy shields in the past, Vess shouldn't be particularly surprised that Xanthar had also managed to find a way. There was a huge difference, though. As the footage of the test continued, the heavy artillery Mech slowly fired its heavy RTO cannons on one. Every explosive shell launched by this machine struck the dome-shaped energy shield at slightly different angles. Much of the explosions ended up getting blocked by the energy shield, but there was always a small proportion of destructive energies that somehow managed to pass through the protective layer and impact the target dummy. After firing over a dozen explosive shells, the dummy still managed to retain its original shape, but it clearly looked as if it got beat up by a mob. Vess grew impressed. No matter how Xanthar managed to attain this result, the use of multiple shells that otherwise did not appear to be remarkable indicated that the cost of his new innovation was not too high. This was incredibly significant, as the previous examples were all special cases, that demanded a huge amount of investment in order to produce those results. As for the heavy artillery Mech in the footage, all Xanthar needed to do was to load in experimental shells that were probably economical enough to mass produce. The biggest issue was that the explosive munitions were clearly half-baked at this stage. The bleed-through rate was not high enough to grant the attacker any advantages, but this was just the start. The difficulty in this line of research was the first step. As long as Xanthar managed to figure out a way to pass at least a tiny amount of damage through an energy shield, he had successfully created an opening which he could expand in his follow-up research. He just needed to figure out how exactly he managed to bypass the energy shield and how to multiply the yield until he created a form of munitions that could inflict effective damage onto targets protected by barriers. "How did you manage to produce this result?" Vess eventually asked. "E-energy," Xanthar straightforwardly answered. "I took inspiration from the Destroyer of Worlds and how she is able to make her main cannon attacks so amazingly powerful. I don't dare to hope to reproduce what she is able to do with her godlike power, but what I wanted to create for the Mech community is a more affordable and widely available means of enhancing the power of explosive munitions that anyone can use. The answer I came up with is to imbue the explosive ordnance with their spiritual equivalent. Think of it as implanting E-bombs into physical bombs. If everything goes right, I will eventually be able to develop a Class Roman II design philosophy that will probably be called E-energy explosive munitions, or EEE munitions in short. That might actually work." Vess never imagined that E-technology could be used to produce such an interesting concept. "It took a lot of time and experimentation for me to get this far," Xanthar said in order to explain why he remained stuck as an apprentice for so many years. "I studied much of the internal notes, articles and textbooks that you have written on living mechs in order to develop the right E-munitions. That was not enough for me to achieve a breakthrough in my research, so I also approached the researchers over at the T Institute for advice and additional study material. That helped a lot, but what truly allowed me to get so far is the use of my companion spirit." In order to prove how much he had dedicated himself to this line of research, Xanthar proudly unveiled his companion spirit. "Mawa, Mawa." A green cat made out of swirling and volatile energies emerged from Xanthar's forehead. "Meet Alfred. I took inspiration from the Destroyer of Worlds and focused on growing a cat that could enhance the power of any explosive device. So far, he is able to do a decent job at that. In fact, the main reason why I have been able to achieve limited success in my research so far is because I have attempted to reverse engineer the explosive imbuement ability that Alfred has naturally developed according to my own desires." Vess had a sense of déjà vu when he gazed upon Alfred. The green cat reminded him a lot of a much more powerful orange cat. Vess found it rather shameless that Xanthar attempted to solve his problem by copying the companion spirit of the Destroyer of Worlds. It was also incredibly cheap for Xanthar to produce his research results by trying to reverse engineer the ability of his own companion spirit. However, no one could fault him for figuring out a much more convenient way to realize his ambitions. "This is brilliant," Vess honestly expressed. "I applaud your ingenuity. You have managed to produce a result that hardly any other Mech designer can imitate by relying on the resources and advantages at your disposal. You have not wasted them at all. I have much greater confidence that you will be able to break through as a journeyman as long as you have managed to raise the bleed-through rate above single digits." Chapter 65, 16 Taboo Mech Idea. Vess was fair to Xanthar. If the young apprentice Mech designer squandered his resources or failed to make use of his opportunities, then Vess would have dressed him down. Yet now that Xanthar had proven through his own actions over the years that he had methodically worked to attain a result that was impressive enough to earn everyone's appreciation, he deserved an applause for making this much progress in a difficult research direction. Sure, his current results did not seem impressive at all. There was still a long way to go from producing a proof of concept to developing a mature design application. This was why Xanthar had yet to become a journeyman. A journeyman Mech designer was a professional that had already managed to develop a working Mech design that was reflective of his design philosophy. It did not have to be too practical or economical, but it definitely had to possess at least a bit of real substance in order to serve as the permanent source of strength of a journeyman. Now that Ves managed to gauge Xanthar's progress, he understood that his former student should not take too long to finally surpass the extraordinary threshold for real and become a high-ranking Mech designer. "What sort of EEE munitions are you aspiring to make?" Ves asked with clear interest in his voice. "I have devised multiple concrete applications that should be useful to many customers, teacher. The first form of EEE munitions that I am trying to develop is close to what you have already seen. I want to devise a means to mass-produce explosive rounds that are all implanted with E-energy explosives. The point is that when the physical shell explodes, it will simultaneously trigger the detonation of the E-energy warhead, causing an eruption of power that not only amplifies the original explosion, but also damaged anything related to E-energy such as hyper-energy shields. What else? Well, a more advanced form of weapon system that I have been dreaming to develop are EEE munitions that are entirely made out of E-energy." Xanthar grew more passionate as he unveiled his next idea. This is admittedly similar to the strange hyper-energy beams that can be fired from a weapon like your Gray Lotus. I want to develop a cannon that is similar to gun, but instead of firing energy beams, it can launch E-energy projectiles that should theoretically be able to bypass many forms of obstacles and directly detonate inside a Mech frame or the interior of an enemy warship. Ves could definitely see a lot of uses for such a weapon. Even without significantly strengthening the physical attack power of the conventional warhead, including a means of damaging any form of E-energy manifestations, made it a lot easier to destroy Azure energy shields, disrupt the true resonance of high-ranking Mech pilots, and maybe even inflict real harm on the comparatively weak and vulnerable spiritualities of gigantic phase lords. I think that hyper-energy shields and hyper-alloy plating should be able to resist such attacks," Ves explained. "The resonance shields and Saint Kingdoms of Expert Mech and Ace Mech should be even more effective at blocking these spiritual attacks. However, as long as you can launch enough of them at the enemy, they should definitely be able to exhaust the intangible defenses of the targets, so they should at least be useful in one capacity or another. You will need to conduct a lot of research in order to fully understand how your E-energy explosive warheads can undermine different enemy types. I shall do so as soon as I can develop a weapon that can launch pure E-energy warheads," Xanthar promised. The eager apprentice Mech designer shared a few other ideas. From EEE torpedoes that were designed to annihilate the spiritualities of every crew member of a heavily shielded enemy warship, to shield breaker shells aligned towards the space attribute that could quickly destabilize transphasic energy shields and Azure energy shields. The possibilities were endless. The depth and breadth of ideas clearly indicated that Xanthar had a solid idea on how to derive practical applications from his initial theoretical framework. As long as he was able to advance to the rank of journeyman Mech designer, he should quickly be able to realize the low-hanging fruit that did not take much effort to realize and establish a foothold in the Mech market. Ves did not fear that Xanthar would fail to attract a willing audience for his products. Their usefulness was as high as living Mechs. If the younger apprentice did not lie by stating that most of the effects of his EEE munitions was largely based on E-technology, and could easily be attained with the use of inexpensive hyper-materials, then he should be able to design products that offered immensely compelling value propositions. This was the key to attaining critical success at the journeyman stage. Whether Xanthar Larkinson was able to realize all of this amazing potential remained to be seen, but Vess no longer had any reason to dissuade him from pursuing his chosen ambition. "You have big dreams," Vess stated at the end. "What separates idle dreamers from innovative Mech designers, such as myself, is the ability to realize your ideas. In order to bring your fantasies to life, you must work hard and boldly tread new ground that others have not traversed. This is not always a rewarding or easy direction for Mech designers to follow, but it is one that has the potential to yield the greatest reward. I can foresee that if your EEE munitions live up to their promise, your work shall become as famous and desired as my living Mechs." The smile that bloomed on Xanthar's face was the happiest and more fulfilled one that Vess had seen from a Mech designer. "Thank you for your encouragement, teacher. I have repeatedly tested my patience and persistence these past few years. I have seen other Mech designers, such as you, your wife and Keddy's, progress by leaps and bounds, while I have still remained stuck at the initial research phase. However, now that I have gotten far enough to produce a small but positive research result, I hope that my days of working without producing any worthwhile Mech designs will soon be over." It did not matter too much if Xanthar suffered a few more setbacks during his research and remained stuck as an apprentice for 5 or 10 years. As long as he kept studying, experimenting, and trying out all kinds of strange ideas, he would continue to accumulate more data and knowledge. His theoretical framework would grow more expansive and enable him to explain a lot more phenomena than before. Vess did not really care what Xanthar planned to do next, because he was already set on the path of success. The remaining twists and turns might cause Xanthar to go off track or gain the precursor to another useful design application, but he should eventually be able to become a journeyman sooner or later. As Xanthar beamed due to receiving the personal recognition of a legendary Mech designer, Makel, on the other hand, looked a lot more nervous. Vess hoped that Makel did not appear apprehensive because his work for the past few years was much more disappointing compared to his fellow former student. "Makel," Vess addressed the other young Mech designer, "it is your turn now. Last. I checked, you were working on developing highly autonomous living Mechs. To be honest, I do not think this is an idea worth dedicating your life for, because living Mechs already have the potential to control their own Mech frames by themselves. If you insist on pursuing this line of research, you will only end up acquiring almost the same design philosophy as myself, but with a few differences that may or may not lead you astray." Makel maintained a serious expression as he nodded. "I agree with your assessment, sir, which is why I have sought to find a better argument to justify the existence of such Mechs. I won't explain the journey that I have taken and the explorations that I have made. After an extensive period of theorizing and observation, I have found one potential demand that my work may be able to satisfy, and that is immortality, life after death, to continue to fight an unfinished war." Vess looked flabbergasted. What did all of this have to do with his autonomous Mechs? "Those are high-minded words, Makel. How do they tie into your design philosophy?" The young apprentice clearly looked hesitant to share his idea. It was only until Xanthar jabbed his elbow into Makel's side that the discussion resumed. "It is like this, Patriarch. I want to design a living Mech that fuses with its Mech pilot. Well, a better way to put it is letting the living Mech absorb the Mech pilot. This way, the human will be gone, but his mind and personality will still live on inside the living Mech. With the release of your new Carmine Mechs, this service is no longer exclusive to potentates anymore." "Really? I know it sounds crazy, but I think that there is a large market for this kind of living Mech. There are many reasons why people would want to obtain the capacity to merge a human with a Mech. For example, you can save the life of a dying human by letting a living Mech proactively absorb his mind and spirit. This will enable the converted human to still live on after his first death and contribute to the survival and prosperity of his race, when he would have ordinarily disappeared from life. The converted human would also be able to accompany his descendants in the years to come, maybe even letting his children or grandchildren pilot his new body. That sounded incredibly repulsive to Vess for a moment. However, once he got over his instinctual disgust, he could actually find reasons why this might be a good idea. Vess even saw how Makel's potential design application could attain excellent synergy with Alexa Strion's living legacy Mechs. The two of them could work together to develop an entire dynasty of living Mechs, whose spiritual foundations were originally comprised of members of the same family. Of course, the consequences of turning this into reality was bound to evoke a lot of controversies. The very notion of converting a human into a non-human entity for the purposes of survival and exploitation was a definite taboo in human society. If the red humanity was not already locked in a war that it was on the verge of losing, then Makel's insane idea would never have any chance of getting accepted. As it was, the air of desperation that had spread throughout the new frontier had made many people a lot less resistant towards more extreme solutions. If Mekel dared to pursue this idea in the Milky Way, then the MTA would have cracked down on him a long time ago. It was still questionable whether the more tolerant R-Ray would allow Mekel to persist in his current aspiration. Perhaps he may only be permitted to design Mech with this special capacity under constant supervision. Wait! Vess suddenly froze as an extremely daring idea came to mind. Have you ever thought about what would happen if one of your living Mechs is able to absorb the spirit, mind, and willpower of an expert pilot or ace pilot? Makel's lips twitched. I did, but I lack the knowledge to predict what would happen or if it can even happen. My assumption is that if the willpower of the Mech pilot is too strong in proportion to the spiritual foundation of the living Mech, then the latter will never be able to absorb the former. However, if the process is able to go through, then the high-ranking Mech pilot should absolutely be able to establish himself in his new giant mechanical form. Nobody knew whether any of this was true. Such a taboo Mech sounded incredibly dangerous, but also held a lot of promise. Vess was not quite sure yet whether he was willing to support Makel's ambitions, but he had certainly found a bold research direction for himself. Chapter 65, 17 Man-Machine Conversion Process. Vess felt disturbed at the turn that Mekel Larkinson had taken with his prospective design philosophy. It was already bad enough that Mekel wanted to design autonomous living Mechs. It became even worse now that Mekel wanted to tie his machines with absorbing the souls of their own Mech pilots. Even if Mekel had the best of intentions when he devised this solution, it introduced a huge amount of ethical and legal problems. If Mekel remained in the old galaxy, then Vess had much less qualms about letting Mekel get his way. It would have been perfect, actually. The Milky Way was no longer his primary concern, and the demand for this kind of life-prolonging Mech was undoubtedly greater in a low-energy environment. The masses over there lacked easy access to life-prolonging treatments. The space peasants that deserved to be called this way had too few opportunities to acquire them and extend their lifespans. The low viability of systematic cultivation deprived original humanity of a cheap and accessible way for humans to promote their self-evolution and extend their lifespans through their own effort. Another issue that created a lot more fertile ground for Mekel's taboo Mechs was that there was a huge number of old people living in the Milky Way. The demographics of the old galaxy and new frontier diverged enormously from Cache Other. Back in the Milky Way, the last cataclysmic war that engulfed all of human space happened over 4 centuries ago. Although humans had never gotten rid of the phenomenon of war, the conflicts that broke out since the start of the Age of Mech were akin to brush fires. From a galactic perspective, humans were not at risk of driving their species closer to extinction. Many parts of the old galaxy had enjoyed peace for many generations, thereby creating room for a lot of old people who had retired from the workforce. Many of them had begun to suffer health problems and did not have any expectations of finding relief or extend their lifespans. Not all of them were resigned to their fates. There should definitely be a considerable proportion of old fogies that would do everything to transfer their minds and spiritualities to living mechs. Compared to the alternatives available to these poor and forgotten folk, becoming a living mech and permanently getting rid of the frailty and other weaknesses of their failing mortal bodies was more than worth the price. All of these factors, and more clearly made Makel's proposed design philosophy a lot more useful in the Milky Way. It would have been great if Makel got left behind if that was the case. His journey to realize his design philosophy would have remained difficult, but his chances of winning over a huge amount of buyers should also be immense. Alas, Vess and Makel had to work with what they got. Red Humanity's demographics obviously leaned towards the younger end. When the Greater Beyonder gates first opened up, the ones that were willing and able to enter the new dwarf galaxy largely comprised of rich and highly skilled people that sought to build new lives in the new frontier. Old people had little business with the red ocean. Their lives were already set once their bodies started to deteriorate due to their advanced ages. How could they possibly pay back the money needed to earn a quota for passage to the new frontier? Few pioneers and colonists wanted to bring dead weight to the red ocean. They mainly sought young to middle-aged professionals who could form the bedrock of entirely new states and contribute to its development for many decades. As such, the proportion of people who were actually old in the red ocean was distressingly little. Very few people grappled with the onset of ailments that caused their bodies to age and decay during their twilight years. The demand for Makel's mechs would therefore become a lot more limited. Perhaps there were a lot of injured veterans from the Red War that were unable to obtain proper treatment and were currently suffering. However, it was rather questionable whether the Red Association would even permit for Makel to sell his living mechs to these desperate customers. The taboo mechs crossed way too many bottom lines. The negative impact on the mech industry would be significant as people would permanently change their opinions on mech designers, and not for the better. Vess sighed multiple times as he ran his fingers through his hair. "All right, Makel. You have presented your case, or at least the beginnings of it. I would like to answer a few questions for you. Is that all right?" The nervous but still optimistic apprentice mech designer nodded. "Ask away. First, how do you name your brand of living mechs? What do you call the process that in Theoru should be able to allow Neonla to live in another form?" "The keyword is conversion," Makel stated with considerably greater conviction than before. "For now, I refer to my works as living conversion mechs. The process that enables the living mech to absorb the minds and spirits of their mech pilots and allows them to take root inside their new metallic shells should be called the man-machine conversion process." Conversion. This would probably turn into the core attribute of Makel's domain if he was able to progress his design philosophy a lot further. It was a sophisticated word, but when used in this context, it sounded like a euphemism to a much more macabre ritual. "Are you aware of how much the Red Association and a lot of other squeamish leaders will react towards your so-called living conversion mechs?" Vess asked. Makel's eyes shone with optimistic anticipation. He even began to grin in a manner that reminded Vess of himself whenever he gained inspiration. "I am more than clear about the obstacles that I might face in society, sir. Regardless, just as how you managed to convince the public to embrace your living mechs on a wide scale, I should be able to build a case for my conversion mechs as well. I just need to highlight the benefits and find enough early adopters who can transform their lives for the better after conducting the man-machine conversion process. Once we have built up enough word of mouth about the amazing benefits of my products, demand will grow organically, as there are always people out there who have strong reasons to abandon their weak and tiny human bodies for well-engineered war machines made out of damage-resistant alloys." Makel's plan sounded far too simplistic, but the underlying logic was still valid. He could indeed build up a case for his living conversion mechs by letting the people who needed them the most make use of them first. The Red Association would probably adopt a wait-and-see attitude and observe whether Makel's living conversion, Mech, truly allowed humans to live in a completely different form. What happened next heavily depended on a lot of different factors, such as the state of the Red War, or the policies favored by the Mechers who gained the right to pass judgment on Makel's works. No matter what, Makel's subsequent path ahead was bound to be filled with thorns. As his former teacher, Vess felt an obligation to check whether Makel had invested his time in the right research direction. He could never allow this overly ambitious apprentice to ruin the lives of many Mech pilots due to preventable oversights. Have you been able to design and fabricate a working version of a living conversion Mech? Makel's expression faltered a little. Design, yes, fabricate, not so much. What's the matter? The apprentice Mech designer called up his Mech design and transferred the files over. Vess immediately began to examine the Mech design. He recognized a lot of aspects of his own living Mechs in Makel's work. However, Makel had made a conscious effort to develop his own design style by making his machines more human-like, as if to more closely mirror the human form. There was an almost organic quality to the Mech design due to all of the unnecessary curves and articulation in the design. All of it added to a certain weight that was meant to support a life-changing ritual. Yes, ritual. Vess was surprised to note that Makel had actually based his core design application on the mysticism of rituals. It looked as if he managed to get his hands on a few scattered cultivation science books related to rituals. He subsequently proceeded to cobble one together that was meant to transcend a human by adopting a superior metal form. There were plenty of parts about this entire ritual that felt dodgy, unrefined, and downright unreliable. However, Vess appreciated the ingenuity and hard work that Makel had put into its development. The apprentice Mech designer had invested his passion and love for Mech design into the conversion ritual. He managed to overcome many difficult obstacles and figure out new mechanisms that could not be found in the records he had access to. No matter whether it worked or not, Makel had undoubtedly grown as a Mech designer by engaging in an earnest form of invention. Yet just because Makel acted in a manner befitting an ambitious Mech designer did not necessarily mean his Mech design deserved to be realized. "This experimental Mech design of yours is too immature," Vess said without bothering to hide his disappointment. "I can sort of understand what you have done and what you are going for, but this Mech design is like a ladder made out of random sticks that you picked up outside of Diandi Base. Some sticks are thick and solid enough to support the weight of a person, but there are others that are far too thin and fragile to be relied upon. Do you understand what I am saying?" "I do," Makel said as he knew his own work best. "I have done a good job in designing some parts of my experimental Mech, but I have not done so for other aspects. This is not acceptable in my case, as the success of my living conversion Mech is not determined by the average quality and reliability of all of its parts, but the properties of its weakest components and systems. If there is one aspect about the man-machine conversion process that is poorly designed and highly prone to failure, my experimental Mech can never be safely utilized." Vess grimly nodded. As a responsible Mech designer, he could never allow Makel to go through with fabricating this experimental Mech. It did not deserve to be realized. There was little point in arranging a testing session where Vess arranged a condemned criminal that could serve as the guinea pig for the unverified man-machine conversion process. Makel's Mech design needed to be straightened out first before overly ambitious apprentice earned the right to bring up the topic of human experimentation. He knew that as well, so Makel never dared to express an intent to fabricate his flawed Mech design. Vess now faced a difficult decision. Did Makel deserve to be praised for his innovation and be encouraged to continue his problematic research direction? Or did Makel have to be admonished for violating too many taboos and straying too far away from the fundamental purpose of Mechs? Vess did not want to force Makel to throw away years of earnest research. Even if the young apprentice was able to salvage his accumulation thus far and reorient himself by switching to a less controversial design philosophy, there would still be a lot of waste. Yet, Makel knew what he was doing. He played with fire with the awareness that he could get burned at any time. Mech designers needed to account for their own design choices and career choices. An inability to cope with the consequences of their own choices would ultimately impede their growth and prevent them from making further progress, especially in the later ranks. How should Vess respond to this situation? Chapter 65, 18 This Kid. When Vess thought about rebuking Makel for violating a lot of taboos and developing a ritual that had a high chance of killing the Mech pilots of his own product, he couldn't summon the motivation to commit to this choice. As principled as a Mech designer he may be, he felt like a hypocrite if he accused Makel for committing misdeeds that Vess already committed. Had Makel gone astray? Not necessarily, at least by the standards of Vess. The more rigid adherence to the rules and regulations imposed by the Red Association may harbor very different opinions about Makel's work, but Vess appreciated his bold attempt to develop the man-machine conversion process. Even if it entailed a lot of potential dangers to the Mech pilots that might become exposed to it, Makel's intentions still remained noble. He never meant his potential customers any harm, and genuinely sought to better their lives by providing them an alternate way to live. Mech designers were ultimately service providers. They designed Mechs to solve the problems of the Mech pilots that they pledged to serve. Most people tended to interpret this principle with limited notions on how Mech designers should better the lives of Mech pilots. Vess preferred to adopt a much more expanded approach to solving problems. He did not hesitate to venture into other fields and fulfill needs that no one expected from a Mech. Looking at Makel was looking at a younger and less fortunate version of himself. In his struggle to design and popularize his living Mechs, Vess had borrowed a lot of conveniences from the Mech designer system. While Makel had likewise benefited a lot from the benefits and infrastructure of the Larkinson clan, these advantages paled in comparison to the ones available in the system. It was pretty admirable that Makel managed to get this far given his circumstances. He never lost his heart and continued to commit his heart and soul into his chosen research direction, despite how many people would object to his taboo conversion process. Could Vess bring himself to crush Makel's earnest dream? No. Did that mean that Vess should just smile, pat Makel on the head, and encourage him to continue his illegal research? Not necessarily. After a bit of thought, Vess eventually realized the fundamental reason why he struggled to find a resolution to this case. He felt he did not possess the right to judge Makel. What Makel had done went beyond the jurisdiction of a teacher. Only one authority had the right to pass judgment on Makel and his work on living conversion Mechs. Vess briefly struggled with his decision before he ultimately chose to go through with what came up in his mind. He decided to pass the buck. Makel, he spoke up in a voice that conveyed the seriousness of this moment. Before I say anything else, I applaud your initiative and your courage. You have chosen to stray off the beaten path and find a unique direction to develop your Mechs towards. You have made an inspired decision by trying to develop a radically new design application for living Mechs that I haven't even thought of. I know how difficult it is to pioneer a new field, but there is always a price to pay for making unconventional decisions. In your case, the legal and ethical implications of your work is too great for me to handle. I have no choice but to turn to the Red Association to figure out what to do with your research. The apprentice Mech designer looked afraid. Makel knew very well that his work would not be met with approval of most Mech designers, especially the ones that represented the authority of the Red Association. The Mechers were the managers, caretakers as well as the enforcers of the expansive Mech community. Their persistent efforts ensured the rise and prosperity of a reliable Mech industry and a huge Mech market. One of the reasons why the MTA and the RA were able to keep Mech ascendant for so long was because they always applied the rules fairly, at least on the surface. The Mechers understood extremely well that for Mech to maintain its dominant place in society, every industry and market process needed to be handled fairly and without bias. This was bad news for Makel. If the R-Ray stuck to the letter of its laws, it would definitely prohibit living conversion Mechs without a doubt and sanction their creator at the same time. Vess gave the apprentice an encouraging smile. "Relax, Makel. There are certainly problematic elements in your case, but none of it is serious enough for the Mechers to treat you as a criminal. At most, they will label you as a scientist that has pushed too special about it. Besides, one of the main reasons why I want to call in the R-Ray is because I think the transhumanist faction will take an elevated interest in your work. Instead of remaining uncertain whether the sword of Damocles will fall onto you, it is better to proactively pick the smallest possible knife and drop it onto your own neck. I'm sorry, that was a bad analogy. I will call one of my pals over. If he is not preoccupied with anything, he should be arriving fairly quickly." Fortunately, it did not take too long for the Mecher in question to arrive. Since the Red Association had recently upgraded the anti-teleportation defenses of Diandi Base, the invited guest was not able to arrive directly in the office. He had to teleport at a designated area outside and pass through multiple entrances before arriving at the design lab. Soon enough, Professor Vector Loban arrived in the office. "I assume you are already aware of our discussion and what I am expecting from you, right?" The other senior Mech designer nodded. "I am. You have made the right choice, Vess. We would have come to Makel sooner or later, but it is better that you have brought me in on your own initiative. Just to be certain, are you willing to transfer responsibility over deciding what must be done with Mr. Makel Larkinson and his design work to the Red Association?" "I am willing," Vess confirmed. "What about you, Makel?" The young Mech designer helplessly shrugged. "Do I have a choice?" "Hello, Makel." The new arrival approached the apprentice and offered his hand. "You may have already heard of me or seen me visit Vess a number of times, but let me introduce myself properly to you. I am Professor Vector Loban, a biomech designer and an esteemed member of the R-Ray transhumanist faction. I am attached to the Blue Jay fleet to serve as a direct liaison between your patriarch and my faction. Well met, Professor." Vector smiled wider. "There is no reason for you to feel concerned. Your work, while flagrantly violating a number of the rules that our association has set, has remained entirely theoretical and imaginary thus far. You have invested much of your love and effort into developing a radical new solution that can potentially save the lives of many people. I can understand your eagerness to bring it into reality. You have had opportunities to fabricate experimental mechs and test your highly unreliable man-machine conversion process many times, but you have exhibited satisfactory self-control. These are qualities that we greatly appreciate in a mech designer. You have demonstrated the courage of a mech designer that is not content with being average, but also exhibited the caution that is necessary to avoid accidents that can prematurely end your career." Makel Larkinson quickly grew relieved. The praise even inflated his pride and satisfaction over his work. He had lost much of his apprehension towards the R-Ray and no longer maintained much wariness towards Vector anymore. What a sublime example of manipulation. Professor Vector Loban continued to maintain a refined but relatively gentle bearing. It was the posture of a Mecher engaging in friendly conversation with a humble space peasant. "Now, you are not in trouble, but we are not entirely certain how to handle your case. I will need to interview you and examine your research in much more extensive detail before I am capable of making a decision that will directly affect your future as a mech designer. Vess." "Yes, I need to bring Mr. Makel to another office so that we can talk in depth with each other. I estimate it will take 2 hours to conclude our discussion." Vess waved his hand. "Go ahead. Take all the time you need, Vector. As for you, Makel, cooperate with my friend as best you can, Be completely truthful and transparent even if you have to share our clan's trade secrets with him. If you truly care about your research direction, then do your best. This is your chance to pursue your passion. The young Makel nodded in understanding and stood up without any further words. He proceeded to follow Professor Vector out of the office so that they could enter another room. Will Makel be all right? Xanthar cautiously asked. Vess smiled back. Definitely. As the transhumanist had said, Makel's work only exists in a bunch of electronic files. The Mechers have always made a strong distinction between fantasy and reality. Anyway, now that this is over for the time being, I suggest you go back and put your time to good use. Once Vector and Makel are done, you can come back to hear the R-Ray's verdict. Okay, teacher. 2 hours and 13 minutes went by fairly quickly. The two Mech designers emerged back out with different expressions. Professor Vector looked as if he was a cat who got the canary, while Makel appeared both confused and maniacally happy. Vess and Xanthar immediately returned to the main office so that they could all hear what was to become of Makel. The transhumanist did not drag out his verdict. After an informative and illuminating discussion with Mr. Makel here, I have conferred with a number of colleagues over at the transhumanist faction. We soon came to a consensus on how we should respond to this affair. What is your verdict? Vess asked as he tried to hold in his impatience. We have extended a formal invitation to Makel Larkinson of the Larkinson clan to join the Red Association, naturally under the auspices of the transhumanist faction. What? Vess reacted with shock. He had guessed the transhumanists would be lenient towards Makel because his work partially aligned with the goals and ideology of their faction, but to outright invite him to become one of their own was much more amazing. Xanthar also looked shocked at his fellow Larkinson Mech designer. He never imagined that Makel had gone as far as to impress the Mechers to such an extent. Congratulations, Makel. Vess genuinely felt happy for him. You have managed to gain the best kind of appreciation of the greatest Mech authority in our civilization. Once you join the transhumanists and gain their extensive support, your research will be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Designing and fabricating a truly safe and reliable living conversion Mech has become a lot more viable once you are able to gain the support of the R-Ray. Makel thrust his palm out further before Vess could continue to speak. Teacher, you are mistaken. I rejected the invitation. Rather than join the Red Association and work with complete strangers, I prefer to stay in the Larkinson clan and collaborate with my fellow clansmen. Almost nothing makes me happy than to design Mechs with many other Larkinsons by my side. I won't have all of that if I transfer to the Red Association. This kid. Vess became speechless for another time. Every time he thought he figured Makel out, this confounding clansman unveiled another surprise. Why the hell did he reject the holy land of Mech design in favor of remaining in the much smaller and vastly more limited Larkinson clan? Chapter 65, 19 Choose Your Future. Both Vess and Xanthar grew stunned when they heard that Makel not only received a direct invitation to join the Red Association, but actually rejected it outright. It did not look as if Makel put much thought behind his reaction. He straightforwardly snubbed Professor Vector Loban, paying no heed to how his response might offend the Mechers. No way, Xanthar struggled to keep up with this development. Did you really say no to the R-Ray? I did. I know what I want. I did not work so long as an apprentice Mech designer and received the care of Vess and his clan just to abandon them at the first possible opportunity. Makel reasoned with a surprising degree of rationality. I wanted my living conversion Mechs to serve my fellow Larkinsons first and foremost. I want to save their lives by having their machines absorb their pilots from the moment the latter is on the verge of death due to imminent cockpit breaches. I wanted to design my Mechs for the Larkinsons who took care of me and helped me rise up from an ordinary third-rater all the way up to this point. Your loyalty and dedication to my clan is admirable, but you don't have to stick around, you know. Vess complimented Makel. However, there are instances where leaving the clan is expected and sometimes even encouraged. If the Mechers truly want to employ you, then there are likely more reasons in favor than against. That is not the case for me, Makel stubbornly replied. Leaving the Larkinson clan is an unacceptable demand to me. I am a Larkinson and have always dreamt of serving our clan. I want nothing more than to be like all of our other brothers and sisters and do my part in helping each other get better. Now that I am on the cusp of being able to seriously pay back the clan for everything I have gained from everyone, I do not want to end up feeling like a traitor for the rest of my life for running off to the R-Ray at this time. Ugh, the Larkinson clan had been a little too successful in indoctrinating its members. This should normally be an advantage to Vess and the clan, but this time was the opposite. Vess couldn't believe how Makel made such a politically inept decision due to his blind loyalty to the clan. Even when Vess made it clear that he was willing to give Makel a rare exemption and bless his entry into the R-Ray, the stupid kid still insisted on snubbing the Red Association. Makel, I do not think you understand the full implications of your decision, Vess growled in frustration. What Professor Vector is offering you is not just a place among the Mechers. He is also giving you an opportunity to commit to your current design philosophy and allow you to further your ongoing research with the permission and active support of the transhumanist faction. Do you understand what I am saying? You won't be allowed to do anything related to living conversion mechs if you insist on staying in our clan. I know, but can't I have it both ways? I don't want to leave the Larkinson clan just to continue my existing work. Makel sounded a lot more torn and frustrated at this time. Can't you ask for an exemption from the Mechers? Vess shook his head. Maybe I can, but I am unwilling to trade my social capital for this favor. Even if I secure this pricey favor from the Mechers, it still won't benefit you all that much. Look at us. We can't support the ambitious research that you must embark upon if you want to help people transform into actual mechs. Only when you join the R-Ray and work together with the researchers of the transhumanist faction will you gain access to the best research facilities. Extensive access to their internal library and receive all of the human test subjects that you need. I don't need so many luxury benefits in order to conduct my research. Trust me, you do. This is not a matter that you can afford to take lightly, especially since your work puts actual human lives at risk. Look, the most important advantage to working for the Mechers is not the material benefits. The most essential advantage that is relevant to you is that you can get away with doing stuff that would get other mech designers arrested. The members of the Red Association are the arbiters of the laws governing the mech industry. That means that they govern their subjects harshly, but also gain the ability to apply a more lenient set of rules to each other. As long as you work under proper supervision, the Mechers will give you enough leeway to explore and flesh out your man-machine conversion process to the fullest. Although Makel was a fanatically loyal Larkinson, he was also a passionate apprentice mech designer. At this moment, these two identities came into conflict with each other. This was the reason why Makel experienced a duality of immense emotions. Your patriarch is completely correct, Mr. Makel, Professor Vector said. We will not force you to join the Red Association, but there are consequences to every decision. I can promise you that if you join and work under the transhumanist faction, we will do what we can to enable your current line of research. If you choose to maintain your membership of the Larkinson clan, then we cannot allow you to persist in your dangerous and illegal research on living conversion mechs. While Vess and Vector belonged to different organizations, they were totally united in their cause at this time. Both of them were mech designers who only wanted what was best for Makel. Vess let out a dramatic sigh. You cannot have your cake and eat it too, as a Larkinson. I would love for you to stay, but I don't think you will be very useful to us if you do. As a mech designer, I would much prefer it if you do what is best for your career and the future of the mech community as a whole, and join the one organization that can help you realize your ambitious vision. The kid's defenses finally began to crumble. Choose your future, Makel. Vector pressured the young apprentice. What do you desire more? Would you like to remain a Larkinson and lose what may very well be your only chance of becoming as great as Vess? Or would you like to become a part of our massive association and enter an entirely new world of Mech design? Makel clenched his fists and lowered his head. If I do as you say and accept the invitation, will I still be able to remain at least a nominal member of the Larkinson clan? Vector stared down at Makel with a serious expression. You are far from the first scion of a powerful clan, family, or dynasty that has asked this question. The short answer is no. You cannot maintain your existing oaths and contracts with the Larkinson clan. You need to make a clean break with the past and dedicate yourself to the mission of the Red Association. From the moment you become a Mecher, you no longer exclusively serve the Larkinsons. You will become a servant of Red humanity as a whole. That means that you can still help your former clansmen, but you cannot put them ahead of other humans. You can never be permitted to maintain double loyalties. Have I clarified your doubts, Makel? I understand, Professor. I guess it is nothing less than what the Larkinson clan demands of its own recruits. One of the necessary steps that you will have to take if you want to join our association is to sever your bond with the Larkinson network. We have been working hard to set up our own kinship network. This is the best means for you to start the next phase of your life and integrate with your fellow Mechers. The mention of getting cut off from the Larkinson clan caused Makel a lot of distress. He looked as if Vector had just punched him in the stomach. Leaving the clan he cared so much about, and bidding farewell to all of the Larkinsons that he lived and worked alongside with for so many years, was an emotionally difficult turning point. Yet Makel knew that this was the only way for him to be able to pursue his dream to the fullest. Only by working within the structure of the greatest Mech authority of the Red Association would he be able to design living conversion Mechs that could turn into lifesavers for many people. I will do it if I must. The two grown Mech designers bumped fists with each other. Vess smiled as he witnessed this moment of intimacy. Although it took a bit of browbeating, Vess and Vector finally convinced Makel to make the best possible decision for his career. This was a satisfactory conclusion to this affair. From now on, any violations committed by Makel Larkinson was none of Vess' business. The transhumanist faction agreed to take over all responsibility for his works and actions. Of course, that also meant that the transhumanists stood to harvest the most gains from Makel's works, but that was exactly why they took a shine on the young apprentice. The only thing about this development that Vess found regretful was that Makel and Xanthar would be going their separate ways. Both of them still retained the honor of being his former students, but their progress would probably diverge a lot from today onwards. How exciting. Chapter 65-20 The Crumbling Monopoly. You gave him up too easily. Hihihihi. Meow meow. Meow. After returning from the design lab and enjoying supper, Vess and his immediate family enjoyed a bit of quality time in the living room. While Aurelia and Mervain sat on the ground in order to play a virtual board game with Lucky and Clixie, Andrast had wormed her way onto Vess' lap and cuddled up against his chest. I want another kiss. Vess grinned and leaned down to plant another kiss on her forehead. Another one, Papa. That's more than enough for you, young lady. Oh. Vess playfully pulled Andrast's adorable cheek, causing the girl to grow even fussier. Ma. A black-haired companion spirit angrily jumped out of Andrast's head and began to whack at Vess. Emro, tilde. However, a fluffy purple-haired cat jumped out of Vess' own head and tackled the younger and smaller companion spirit. Blinky proceeded to give Yeka an impromptu bath. Stop it, Papa. My companion spirit doesn't even get dirty. She doesn't need to get licked. Doesn't matter. Blinky can give Yeka a bath anytime he wants because he is stronger. If Yeka doesn't want it, then she can come and beat him in a fight. Might makes right. Are you listening, Vess? An annoyed Gloriana burst out as she felt neglected while sitting on a luxurious club chair. I am, Vess nonchalantly replied even as he began to tickle his adorable 8-year-old daughter. As tough as she liked to present herself to be, Andrast was still a kid at heart. Hee, it tickles. I know what you are trying to say, Vess said as he continued to multitask. Makel has grown into an asset. He is one of the few Mech designers who has learned how to design a living Mech, and his research direction holds a lot of value to the transhumanists who have always been working on achieving transcendence by shedding their mortal human frailties. Since you are cognizant of all of that, why did you not demand any concessions from the Red Association? You practically let the transhumanist faction poach Makel from our clan for free. Vess smirked as he gazed in her direction. Is that what you think? I can assure you that this is not the case. His wife clearly looked skeptical. Oh, then explain it to me. How does the wily and insightful devil tongue interpret this transaction? When Vess no longer tickled his daughter, Andrast took the initiative to turn around and pound at her father with her little fists. You're so mean, Papa. Vess just ignored her blows and continued to plant kisses on his little girl's head. He loved his daughter so much. First, we need to establish that Makel likely does not hold much value to our clan, he began to explain. We do not have the authority, the resources, and the facilities to fully support the development of his design philosophy. While his man-machine conversion process may be useful to the Larkinsons, it is not worth bothering if Makel is not permitted to test it in reality. He could always switch to an alternative and more acceptable design philosophy, Gloriana suggested. Makel is a talent that may take a bit more work to realize his potential, but that does not diminish his value too much. I believe you are underselling his worth. Even if your assessment is accurate, there are still opportunity costs, Gloriana. Makel has worked on his living legacy Mechs for a number of years now. If we tell him to set aside this effort and start over with another research direction, he will not only be forced to spend years on exploring a different design philosophy, but also get demoralized at the same time. He will remain stuck as an apprentice Mech designer for at least several more years, thereby causing him to squander a significant chunk of his golden years. Age is no longer as scarce and precious as before now that systematic cultivation is able to extend everyone's lifespans. Vess shook his head in disagreement. Time is always precious. Do you want Makel to remain stuck as an apprentice even as the two of us become masters one day? Now that Makel has progressed to the point where he is almost ready to advance, it is incredibly wasteful to have him start over. It is for his own good that he switches over to the Red Association. That is what I am questioning, Vess. I do not deny that it is better for Makel to continue to develop his current design philosophy in an organization that can enable him, but is it best for our clan that he leaves? That is why I am in doubt of your decision. It feels to me that you have given away a treasure for a pittance. Not a pittance, Vess retorted. The relationship between me and the Red Association is complex and multifaceted. The same goes for my relationship with the transhumanist faction in particular. I have helped the Mechers a lot, and they have helped me in return. It is impossible to quantify and itemize each and every favor that we have traded to each other. However, what matters is that we always treat each other fairly. If passing Makel onto the transhumanists has put me at a disadvantage, then they will figure out a way to compensate me and bring our relationship back to an equilibrium. I would do the same if the situation was reversed. Gloriana crossed her arms and frowned. That is a relationship based on actual trust and friendship. I am highly doubtful that you actually trust the Red Association to this extent. Haven't you always maintained a considerable degree of skepticism towards the Mechers? Where is the Vess that sought to maintain his distance from association? That Vess is still here, but he has evolved, he asserted. I hate to say it, but now that I have gained more experience in politics, I have learned that I cannot rely on crude and simplistic methods anymore. There is an art to politicking and relationship management. I cannot afford to become estranged or alienated from the Red Association at this junction. It is better to keep our relations warm and active by taking the initiative to send gifts every now and then. This will also encourage the Mechers to extend favors to us in return. A Larkinson Mech designer who has learned how to design living Mechs from the father of Carmine, Mech himself, is more than an ordinary gift. Gloriana spoke through grinding teeth. Do you understand the implications of this action? You have long dominated the Mech market and forced the Mechers to collaborate with you because you held a monopoly on designing living Mechs. Your Carmine Mechs are especially highly desired, yet because you are the only Mech designer who can develop them. The R-Ray did not hesitate to strengthen the defenses of Diandi Base, as well as upgrade the Mechs and warships of the Blue Jay fleet just to keep you safe. So, now that the transhumanists have gained a living Mech designer of their own, you are no longer unique anymore. My monopoly on living Mechs was never going to last, Gloriana. I already taught people such as Alexa, a bunch of other low-ranking Mech designers in the design department, and my students over at the Eden Institute how to design living Mechs. The R-Ray was probably waiting to recruit one of the latter any day. Now Makel is a better choice, as he is much further ahead than others. That makes this situation even worse. The Red Association has to spend less time and effort to upgrade Makel's augmentations and have him undergo accelerated training and learning to bring him up to standard. Once he is ready, he will soon begin to design all manner of exclusive living Mechs for the Red Association. He may even be able to design his own Carmine Mechs now that you have submitted the complete Mech designs of the Yellow Jacket line to the Mechers. Your monopoly will be much sooner than we originally anticipated. To put this in your own crude language, handing Makel over to the R-Ray is no different from punching yourself in the face. That is a bit overblown, honey. Andrast. Gloriana spoke with a sharp and commanding tone. Yes, Mama. The little girl turned her head and blinked at her mother with her adorable eyes. Please punch your father in the face. Do so as many times as you want. Yay. The red-headed girl eagerly did as instructed. She fearlessly began to throw punches at her father's face, even though she failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Vess was not amused, though. He took hold of her body and turned her around so that she laid on her lap. He then proceeded to swat her in her behind a few times. Bad girl, what did I tell you about blindly listening to your mother? Not every order she gives is a good idea. Think before you act. Wah. Andrast grew embarrassed to the point she jumped away from her father and ran over to her mother. Gloriana smiled lovingly at her second daughter as she embraced her child. She soothed Andrast. Oh, dear, your father is so mean, right? The mother said as she gently planted kisses on the growing girl's head. Andrast eagerly nodded her head. He is a meanie. Vess rolled his eyes. His wife and children were far too prone to theatrics. Ahem. While I admit that your words are not entirely without merit, there is a difference between letting the R-Ray wait longer to hire an inferior Mech designer that can barely put a living Mech together and taking the initiative to hand the Mechers a superior alternative. We don't owe the association anything in the former case, but we can expect to gain a hefty gift in return in the latter case. If I am on track to lose my monopoly on living Mechs, then I want to do so on my terms. Besides, there are other benefits to letting Makel into the transhumanist faction. What benefits are you talking about? Well, this is sort of like an arranged marriage in that we have established a more enduring relationship with the transhumanists, Vess replied. We have almost become like family now. Even if Makel is obligated to put the interests of the Red Association ahead of everything else, all of the love and attachment he has built up for the Larkinson clan hasn't disappeared overnight. His growing value as a Mech designer means that his opinions will become increasingly more respected. He can give our clan a lot of subtle help by advocating for policies in favor of us. He may defend us against detractors inside the R-Ray that we may not even know of, and he may also speed up the adoption of living Mechs among the powerful Mech forces under the association. Whether Makel still remained loyal to the Larkinson clan or not, he would definitely engage in different forms of advocacy once he joined the ranks of the Red Association. Gloriana finally began to look a little more convinced. Perhaps she was not willing to concede this fight against Vess, but she did not completely discount his arguments. You should have worked harder to keep Makel and negotiate exemptions for him to continue his research on living legacy Mechs in the clan. Do not lie to me and tell me that is impossible. Your relationship with the transhumanists should already be good enough to request such favors. That's not a good idea. Vess shook his head. There is another reason why I was a little eager to send Makel away. I recognize parts of myself within him. I recognize that he shares the same hunger and drive to stand out from the crowd, which encourages him to push the limits of what is possible or permissible. This is not necessarily good. If Makel has taken after me in these specific ways, then he is a disaster in the making. I don't want to keep this ticking time bomb around so that it blows up our entire clan one day. Now that I have transferred him over to the transhumanists, it has become their problem, so we are not culpable for any damage Makel does in the future. His wife's expression flattened. Are you serious? You eagerly sent Makel away because you think our clan cannot accommodate two controversial troublemakers with low impulse control, despite the fact that they also have the potential to become one of the most brilliant and innovative Mech designers our industry has ever seen. I suppose you are correct. You idiot. Chapter 65, 21 Killing Efficiency. While Gloriana still did not agree with sending Makel to the Red Association, the deed had already been done, so her opinion was irrelevant. After Vess endured her admonishments, they moved on and went back to work. In the next few days, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. The most interesting event that happened was Vess briefly meeting with Commodore Zonrad Rizet in order to secure the RF's cooperation in the development of the Instrument of Doom. Your request is not that easy to meet, Vess, the fleeter told Vess during a brief personal meeting. It is 10 times easier to arrange a collaboration between our weapon engineers and your design department if you did not set any demands regarding the selection of materials. Insisting that we use EE-343F00334R as a core material for the luminar crystal cannon of your high-ranking ranged Mech completely changes the nature of your demand. How so? Vess curiously asked. There are only a small number of naval engineers and material scientists that possess the knowledge and security classifications to work with this experimental alloy. The work that they do for the Red Fleet is absolutely crucial. Assigning them to work on a project that bears no direct relation to our organization will cause delays in other important projects. Newer generations of warships that are armed with superior technologies will enter the battlefield later than expected, causing all of Red humanity to suffer significant losses. Do you truly believe that this price is worth the gains you stand to make if we help you develop this overpowered Mech cannon of yours? When the Commodore put it this way, Vess felt a lot more reluctant than before to persist in his request. However, Vess did not let Sigrun's attempt to guilt-trip him succeed. What you just said is way too abstract and unrelated to my decisions, Commodore. I don't believe that the schedules of your RF are so tight and inflexible that delays in one area causes a cascade of delays in other areas. That just sounds stupid and completely unbecoming of a superorganiation as great as the RF. Also, I am confident that the Instrument of Doom empowered by this superclass alloy can provide greater value on the battlefield than a dozen of your latest warships. Friend or not, Sigrun could not allow Vess to trample on the dignity of the Red Fleet so easily. That is an exceedingly bold claim. Vess, do you have any proof to back up your outrageous assertions? Not per se, but think about it. You should already possess details of what EE-343F00334R can do. When you combine its properties with one of the most powerful energy cannons that a high-tier expert Mech or ace Mech can wield, you get a compact weapon that might not necessarily be able to match the raw damage output of a sizable warship, but is much more effective at killing key targets. By that I mean phase lords. For all of your vaunted tech and warships, the Red Fleet has always struggled to kill phase lords. I have read the statistics. Out of every force out there, the RF is one of the forces that are least capable of landing the killing blow on enemy phase leaders. Mechs do not actually perform better, the RF flag officer quickly retorted. Their individual success rates are actually significantly lower. They only achieve better results because there are many more Mech forces than naval warfleets, and every individual Mech force can easily field thousands to hundreds of thousands of Mechs on a single battlefield. Vess wanted to smack his palm on his face. That is a deceptive comparison, and irrelevant to boot. Both Mechs and warships suck at killing phase lords because they are too weak or clumsy to land effective killing blows onto phase lords. However, there is a glaring exception to these statistics, and they are ace Mechs. Although it is still difficult for any ace Mech to kill a phase lord, they are responsible for harvesting the lives of most native gods during the Red Tide offensive. Their efficiency is much higher than other combat assets, no matter whether you treat them individually or as a whole. As much as Commodore Rizet wanted to argue back against Vess, he could not contradict hard numbers. I am aware of what you are referring to, Commander Rizet said. There are still differences between ace Mechs. Do you truly think that venerable Davia Stark, who is merely a high-tier expert pilot at the moment, can use the proposed instrument of doom to attain the same degree of killing efficiency against phase lords as the likes of the Gamer, the Messenger of Silence, and the Fleet's Heart? The mention of the latter caused Vess to grow amused. Both the Mechers and the Fleeters shared a love-hate relationship with the controversial ace pilot. It couldn't be helped, as the Fleet's Heart became infamous for being an ace Mech commander who loved commanding warships in battle. He was incredibly effective in large-scale battles that erupted frequently during the Red Tide offensive, but neither the Mechers nor Fleeters dared to take pride in his accomplishments. The very existence of the Fleet's Heart had become a taboo of sorts to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. They had learned that it was better for them to remain silent and pretend very hard that he did not exist. If not for the fact that the Fleet's Heart was able to use the combined advantages of his ace Mech's sniper rifle and the interdiction capabilities of his subordinate warships to entrap and kill his fair share of phase lords, he wouldn't have become so much more famous in the past half-year. However, this conversation did not center around this eccentric ace pilot. Vess quickly reoriented his thoughts. I do think that Davia Stark has the potential to kill a phase lord, Vess boldly claimed. Granted, she probably has to advance to the rank of ace pilot first in order to gain the capability to do so on a regular basis, but you know what she is like. Davia Stark and her Amaranto have the highest single-target killing power out of all of the champions in our clan. Arming her with a Luminar crystal cannon that possesses both extremely high firepower and exceptional penetration power can definitely be employed as a killer weapon against phase lords. In order to guarantee the latter, the use of EE-343F00334R or an equivalent material is essential. An ace Mech can make much better use of the quantity that I have left in my vault than any warship. Commander Rizet frowned, but did not refute this argument. This was one of the greatest advantages of high-ranking Mechs. They borrowed the power of true resonance to dramatically increase the properties of every material and component, allowing them to increase their performance by 1 or even 2 orders of magnitude. That is a yield that could never be attained by conventional warships. The only vessel that came close was the Dominion of Man, but she was a unique Carmine dreadnought that was currently lost with Bridgehead 1. Okay, you have convinced me, Vess. I will take this up with Admiral Mealy, who will likely make the final decision on whether to assign the necessary scientists and engineers to cooperate with you on the development of an EE-343F00334 RM-powered Mech energy cannon. I hope that you are aware that you are granting exceedingly extravagant treatment to a single expert pilot. The amount of firepower that will eventually fall into her hands can easily be used to breach the hulls of warships and possibly annihilate other ace mechs with a single attack. Vess only grinned after hearing that. Good. This is exactly the kind of exaggerated firepower we need to turn the tables against those huge and massive phase lords. I have fought against them in person, so I know exactly how frustratingly difficult it is to overcome their defenses and inflict telling blows against them. The new and improved instrument of doom should give my clan the capital to single-handedly deter enemy phase lords from attacking a strategic location. This will ultimately benefit Red humanity a lot more. Whether that was true remained to be seen. They ended the meeting after Commodore Rizet promised to get back a definite answer within a week. Meanwhile, Vess met with Vector again in order to catch up with a few recent developments. How is Makel doing? He is still in transit to Yernstal, where he will formally be inducted into the Red Association. The transhumanist replied, "He is a low-ranking mech designer of great interest to us, so I can assure you that he will receive the corresponding treatment. Those of us who are aware of his potential and inclinations have provisionally designated him as a talent that is worth developing. This effectively means that he will receive similar treatment that Jovi and I have received." Vess looked impressed. The Mechers tended to provide excellent treatment to young but talented mech designers. Makel would definitely be able to improve quickly after receiving so many luxurious benefits. However, the R-Ray did not treat these talents with so much extravagance for free. These high-potential mech designers had to work hard in order to complete demanding assignments that were especially tailored to match and slightly exceed their limitations. Makel would become subjected to years of demanding education and high-pressure design exercises. If he failed to endure the pressure and improve quickly enough, then his status within the association would drop, causing him to lose much of the free benefits. The Red Association was fair in its own way. Its mech designers had an opportunity to receive the best treatment, but they had to bear greater burdens as recompense. Do you think that Makel has the potential to become a senior mech designer in his 40s like us? Vess asked. I do not think so. Vector emphatically shook his head. Jovi and I are born within the association and have been raised according to much higher standards than Makel can imagine. He is only just beginning to enter our organization, so he must start from zero in multiple aspects. It will still take years for him to properly integrate within the R-Ray. All of the delays will make it unlikely for him to become a senior mech designer at the same age range as us, although systematic cultivation may help him pass numerous important thresholds much sooner. This may especially be the case since he possesses a companion spirit as well. That is such a cheat. Vess grinned. Oh yeah, the two factors can indeed accelerate his progress by a considerable extent. Many of our fellow mech designers in the previous years have never been able to take advantage of cultivation and companion spirits, but the ones that emerge afterwards are different. The next generation of up-and-coming mech designers will surely be a lot younger and less experienced as a whole. Technically speaking, Vess, and to a limited extent Jovi, could also be regarded as part of this cheating generation of mech designers. Vess made use of a companion spirit long before other mech designers, and Jovi was the first mecher to receive his Eye of Providence. The fact that they were able to become seniors in their 40 had a lot to do with the conveniences provided by their companion spirits. Vector Lobin deserved much greater respect because he was able to become a senior mech designer by relying much more on his own merits. In any case, Vess felt reassured that the Red Association saw promise in Makel and was willing to invest a large amount of resources into his professional development. What about St. Isabel Coton? Vess changed the subject. How is she doing so far? I cannot say for certain as I do not have any information on her status. By my estimation, her body should have either reached the evolution witch's side directly or been transferred to an excellent medical facility where she can undergo pre-treatments. Will she truly be able to recover in 1 or 2 years? The evolution witch will not lie about this. You can rest assured that she will fully cooperate to help your ace pilot get back on her feet in the shortest possible time span. Chapter 65, 22 Demons on the Rise. Vess did not believe that the evolution which would prioritize St. Isabel Cotin's recovery so highly. It was a lot more probable for the god pilot to spare a small moment of her time on accelerating Isabel's torturous and complicated healing trajectory. That was enough. If the godlike powers of divine Lucy Miyazaki could shave several years from Isabel's normal recovery timeline, that was already good enough for Vess and the Larkinson clan. Vess hoped that giving the transhumanist faction a large favor by handing over Michael Larkinson, without a fuss, would encourage the Mechers to put more effort into helping St. Isabel regain her full body. As Vess resumed his normal design activities and spent a lot of time on developing the 2-step execution crystal for the Instrument of Vengeance, he made sure to keep up with other developments as well, though not as diligently as before. The news from the front lines rarely sounded optimistic. The best outcome that listeners in the rear like Vess could hope for was no news, because that meant that Red Humanity's strongholds hadn't suffered another costly beating. As far as the Red Collective was concerned, the organization was still in a rapid expansion phase. Many plans had been formed in advance and were now being executed. New plans had to be made once the old ones expired, but it was the job of the lower council to draft the new bills, propose the addition or removal of clauses, and negotiate compromises between different lower councilors and power blocks. It was not fitting for a senator, and a leader at that, to go down the trenches and participate in this political mud fight. Vess just needed to keep track of major developments so that he would know how to vote when the time had come for the lower council to pass a bill to the upper Senate. His semi-regular virtual meetings with his chief of staff over at the Astral Octagon also enabled Vess to remain loosely connected to the gossip and trends that were proliferating in the sapphire of the Red Ocean. The honeymoon period of systematic cultivation is about to end in the near future. Eliza Mo Ragadin warned her superior. We have tried to prevent it as much as possible, but the first confirmed instances of demonic cultivation have already taken place here and there. Many individuals who have gained access to illegal cultivation methods have failed to suppress their greed and have preyed on their fellow relatives, neighbors, and other humans in their desire to gain a large amount of power in a short amount of time. The pressure exerted by the Red Tide Offensive has driven more individuals to desperation than we projected. Vess grimaced. That is bad news. If they want power, they should try and become Carmine Mech pilots instead. Demand still vastly exceeds supply, sir. The production of yellow jackets has become so extensively reserved that there is no possibility to obtain the Carmine Mechs on the open market. People cannot wait for curated cultivation methods to reach the later stages, or for a yellow jacket to become readily available for purchase at reasonable prices. When the people of our society have become demoralized, they lose trust in all institutions. They only trust the power that they can readily clutch between their fingers. This is where the more destructive, but easier to practice demonic cultivation methods can find fertile ground. This was an inevitable outcome. Red humanity was made up of a huge diversity of people. There was bound to be a lot of bad apples among the population. Can you give me a look at the confirmed cases? Certainly, sir. I cannot transfer the complete files over the galactic net, but I can show you a number of still images. She first transferred over an image of 6 comatose patients. All of them are brain dead without any immediate cause or explanation that can justify their conditions. Due to the abnormally heightened frequency of encountering comatose individuals, our investigators quickly visited the patients and confirmed that their souls have been extracted. They soon proceeded to analyze a large amount of log and observation data and tracked down every suspicious individual. This process of elimination quickly brought them to the perpetrator. The image changed to show a clearly deranged man whose eyes displayed pure madness while his hair had fallen from his head. To his credit, the demonic cultivator put up a mean fight, Eliza explained. He had fed on more souls than the ones obtained from the brain-dead patients and was able to suppress and manipulate the souls of our investigators. One of them almost lost consciousness, while another was on the verge of becoming hypnotized. That sounded like a much more serious threat than Vess thought. The investigators had to be Kai cultivators themselves, so they should have been able to put up a resistance. For them to be brought to their knees by a single demonic cultivator was a distressing occurrence. How did this incident conclude? The investigators brought one of your pacifier Mech along. This is standard practice, because as soon as they activated their glows, the demonic cultivator immediately lost access to much of his powers. As soon as he was no longer able to dominate the minds and souls of our investigators, it was child's play to put him into custody. I see. I am glad to hear that one of my old products can be of use. The sales of the pacifier Mech line had definitely multiplied as of late. What else can you share with me, Eliza? The chief of staff displayed another image, which showed a much more macabre crime scene. This one showed a literal cult gathering. Over 50 hoodwinked and likely brainwashed cultists had gathered in a large basement. The floor, walls, and ceiling had all been carved with strange symbols and lines that the Red Collective had deliberately blurred in the image. The markings hold power in themselves, Eliza said. It is dangerous to proliferate accurate images of them, as others may be able to copy them, thereby subjecting other victims to their malevolent effects. How do these markings affect people? This. The woman transmitted another still image that showed the aftermath of the ritual conducted by the unwitting victims. The entire basement had turned into a bloody sight. For whatever reason, the cultists had gone utterly mad and brutally fought against each other with their knives, fists, teeth, and nails. Many bodies got torn apart, and blood spilled in abundance. Once most of the cultists had perished from the awful wounds they inflicted on each other, much of the flesh that spread across the blood-soaked ground had started to converge in the center. A large amount of flesh amalgamated together around the cult leader and only survival. His body swelled into an ugly and highly asymmetrical flesh giant. When Vess studied the exceedingly ugly and discordant shape of this monstrosity, he immediately made a conclusion. This guy failed. He did. When our enforcers arrived on the scene, they were able to neutralize the mutated cult leader by relying on their firearms. They only needed to rely on their cultivation and defensive equipment to resist the mental pollution generated by the bloodied markings and the insane ravings of the perpetrator. Getting gunned down by infantry-grade firearms represented a clear failure to these demonic cultivators, powerful in record time. So how did this mess go wrong? Vess asked. 2 reasons. First is the lack of true comprehension by the cult leader. Many demonic tomes are difficult to read at best. No translation can properly convey the full context of their archaic meanings, which often reference concepts that cannot be described with modern words or deities that have long been forgotten. I have a feeling that this will become a recurring problem for many demonic cultivators, Vess guessed. The second is the lack of proficiency in executing instructions. Our investigation revealed that the cult leader had not been precise enough when he made those carvings. The power in the symbols and lines fooled him into thinking that he had done well, when in fact his work is so poor that cultivation deviation is a definite outcome. Vess couldn't help but chuckle. Even evil requires a minimum level of competency to succeed. Right, I can show you more examples, but the cases all start to look the same after a time. The fundamental circumstances always share similar patterns. A weak and susceptible individual is able to obtain a forbidden demonic cultivation method. He, or she attempts to practice it in secret. If they are able to prevent themselves from getting caught straight away, they can usually drain power from half a dozen individuals before drawing too much suspicion. The local authorities or our specialized enforcers are usually able to subdue them quickly enough, thereby ending the selfish and destructive criminals. "This can't continue to go on," Vess stated as he crossed his arms. "You can't keep responding to incidents as the killings have already begun. It is too late by then. You need to figure out how to be more proactive and detect dangerous situations sooner." The virtual projection of Eliza nodded. "This is one of the reasons why we are the strongest advocates for connecting everyone to kinship networks. It is not impossible to circumvent them, but they are sufficient to monitor the vast majority of cases that emerge from the bottom of our society. Before that can happen, our Red Collective must first complete the rollout our own kinship network to all of our members." The mention of the Red Collective's kinship network put a smile on his face. He had played a role in the proposal and the preparation work of it during the time he led the Interim Leadership Council. He was able to exert a sizable degree of influence over the decision-making process. There is no problem with using Lufa as the nexus of the Red Collective's exclusive kinship network, right? There are still many detractors that strongly object to using this design spirit due to your extensive relationship with him, but his influence has a remarkably good effect on many Kai cultivators. He can help the practitioners of more demanding and extreme premium Kai cultivation methods regain their sanity and reset their mental balance. The advantages that Lufa can bestow to our most powerful Kai cultivators are too great, and he has directly played a role in saving hundreds of leader figures from getting corrupted or ruining themselves. The strongest argument that Vess used to push Lufa into a central position within the Red Collective was that he could always save a cultivator gone astray no matter the time or place. Even if the members of the Red Collective did not actively draw on Lufa's help, the kinship network would ensure the Angel of Tranquility would be able to respond to sudden incidents with minimal delay. While Lufa sounded perfect for the job, there were plenty of paranoid or jealous people within the leadership of the Red Collective that advocated for a fresh and, more importantly, unbiased spirit to become the nexus of the kinship network. There were a lot of pros and cons to each decision, but Vess was glad that the RC saw reason. "Lufa will help the Red Collective more than most people can anticipate." Vess smiled in expectation. "Well, now that the initial tests have proved that Lufa can provide important boons to individuals connected to the kinship network, we are currently working to apply it on an organization-wide scale. This is expected to take several months. I have heard that the timelines are roughly similar to all of the other major organizations. They are determined to confirm the loyalty of every member and root out any traitors in the ranks, no matter whether they are cosmopolitans or members of other fringe groups." Red Humanity was no longer in the mood to play around. Chapter 65, 23, Defending the Established Order. Vess narrowed his eyes as he faced his chief of staff. The incidents that he witnessed so far were fairly minor, but they were merely a preview for the future. For every demonic cultivator caught in the past few weeks, how many more managed to stay under the radar and continue to strengthen their powers in secret? How many more weeks and months would pass until they became 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times more powerful? If they managed to avoid getting caught after a few more years, they would soon gain the power to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people within seconds. As long as they did not get caught, they might be able to destroy an entire city before a proper response force could arrive. This was why the Red Collective took these early incidents extremely seriously. They invested an excessive amount of funding and resources into the enforcement department because they wanted to showcase extreme deterrence right from the start. Demonic cultivation could never be allowed to gain a proper foothold in society. Even though it would be impossible to eradicate this poisonous phenomenon entirely, diligent monitoring and brutal retaliation should cause many demonic cultivators to curb their excesses. So long as they did not inflict damage to the point of destabilizing human society, their threat would remain contained. As Vess read through a list that summarized all of the incidents that the Red Collective had detected as of late, he became impressed by the sheer variety of demonic cultivation methods being practiced in secret. However, one point stood out like a glaring signal fire. These guys, how did they get their hands on these strange and obscure demonic tomes? Vess furrowed his brows. It is not strange for a descendant from an old family to stumble upon a super-secret cultivation manual in his ancestral library. However, most of the perpetrators that got caught by our enforcers are commoners who are not wealthy enough to have access to impressive legacies or competent enough to join any powerful secret societies. They are also predominantly third-raters. Ah, you have noticed that. Eliza Moe Ragadan said in an acknowledging tone. We have a theory for that. The stories on how most of these demonic cultivators obtained their practice manuals vary considerably, but we think that is only a facade. The secret department has ascertained that there is likely at least 2 or more groups fanning the flames behind the curtain. Their victims are mostly third-raters because they are easier to manipulate. They are more naive, and they are more eager to attain power. It is easier to set them up and ensure they will not be caught in a short amount of time, because they are more likely to live in less developed settlements where they can avoid monitoring. Vess suddenly realized what was going on. These poor fellows are being treated as test subjects. The parties responsible for doing this are deliberately throwing many different demonic cultivation manuals in the direction of these lab rats. The likely goals for doing this is to observe the effectiveness of the demonic cultivation methods, the speed in which the cultivations of the test subjects grow, the dependence on talent, and more. The masterminds may also be examining the effectiveness of the Red Collective's enforcement department. By observing our modus operandi, they can formulate targeted countermeasures to avoid our retaliation. The projected assistant looked impressed. These are remarkably thorough deductions. You have even guessed that the responses of our enforcement department is also a target of observation. While we have not been able to find hard proof that this is the case, the suspicion within the secret department is strong. If the secret keepers and so on have deduced this much, then they should have an idea of who the originators of this destructive scheme might be. Is that correct? Well, one of them is most certainly the cosmopolitan movement. They have the knowledge and they have the motivation to do so. The more radical cells that are still plotting red humanity's downfall want nothing more than to spread more chaos and instability across human space. The more our existing order is destabilized, the more room they have to maneuver between the cracks. Vess made an unusual expression after he heard that. He found that he could understand the cosmopolitan movement's approach unexpectedly well. It was because their approach was similar to what the Oblivion Gate Consortium was plotting in the Milky Way. His role was reversed this time. Back in the Milky Way, Vess and his family were the rebels who sought to tear down the hegemony of the Big Two. They resorted to underhanded means to attack the support base of the MTA and the CFA because they were far too weak and outnumbered to attack them up front. Here in the Red Ocean, Vess and his clan had firmly aligned themselves with the prevailing authorities of human civilization. He even managed to occupy a high position in the Red Collective, which pretty much cemented his place in this camp. Since Vess had become an integral part of the established order, it was in his best interest to protect and preserve as much of the current hierarchy as possible. It would be devastating if any of the Red Three started to crumble and lose power. This duality made it so that Vess not only understood the position of the Cosmopolitans, but also understood the purpose behind their current strategy. The Cosmopolitan movement was old and enjoyed a rich heritage, just like the Five Scrolls Compact. While their goals were completely different from each other, it was inevitable for them to cross paths every now and then. The cosmopolitans definitely managed to accumulate a small collection of cultivation heritages. They only had to select the more destructive and dangerous cultivation methods in their library and selectively spread them around in order to sow chaos. Wherever there were people, there were bound to be gullible fools who wanted to obtain lots of power no matter the cost. Many of the demonic cultivation manuals were able to brainwash their practitioners to commit heinous deeds due to their poisonous content. The very act of reading through the old scriptures would distort their minds and contaminate their thoughts with malice and irrationality. Unless the unwitting victims possessed clear awareness of the dangers, strong willpower, or a firm mentality, they could not escape the fate of becoming mentally polluted. The resulting demonic cultivators were nothing more than raving fools whose weak minds and wills caused them to degenerate into slaves to their own impulses. Vess and Eliza Mo Rageddon continued to discuss who else besides the cosmopolitan movement may be responsible for spreading these dangerous cultivation methods. The cosmopolitans traditionally harbor no special interest towards cultivation, Eliza told Vess. Their primary motive is to weaken our civilization, so they are largely responsible for spreading reckless, flawed, or incomplete demonic cultivation methods that deliberately cause their practitioners to go berserk after a time. While dangerous, we are confident that we can contain this threat. It is the other parties that we are concerned about. Vess could easily figure out why. Because they are more committed to demonic cultivation, is that right? It makes sense. The demonic cultivation methods spread by these masterminds are more stable, less destructive, but no less malicious. They are excellent choices for people who want to practice them seriously, without losing their rationality. In order to make sure that these high-quality demonic cultivation manuals are worth studying, it is best to spread them around and observe how their test subjects are faring with this forbidden knowledge. This was 10 times more serious than what the cosmopolitan movement was doing. The reason for that was because this hinted at the establishment of a secret organization that would soon amass a high concentration of power. Once the tests had run their course, the hidden conspirators would collect and analyze all of the data before determining the best and most effective demonic cultivation methods. When a large number of people started to practice them on a large scale, their organization would soon balloon in power and become a force that could no longer be dislodged with ease. Do you have any information about who they may be? Vess questioned. Could they be a part of the Terran Alliance or the Rubarthan Pact? We initially suspected that to be the case, but our secret department has not been able to find any solid links. We are still taking this possibility into account, but we feel that the Terran and the Rubarthan colonial states are not responsible. At best, only a handful of groups or individuals may be involved. Could it be the 5 Scrolls Compact? Vess mentioned the other likely possibility. Strictly speaking, we do not know, sir. It is a logical fit, but the Red Collective can be considered a successor to the Compact. We have collected a large amount of fragments of their cultivation archives, and we are able to engage in much of their activities in the open, since we are a legal superorganization. Anyone with an interest in cultivation and the power it holds is better off joining the RC than start an illegal shadow organization that can only scurry in the dark. She was right. The Red Collective was an unimaginable superorganization to the old Fogies in the Milky Way. The MTA and CFA hated the 5 Scrolls Compact with such vehemence that they actively suppressed any organization that had anything to do with systematic cultivation. Fortunately, the Red Ocean was different. What could have turned into the 5 Scrolls Compact in the New Frontier instead became a much more benign Red Collective. Unless the cultivators were truly depraved, there was no reason for them to prefer a persecuted shadow organization over the bright and shiny Red Collective. Since Eliza was not able to confirm whether any remnants of offshoots of the 5 Scrolls Compact was responsible for spreading demonic cultivation methods, there was little point in talking about it any further. They only needed to take into account that this secret shadow organization would definitely become a lot more threatening in the future. The chief of staff soon switched to another topic. By the way, you have mentioned that I should inform you of any developments related to the greater space-time bubble of Bridgehead 1. There have been developments as of late. Vess immediately corrected his posture. Oh, is it showing signs that it is falling apart? Not quite, sir. The bubble still remains fairly stable, but we have been able to detect that significant changes have taken place inside. We are not able to observe what is taking place inside the space-time bubble, but we were able to detect that the barrier surrounding the Bridgehead 1 system has drastically changed. Changed in what way? Did it grow smaller or bigger or anything? No, the bubble maintained the same size, and it is just as impenetrable as before. Our observers and scanning equipment have detected fundamental changes in the operation of the space-time bubble. We believe that the polymath and the other survivors trapped inside may have been able to alter the parameters of the bubble. This is a good sign. It shows that the red humans have not only gained a small control over their own cage, but that they are also able to change its rules. This is an encouraging sign that they may just be able to unravel the space-time bubble from within, which is the most ideal solution. Vess couldn't help but smile. The polymath may be a gigantic, egotistical madwoman, but he never doubted her competence. So long as she put her mind into it, she should definitely be able to figure out a way to free Bridgehead 1 from its current trap. The only question was whether she and her fellow helpers would be able to break open the bubble in time to help red humanity defend against the current offensive. Let's hope the polymath prevails sooner rather than later. Chapter 65, 24 Concerning Portends. One of the critical reasons why Vess spared his valuable time on getting briefed by his chief of staff at the Red Collective on a regular basis was because he wanted to stay in the loop. The office of the chief counselor of the upper council was such a high position that Vess was entitled to learn about confidential information. This was why he had to keep his office. Getting booted from it would mean he would lose access to a lot of juicy high-level information from the secret department. The Red Collective's intelligence arm had only existed for a short time, but already proved to be incredibly competent and well-informed. It had to be because its cadre largely consisted of the members of the Evolution, which is personal spy agency. So long as Vess remained a high-ranked figure within the Red Collective, he would continue to remain much more informed than the vast majority of other people in the Red Ocean. This was crucial because Vess needed to be forewarned of potential threats and dangers. It was better to hear it first from the Red Collective than find it out himself when he eventually stumbled into another crisis. The native aliens are beginning to stir as well. What do you mean by that? Our spies planted inside alien-occupied territory have found disconcerting clues, Eliza Mo Ragadan said. The secret department, along with the intelligence agencies of other groups, have come to the conclusion that the native aliens are preparing to launch a decisive push in the near future. The Red Tide offensive has dragged on long enough according to our enemies, so they are trying to gather a larger concentration of forces in order to topple the 4th and 5th defensive band in a single overwhelming push. Vess furrowed his brows. How reliable is this intelligence? There is incidental proof that the native aliens are rushing the deployment of reinforcements from afar. So far, our spies have not been able to detect enough additional troop movements to justify a final push. But our analysts have concluded that the native aliens have found a way to circumvent our monitoring, possibly with the help of the cosmopolitans. In order to position their best war fleets in secret, we will not be able to predict the time of their final push until it is too late. That sounded extremely disconcerting. While it sounded as if there was no absolute certainty whether the native aliens were contemplating a final attack, it made too much sense to Vess. This was why red humanity could not afford to disregard this threat. So how do we respond? Vess inquired. All of the major groups have been notified of this possible development. They are currently keeping it secret because too much panic and unrest will ensue if we spread this information in advance. The native aliens will also learn about this and adjust their plans to make it more difficult to respond to their actions. We determined it is best to wait for the native aliens to make their move. Our current response is to quietly speed up the buildup of defenses of our strategic strongholds. Will it be enough? Nobody can say for certain, Eliza said. We do not think the leadership of the Red Cabal is incompetent. The Fays, Whales, and the major races have reasons to feel confident in their final push. The losses they suffered so far has not hurt their foundation too much, but it is ultimately unbearable for the war to last so long without dealing a decisive blow against their enemies. Red humanity is proving to be more and more undefeatable to the alien masses. This is bad because it can damage the morale of the alien population in the long run. The legitimacy of the native gods is based on absolute power. If they cannot prove to their subjects that they lack the power of an actual god, then their support base will begin to crumble. I see. Perhaps not even the arrogant Fays, Whales expected that their divinity would come into question so quickly after attacking, but failing to defeat red humanity. Right now, humans only occupied a corner of the galactic rim of the Red Ocean, but this relatively small piece of territory remained stubbornly in the hands of the extragalactic invaders. The disparity in numbers and accumulation was too great, yet because of the domineering power of just 8 god pilots, the 13 major alien races failed to make any progress in wiping out the presence of red humanity in their dwarf galaxy. In that sense, the Red Cabal may feel pressured to the point of abandoning their attrition warfare doctrine, even though it had yielded successful results up to this point. Even if a final push would magnify the total losses suffered by the native aliens by a huge extent, the sacrifice would all be worth it so long as red humanity suffered a total defeat in the end. Vess felt grateful that he had gained enough importance to learn about this secret development in advance. If he did not become the chief counselor of the Upper Council, he doubted that he would be on the list of those who were entitled to know about this possible turning point. Now that he knew, he could make preparations in advance. He just had to make sure that he did not recklessly leak what he learned and spread unnecessary panic. How will the RC respond to this potential development? Our organization is too new. We have not amassed enough combat-capable cultivators to join the war effort on a larger scale, Eliza succinctly answered. As such, our war plans only involve the deployment of cultivator troops in a small number of key strategic locations. It would be best if we can engage in guerrilla warfare against the native aliens, but such weak and dispersed measures will not be able to stop a major push in any meaningful way. That makes sense, as regretful as it sounds. The RC is still too young. We need more time to develop. The history of the Red Collective might get cut short, depending on what happened in the following months. The climax of the Red Tide offensive was at hand. Vess grew more nervous as he thought about how little time he had left to make his own contributions to the war effort. At the very least, his design department needed to rush the Riot Mark Roman III project, Amaranto Mark Roman III project, and the Minerva Mark Roman II project to completion before it was too late. The 2 upcoming Carmine Mech design projects were not as important in comparison. If he did not receive this crucial piece of intelligence in advance, then he may have chosen to allocate more time and effort into designing a pair of premium Carmine training and combat mechs. This was an awful use of his limited time, because designing them and releasing them sooner would not help red humanity in the slightest in the short term. It would still take years for Carmine Mech pilots to complete their rushed training and gain initial combat effectiveness while piloting their bonded machines. Compared to the millions and maybe billions of Carmine Mechs that might get flooded on the battlefield after a few years, the value of doing this was much less than granting powerful new expert mechs to 3 of the Larkinson clan's celebrated champions. As long as Venerable Stark, Venerable Orphan, and Saint Commander Casella Orphan were able to break through after receiving their upgraded machines. They should definitely be able to gain enough agency to stave off defeat in a heavily beleaguered star system. Vess had a powerful hunch that this final push would test Red Humanity's defenders to such an extent that a record number of heroes, saints and gods, would ascend from their prior shells. As a Mech designer, it was not his place to join the soldiers at the front lines and get his hands dirty. His job was to equip the Mech pilots with the best possible machines that would allow them to exert their full strength and beyond. If this final push begins, Red Humanity must devote all of its strength to repelling the massed enemy forces, Eliza said, with a voice that conveyed grim determination. Martial law is already in effect in many states, but its severity will grow during this difficult period. Everyone must be ready to get called for service at any time. Property might get confiscated in order to better support the war effort. Private forces must unconditionally answer to a centralized military command formed by the Red Three in order for them to fight where they are needed the most. Not even the Planetary Guard will remain untouched. As long as they can spare any law enforcement mechs, they will have to be brought to the front lines as well. If that will be the case, then the hinterland of human space will lose much of its defenders. Troublemakers such as the cosmopolitan movement will have more room to sow chaos and inflict severe damage to our infrastructure. We know, sir, but we have little choice in the matter. Most of our military planners would rather have damaged supply chains but intact borders than the other way around. Our industries can recover fairly quickly, but the same cannot be said for our border. All of this had far-reaching consequences to both soldiers and civilians. The former would bear the brunt of relentless alien attacks, while the latter might lose their jobs and maybe even their lives. Vess suddenly thought about his wife, his children, and the rest of his clan. They all faced the risk of falling victim to the deteriorating security in the new frontier. He did not want any of them to come to harm. Was it time for the premier branch to abandon its foundation in New Constantinople? Perhaps it was better and safer to return to shipboard life and spend all of his day inside the protective embrace of the Tarask. Staying mobile made it harder for enemies to prepare an overwhelming ambush and cut off his escape route. He and his clan would also be able to move away from the star systems that came under attack by the native aliens. Avoiding overwhelming enemies was better than confronting them in battle. Vess did not dare to travel to Jernstall or other well-protected star systems because they would most certainly become priority targets to the ambitious native aliens. Ugh! Vess scratched his head in frustration. There is too little time. It was no wonder that the Red Three's ultimate solution to preventing the native aliens from spilling into much of human-occupied space was to drop to their knees and pray for a peak ace pilot to successfully break through. His chief of staff looked concerned, but not pessimistic. "We shall find a way," she said. "Desperate measures are being prepared. Additional superweapons are being moved to the border regions. The Red Association may also be prepared to employ your aspect of transcendence on a large scale at that time. The Mechers believe that many of the Mech pilots who have been struggling to fight and survive in the last half-year have grown in impressive ways. They too may be waiting for a final push to surpass the extraordinary threshold." Vess did not have too much confidence in this measure. The Transcendence Glow is largely effective for weaker Mech pilots. It is nice if additional ace pilots can emerge because of that, but that is ultimately not enough, I fear. If we truly want to hold onto our border regions, then we will need the strength of God pilots. I very much doubt that the Transcendence Glow can offer any material help to peak ace pilots. They must ultimately rely on their own willpower and Mechs to make the final leap. Red Humanity was about to face its ultimate test. Chapter 65, 25 Priority Change. Change of plans. What? I have changed my schedule so that I can devote additional time on our high-ranking Mech design projects. Vess walked up to Gloriana in the design lab and announced his latest decision. I have decided to withhold my desire to work on additional Mech design projects and only limit myself to working on 3 Carmine Mech design projects. This won't buy me a lot of time, so I have decided to resort to a more extreme measure to speed up the completion of our projects. I am cutting back on my sleep schedule. I am thinking about sleeping once every few days and minimizing every sleep session to just 3 hours or less. Gloriana set aside her current design work and turned her seat around to face her husband with a serious expression. That is not a healthy decision. You have always resisted this in the past. I am a phase lord, Gloriana. Sleep holds a very different meaning to a biological life form that has far surpassed mortal limitations. Face water flows through my veins despite the fact that it is deadly to other humans. Cutting back on sleep is not as dangerous as it sounds. Even if that is the case, this is still an adverse decision, Gloriana exclaimed. Sleep is an essential habit even for transhumans and posthumans who have entirely eliminated the biological necessity for sleep. There are many examples in the past where people who have gained nocturnal augmentations eventually drove themselves crazy due to persistently staying awake. Many studies have shown that their perception of time has warped and that their attachment to their own humanity has permanently weakened. Sleep may sound like a simple phenomenon, but it is one of the most effective natural processes to preserve our mental balance. Sleep was a phenomenon that transcended race. Almost every organism of a certain degree of complexity slept to an extent. Life persisted by alternating between activity and rest. Most people who tried to eliminate sleep from their daily life cycles had come to regret their decisions. Just because technology had advanced to the point where it was biologically possible to eliminate this mortal necessity did not mean that they were mentally strong and prepared enough to endure sleepless nights. Through theory and plenty of examples throughout history, humanity had come to a consensus that sleep was not a waste of time. It was a necessity of human life, and that of many alien lives as well. According to the intelligence that Vess was able to access, even phase whales and phase lords required sleep in order to maintain their physical and mental health. In fact, there were many cases where phase leaders willingly went into hibernation and slept for thousands of years at a time. Their ascension into godhood had caused them to develop a drastically different attitude towards time. Their vastly inflated lifespans caused them to become less attached to the moment. Once they grew bored or cared too little about stuff that was taking place in the current time period, they may easily decide to retreat to a private pocket space and hibernate for such a long period of time that most residents of the Red Ocean had already forgotten about their disappeared gods. Vess remained steadfast in his decision, though. I am aware of the risks, Gloriana. What I am doing is not natural, but the challenges that I must overcome cannot be overcome by clinging sentimentally to my humanity. If I want to do my best to protect my clan, and more importantly our children, from the murderous intentions of the native aliens, I need to increase my productivity by a huge extent. Completing the high-end Mech design projects a few months earlier might not be enough to turn the entire Red War around by themselves, but it is the best and most effective measure I can come up with in the short term. The female Mech designer began to figure out that Vess had reasons to feel more urgent than before. She was not certain whether his judgment was correct. The Mech designs that I am in charge of are difficult to speed up. Much of the design hinges on the integration of architect with numerous demanding requirements. Your assistance is helpful, but limited. Is it truly necessary for you to fixate on my 3 projects? If you want to make a greater impact on the war effort, why not design a good mass production Mech such as your recent Fae Fiona and Ultimatum models? Their recent sales figures have jumped after your latest invention has brought an unprecedented degree of attention to your works. I already thought about that, Gloriana. It takes too long to design a new Carmine Mech or conventional Mech that can help Red humanity put up a better fight in the short term. My only consolation is that Kedis recently released the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II model. I have already taken a look at its specs and test performance. It might not be the best swordsman Mech in every situation, but it is a well-designed premium product that can make a slight but meaningful difference as long as they are mass-produced and shipped to the front lines in the coming months. Gloriana had studied the design of the Stormblade Samurai Roman II as well. For a mass production model that had been designed for commercialization, Kedis did an adequate job. She had clearly matured by a notable extent. Her latest work proved that her skills had improved at an impressive rate. If you refuse to work on another mass production model and insist on spending additional time on my projects, then you will not be able to get away with taking extra classes on Architect. I do not need you to reach my level, but you need to comprehend enough theory to assist me with solving a large amount of trivial problems. Is that acceptable to you, Vess? Vess nodded. I need to learn more about Architect anyway, so I might as well do this sooner. By the way, in order to speed up the delivery of completed high-end mechs, I want to propose another change. I suggest that we do not split our time equally across all 3 projects, but instead focus on completing them sequentially. You want us to devote all of our time on completing one high-end mech design project at a time. Gloriana contemplated the suggestion. There are a number of issues that will cause us to spend more work hours on completing the projects in total. There are numerous cases where it is better if we plug in a set of parameters in a simulation program and give the processor a day or 2 to calculate a solution through brute force. Designing these complex mechs sequentially means that we will get slowed down at times. Making other alterations to the mech design may cause the results of the calculations to become skewed, thereby introducing potential flaws that we will not be able to detect in time. She was right. There were advantages and disadvantages to working on multiple projects in parallel. Both Vess and Gloriana had become accustomed to stopping their work on one project whenever they hit a wall and needed more time to mull over the problems. They also found it convenient to work on another project whenever needed to wait for the processor banks to complete their calculations. We can take measures to minimize the delays, Vess responded. For example, the times where we need to wait for our processor banks to complete their math and simulation tasks can be drastically shortened. I am prepared to spend hundreds of billions of MTA credits to build a huge underground processor facility. The processing power of Diandi Base was sufficient at first, but it has quickly grown inadequate as our needs have rapidly grown. Hundreds of billions of MTA credits. Are you even able to draw that much cash at the moment? Our clan's expenses have admittedly grown. This is especially the case when we are building branches on many planets and funding the construction of high-quality first-class starships. However, we should still be able to bear the financial burden despite the rising inflation and the low margins of the yellow jacket models. So many of them are being produced and sold every day that all of the small figures are adding up to a huge sum. The biggest difficulty is getting priority on our order, as we are not the only ones who are in a hurry, but this should not be a major issue. I think my reputation and high office should be enough to convince the processor manufacturers to put me at the top of the list. Vess was not a nobody or an immature upstart anymore. He was a big shot that had become a household name to Red humanity. His wife thought over the various proposals. If you are truly willing to cut your sleep schedule and invest billions of MTA credits to upgrade our processor capacity, then it may actually work. We may just be able to complete one of the high-end projects in as little as 2 months. However, we will have to choose the project carefully and recall the associated pilot to New Constantinople in advance to conduct examinations and perform tests. I highly suggest we do not try to complete the Minerva Mark Roman II project first, because I am still waiting for the mentalist crystal that you have promised. Without this crucial material, our project will get stalled at one point. It is better to wait for it to get shipped over first, before we resume our work on it in earnest. Vess nodded in agreement. You are right. In that case, let us prioritize the Amaranto Mark Roman III project first. I am on a roll when it comes to designing the two-step execution crystal. You have already overcome the biggest bottlenecks regarding the integration of lots of hypermaterials in the Archimech frame, so you should be able to complete your work smoothly. How do you think Harry Hakonen will fare in completing his own assignments? He is competent enough. You can rely on him to complete the redesign of the Instrument of Vengeance in time. His only weakness that is relevant to us is that he is inexperienced with working on a Mech design project as high-end as this. We need to provide him with guidance on a regular basis to ensure that his work remains on the right track. The only other point of uncertainty is the Instrument of Doom. If the collaboration that you have proposed with the Red Fleet suffers delays or encounters any setbacks, then it might not get finished in time. Leave aside the Instrument of Doom for the time being. Vess made a radical decision. The Amaranto originally made use of the Instrument of Vengeance just fine. The oversized Luminar crystal cannon came much later. We can just repeat history and do this again. What is important is that Venerable Davia Stark gets her hands on a functional version of the Amaranto Mark Roman III as soon as possible. You do know that the Amaranto Mark Roman II is mainly relying on the Instrument of Doom to inflict effective damage against enemy warships and occasionally phase lords. Correct. Hehehe. Vess grinned and chuckled. That is because the Amaranto Mark Roman II has grown outdated. Once she is upgraded to a fully fledged first-class mech that makes use of much more powerful materials and technology, she no longer has to worry about a deficit in firepower even when she is stuck with using the next iteration of the Instrument of Vengeance. The high-end Luminar crystal rifle was not only about to receive a massive technological overhaul, but would also become larger and bulkier. Vess believed that he could get away with this design choice because the extensive upgrades to the Amaranto Mark Roman III also increased her mobility, allowing her to move faster and haul around larger objects with greater case. After a bit more discussion, Gloriana reluctantly agreed to work according to her husband's suggestions. Completing the Amaranto Mark Roman III project as quickly as possible had become their greatest priority. Chapter 65, 26 Deep Research Mode. Vess entered a period where he drastically increased his productivity. He enacted all of the measures that he proposed to his wife and started to stay awake for several days at a time. Just as stated in the literature, Vess began to experience the side effects of this risky decision pretty quickly. In fact, he became surprised by how quickly he was able to enter this alternate state of mind. It was as if phase lords were naturally predisposed to experiencing time, as if he was a god drifting through an entire timeline. His perception of time began to blur as the monotony of design work began to occupy a disproportionate share of his attention span. It became more difficult for him to keep track of current events. Vess was still able to register the information passed on through his briefings, but he was not able to bring himself to care about matters that he usually found important. The biggest issue was that he became out of sync with the people around him. He found that he worked best if he isolated himself in his design lab and continued to work on assignments that did not depend too heavily on teamwork and coordination. He also found it difficult to connect with his friends and family. His loss of humanity became a lot more obvious when he found it difficult to muster up his love for his children. Naturally, his perceptive son and daughters noticed his abnormal behavior straight away. When they started to cry, Vess tried harder to resist the apathy that had shrouded his mind and spirit. Fortunately, he was able to use the drastically different perspectives of his incarnations to break out of this spell. "I'm sorry, kids. I am having a bad time as of late." While Vess tried his best to restore his mental composure, whenever he returned home from work in order to spend a few precious hours with his children, his inhuman side still bled through to an extent. It was as if the differences between himself and the people around him became incredibly pronounced. Vess felt an innate sense of superiority towards the weak and frail mortals around him. His true body was much bigger than theirs and could easily survive hazards that would shred other people's bodies. His lifespan was vastly superior to most humans, even if they made attainments in Kai cultivation, merely because he was a phase lord. The face water flowing through his veins and the face water organs integrated in his body caused him to become a powerful superhuman that could fight against other Mechs and win. Although Vess had always been aware of these differences, he never really developed a god complex because he clung so strongly to his humanity. He was unable to do so anymore due to his altered state of mind. His mental transformation brought so many disadvantages that he felt tempted to snap out of it and work on his Mech designs the old-fashioned way. He resisted this choice. The benefits were too important to him. His focus and attention became sharper. Was this how all phase whales and phase lords felt whenever they decided to shut themselves in their own pocket spaces and settled down to conduct R&D activities that could span many years, decades, centuries, or even millennia? It was no wonder that all of those phase leaders eventually grew into arrogant and conceited bastards whose minds weren't always able to focus on the present. When Vess understood how serious his mental condition had become, he was still rational enough to convey his condition to the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective. Suffice to say, the biotech researchers over there had expressed great interest in his altered characteristics. "We have not encountered this phenomenon in any of our human phase lords, Upper Counselor. What you have described is highly unusual, but would explain much of the behavior of alien phase whales and phase lords. When we conveyed your details to the Titans, they tried but failed to enter into a similar state of mind. We do not know why they cannot replicate your condition. Whether it is because there is a threshold of R&D that a phase lord has to meet, or because the face water concentration is still too low, we cannot be certain. Please stay in touch with us. The more data you are able to transfer to us, the more likely we will be able to decipher this fascinating condition." Vess didn't really care about what the collies were doing with all of the data on his physiological and mental parameters, and agreed to cooperate with their observation study. Of course, the Phase Lord Department made sure to generously compensate Vess for agreeing to become their giant-sized lab mouse. He immediately obtained an advance reward of 500 million RC merits, with a potential to earn additional bonuses amounting to hundreds of millions of RC merits if he managed to make a major discovery about his current mental state. These were no small sums. He could purchase the right to read a lot of high-value cultivation tomes and secure the right to practice a high-grade Kai cultivation method for himself or his children. He could also spend his RC merits on more material goods, such as cultivation elixirs and rare reagents. These could play a huge role in accelerating the cultivation of Mech pilots, Mech designers, Kai cultivators, or body cultivators, depending on their practice. Another benefit promised by the Phase Lord Department was that it would grease the wheels and expedite the transfer of the Mentalist crystal that he had selfishly reserved for his own use. The annual quota of Mentalist crystals supplied by the Hunting Association had become a hot commodity. They continued to grow in value as more and more people learned about their exceptional benefits. Too many researchers and high officials wanted to get their hands on a Mentalist crystal that the competition for the limited quotas had intensified in the weeks after the founding of the Red Collective. Far too many wanted the crystals whole, but there were also a lot of collies who became satisfied if they could get their hands on a single fragment. This actually caused the RC to break apart more Mentalist crystals, thereby causing the destruction of an extremely high-value hyper-material just to create a lot of mid-value fragments of the same hyper-material. Vess felt this was a huge shame, as whole Mentalist crystals were qualitatively better. They possessed strong properties that could not be replicated by mashing a lot of fragments together. Due to his rational decision to cooperate with the Phase Lord Department, he accidentally managed to withstand the pressure of fragmenting his mentalist crystal, just so that the Red Collective could satisfy the demands of other greedy parties. If everything went right, a mentalist crystal should arrive in New Constantinople well before the completion of the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. His wife grew happy when she heard the news. Good! The sooner I obtain the mentalist crystal, the sooner I can start with conducting experiments on how to integrate it into the Minerva Mark Roman II design. We can work on it next after we complete the Amaranto Mark Roman III. In any case, Vess continued to maintain his altered mind state, regardless of rewards. Just the ability of being able to shake off all of the distractions that used to draw him away from the design lab and waste precious time on other affairs was extremely precious to a Mech designer like Vess. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. He could not hold in his curiosity and often grew bored if he worked on a single project for a long stretch of time. Not even the more diligent Mech designers could maintain a one-track mind for such an extended period of time, as well as Vess in his current mental state. He even kept track of his work process and roughly calculated that his productivity had risen by around 20%. This meant that Vess was able to complete roughly 20% more work on average. Nobody knew that this was even possible, so the Amaranto Mark Roman III project actually began to progress slightly ahead of schedule. This deep research mode, as Vess eventually decided to name, it was a fantastic ability. It might not have much value to the Titans, but it was a wonderful benefit for researchers. It helped many phase whales endure many years of loneliness, while they conducted solitary research on developing new and improved face water organs. The more time Gloriana spent around Vess in his weird mental state, the more Gloriana became accustomed to his altered traits. She found ways to work around his severe deficiencies and take advantage of his strengths. One of the more welcome discoveries she made was that Vess was able to absorb theories and grasp their essence considerably faster than usual. He was also able to tackle more complicated subjects that he used to struggle with outside of the deep research mode. Gloriana eagerly made use of this discovery by forcing her husband to attend more private tutoring sessions. She intensified her lessons on Architect and helped Vess master the more basic principles and applications of Architect according to her current understanding. The time that both invested in these tutoring sessions caused the Amaranto Mark Roman III project to progress slower until it had returned to its original schedule. Neither Vess nor Gloriana had any complaints, as the benefits of learning more about Architect would pay off in subsequent high-ranking Mech design projects. My work has become so much easier now that I can delegate the less critical Architect design problems to you, Gloriana said with satisfaction as she petted a certain gem cat on her lap. None of the other Mech designers in our design department has been able to learn Architect as effectively as you. It is so exhausting for me to do all of the hard work related to this alien tech by myself. Meow. Lucky agreed with the woman while letting out a lazy yawn. An awkward silence stretched for several seconds as Vess was slow to register her words and formulate a response. The two had already grown used to this clumsy manner of speaking to each other. Oh, didn't you put Macy-Ann and Rennie under your wing? A long time ago. I haven't kept track of them as of late. How are they doing these days? My students are doing almost as good as yours, she said. Unlike you, I have been more active in guiding them. They have not gone astray and devoted their time to exploring odd tangents such as yours, but perhaps I have been hovering too much over their heads. Witnessing the Red Association absorbing Makel in its ranks has lit a fire within the two girls. I expect for both of them to produce meaningful results quite soon. What specializations have they chosen? Gloriana smiled with pride. Macy-Ann has set her sights on realizing the dust phase of existence of hexism. This is a broad goal, as there are many ways to interpret dust. She did herself no favors by making this choice before spending years exploring many different branches of technology to find a connection with the concept of dust. However, her extensive research and exploration has broadened her foundation and set her up for success. Now that she is actually motivated to move forward, I think it is impossible for her to remain stuck as an apprentice. That sounds good. What about Rennie? Rennie has also decided upon an ambitious goal. She has decided to work out a design philosophy based on the death phase of existence of hexism. Her challenges are greater, as death is much more abstract and difficult to apply to mechs. It is only after the beginning the Age of Dawn that she has been able to make concrete progress. Helena has also provided her with meaningful assistance. Chapter 65, 27 Education in the Age of Dawn. From what it sounded like, Gloriana definitely had more than a passing influence on her students. It didn't help that Macian and Rennie briefly studied and recited over at the hexadric hegemony back during the old days. The time they spent while immersed in hexer culture had definitely caused them to become changed women by the time they returned to the Larkinson clan. Why are the two so adamant about specializing in the two phases of existence? Vess slowly frowned. These are extremely broad and abstract concepts that have little to no existing basis in modern mech design before they can even formulate a proper design philosophy. They need to figure out what they actually mean and how to implement it into their mechs in a more concrete fashion. Why commit so much of their youth to translate religious doctrine into mech design principles? Why not? Unlike other hexer mech designers, Macian and Rennie enjoy greater advantages than most in coming into touch with these concepts. Gloriana replied to Vess even as she began to scratch Lucky's chin right where he liked it the most. They have earnestly built up relationships with the superior mother and the daughter of death in order to experience the meaning of dust or death firsthand. Meow Tilda. Lucky rolled over and offered his dark-plated tummy to the mother. Gloriana naturally began to rub his belly, causing the spoiled mechanical pet to purr. There is no guarantee that all of their research and effort will go anywhere, Vess asserted. I vehemently disagree. You do not know what you are talking about, Vess. Hexism is real. The guidance provided by your own mother and eldest sister has ensured that Macian and Rennie are working in the right direction at the very least. Trust me, I have supervised them for numerous years. The two girls will prove themselves equal to Makel and Xanthar. Just you wait. Though Vess was skeptical about this claim, he did not voice his doubts to his wife. Gloriana had become way too invested in raising the two female Larkinson mech designers, so there was no way she could make an objective judgment. Besides, for all of her boasting, Gloriana was usually highly attentive and thorough in her work. She would have made sure to mentor Macian and Rennie extensively and prevent them from making the common beginner's mistake that could trip up less experienced professionals. Vess ultimately did not spend too much thought on the two girls. He had already shifted responsibility over them to his wife. As long as this pair of female apprentices weren't obviously suffering or anything, there was no reason for him to pry any further. The married couple continued to chat with each other. However, neither of the two intended to spend too much time on talking, as they needed to get back to work pretty soon. Besides, Gloriana could not endure Vess' delayed speech for too long. Aurelia is reaching her 10th birthday soon. Gloriana brought up their daughter's name. She still has half a year to enjoy her remaining childhood, but once she celebrates her most important birthday, it is time for her to work towards her glorious future. We need to make preparations in advance and decide on her schooling. Vess turned to his wife and frowned. Why? Do you want to talk about this? We already decided to raise her into a politician and leader, which falls completely in line with her designer genes. I have given Aurelia a few alternative choices, but she has no objections to following our original intentions. What is there to discuss? Do you want to select her next school right away? Gloriana tried to suppress her scowl. As much as she tried to be understanding towards her husband, Vess' flawed speech pattern grated on her ears the longer they spoke. He knew that as well, which was why he readily isolated himself in his design lab most of the time. Times have changed, Vess. The Age of Dawn has witnessed the rise of many miracles. From the carmine mechs that you have gifted to the masses to the revival of systematic cultivation, norms have much more options at their disposal than before. Aurelia has repeatedly insisted that she wants to become a part-time carmine mech pilot, and I intend to oblige her, because this age is much more dangerous than the one that came before. I fear that few people will end up growing old without having the power to protect themselves. What do you think, Vess? Should we restrain Aurelia's Kai cultivation to preserve her chances of advancing to an expert pilot, or should we encourage her to practice a serious Kai cultivation method? Vess crossed his arms. Isn't the answer obvious? Aurelia is not a warrior. Sure, she is, still young and malleable, so we can still train her into becoming an excellent carmine mech pilot. It would be even better if she has gained a good genetic aptitude. She can become an authentic and orthodox mech pilot. However, I think this is not a good direction for her. She's softer and less talented in combat than Andrast. Our oldest daughter's chances of achieving greatness is still better than average due to superior endowments, but her strengths lie elsewhere. Gloriana felt so frustrated that she wanted to bash her head against a wall to escape this torture. She maintained a brittle smile as she tried her best to endure the situation. If I had my way, I would love for Aurelia to become a political leader or a musician, the concerned mother said. Yet in a society that is increasingly becoming more martial and less civilized, it is becoming clear that strength is the ultimate capital of leadership. Just look at the evolution witch and how she is able to dictate red ocean politics. She is one of the best role models for girls and women everywhere. Her example clearly proves that strength is the foundation of power in the red ocean. I do not intend for Aurelia to become a leader without a sufficiently strong backbone. Vess shook his head. I know what you are dreaming about, but it is too difficult for her. Have you forgotten how much blood, sweat, and tears it takes for mortals to push themselves past their limits and transcend their willpower? I am confident that Andrast can do this because she has been training for this since her childhood. Besides, high-ranking mech pilots tend to be very direct, transparent, and dogmatic to the extreme. They make for excellent figureheads, but not necessarily excellent politicians. It is better for Aurelia to practice a variation of a Kai cultivation method because she at least retains a greater degree of sanity and flexibility that will enable her to respond deftly to all sorts of situations. Gloriana's teeth were grinding like millstones. According to the Red Collective, all of the Kai cultivation methods, even their most expensive premium ones, are ultimately not able to defeat a high-ranking mech at the same level in combat. You have given me similar warnings in the past. If Aurelia does what you suggest, she will always remain beholden to the expert pilots, ace pilots or god pilots in her orbit. That is not necessarily the case, Vess said. There are ways for Kai cultivators to beat willpower cultivators. I already formed a plan for Aurelia. She should improve her charm and social skills so that she can easily befriend other powerful allies. The best way for her to defeat a hostile expert mech is not to fight it directly, but have a friendly expert mech take her place. I want for her to amass an army that will become more loyal to her than me. She is strongly predisposed to making friends and building coalitions. His wife had to admit that there was a strong appeal to that development trajectory. Why should Aurelia ever have to dirty her hands when she could command her many loyal and fanatical subjects to fight in her stead? However, there were still flaws to this approach. Gloriana seemed much less certain than before whether this was still the right plan. Should we enroll her into one of the many cultivation academies founded by the Red Collective? Gloriana asked. Our daughter will not be able to learn as much traditional classes, but she will be able to master a structural and fully systematic cultivation framework that will allow her to make the best use out of her kai. Cultivation. That was a good question. As a high-ranked figure within the RC, Vess possessed a bit more awareness of the policies adopted by the education department. Those cultivation academies are a product of the times, Vess said. Under ordinary circumstances, most of the academies should have a strong civilian focus. Oralia would be able to take classes on arts, history, languages, psychology, sociology, as well as more cultivation-oriented subjects. That is, not the education department's priority at the moment. At this time, the people over there are more interested in creating military academies where enrollees will primarily undergo physical training and learn about how to kill, how to wage war, and so on. The Red War is unlikely to end in the short term, so we may still be locked in a conflict against an endless amount of native aliens. Not every cultivator is suited for war, but many of them have no other choice. Gloriana grew more upset, and not just because she was being driven mad by her husband's speech pattern. That is far from what I expected out of these cultivation academies. I want our daughter to become strong, but not necessarily turn into a soldier. I believe that elegance and grace are among Oralia's best traits. She may lose them if she is forced into undergoing harsh military training. Was that what his wife was worrying about the most? Vess scratched his head. Oralia doesn't have the attitude of a serious cultivator. I think she is better off attending regular classes at traditional schools and focus on absorbing more refined subjects that will give her an excellent foundation in the upper echelon of human civilization. As for her cultivation, I am totally within my rights to pass on a cultivation method to her and give her extensive guidance and tutoring to strengthen her foundation. The Larkinson clan is a sect, after all. I am confident that I can help her grow faster without needing to rely too much on the facilities available at her next school. His suggestions threw Gloriana off guard. She lost her composure for a moment as she tried to figure out whether there was any purpose to Vess' suggestions. Do you truly think you can make up for full-time systematic education and training by tutoring Oralia in person? No, not seriously, Vess conceded. I can give Oralia enough of the basics as I understand them. That should be enough to turn our daughter into a capable cultivator, but not an excellent one that can unravel and reconstruct cultivation methods. That isn't necessary for a future leader like her. We need a leader who can do more than declare wars and solve problems by resorting to brute force. His wife looked more and more convinced in his argument. Very well, I shall take a closer look at the traditional schools. Well, it may be fine enough for Oralia, since I have learned that more and more universities are beginning to incorporate systematic cultivation in their Login Enlang. Makes sense. They can't afford a massive drop in enrollments. The cultivation academies are bound to steal a significant chunk of students. Their oldest daughter would be the first of their offspring to reach 10 years old, to grow into an adult, and to take up a job. Oralia had a bright future ahead of her. That did not mean she was guaranteed to attain greatness, but she had many more opportunities than others. Chapter 65, 28 Wild Modularity. Talking became annoying when Vess entered his deep research state, but there was nothing wrong when he was left to work by himself. The development of the Amaranto Mark Roman III Ultimate Module progressed quickly. Vess was able to complete the development of the two-step execution crystal considerably faster than expected due to the advantages of his special mental state. As Vess began to apply his newly gained insights into Architect to handle relatively simple assignments related to the tech, the advantages of his deep research state became a little less pronounced. Perhaps it was because he did not master enough Architect to work fluently with it yet, or maybe it was because he was not passionate about this field. Whatever the case, Gloriana began to request that Vess pull himself out of his abnormal mental state, because his strange condition was beginning to produce more and more problems for himself and the clan. Even if other people had expressed sympathy and understanding of Vess' sudden drop in empathy, humanity, and charisma, it was still disturbing and upsetting to interact with a man who clearly showed no interest in socializing with others. This incident revealed that Vess had come to rely a lot on building an expanding network of friends, acquaintances, and business partners to form his own empire. Fortunately, the immense reputation and his historic accomplishments propped Vess up when his current words and behavior did not always befit a man of his stature. Vess knew that he should not disregard the growing voices of criticism. There was a time and place where increasing his productivity and completing his Mech design projects sooner may turn out to be a matter of life and death. He did not know whether he should classify the Amaranto mark Roman 3 with the same degree of severity, but he decided that it would be enough after completing this Mech design project. He at least wanted to maintain this state when upgrading the expert Mech alongside his fellow collaborators to see whether anything would happen. Once that was over, he would immediately return to his normal state of mind and work on the remainder of his projects the old-fashioned way. Many people around Vess grew more and more eager to see Vess return to his original self. No matter whether Vess was providing valuable observation data to the Red Collective or not, almost everyone had lost their patience with the problems that he had inadvertently caused. Meanwhile, the people around him grew more and more concerned about the possibility of a final push by the native aliens. Weeks had passed. Red humanity had plenty of time to gather proof that the native aliens were about to unleash a final attack, yet the answers from all of the scouting parties were universal. We have found no conclusive proof that the native aliens are amassing their warships and other combat assets. All of their staging points are operating at normal capacity. Our spies and the spies of other organizations have attempted to find any logistical trails that can lead to the hiding places of the possible reinforcements, but we have yet to acquire any. A passerby may take a look at this situation and think that we are being overly paranoid to the point of spotting ghosts where there are none. Eliza Mo Ragadin calmly delivered her report on this subject, knowing that Vess was incredibly concerned about any developments related to a final push. Not even his deep research state could make him apathetic towards the potential extinction of red humanity. How can this be? I was sure that the native aliens were preparing to finish the job. There should have been more indications in the past, right? Yes, but our adversaries are clever and cunning, sir, his chief of staff from the Red Collective explained. The native aliens have tightened their procedures and became more conscious of the information they may convey to enemy observers. The intelligence we have gathered behind enemy lines have become considerably less reliable as a result. That sounded tricky. Vess had no doubt that the cosmopolitan movement was behind this effective response. The human traders were still furious about their inability to stop the rollout of kinship networks across every state and organization. So you still believe that a final push is coming? Eliza narrowed her eyes. We hope for the best but prepare for the worst. We cannot afford to get caught off guard. We would rather assume that the native aliens have found a way to gather reinforcements completely beyond our detection capabilities than to believe that our enemies are failing to see their offensive through. This is why we are expediting many bureaucratic procedures and approving many more projects than before. Similar activity is taking place in other states and organizations. This would be an excellent time for Vess to propose a radical Mech design, if he was interested in the subject. Vess was still fixated on completing the Amaranto mark Roman 3, so it was hard for him to shift a lot of focus to another exciting new Mech design. Alas, he could only stick to his original plan as he was not in a condition to do anything extraneous. I guess we can't do anything else without any solid clues, Vess thought in resignation. Are there Any other noteworthy developments taking place at this time? There is, sir. The Artifact Warship Department that you have originally proposed to serve as a joint venture between the Red Collective and the Red Fleet has recently taken shape. It is still years away from developing a functional warship that is able to harness the power of E-energy radiation in a qualitatively superior manner, but the Fleeters are highly optimistic about this initiative. HM, good, we need better warships. The Red Fleet needs to keep up with the times, and they can't do so by squandering their time and resources into their Starfighter Corps. Surprisingly enough, the Starfighter Corps had not collapsed as Vess anticipated. In the buffer period, where most Carmine Mech pilots still needed to undergo intensive training in order to pilot their yellow jackets in battle, starfighters were needed to make up the numbers and increase Red humanity's ability to resist repeated invasions. Starfighter pilots may have lost their allure, but their duty to their race and civilization remained strong. These people willingly piloted inferior strike craft out of love and duty to Red humanity. Naturally, the Starfighter Corps no longer received as much ridicule as before. Its future may be bleak, but the heroism of the Starfighter pilots who remained was commendable. Vess started to lose interest in the briefing. Eliza Mo Ragadan continued to report on half a dozen other developments, but it seems the information passed through one ear and went out of the other ear. He wanted to get back to the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. Ever since he first entered his deep research state, he had instinctively designated its completion as his most important objective. This properly focused his attention in the right direction, but also made it harder for him to care about other stuff. His work on the Rule Breaker project would have suffered badly if this was the case. It was not a good idea for Vess to anger his mother, as well as the other scary true gods of the Oblivion Gate Consortium. Fortunately, Vess had already discovered that his incarnations could largely escape Vess' mental distortions. Veronica, at the very least, suffered little problems when she worked on the Rule Breaker project by herself. In fact, she could also choose to enter a deep research state of her own if she wanted, as she was technically a phase lord as well. The cyborg cat wisely declined to do so because of the need to maintain her wits. She also needed to remain sociable enough to collaborate with Master Moira Willix. It felt so good to be able to work alongside Master Willix on a collaborative Mech design. This time they worked as equals, which was an entirely new experience for the both of them. It was refreshing, as the Rule Breaker project was not a technically demanding project. It just demanded a lot of variations in order to account for regional resource availability. What was especially nice about working alongside a rational Mech designer at the master level was that Moira Willix was able to replicate a large selection of design philosophies with great proficiency. There was no need to bring in other contributing Mech designers to this taboo Mech design project. Willix could easily replicate 4 different design philosophies and apply them to the Mech design. Leaving aside the rich e-technology aspect, modularity is central to the Rule Breaker project. This is the universal base that we must develop first in order to give birth to all other possibilities. The most relevant design philosophy that I can imitate and apply to this Mech design is wild modularity. It is a rather extreme approach to modular Mech platforms by allowing a machine to slot in parts and wield equipment that were originally designed by other Mechs. Wait, what? The cyborg cat reacted with astonishment. Is that actually possible? There is an assimilation period that can last for months, faster for stronger Mech pilots. Once the assimilation period has run its course, the wild parts that have been grafted onto the modular Mech have become metaphysically integrated. This advantage should massively increase the popularity of the Rule Breaker project, as Carmine Mech pilots can acquire the favorite parts and systems from their favorite Mechs, convert them into modular equipment, and slot them into their Carmine Mechs. That sounds amazing. Let's include wild modularity into the Rule Breaker project right away. What other cool design philosophies can you imitate? While Veronica made good progress on the Rule Breaker project with the help of an incredibly useful rational master Mech designer, work on the Amaranto Mark Roman III project had reached the final phases before the design team was ready to begin the exhaustive upgrade process. The design became functionally complete after 1.5 months of exemplary diligent work. It had become feature complete and only needed to be refined and optimized over multiple rounds in order to reach its final form. Venerable Davia Stark frequently moved to the practice range and changed into a strong suit of combat armor in order to test different scale models of the Instrument of Vengeance. Yes, Venerable Stark had already been recalled from the border regions so that she could do what she could to help the Mech designers complete their assignments. I should have stayed with the expeditionary fleet. There are too many aliens that need slaying, the older female expert pilot grumbled under her breath on occasion. Despite her absence from the battlefield, she obediently cooperated with the Mech designers to cooperate in tests and help with gathering useful empirical data. Although she was unable to properly test the performance of the ultimate module as it would only properly work on the real Instrument of Vengeance, she still looked forward to taking advantage of its amazing properties. Venerable Davia Stark had big plans for the two-step execution crystal. She intended to nurture it carefully so that it would quickly grow and mature into a much more powerful and useful form of targeting correction and aim assistance system. When will the upgrade process begin? Davia asked as her body was shaking with anticipation. Less than a week, Gloriana replied. We have imported all of the necessary materials and calibrated all of our advanced production machines. There are still aspects of the Amaranto Mark Roman III design that I feel are rushed, so I insist we use the remaining days to work out the more glaring imperfections and ensure that the Amaranto Mark Roman III will appear stellar when she has unveiled her presence on the battlefield. She already had confidence that the Amaranto Mark Roman III would exceed the Dark Zephyr. Mark Roman III on almost every level. From the increased complexity of architect to the multiple sources of amplification of the firepower of the Instrument of Vengeance, the expert marksman Mech was slated to become the ultimate ranged executioner of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 65, 29 The Blood-Soaked Castrator. Due to the mental changes induced by the deep research state, Vess had become hyper-focused on completing the Amaranto Mark Roman III project. While he kept himself informed of other developments, his emotional attachment and interest in them had dropped to a precipitously low level. When phase whales and phase lords became engrossed in their own research and practice, they needed to be able to tune out every external distraction for extremely long periods of time. They also needed to be able to endure the passing of entire ages. Few mortal organisms were able to withstand the mental impact of seeing thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years pass before their eyes without growing mentally unstable or unhinged. Phase leaders therefore gained the capacity to deal with their changed relationship of time in different ways. From being able to hibernate for eons without causing their mental and physical state to deteriorate all that much, to the ability to dedicate entire centuries' worth of time to excessively engage in a single grand research project, these body cultivators proved to be anything but mindless brutes. True phase leaders spent far more time developing their true bodies and knowledge base behind closed doors than on waging active campaigns against their enemies. The Phase Lord Department actually gained a huge amount of insights into the true nature of the phase whale race by studying how Vess largely became disconnected to society. A lot of phase whales must still be caught up in their own research or hibernation. Not even the Red War that would decide the fate of their own dwarf galaxy had succeeded in pulling them away from their own timeless perception of reality. The analysts feared that the speculation that a majority of powerful phase leaders were actually still isolated and in hiding may be a lot more probable than before. Red humanity was lucky that the current iteration of the Red Cabal only represented a fraction of all of the powerful phase whales that were still alive in the new frontier today. If the phase whales were truly able to wake up all of the native gods in isolation, then they would have probably been able to crush red humanity at the start. That was not the case, fortunately. The ability to perceive the passage of time, like a distant god, rather than a vulnerable mortal, defined the phase whale race. It turned the phase whales into excellent researchers, as well as long-lived organisms. It was the secret to their success. The phase whale race was able to establish a solid foothold in the Red Ocean, despite their relatively small population base, because this crucial advantage enabled almost every individual to become a genius through hard work and lengthy accumulation. No phase whale could remain ignorant and stupid after spending 1,000,000 years on study and research. Phase lords were probably less able to treat time in this manner because their cultivation was not a perfect fit to their racial circumstances. Unlike phase whales, who never really found any value in demanding worship from their fellow phase whales, the other major races. However, for all of the advantages brought by their ability to treat the passage of thousands of years as an afternoon nap, the disadvantage of becoming detached from current events was too big of a flaw. It may even be the key to winning the Red War and vanquishing the phase whales. Whatever the case, by entering into a deep research state, Vess became so fixated on completing the Amaranto Mark Roman III project that he accidentally missed several major developments. One of them was the reappearance of the Heaven Sword. The other was the completion of the promising upgrade cycle of the Mech designer system. The third was the gradual collapse of the fourth defensive band. Each of these were massive developments that had great implications for Vess, but because his mentality had become a lot more inhuman, he uncharacteristically ignored these major events as if they were inconsequential to his life. Still, just because Vess was unable to bring himself to care about the events unfolding in the Red Ocean did not mean that other humans felt the same. Kedys Larkinson had been waiting for the arrival of arguably the most powerful sword artifact crafted and wielded by humans that had survived up to the present time. Perhaps other powerful swords had managed to survive the crisis that engulfed the Milky Way a long time ago, but none of them made an appearance in public, so Kedys did not know of anything else that could surpass the splendor of the Heaven Sword. The female swordmaster had mixed feelings about the arrival of the Heaven Sword. She did not have a good understanding of its motivations and intentions, but she could make a number of guesses. She doubted that its goals aligned with her own. There was bound to be a contradiction between their respective motivations. How would the Heaven Sword respond if Kedys showed resistance to one of its goals? Would the sentient relic show understanding and accept a compromise, or would it leverage its enormous power to force Kedys to conform to its directives? She did not know. In order to guard against the worst-case scenarios that might unfold during the less-than-desirable reunion, Kedys began to make numerous preparations. First, she informed the expeditionary fleet and asked for the aid of its most powerful champions. While Kedys already secured the help of her fellow sword maiden Desi and her husband Joshua, she doubted that a pair of high-tier expert Mechs could suppress the Heaven Sword. If the Heaven Sword ever turned hostile, then she would definitely need the help of not one, but multiple ace Mechs. She therefore organized a short virtual meeting with all of the ace pilots in the expeditionary fleet. This not only included Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar, but also the ace pilots of the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. The Swordmaster also invited Patriarch Reginald Cross of the Cross Clan, Saint Calisandra Boujay of the Boujay family, Saint Marissa Lewandowski of the Adelaide Mercenary Company, as well as the guest ace pilot that accompanied the Glory Seekers for the time being. The Glory Seekers had yet to produce an ace pilot from their own ranks, but they were able to make use of their good ties with the Hex Federation to borrow its own saints on rotation. The current guest was a controversial figure, to say the least. St. Davara Kishom was a junior ace pilot who fought with the Hessex Impaler, a multi-armed ace mech that wielded up to a dozen different spears at a time. What caused a lot of unrest within the expeditionary fleet, as well as the other defenders of the Viola Magnifica system, was that she had gained a lot of notoriety during the Komodo War. During the war that engulfed the Komodo star sector in the Milky Way, the Hexers became infamous for providing mixed treatment to the captive soldiers of the Friday Coalition. The Hexers had no qualms about treating female Fridayman soldiers with the dignity and respect they deserved. Males received very different treatment. How badly they were mistreated largely depended on which matriarchal dynasty gained custody of a batch of prisoners of war. The Amort matriarchal dynasty was among the worst in this aspect. St. Davara Kishom actually insisted on meting out punishment to the POWs regardless of whether the male Friday men were at fault. The aggressive junior ace pilot therefore became known as the blood-soaked castrator. Even though it was originally meant as a crude insult, St. Chilhom actually embraced the title, reveling in how it was able to enhance her intimidation factor. Nowadays, no male was able to feel comfortable in the presence of her piercing saint. Kingdom. The blood-soaked castrator had turned her domain field into a weapon against all men regardless of race. The predominantly male soldiers of the native aliens, arrayed against the blood-soaked castrator, had very little means to defend against her overbearingly hostile willpower. It was not a strange sight to see the Hessex Impaler fly in the middle of a formation of enemy small craft, only for hundreds of alien face fighters to spin out of control. Their alien pilots had become frozen in fear or got overtaken by the pain originating from their lower bodies. Due to St. Kishom's inhumane Saint Kingdom, the Hessex Impaler actually became one of the best ace mechs to assist with capturing enemy warships intact. So long as the accompanying boarding troops consisted entirely of Hexer or female soldiers, it became trivially easy to neutralize the disabled alien crew members and take control over the alien hulls. While the blood-soaked castrator, along with the other ace pilots, accepted the invitation from caddies, most of them offered bad news. "We will not be available to help you defend against this ancient sword." St. Calisandra Boujay spoke. "We have received a directive from the Red Association that compels us to upgrade the Royal Gem to a first-class ace mech before deploying to a more strategic location. The Red 3 has begun to make more extensive use of the expanded rights afforded to them after instituting martial law. The strategists above our heads are of the opinion that the most decisive battles will be waged in the upper zones. There is a deficit of first-class ace mechs, and we have been called to fill this gap." St. Marissa Lewandowski also spoke of the same. "The Adelaide Mercenary Company has received an identical request. My Jeddah Sandivar is long overdue for an undrayed animal. All of the fighting in the Torald Middle Zone has allowed us to accum a huge amount of MTA credits and war merits. I have been saving up for an even more dramatic upgrade in the future, but it is not bad to transform my Jeddah Sandivar into a first-class ace light skirmisher, now rather than later. I want my mech to be able to fight at its very best in time for the rumored final push to arrive." Not everyone believed in the rumors of a possible final push by the native aliens, but it did not hurt to take precautions in advance. Perhaps the Red 3 got spooked by news of this possible alien attack as well, which was why they insisted on turning so many second-class ace mechs into first-class ace mechs. "St. Kishom?" Keddies inquired. The blood-soaked castrator eagerly nodded. "I am also being reassigned. The Red Association has promised additional material and technical support to upgrade my Hessex Impaler. The Metchers even promised that all of the helpers they send my way will be women. They have high hopes that my ace mech can significantly weaken and disrupt the concentration of male phase lords. Most of the native alien civilizations in the Red Ocean tended to be patriarchal. It was not necessarily the case that female aliens were being oppressed, but they had less opportunities to transcend their mortality and take an active role in the Red War. Most of the female Fays, whales and Phase lords, remained in the rear of alien space for the time being. This was good news for St. Kishome. The fewer female Phase lords on the battlefield, the more she was able to gain a massive advantage when fighting against the male native gods. Cadiz briefly wondered whether the Heaven Sword regarded itself as a male artifact. During the times she was able to wield it, she gained the distinct impression that its original owner and user had definitely been a man. Sadly, it appeared that Cadiz would not be able to learn the answer, because the blood-soaked castrator would soon depart from the expeditionary fleet. She turned to the champion of her own clan. "Kaysella, I will be available, at least for the next couple of months." The ace command pilot responded with a reassuring smile. "The only issue is that my Minerva is still an expert Mech, so it is constraining my performance. My approach to combat is also not as suited to suppress a sword that is at least as powerful as an ace Mech by itself. Thank you regardless, Kaysella. Any help is appreciated." Chapter 65, 30 St. Linda Cross. Cadiz experienced an unexpected setback in her plan to guard against any hostile intent from the Heaven Sword. She did not expect that the R-Ray was so desperate to reinforce the contested star systems in the upper zones that it had compelled many second-class ace pilots to leave the second-class Mech forces that they fought alongside with for many years. If second-class ace pilots of this caliber possessed the power and the resources to pilot first-class ace Mechs, yet refused to do so, it was usually because they were committed to defending their comrades. This was an expression of true loyalty. It was normally difficult for the Mechers or other groups to persuade these stubborn and emotionally committed saints to leave their comrades and fight for a different cause. Yet this time the R-Ray succeeded. The Red War had taken such a dire turn that the survival of Red humanity came under increasing doubt. Even if the saints were able to protect their comrades and loved ones on an individual battlefield, their victories became meaningless if the rest of human civilization was falling apart around them. The importance of defending the race and civilization that sheltered every red human surpassed the importance of more selfish goals. As such, the R-Ray's call to arms successfully persuaded a lot of second-class ace pilots to finally make the jump, even if it meant that they could no longer fight alongside their familiar comrades. The good news was that enough ace pilots, most of whom had managed to break through relatively recently, had decided to stay behind and watch over the second-class Mech forces. It was still sad to see so many other dependable champions depart. While Cadiz ultimately believed that the Red Association's desperation measure would ultimately benefit everyone, it did not help her case at the moment. How could she protect against the Heaven Sword, or at least deter it from making any shady moves? Should she think about turning to the regional branch of the Red Association for help? That did not appeal to her. If the Mechers were able to suppress the Heaven Sword, then they would feel tempted to capture the priceless grand work and claim it for themselves. That was not what Cadiz wanted. She did not regard the Heaven Sword as an actual enemy. She merely worried about whether it would force changes upon herself. Conflict should be avoided at all costs. Although she would like to think the best of this ancient and revered sword relic, she could not help the feeling that her modern sensibilities may clash against the Heaven Sword's ancient values. Cadiz turned to another ace pilot. "Patriarch Reginald, now that the 77th Warborn Mech Division has been assigned to defend the Viola Magnifica system, you can lend a hand to us as well. Are you willing to cooperate?" It initially came as a surprise to both the Expeditionary Fleet and the 77th Warborn that the two would converge in the same star system. Ever since he founded the Warborn, General Ark Larkinson always tried his best to maintain a separation between his troops and the troops of the Expeditionary Fleet. It would be much harder for him to establish his authority if the members of the Warborn repeatedly looked up to the notable individuals of the legendary Expeditionary Fleet. A few years had gone by since then. Ark had already cemented his control over the Warborn. The strategists also forced him to take his Mech division to Viola Magnifica due to being the single most important port system of the 4th Defensive Band in the Torald Middle Zone. Although the arrival of the Warborn in Viola Magnifica initially led to a little friction between the two forces, they soon managed to get along fine, though not to the extent that the two could seamlessly cooperate with each other. I hate to say it to you, but my situation is similar to the others. The vigorous ace pilot and clan leader gruffly spoke. I would have stayed and guarded your back if I could. You are one of the few Mech designers in this dwarf galaxy that possesses the guts and courage of a warrior. Would be a shame if anything happened to you. You should be able to call for other help. Master Benedict has been planning the upgrade of my Mars for a long time, so there is no excuse for any delays. I see, Kedis said as she tried to think of other names to call upon. Should she request assistance from the RA or RC? I was not done yet, Reginald spoke. My deputy, St. Linda Cross, will still remain with the expeditionary fleet. I can tell her to watch over you when it is necessary. That was good news. The Larkinson clan was not the only member of the Golden Skull Alliance that had gained new ace pilots. The Cross clan had finally produced its second ace pilot after its patriarch by witnessing the breakthrough of Linda Cross. With her upgraded ace Space Knight, the Amphis Extremis was able to block and mitigate damage to an ever greater extent than the current iteration of the Larkinson. Clan's Bastion. Everyone turned to one of the more recent saints, who had proven her valor in combat many times over during the Red Tide Offensive. Linda Cross used to be one of the expert pilots of the original Cross clan. She survived the retreat from the Garland Empire in the Old Galaxy and accompanied the reformed Cross clan into the new frontier and helped to win the battles that allowed it to rise to prosperity. In the present time, she was just beginning to get her bearings as an ace pilot with her recently upgraded Amphis Extremis. The quasi-first-class ace Space Knight possessed a balanced configuration, allowing it to perform well in both a defensive and offensive capacity. While its armor system did not have the bulk to rival the much more impressive defenses of heavy Space Knights, the Amphis Extremis nonetheless tried to compensate for this by possessing a much more powerful custom Azure Shield generator. The SADIX Azure Shield generator was one of the strong points of the Amphis Extremis. The Ace Mech was able to supply an abundant amount of electric energy to it. The SADIX also possessed a high face water content and was enriched with high-grade hyper materials that were difficult to obtain through regular channels. What truly enabled it to stand out was the integration of resonating exotics. St. Linda Cross was able to infuse a large proportion of true resonance into the SADIX to increase its ability to withstand damage, which was particularly helpful when dueling against enemy champions. The Amphis Extremis was also able to channel true resonance into the SADIX to drastically expand the radius of its Azure energy shield. This allowed it to shield a troop of mechs or the side of a friendly starship from incoming damage. However, the SADIX was largely optimized for offensive operations, so this feature was not as strong as it could have been. It was unrealistic for the SADIX to be able to resist repeated salvos of warship-grade cannon fire before reaching its limit. Even so, St. Linda Cross was still able to resist a huge amount of punishment for a limited amount of time, which was usually enough to escort friendlies to safety. Her Amphis Extremis therefore split its time on defensive and offensive missions. It would be great if the Amphis Extremis could approach an enemy phase lord and lock the alien monstrosity in combat, but the alien leaders were usually too cunning to get caught so easily. The Ace Space Knight was also not suitable to confront enemies that were too powerful by itself. St. Linda still had a lot of room for growth, though. Master Benedict Cortez had designed an excellent ace mech for her, but the junior ace pilot needed at least a few years to acclimate to her new abilities and grow her resonance strength to a more respectable level. While St. Linda and her Amphis Extremis were not as oppressive on the battlefield as the Mars, the combination was at least a lot better in a defensive capacity. The Amphis Extremis should be able to shield and protect Caddies if the Heaven Sword turned into a physical hazard. The female ace pilot directed a friendly smile towards Caddies. "You shall have my protection when the time has come. I can make no guarantees as I do not understand the mysterious powers of this weapon, so make sure that you do not solely rely on my defenses." "Thank you, St. Linda. I still remain hopeful that I am being overly paranoid. If the Heaven Sword agrees to respect my right to choose my own decisions, then it should not pose any threat. Your help will ultimately not be necessary. I merely want to guard against the possibility that it will force me to become its next Heaven Sword saint." The more Caddies thought about the relic weapon's habit of transforming any swordmaster into an ace pilot that had become completely dependent on the extraordinary weapon, the more frightened she became. Would it employ the same method to establish a foothold in human society? It was questionable whether Caddies could resist this transformation. Prior swordmasters had all volunteered to become the next Heaven Sword saint. They put up no resistance at all and willingly abandoned their old swordsmanship for the one imposed by the most powerful sword they knew. They also gained the right and responsibility to rule over an entire second-rate state. Caddies had no desire to become a similar figurehead, so it became necessary for her to plan for the worst. St. Linda's assistance, combined with the help of other available Larkinson expert pilots, may barely be sufficient to put up a strong united front against the Heaven Sword. Now that Caddies and the ace pilots of the expeditionary fleet gained an understanding, they began to chat about other topics during this virtual meeting. "It will ultimately be good for ace pilots such as us to separate from the expeditionary fleet," Patriarch Reginald said. "The native aliens don't value the battlefields of the middle and lower zones all that much, so they always assign the more shameless and cowardly phase lords to these war theaters. They are not necessarily weak, but it is becoming increasingly more difficult to force them into an honest fight. It is not without reason that the Mechers want to move us. There are too many ace pilots in this star system that we aren't giving the rank and file enough of a challenge anymore to feel desperate and break through. Maybe that is why the rate of breakthroughs have stagnated during the ongoing offensive. That may very well be true. There was a point in which the continued protection of an ace pilot ultimately did more harm than good. The members of the Golden Skull Alliance looked up to their established champions and protectors, so much so that they became too dependent. As long as the enemy was unlikely to divert a lot of troops or strong phase lords to the current battleground, it was fine for the regular troops to fight without so many of their powerful saints watching over their heads. Only Mech pilots who were willing to brave dangers without the expectation that they would be saved by others possessed the qualifications to break through. Caddies knew that this may be one of the reasons why her husband Joshua continued to remain stuck at his current bottleneck. It would ultimately be better for his development if he had to shoulder greater burdens. Other Larkinson expert pilots were in the same position. When Caddies thought of the dramatic events that took place during the fight against the Emperor Tree, she knew that Joshua and his peers had not yet exhausted their potential. They just needed a powerful enough opportunity to trigger their second apotheoses. Chapter 65, 31, The Bottlenecks of the Design Department. The Mechers eagerly want us to switch to upgraded first-class ace Mechs before carting us off to the upper zones, but doing so will reduce the safety margins in star systems such as Viola Magnifica by a large extent, St. Marissa Lewandowski warned. That means that if the native aliens do not completely act according to plan, they may send more phase lords to this strategic location. All the troops under us stand to suffer much greater losses if that happens. That is a possibility that we cannot dismiss, Saint Commander Casella agreed. In this day and age, we cannot protect and save every individual soldier no matter how extensively we try. There is an argument to be made that by removing us from their orbit, many more of them will die, but that the survivors will grow multiple times faster than now. If a handful of ace pilots and a dozen expert pilots emerge from a single battle, then suffering 50% losses does not necessarily represent defeat. The former Legion commander of the Living Sentinels abhorred such views, but that did not mean she was unable to understand the cold-hearted perspectives of the higher-ups. The Red Association has sent enough messages to make Kaysella understand that the Mechers made the decision to relocate the ace pilots partially for this reason. Only by reducing the strength of the defensive forces in the contested star systems would they be able to stimulate more desperate Mech pilots into breaking through. Since Kaysella was able to figure out this much, she made another prediction about how the Red Tide offensive might unfold in the near term. Pulling away the champions from the middle zones might create circumstances where the invading forces may actually be able to overcome the defenders and conquer more strategic locations. If that happened frequently enough, then the fourth defensive band would collapse sooner than most people thought. This may mean that the R-Ray, and by extension, the RF and the RC have privately decided to abandon the fourth defensive band under their own terms. This could be regarded as a potential masterstroke, but only if the upcoming storm produced enough powerful breakthroughs. If the trade-off worked as intended, then this was effectively a desperate and costly measure to trade territory for crucial breakthroughs. It may end up worthwhile if enough expert pilots, ace pilots, and maybe even god pilots appeared in the following months. Kaysella was not in a hurry to share her opinion on the R-Ray's latest move to others. It was a controversial gambit, and many people may not be able to accept the callousness of this brutal calculation. Her judgment may also be wrong. There were not enough clues to increase the certainty of her guess. To be honest, I was waiting to commission a living ace Mech from your patriarch, St. Marissa Lewandowski said in an emotional tone. Having fought alongside your clan for years, I have come to appreciate the value and strength of your living Mechs. I especially like how the living Mechs of both weak and powerful pilots have become responsive and reliable partners. I think I can fight considerably better if I had a living light skirmisher, like the Dark Zephyr. Kedis raised her eyebrow. Why have you not attempted to pass on your request to our design department? Vess and Kedis would be honored to convert your Jeddah Sandovar into a living ace Mech. The circumstances won't allow it. St. Marissa sighed with regret. I already chatted with Director Gloriana Wadden about this. She cannot promise that she can overhaul my ace Mech within 2 months, and that her schedule is already packed with ongoing projects. Your design department is ultimately too small to accept too much work. You really should think about expanding it. Your clan's living Mech have become so popular that more and more expert pilots and ace pilots like myself want to pilot a high-ranking living Mech of our own. We are so jealous of your Everchangers, your Minervas, your Dark Zephyr, and so on. You Larkinsons shouldn't keep all of the good stuff to yourselves. The more composed St. Calisandra Boujay nodded in agreement. My thoughts align with St. Marissa. There is no excuse for the Living Mech Corporation's design department to maintain its small scale when the sales and licensing fees of its business ventures have delivered an astronomical amount of income to your company and clan. Your patriarch is not only close to the Mechers, but also leads the upper council of the Red Collective. All of the impediments to further growth and expansion have disappeared. Kedis frowned when she heard that. I will pass on your feedback to Vess and Gloriana. I am not sure how they will take it, though. They like to maintain strong control over the design department. They have always resisted drastic expansion. Vess doesn't want their overall loyalty and commitment to come under question. Gloriana fears that bringing in too many new and unfamiliar Mech designers will cause the quality of the design department's output to drop. There are consultants for that, Swordmaster Kedis, St. Calandra said. If the two senior Mech designers do not know how to scale their design operations to a scale more befitting to one of the rising powers of the Red Ocean, Then they should seek the assistance of the Red Association or other friendly groups that possess much greater expertise in this area. There should be solutions to expand their design department while maintaining its current strengths. The Larkinson clan must become more professional in all of its aspects if it wants to live as long as our Boojay family. Even Keddies could not deny that the responsibilities and expectations of the design department had far outgrown its current scale. Expanding it was not that easy, though. As an insider, Keddies clearly understood that too many projects were dependent on Vess and Gloriana. This was a testament to their strength and brilliance, but they had also turned into the bottlenecks that constrained easy expansion. It would have been better if they managed to become master Mech designers. There were considerable differences between seniors and masters. The latter were not only smarter and able to get a lot more work done in the same amount of time, but their most important advantage was that they could pass on their design philosophies more easily. They could take on as many disciples as needed to raise substitutes and helpers to take care of less important projects and work assignments that were depending on the design philosophies of their masters. The realization of a design philosophy also made it a lot easier for existing Mech designers who already committed to their own specializations to become proficient in Vess or Gloriana's design principles. Given their competence and learning capabilities, it shouldn't take too much time for other seniors and masters to learn how to design living Mechs or to shape the perfect vessel like Gloriana. This was how the design studios and design departments led by others were able to expand their scale so quickly without resulting in a serious deterioration of quality and reliability. By the way, Keddies, how close are you to breaking through in your two professions? St. Marissa Lewandowski asked. Keddies sighed. Do not expect anything drastic to happen soon. It is not easy for me to invest my time in both of my careers at the same time. Do not get me wrong. I wouldn't trade this for anything else. Being a swordmaster, while possessing the insights of a journeyman Mech designer, has allowed me to approach my swordsmanship from a more analytical perspective. This complements my excellent intuition and instincts well. At the same time, my mastery of swordsmanship easily allows me to understand how to design swordsman Mechs that can complement the fighting styles of my customers much better. This is one of the reasons why my Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II are already selling well, despite the fact that I am just a journeyman. She had become one of the few journeymen of the current generation that defied the limitations of her rank. Her unusual set of advantages effectively allowed her to design swordsman Mechs that offered value propositions that surpassed that of the Mechs, designed by her peers. This is one of the key advantages to pursuing both a combat and production profession at the same time. Therefore, even if Keddies simply did not have time to make quick progress in both of her careers, she was still doing relatively well for herself. I envy your clan for raising so many excellent Mech designers who are actually worth a damn. Vess, Gloriana, you and maybe others such as Alexa Strion are shaping up to become future legends in your industry. Patriarch Reginald spoke in a judgmental tone. Master Benedict Cortez is the only Mech designer in the Cross clan that I can respect. We have invested so much money and resources into augmenting and educating our smarter descendants, yet all we get in return are more spoiled apprentices who may or may not be able to justify their rich treatment in a few decades. Absolutely none of them have shown any hint of the genius that characterized the best of your Larkinson clan. If it was that easy to produce Mech designers on the level of Vess, then many more groups would have gotten them by now. Keddies crossed her arms. You may have complaints about how Vess and Gloriana manage their design department, but they have always prioritized the quality of its Mech designers from the beginning. By limiting the rate of recruitment to ensure they get the cream of the crop, it is easier for them to realize the potential of new talents. The smaller scale of the design department also makes it easier for them to supervise and guide the talents that they see promise in. You can't do that as effectively if they have 10 times or 100 times more Mech designers under their command. If your cross-clan isn't good at raising good Mech designers from within, then why not recruit from outside? St. Marissa idly asked. Patriarch Reginald scowled. TCH, our cross-clan isn't as famous or attractive as the Larkinson clan. Those snooty journeymen, seniors, and masters that are genuinely talented or skilled look down on us and Master Benedict. Our battlefield accomplishments have earned us lots of glory, but without a famous or highly successful Mech designer in our ranks, all of the Mech designers that we are able to recruit are the rejects that can't get into more desirable Mech companies. Talent acquisition was serious business. Genuinely good Mech designers had already found good employment years before they graduated from their universities. While there was still a bit of mobility in the hiring market for Mech designers, the ones with genuine value always found a way to receive lucrative applications from superior employers. It was truly too difficult for the Cross clan and its Mech company to stand out from the competition. Benedict Cortez was not a bad Mech designer per se, but his resume as a master Mech designer was still awfully thin compared to his much older and more experienced competitors. Swordmaster Caddies! Patriarch Reginald suddenly adopted a serious and intense expression. Would you like to come over and work for us? We do not demand that you leave the Larkinson clan and defect to our Cross clan. You can stay with us as a guest designer and work directly under Master Benedict. Think of it as an exchange. I think we can help each other out a lot. You can help whip our spineless Mech designers into shape, and you can not only receive tutoring from a real master Mech designer, but also gain management experience by leading an existing design department. What do you think about this suggestion? Caddies blinked. She never expected Patriarch Reginald Cross to attempt to bring her over to the Cross clan, if only on a temporary basis. Without the latter qualifier, she would never think about accepting this offer. However, if it was only for a few years, Caddies found this proposal sound a lot more compelling. Chapter 65-32, Deeper Development. Everyone knew what Patriarch Reginald Cross was like. He was largely unsuited to be the leader of a large and growing clan. He was an ace pilot who was obsessed with earning glory. He was an impulsive man who put relatively little thought in all of his words and deeds. It was easy to interpret the Crosser ace pilot's offer as a poorly conceived attempt at poaching caddies from the Larkinson clan. However, the Swordmaster thought about it from a different perspective. Journeyman Mech designers were supposed to be people who had initially found their design philosophies and needed to expand on its starting foundation by enriching it with design applications. There were many ways in which journeymen could develop their design philosophies. Vess had once explained the tree model to her in the past. He was an archetypical example of a Mech designer who preferred to explore many different ideas, causing him to develop a broad but relatively short tree of skill sets and design applications. Caddies herself limited her output in many ways, choosing to limit her core work to swordsman Mechs. That meant that her tree was destined to be narrow. That did not mean that there was no need for her to travel around and gain new inspiration from different ideas. The challenge of Mech designers who wanted to develop like Vess was not to blindly pursue quantity by developing lots of unrelated design applications. They instead needed to find a way to tie all of these weaker solutions to each other so that they could produce powerful synergies. A qualified Mech designer must always design a Mech that offered superior performance or value to their target audience. There was no point in designing Mechs if the output contained a lot of dubious gimmicks that did not offer any meaningful improvement on the battlefield. As such, broad and adaptable Mech designers had to be able to combine multiple design applications together so that the whole was always greater than the sum of its parts. Strictly speaking, Vess was not a typical broad Mech designer. His most notable design solutions had already reached a degree of advancement that they could put a lot of narrow Mech designers to shame. It was just that his personality and the nature of his design choices reflected an attitude of not being afraid to explore drastically different subjects. Even if no existing synergy existed, he could always find a way to make it fit into his own design approach. Kedis was a different Mech designer. She purposefully focused on developing a narrow tree out of a clear understanding of her strengths and weaknesses. As a woman who split her time between Mech design and swordsmanship, she could never devote as much time on fanciful explorations like Vess. She had to ration them a lot more carefully. She understood quite early that if she still wanted to make decent progress as a Mech designer, then she needed to minimize her distractions and focus solely on developing her core strengths. This was why she had no qualms about developing into a narrow Mech designer and imposing multiple limitations on her work and research activities. While narrow Mech designers might have it easier on the surface, they still had to endure their own set of challenges. One of them is that it was quite difficult to develop a narrow tree to a tall height. Kedis had to continually explore and advance her core specialization so that it became notably more effective than the design applications of broad Mech designers. Broad Mech designers relied on combining multiple different weak solutions to produce a powerful result through synergy. Narrow Mech designers only relied on a single highly developed solution to outright dominate in a single aspect. Not everyone was able to succeed in doing the latter. Even if they understood the research direction they needed to explore, they still had to rely on a lot of ingenuity, opportunities, and hard work to make continuous breakthroughs and elevate a design application until it clearly overpowered compared to the alternatives. This was difficult because the rest of the Mech industry was not incompetent. There were many masters and star designers that had furthered the development of Mechs in so many different ways. It was impossible for a journeyman like Kedis to outcompete her most successful predecessors by beating them at their own game. The only viable way for journeymen, and especially ones that chose to commit to narrow development strategies, was to blaze a new trail. By pioneering a new research field, a Mech designer was able to avoid a lot of competition from the established market leaders. The goal was to fulfill the demands of customers in a different way than usual. Vess had managed to do so in a magnificent way. He successfully fulfilled a demand that had been left unmet for multiple centuries, which was to give Norm's way to pilot Mechs. There were also Mech designers who relied on different technologies to fulfill demands that had previously been met by established players. What enabled them to stand out from the competition was to solve a problem at a much more affordable price, or find a way to increase the performance of their own proprietary solutions. Originally, Kedis sought to develop a design philosophy based around designing swordsmen, Mechs armed with swords that offered superior sharpness. That had gradually changed as Kedis started to shift her emphasis on sharpness to developing a design application based on imbuing the swordsmanship she mastered into her own swordsman Mech designs. It was not that Kedis had lost her passion for sharpness. It still served as the foundation of her personal sword style. She just felt that she could not bring much value to the Mech industry, as sharpness was a common specialization to many existing Mech designers. While their methods may differ from her own, she could not deny the fact that the Mech market already sold plenty of swordsman Mechs armed with blades that could cut through thick and resilient alloys. Instead of thanklessly trying to improve a parameter that offered no real unique benefits aside from maybe making her own solution cheaper and more accessible, she would rather break new ground and offer her customers a benefit that they could never attain from her competitors. This was why she decisively chose to reorient her design philosophy towards a gimmick that only she could do, which was imbuing her swordsman Mech designs with the custom swordsmanship styles developed by herself in the guise of a swordmaster. No other Mech designer possessed a combination of professions like Kedis, and she would be a fool if she did not neglect the obvious synergies. She had clearly made the right bet, because all of her products had been very well received by her target audience. The Red Association currently registered her specialization as a Class VI design philosophy based on skill-imbued swordsman Mechs. her route still remained the same. She wanted to design the best swordsman mechs in the universe. She just chose to shift her emphasis from sharpness to the imbuement of superior weapon skills. This was why she was successfully able to get away with such a major change in specializations. She was rather lucky as well that she managed to make this transition early in her career as a high-ranking mech designer. The later she changed her specializations, the less room she had to make any course changes. At that point, too much of her original design philosophy had already become solidified, thereby locking their cognition to the point where they could no longer accept radical changes in their design approach. In other words, older mech designers had basically locked themselves in their chosen directions. They could only effectively explore radically different research directions if they were broad and versatile enough from the start. The only other solution was to raise disciples who were willing to explore different but related research directions. Cadiz had yet to reach the point where she seriously needed to think about training disciples to do this kind of work. She was still a journeyman mech designer who had made decent, but not too many attainments in her new research direction. She instinctively felt that she still retained enough flexibility to make further course changes if she wished. Not that she wanted to. She was happy with specializing in skill-imbued swordsmen. Mechs. The challenge that she currently faced was that she found it difficult to devise new ways to improve her core design application any further. She recognized several shortcomings about her design philosophy that she could address. The memory capacity of every swordsman mech design was limited. She could only imbue so much information into her works. This severely limited her ability to pass on thorough and complete swordsmanship styles into words such as the Monster Slayer model and the Storm Sword model. The teaching of swordsmanship styles was also rigid and non-interactive. Every copy of her mech designs taught the same set of sword techniques and principles without making any adjustments based on the circumstances of individual mech pilots. A true swordsmanship teacher would tailor his lessons to each individual student. Certain moves were not suitable to be employed by a different swordsman due to incompatible physiques, mindsets, habits, and convictions. Other sword techniques could still be taught, but needed to be altered to accommodate the unique circumstances of individual swordsmen. This was why true swordsmanship could never easily be learned by studying books or watching a video guide. Those that possessed the capacity to learn new sword styles through non-interactive study materials were already highly skilled and successful swordmasters themselves. What Cadiz could do, the vast majority of her customers could not do. They lacked the skill, experience, and other competencies to truly master unfamiliar sword styles. The most common feedback she received from her customers was that the sword styles taught by her mechs forced them into becoming swordsmen that they did not identify with. The lack of adaptation and responsiveness to the unique circumstances of every customer limited the usefulness of sword styles that synergized well with their associated swordsman mechs. Cadiz eagerly wanted to solve these problems and more, but she lacked the imagination and inspiration to come up with viable solutions. This was why journeymen occasionally had to leave the environment they were familiar with and venture to different places in order to gain new ideas. While she hadn't really thought about it before, now that she received an offer from Patriarch Reginald Cross, she finally saw an opportunity to enter a different environment and enrich her views on mech design. Of course, accepting the offer to become a guest worker at the Cross clan was not her only choice. She could easily think of other groups located in more distant and exotic locations that would gladly host a mech designer of her pedigree and caliber. As the first student of Professor Vess Larkinson, establishing a connection with Cadiz was a good way to form an indirect connection with the father of Carmine Mechs. Cadiz rejected this alternative because she wanted to be valued by her own merits, not by her benefactor. She was also familiar with the Crossers and found them to be upright and trustworthy enough to work together on a deeper level. Master Benedict Cortez was also a lot older and more experienced than her. He could offer her a lot of guidance and help her figure out how to develop her design philosophy further. Patriarch Reginald, Kedys spoke up after a long moment of thought. Your offer sounds interesting. Give me time to consider your offer. I may end up taking it. If I do, I hope you will prepare a guest position for me in your cross clan. The ace pilot looked surprised. It was as if he did not actually expect for the swordmaster to accept his spontaneous offer. That was no reason to look at a gift horse in the mouth, though. Patriarch Reginald quickly responded with a wide grin. Of course, I will tell Master Benedict to reserve a place by his side right away. If he doesn't do what I tell him to, then feel free to beat him up until he relents. He has promised to rectify our Mech designers for multiple years, but I have yet to notice any differences. Maybe you can do a better job by applying the methods used by the Larkinson clan. This was a win-win proposition for the two parties. Kedys wanted to work in a different environment in order to broaden her horizons and gain new inspiration. The Cross clan wanted to bring in an outside consultant to rectify the Cross Mech Corporation's design department. Chapter 65, 33 Cogs in a Machine. Kedys did not know whether she had made the right decision. Working for the Cross clan for a year or so may turn out to be a waste of time. Patriarch Reginald may have been overly harsh when he accused the Mech designers under his employ to be worthless, but his words shouldn't be completely false. One of the joys of working in the Larkinson clan was that Kedys was surrounded by talented and competent clansmen. Even if the Mech designers of the design department were not necessarily high in rank, they were still young and possessed an abundance of ambitious ideas and rich imagination. Spending lots of time with Mech designers who possessed a lot of optimism and enough competence to realize their dreams fostered a very positive and encouraging work environment. This was probably one of the secrets to the design department's success. By deliberately refusing to hire older, more jaded and less imaginative Mech designers, the design department avoided a situation where creativity and imagination became stifled due to the rigid mindsets of the people who were more likely to hold the most authority due to their seniority. Of course, the lack of older and more experienced Mech designers also came with its own fair share of disadvantages. The LMC's design department scored relatively poorly in terms of efficiency, volume of output, and consistency. It was filled with ambitious and creative minds that did not tend to respond well to monotonous low-level work assignments. The design department therefore reflected the personalities and work approaches of the leaders in charge quite well. Kedys regarded it as an artisan workshop more than a manufacturing room. From what little information Kedys managed to glean from Patriarch Reginald Cross, the design department of the Cross Mech Corporation was set up like a factory. Every Mech designer had a specific role to fulfill. While they were granted just enough time to study new knowledge, design their own mechs, and conduct their own research, their mandatory responsibilities forced them to operate precisely according to the demands of Master Benedict Cortez. As a Mech designer who realized a design philosophy based on the efficient use of energy, he was a man who by his very nature treated his subordinates as cogs in a machine. Master Benedict had very little tolerance for deviations and tried too hard to force every subordinate to fit into the roles he had designated for them. Showing too much initiative was discouraged, as wasting time on improvised and original solutions could result in significant delays to the project timeline. It sounded like a nightmare work environment that couldn't possibly work, but it was actually quite common in the Mech industry. This was an approach towards Mech design that worked best on a larger scale. Thousands of Mech designers could work alongside each other without any serious disruptions or delays because everyone remained in sync with each other. A large design department would also offer a huge variety of jobs and responsibilities. Many different Mech designers should be able to find role that was compatible with their own inclinations. As for those that still didn't manage to fit, they would just get fired. The Mech designers who worked in these large and highly organized workplaces tended to enjoy the stability they offered. Their work was not too stimulating, but there was a very low probability that they would fail to meet the requirements. This kind of design department offered the best possible support for a Mech designer like Master Benedict. He was the only Mech design pillar of the Cross clan, so he had to shoulder a huge amount of responsibilities by himself. In order to maximize his productivity and increase his output, he needed the help of a large machine filled with Mech designers that acted completely according to his needs and nothing more. This was how Master Benedict was able to juggle dozens of Mech design projects and work on them so efficiently that he was able to complete them according to their tight and punishing schedules. Master Benedict apparently structured his Mech design projects in such a way that he only needed to rely on his superior capabilities to solve the most difficult problems in advance. That still left a lot of gaps, but he could delegate all of the remaining grunt work to his subordinates. As long as Master Benedict was skilled enough to make this work, he had built a pretty good setup for himself. Unfortunately, this design work model came with a very big downside. It was hardly the best way to help younger Mech designers exercise their creativity and broaden their problem-solving skills. The situation was entirely different in the LMC's design department, as Vess and Gloriana were much more interested in developing the comprehensive design skills of the talents they carefully selected and recruited into their clan. It was a waste of time, money, resources, and potential if the talented young Mech designers failed to develop any useful design applications. The less strict and more informal work structure within the Larkinson clan easily allowed assistant and contributing Mech designers to take on a variety of highly stimulating assignments. Even if the difficulty and importance of the grunt work was not all that educational, exposing assistants to a larger variety of problems still allowed them to exercise their design skills in a more comprehensive manner. It was a lot harder for Mech designers to keep up with their work schedule, though. There was a higher demand on competence, and they always needed to be ready to take on brand new challenges. Their work was never stable enough for them to be able to do the same work on repeat for months or years. Ultimately, the two different workplaces tended to propagate very different kinds of Mech designers. Those who did well in climbing up the LMC's design department tended to be less efficient, but more creative. Keddies felt she was a good example of that, as she could not stomach the idea of working as a Mech designer in the Cross clan. That did not mean that the CMC's design department was completely unsuited to develop talents. Those who did well in this kind of workplace were essentially model workers that excelled at getting the most out of the least amount of resources. They were good at producing consistent work and slowly gained the ability to improve technological implementations. Keddies felt very fortunate to have worked in such a stimulating work environment. She felt she needed to get a better insight on how the Cross clan developed its Mechs, preferably without talking to Master Benedict first. Keddies and him were old acquaintances who went back a long way, back when Master Benedict was known as the notorious Skull Architect. Mayra used to be an apprentice of the Skull Architect. Since Keddies learned Mech design from Mayra, that turned Keddies into something of a grand disciple of Master Benedict Cortez. Not that it mattered all that much. Everything happened a long time ago in a galaxy that had become unreachable. Keddies had very little in common with Master Benedict, and their approach towards Mech design diverged considerably. However, was precisely because they were so different from each other that an exchange became worthwhile. Keddies would definitely benefit more from an exchange of knowledge than Master Benedict, but perhaps there were other ways for her to make up the difference. Patriarch Reginald promised to give her a mandate to rectify the CMC's design department. Improving it would not only make the ace pilot happy, but should hopefully give Master Benedict more useful helpers to share his growing burdens. In order to do that, she wanted to question a handful of crossers in order to get a better idea on how they obtained their mechs. The swordmaster first decided to approach St. Linda Cross. Cadiz felt it was a good idea to develop a closer relationship with one of the few ace pilots that would stay behind the expeditionary fleet. The swordmaster decisively shuttled over to the Hemington Cross and entered a hangar bay where she had an opportunity to admire the Amphis Extremis up close. Beautiful. The Amphis Extremis was a quasi-first-class ace offensive space knight that was clearly based on the original Amphis that Linda Cross piloted as an expert mech. Surprisingly enough, the Amphis Extremis turned out to be a brand new construction. Cadiz was slightly taken aback by this discovery, as she assumed that the Crossers would do the same as the Larkinsons and upgrade an existing expert mech into an ace mech. She soon figured out why the Cross clan refused to reuse the original Amphis. Different from the Larkinson clan, which tended to value mechs as they grew older and more powerful as they aged, the Cross clan tended to treat its mechs as machines that inevitably experienced wear and tear and deteriorated in performance unless special measures were taken. It was logical for the Cross clan to discard an expert mech that had become outdated and depreciated too much in value and develop a new ace mech from scratch. There were huge differences between expert mechs and ace mechs. Unless the latter was expressly designed to accommodate future upgrades, it was not very cost-effective to transform expert mechs into ace mechs. Technology, skills, experience, mech doctrines, material availability, enemy types, and more had all changed drastically over the years. This was why Master Benedict Cortez clearly chose to start from scratch and design a superior ace mech, without the need to preserve any of the outdated baggage that were several decades old. This was why the Amphis Extremis offered superior performance in almost every aspect aside from the ones that could only be gained from age. It was a pity that the original Amphis never had an opportunity to become a living mech, and that the new Amphis Extremis hadn't gained this trait either. The Cross clan clearly did not want to depend too much on Ves Larkinson and his design philosophy. Their decision was not necessarily wrong. There was still value in non-living mechs. Their growth potential was lower, but there was not much need to be fussy about their production or repairs. The Cross clan could more easily switch to using new mechs, depending on what the situation demanded from its troops. The older mechs could be sent to the recyclers so that their materials could be used to produce more useful products. This was the conventional approach to handling mechs. Cadiz actually felt repulsed by this treatment, even though these lifeless mechs did not have feelings to care about how callously they were being handled. This was an indication that she had spent too much time in the Larkinson clan, where everyone treated mechs as cherished brothers and sisters. How the Larkinsons treated their mechs was the exception rather than the rule. Cadiz had always known about this on an intellectual level, but it was now that she truly understood what this meant. She began to smile. To be confronted by a different approach towards managing mechs already expanded her horizons. She grew excited. She looked forward to what other novelties and culture shocks the Cross clan would introduce to her. The abundance of lifeless mechs parked in the hangar bay continued to break apart the assumptions that shackled her cognition and caused her to stagnate in her research. Swordmaster Cadiz, the female ace pilot, greeted as she left her cockpit and floated down to the deck. "Welcome to the Hemington Cross. What do you think of my Amphis Extremis?" "It is a fine work of technological essence," Cadiz admitted. "I can see how much effort Master Benedict had put into its design. Its shape and parts all scream brutal efficiency to me. Every limb should move smoothly, and every force exertion should be able to produce a precise amount of force. Perhaps these design choices have made the physical frame a little less tolerant towards mechanical damage than what I expect from a space knight. But the powerful SADIX shield generator should prevent that from becoming an easily exploitable weakness. Chapter 65, 34 The Amphis Extremis. The Amphis Extremis was an imposing mech up close, as it should be, as it was a powerful ace mech. Kedis appreciated the opportunity to examine this relatively new machine up close. Master Benedict had only managed to complete the design and fabrication of this machine recently, so it had yet to show off its power too much on the battlefield. The brief skirmishes between different scouting and raiding elements were not enough to give the Amphis Extremis room to showcase its full might. St. Linda Cross was obviously very happy to pilot such a powerful mech. "Do you regret that it isn't a living mech?" Kedis asked. The other ace pilots in the virtual meeting all preferred to commission a living mech from my clan. St. Linda Cross shrugged. "I can understand the temptation, but just like my patriarch, I am not looking to fight alongside a machine-turned friend. Here in the Cross clan, we believe that glory must be earned through our own efforts. If we let our machines decide our actions, we will ultimately grow dependent on them. What happens if we lose our living mechs one day? We already saw a preview of that by witnessing how badly Janzi Larkinson reacted to the death of her living mech. That was an extreme case, Linda." Janzi Larkinson developed an extreme attachment to her living mech. She stood out so much in this regard that it accidentally led to the development of the Carmine system. Most of the mech pilots in our clan are able to cope with the loss of their battle partners relatively well. They often describe it as losing a pet. It is something to mourn about, but not something worth giving up your life for. I think the lessons you learn and the companionship you gain from piloting a living mech is worth far more than the pain you will feel from losing it in battle. Though Kedis did not particularly choose to become a shill, she didn't like how St. Linda dismissed the value of living mechs so readily. The older ace pilot merely smiled in response. "Reginald and I have built our careers off piloting mechs that don't backtalk against us or second-guess our decisions. There may be times where teamwork can produce better results, but we are mech pilots who grew up in the old Cross clan. Back in the Garland Empire, we were taught that only power is supreme. Technology, wealth, and troops are all secondary in comparison. As long as we are skilled and strong enough, it is natural for everything else to fall in line. Those who put technology and other factors first are short-sighted because their success and failure is tied to the availability of external variables. We must never develop this weakness." That was an extreme opinion that Kedis never expected to hear from Linda Cross, who was often regarded as a considerably more intelligent and reasonable champion than Reginald Cross. It turned out that all of the old-school mech pilots from the Garland Empire were the same. The newer generation of expert pilots that emerged after the Cross clan entered the Red Ocean were not so fixated on glory and martial supremacy. It was a pity that they had yet to become powerful enough to challenge the dominance of the old-timers. Seeing that there was no way for Kedis to convince Linda Cross to look at living mechs in a more favorable way, the Swordmaster decided to change the subject. "The weapons of your Amphis Extremis are quite interesting. What has stood out the most to me is that your mech is wielding a flail instead of a chained sword. The aesthetic design is certainly inspired. That is correct." The female ace pilot smiled when she turned and took a look at the menacing appearance of the ball attached to the chain of the handle. "I was doubtful at first, but the wrecker's skulls soon won me over." Master Benedict added a surprisingly playful touch to the weapon by shaping the weighted ball in the form of a metallic skull. The asymmetrical shape happens to add more unpredictability to my swings. It also helps to induce more fear, as skulls also have similar meanings to the native aliens. The Wrecker Skull was a fitting name given that the skull-shaped ball truly looked as if it could be used to crack apart the heads of enemy phase lords. "Why did you decide to switch from attaching the chain with a ball instead of a sword?" Kedis asked. "If you chose to stick with the latter, I could have forged a special blade for you that is thick, sturdy, and capable of cutting through lots of matter. There are multiple reasons why the main weapon of my ace mech is a ball. Back when I was still an expert pilot, My resonance strength was not strong enough to generate enough mass for a blunt object to break apart the armor of mechs or starships. I needed to rely on a sword to more easily cut through armor and solid matter. Now that I have become an ace pilot, I no longer need this compromise anymore. With the help of my Saint Kingdom, I can amplify the mass of my ace mech and any other weapon by 10 times or more. I can rend apart the hulls of smaller starships and obliterate any expert mech that gets hit by a solid flail strike. As a swordmaster, Caddies still couldn't stomach how easily Linda abandoned her sword for a flail. There are still advantages to wielding a sword, even if you have managed to break through, Linda. Your reality-defying ability to amplify the mass of any weapon can help you cut through hardened materials much easier. You don't need to rely on sharpness at all in order to slice apart your enemies. You can just rely on the superior mass and momentum of your weapon to do most of the work. Linda shook her head. I know what you are talking about, but swordsmanship is not for me. I have witnessed Venerable Deci in action enough times to know that I can never catch up to her in terms of pure skill. Besides, wielding a flail with a weighted ball is more suitable against the current enemies we are fighting against. My Amphis Extremis can easily exhaust the transphasic energy shields of alien warships because the more massive ball allows me to amplify its bashing power much further. The same goes for the spatial barriers of enemy phase lords. As a mech designer, you should know why this is the case. I do, Caddies replied. Transphasic energy shields did not behave like physical armor. The former was much less susceptible to getting cut or pierced. Swords and spears behaved the same as blunt objects in most cases. Only special technology and materials made it possible for such weapons to actually penetrate through energy shields without exhausting its total energy reserves. The Cross clan did not have easy access to these kinds of goodies. Therefore, the effective conventional solution to increasing a mech's attack power against energy defenses was to employ a heavy blunt weapon instead. The flail and other blunt weapons largely relied on maximizing the kinetic energy to produce exaggerated levels of impact damage against their targets. In other words, bigger numbers translated into more damage. These properties and the relationships between them made it far more logical for the Amphis Extremis to exchange its sword for a blunt weapon. She and Master Benedict chose the flail over other weapons due to Linda's habit of using long chains to increase the versatility of her melee combat operations. The length of the chain can extend quite far if need be, Linda explained. I have yet to show off the full length. Master Benedict and his partners worked hard to find a transphasic hyperalloy that can allow them to reduce the size and thickness of the chains while still making it resistant to breaking. This helps with packing a longer chain in my mech. One of the criticisms of the original Amphis was that its chained sword could only be thrown up to a certain length. The new Ace Mech addressed this persistent issue and probably managed to solve the problem quite well by utilizing chains that were much smaller and thinner. This significantly increased the range of the melee strikes of the Amphis Extremis. Yet this was not the only weapon in the Space Knight's arsenal. The tower shield has seen little improvements aside from making use of superior exotics and hypers, Keddies remarked as she tried to figure out if there was anything special about its design. Master Benedict, and I do not think the tower shield needs to be anything more, the crosser ace pilot answered. A solid enough tower shield should be able to resist a lot of weapons' fire. But the main reason why it is so unsophisticated is because I can rely on it to stay in one piece if I use it as a battering ram. The forces that I can generate from a full charge is enormous if I make active use of my Saint Kingdom. The collision is too powerful. A high-tech tower shield that is integrated with all sorts of tech will shatter apart, despite the strengthening derived from true resonance due to the presence of too many weak points. I do not have as many fears if I can freely abuse the physical shield of my Amphis Extremis. That also made sense. The favorite tactic of an offensive space knight was charge forward, and weather all of the remote attacks with its protective tool before using it to crash right into their targets. Offensive Space Knights were quite similar to Lancer Mechs to an extent. Aside from a flail and tower shield, the Amphi's Extremis gained an additional weapon system. A pair of shoulder-mounted rapid-fire kinetic multi-barreled hyper-machine guns graced the Mech frame. They were designed to follow the contours of the widened shoulder plates, so they did not ruin the silhouette of the Amphi's Extremis. Thick ammunition containers were mounted on the back, which was designed to be easily removed or replaced by a logistical Mech under field conditions. I mentioned earlier that my Saint Kingdom can amplify the mass of anything without affecting inertia or whatever. This works for something as large as my entire machine to objects as small as the metal bullet of a gun. Saint Linda briefly explained. It seemed too good of an opportunity to add these multi-barreled machine guns to Mech. Don't underestimate this relatively low-tech weapon. It can launch rounds at a high rate, and my control over them is good enough to be able to aim each muzzle at individual targets. Combined with the fact that I can easily increase the mass of every bullet by 10 times or more, I can use this cheap and small ammunition to shred entire swarms of alien face fighters, especially if my resonance strength grows stronger in the future. They are also good at intercepting a large amount of missiles or even solid kinetic projectiles when I become stronger. This completely solved one of the greatest disadvantages of a melee Mech like the Amphi's Extremis. Even if an ace Mech was able to rely on its Saint Kingdom to crush multiple weaker targets at a time, it was still a lot more wasteful than relying on machine guns to do the job. What about targets other than small craft? The rapid-fire machine guns are also fairly effective at wearing down energy shields or punching through armor, though I can run out of ammunition quickly in those cases. That is what my flail and tower shield are for. Master Benedict offered to add more weapon systems to my Amphi's Extremis, but I refused because this is all I need to handle all of the enemy types deployed by the native aliens. I don't want to compromise the integrity and reliability of my Mech any further by adding redundant stuff. Keddies nodded in agreement. You have made a good choice. You have put together a perfect combination of weapons to employ against the native aliens. As an ace Mech that largely conformed to the offensive Space Knight archetype, the addition of the shoulder-mounted machine guns rounded out its attack options and massively increased its usefulness on the battlefield. The Amphi's Extremis was anything but a pure defensive bulwark that could do nothing else but take a lot of hits. It was designed to dish out as much damage as it could withstand, if not more. Chapter 65-35, The Technological Advancements of Master Benedict Cortez. Ever since the Red Tide Offensive erupted more than half a year ago, ace Mechs became a much more common sight to the public. Unlike the more restrained wars and conflicts between states, the aggression of the native alien invaders was relentless and unending. The age where ace Mechs were treated as trump cards only to be used in the most critical of circumstances was over. Their strategic deterrence no longer had an effect on the native alien forces that had all of the cannon fodder in the dwarf galaxy to spare. In a war as bloody and brutal as the current one, only actual killing could make the other sea-eyed relent. It was for this reason that all sorts of ace Mechs showed off their combat prowess, without any intention of hiding their true strength anymore. This gave the masses a much better understanding of the power and the capabilities of these incredible machines. Combined with the fact that all of them had been updated with modern advancements from the Facewater and Hyper generations, high-end Mechs had never become as prominent as today. As far as second-class ace Mechs were concerned, the design of the Amphi's Extremis exhibited a lot of restraint, which did not appear to match its name. However, a Mech designer such as Keddies was able to comprehend why Master Benedict called it the Amphi's Extremis. That was because the ace Space Knight had been designed with extreme performance in mind. Unlike multipurpose mechs that tried to solve every problem by carrying a solution for every occasion, the design of the Amphis Extremis tried to solve every alien opponent by relying on the minimum number of features. Every design choice had a meaning. Every component had a purpose. Nothing was being wasted. With just a flail, a tower shield, and a pair of shoulder-mounted machine guns, the Amphis Extremis should theoretically be able to defeat all native alien enemy types with the help of its Saint Kingdom. Of course, the Amphis Extremis could not match the performance of other ace mechs in their areas of specializations. There were still differences in effectiveness. For example, the Amphis Extremis lacked long-range striking capabilities. Its machine guns were devastating at short ranges, but their hit rates dropped rapidly at mid-range. As for trying to hit anything smaller than a starship at long range, forget about it. The muzzle velocities and accuracy of the multi-barreled machine guns were downright awful compared to other ranged weapon types. Gauss rifles that were able to accelerate kinetic projectiles to a small fraction of the speed of light were much more effective at longer ranges. On top of that, light-speed energy weapons were even better at this job. Kedys found it curious that Master Benedict rejected the temptation of mounting laser weapons onto the Amphis Extremis. It showed that he remained confident that the Amphis Extremis would be able to deal with the opposition without long-ranged precision armaments. This was the right choice as far as the Swordmaster was concerned. The Amphis Extremis was primarily a melee mech and excelled at inflicting damage up close. Instead of blindly trying to make up for its shortcomings, it was much more sensible to amplify its strengths. Unlike bulkier and heavier space knights, such as venerable Janzi's Bastion, the Amphis Extremis was actually fast and mobile enough to be utilized in assault roles. It might not be able to catch up with the likes of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III or the Jetta Sandovar, but no one expected for a medium mech to be able to win a race against those blazingly fast machines. As a product of Master Benedict, the Amphis Extremis was not only extremely efficient when it came to the use and transmission of energy, but also possessed higher-than-usual power generation capacities. Its power reactor was close to the limit of what a quasi-first-class ace mech could bear, and the latest version of the Index system significantly boosted its power generation through alternative means. I have heard that Master Benedict has made significant breakthroughs in advancing his main design applications, Kedys said. St. Linda nodded. That is correct. The Magma Vein System version 2.0 is improved in every way. I don't understand the technical details myself, so you can read the documentation if you are able to access it. What interests me the most is that it comes with the volcanic outburst mode. I haven't used it yet, but it is supposedly a way to overload every part and system that consumes energy so that they temporarily become a lot more powerful than before. Activating this mode causes my mech to overheat and damage its internals at a fast rate, so I have been told to never activate it unless the circumstances are dire. If I keep it active for too long, my mech will melt or explode. Kedys raised her eyebrows in surprise. Overload modes had existed for a long time, but she never expected for Master Benedict to make use of this solution. Is there anything special about the volcanic outburst mode that makes it different from other overload modes? There is, St. Linda nodded. Master Benedict has carefully configured its settings, as well as the parts of my ace mech, so that the breakdowns and other malfunctions will happen all at once instead of one at a time. What I mean by that is that my Amphis Extremis will remain fully functional before reaching the critical threshold. If I don't resolve a crisis by that time, my ace mech will be dead anyway. Her description did not sound like much, but Kedys knew that I was much more difficult to attain this result in practice. It demanded a deep understanding of all of the utilized technologies, as well as how they materially deteriorated after being subjected to excessive abuse. A journeyman mech designer like Kedys could never develop an overload mode in her own mech designs that could work so well. Her own solution would likely cause her swordsman mechs to blow up their flight systems or mech engines first, thereby causing them to become combat ineffective, despite the fact that all of their other parts and systems were still in working condition. After Kedys was done with admiring the latest implementation of the magma vein system, she soon turned her attention to Master Benedict's other technological triumph. What about the index system? I have heard that Master Benedict managed to make a large breakthrough in its operation. Kedys recalled that Master Benedict also contributed to the Amaranto Mark Roman II project. The version of the index system utilized in the Amphis Extremis would probably be applied to the upcoming Ace Command Mech as well. He did, St. Linda responded. I have been told that the index system version 3.0 makes much more effective use of face water technology and hyper technology. I don't know how he came up with the idea, but he actually came up with the idea of using flesh taken from phase lords or phase whales to increase the amount of energy harvested from other dimensions. He instructed me to exchange a large chunk of my war merits for brain tissue harvested from a greater phase whale. With the help of this material, the index system installed inside my Amphis Extremis can practically power my Amphis Extremis by itself. That was a remarkable result. Unlike conventional power reactors that relied on high-density fuel or other energy sources to supply a lot of energy to different parts, the index system perpetually absorbed it from other dimensions, making it practically free and inexhaustible to operate. As long as it became powerful enough, and as long as St. Linda controlled the energy consumption of her ace mech, the Amphis Extremis could theoretically keep fighting on the battlefield for an entire day without exhausting her energy reserves. This was also why the Amphis Extremis did not contain too many energy-hungry components. The only real energy hog of the Ace Space Knight was the SADIX shield generator. How could a Space Knight fail to resist a lot of damage? Even if the design of the Amphis Extremis placed more emphasis on offense rather than defense, the inclusion of a custom Azure energy shield generator that was largely dependent on energy supply neatly made up for its defensive shortcomings. Most Knight mechs designed in the past rely more on armor than energy shields to withstand enemy attacks, Kedys said. Alien transphasic energy shield technology is so highly developed that it has changed our paradigms. Now, more and more defensive mechs have begun to rely more on their energy shields than armor plating for protection. As a Space Knight pilot, how do you feel about this shift? The ace pilot remained silent for a moment. To be honest, I am having difficulty adapting to this transition. A good mech pilot must always be able to adapt to new technologies, but old habits die hard. I know many colleagues who insist on sticking to Space Knights that put more emphasis on armor than energy shields, because that is what they have based their success on for so many years. I like to think that I am better than those inflexible pilots, but I still feel awfully exposed whenever I make use of the SADIX shield generator in the field. It is not as physical and solid as a good slab of metal. The protection is entirely based on fancy tech that I can never hope to understand how it works. It makes me feel as if my life and death is decided by technology rather than my own piloting. I see. I can sort of understand how that is distressing to a mech pilot that likes to feel in control. This was probably another reason why the Amphis Extremis did not contain too many weapon systems and other gizmos. St. Linda Cross clearly preferred to rely on solutions that were simple, tangible, and easily understandable. In that sense, the loadout of the Amphis Extremis made complete sense. The flail was a simple enough weapon to understand, the tower shield even more so. The machine guns were low-tech weapon systems that lacked the abstractness and complexity of more advanced ranged solutions, such as energy weapons and plasma weapons. Kedys suddenly gained a crucial insight. Simple and lower-tech solutions were not always inferior. It was not necessarily the wrong choice to resort to tech and design applications that were not very popular so long as they perfectly fit the Mech pilot's preferences and inclinations. The Amphis Extremis was designed from the ground up with the Saint Kingdom and the personal preferences of St. Linda Cross in mind. The design was as minimal as possible, while still possessing enough features to elevate the performance of the Ace Mech to the next level. The results were clearly gratifying. While Kedys had yet to see the Amphis Extremis perform at its best, she already gathered enough information to guess that it should be able to resist far more attacks and inflict much greater damage than the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. Sure, the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was a completely different kind of Mech that was never meant to perform assault missions. That did not take away from the fact that the Amphis Extremis was far better designed to fight against the native aliens today, despite the fact that was not a living Mech. Perhaps the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III might be able to overtake the Amphis Extremis over time by relying on the growth of the Ace pilot as well as the Ace Mech. But how long would that take? If it took 20 years for the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III to grow into his power and truly unlock his greater potential, then that had no bearing at all in the current crisis. Kedys knew that living Mechs could continually grow in e-technology terms until they evolved into monsters. It would be nice to have them at the Larkinson clan's disposal right away, but that was clearly an impossible dream. Chapter 65-36, Dysfunction in the Cross Clan. After Kedys was done with drooling over the Amphis Extremis, St. Linda Cross briefly gave her a tour of the standard Mech that were currently stored inside the hangar bay of the Hemington Cross. Every crew member and Mech pilot bowed low and expressed their deepest respect to the female saint. As the second ace pilot of the Cross clan after Patriarch Reginald Cross, the status of St. Linda Cross had already exceeded that of Master Benedict Cortez. The Crossers respected high-ranking Mech pilots a lot more than high-ranking Mech designers. Kedys actually found this cultural difference to be a little jarring because it was a lot different in the Larkinson clan. The clansmen still looked up to the ace pilots and expert pilots of their clan, but nothing could break their utter belief and adoration of Mech designers such as Vess Larkinson. She shouldn't be surprised that the two clans looked up to the leaders of different professions. The Cross clan had always based its success off the leadership and accomplishments of its strongest Mech pilots. The Larkinson clan grew incredibly fast and achieved great prosperity largely due to the efforts of its best Mech designers. The founders and leaders of the clans exerted so much influence that the members took on different shapes. Kedys actually found it rather refreshing that the Crossers did not revere the ground that the most prominent Mech designers in their clan walked upon. Of course, it was also because there was a notable deficit in excellent Mech designers in the Cross clan. Master Benedict Cortez was not originally a member of the Cross clan, so he already suffered from a handicap. Even if the clan later went on to copy the model of the Larkinson clan and open itself to mass external recruitment, the master Mech designer never received the respect he deserved. She could pretty much hear it from the idle talk of the Crossers who were working on the Hemington Cross. TCH. My Mech has broken down again. It only took a small hit on the arm, but I lost complete control over the rifle. How am I supposed to keep my shots straight when a single attack can ruin my Mech's accuracy? Master Benedict is slacking off again. Is this what the CMC worked on in the last 8 months? Why did they remove the third ammunition canister? Don't they know how many shots it takes to get past the energy shields of those annoying face fighters? What? The caliber has increased, but the firing rate has dropped by half. That out-of-touch master Mech designer has gone too far. How are we supposed to land so many hits when it has become harder to shoot down those fast and maneuverable face fighters? I don't care if the math claims that it works out a lot better for us. That geeky old guy Benedict has no idea how difficult it is for Mech pilots like us to eliminate face fighters that are becoming faster with every generation. Why is he telling us to abandon our swords? Does he not know how much I trained and fought to become the best swordsman of our class in the Mech Academy? I won first place in 2 competitions. Even if I am not as good as those heaven sworders over at the Larkinson clan, I have been learning from them. Now I have to set most of my specialized swordsmanship aside because this haughty Mech designer thinks that swords are no use against energy shields. Ha! He can kiss my butt. Keddies couldn't believe what she heard. Master Mech designers were among the more respected people of a society, yet the Crossers spoke so crassly about him that they clearly held far too little respect towards the man who was responsible for developing the Mechs they relied upon. Such talk would never take place in the Larkinson clan. Granted, the Crossers who carelessly voiced their true opinions did so out of typical earshot from anyone important. Even if these Crossers did not dare to share their true feelings directly in front of Keddies and St. Linda Cross, the fact that they shared these words at all was a sign that the Cross clan did not give Mech designers their due. The ace pilot shrugged when her extraordinary senses were able to pick up the disrespectful chatter as well. Please excuse our clansmen for their lack of consideration. Our culture has always put Mech pilots on top of Mech designers. Some of our clansmen take this too far and cannot fully appreciate the work and sacrifice that Mech designers have put into arming them with the best machines. Keddies waved her hand. It is okay. I am not a frail flower. I can handle it. I am just surprised that this problem has gotten so bad in your clan. I am not unfamiliar with how the Garland Empire of the vicious Mountain Star sector operated back in the old days. Even if Mech designers played second fiddle over there, the Garlanders still looked up to Mech designers who can design good machines. I don't think this is true for your clan anymore. There are better leaders in our clan that can explain it to you, St. Linda said in a measured tone. In my opinion, I think it is because our clansmen are making constant comparisons between the works of Patriarch Vess Larkinson and the works of Master Benedict Cortez. The latter are not necessarily weak, but they are not very flashy. Let me show you what I mean. Linda led Keddies to a section where dozens of Mechs had been parked. Many of the Mech models looked familiar to Keddies. What stood out was that most of them fell into 2 different categories. There were ranged Mechs that overwhelmingly relied on energy weapons as their source of damage output. This paired well with Master Benedict's design philosophy, as the crosser ranged Mechs were able to output greater damage and last significantly longer on the battlefield than other comparable rifleman Mechs. The melee Mechs tended to put much more emphasis on their Azure energy shield generators. They relied on their superior power generation to keep their Azure energy shields active for a longer time, enabling them to withstand greater punishment than most of the competition. It was not entirely effective when these machines got struck by a warship-grade cannon, but it worked quite well in confrontations against alien face fighters. The weapons loadout of the newer melee Mechs were pretty interesting to Keddies. She had apparently caught the Cross clan in the middle of a major technological refresh. It was no wonder that she heard some Crossers complaining about a weapon swap. Has the armed forces of your clan decided to replace their swords with maces? It is a controversial change because it is imposed from above, Linda confirmed. The same rationale that applies for my Amphis Extremis partially applies to standard Mechs as well. Blunt weapons with heft to them can inflict more damage to energy shields than bladed weapons. Master Benedict cannot stand the inefficiency that comes with wielding swords against enemies where swordsmanship is not as relevant. He truly believes that we can achieve statistically better results if our melee Mechs all start to bash against energy shields with maces as opposed to swords. As a swordsman Mech fanatic, Keddies felt offended by the disregard that Master Benedict had shown towards the use of swords. It is true that maces can deal more effective damage against energy shields, but that is too simple of a perspective. Swords are lighter, but also faster and easier to handle. A skilled swordsman Mech pilot should be able to launch attacks at a higher frequency and maintain greater control over the Mech frame. The slight difference in mass also makes it a little easier for swordsman mechs to catch up to fleeing face fighters. Finally, far more mech pilots are comfortable with wielding swords since it is the first weapon they trained in since they enrolled in the mech academies. It is deeply uncomfortable for them to lose their swords and get maces in their place. They are all forced to train their proficiency in maces in order to keep up their performance in combat. St. Linda Cross brought caddies to a more isolated corner of the hangar bay before turning to face the swordmaster directly. I think you have seen and heard enough to gain an impression on what it is like in our clan. What do you think, caddies? Caddies grimaced and tapped her finger against her forearm. So far, your Cross clan has not made a good impression on me. I do not know whether what I heard from the mouths of your clansmen is universal in your clan. If it is, then there is clearly a dysfunctional relationship between the mech pilots and the mech designers around here. Maybe it won't lead to any major blunders, but it is clear to me that neither groups harbor good feelings towards each other. That will lead to constant friction and frustrations that will only hold you all back in the end. As an ace pilot, Linda Cross could easily hear the truth in the swordmaster's words. She could not deny that there was something wrong in her clan. Who do you think deserves more blame, mech pilots or mech designers? It is not as simple as that. Keddies shook her head. Both groups have reasons to blame each other. The mech pilots over here are justified in their belief that mech designers aren't doing enough to listen to them. The mech designers, meanwhile, are constantly met with lack of gratitude, despite all of the earnest work they are doing to give mech pilots a better chance of winning the Red War. I think the ultimate culprits behind all of this dysfunction are Patriarch Reginald Cross and Master Benedict Cortez. Both of them deserve equal blame. It is quite brave of you to blame both of them at the same time. Oh, come on, Linda. I know you Crossers tend to forgive a huge amount of transgressions made by Patriarch Reginald, but you cannot possibly be blind to the fact that he is an idiot who cannot properly administer a clan. That does not necessarily make him a bad leader, but he is much better at inspiring and leading troops in battle than fulfilling the other responsibilities of a leadership figure. His lack of attention towards the treatment of mech designers is a serious mistake. Every other crosser has blindly taken over this attitude and continues to devalue my profession. That has probably made it much harder for your clan to recruit and retain talented mech designers. You are not wrong, I suppose. Linda actually felt ashamed for the failure of her clan to give mech designers their due regard. Keddies was not finished yet, though. At the same time, Master Benedict Cortez deserves his own share of blame. He has not reformed from the days where his customers were ignorant pirates who did not know what was good for them. Don't get me wrong. His mech designs are all sound, and his design choices are all logical. The problem is that he hasn't shaken the attitude that he knows what is best for mech pilots, and therefore tries to impose his decisions onto them. He is too dismissive of the feelings and opinions of the mech pilots that he is supposed to serve. That would never fly in our clan. Vess has always tried his best to understand the actual demands of the mech pilots of his clan and respond to their demand, even if it doesn't lead to the most optimal and efficient mech designs. The differences were too great. One of the reasons why the Larkinson mech pilots adored Vess so much was because he always did his best to make the piloting experience as pleasant and comfortable as he could manage. Even if the mechs did not offer superior performance, they always responded so well and contained so little sources of irritations that the mech pilots never minded the shortcomings. The end result was that the Larkinson mech pilots became more motivated and managed to utilize their machines more effectively than average. Master Benedict apparently adopted a different paradigm. He focused much more on maximizing the technical performance of his mech designs, thereby enabling them to attain considerably stronger results. In theory. The only issue was that the crosser mech pilots had plenty of reasons to complain about their machines. Master Benedict may have tried to make the objectively best design choices, but they collided so much against the personal needs of individual Mech pilots that far too many of them were unable to utilize their machines to their full potential. At least, that was the way that Kedys saw it. The latter approach was not necessarily the worst one, but she personally did not agree with this philosophy as it led to a lot of tension and frustration. She could practically feel it across the hangar bay. The Mech pilots of the Cross Clan were blessed with well-designed quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-mechs that possessed strong advantages that they could give the Larkinson mechs a run for their money. Yet none of the Crossers were grateful for being able to pilot such powerful machines. Chapter 65, 37, Challenging Master Benedict Cortez. After completing a quick tour through the Hemington Cross, St. Linda Cross led her guests to a private dining chamber where they enjoyed supper together. The two women remained silent for the most part, as Kedys had much to think about. The observations she made when she walked throughout the hull of the flagship of the Cross clan had opened her eyes of what life was like outside of the Larkinson clan. The customs of the Cross clan were much more different than she expected, and not in a good way. The flawed leaders of this martial clan had led to an avoidable buildup of tension and conflict. The relationship between Mech pilots and Mech designers had always been harmonious in the Larkinson clan. No such thing existed in the Cross clan. Between a patriarch who possessed a clear bias against non-combat professions and a former pirate designer who thought that every Mech pilot was an unintelligent brute, the relations between the two professions had deteriorated to unhealthy levels. Kedys could not imagine that the Cross clan would continue to fare well if the two groups were unable to reconcile with each other. One of the lessons she learned in the Larkinson clan was that one could not succeed without the other. Mech pilots and Mech designers obviously needed each other to reach greater heights. She simply couldn't imagine that there were people who were stupid enough to disregard the value and contributions made by others. Yet such an absurdity actually became a reality in the Cross clan. As Kedys finished her soup, she turned her head upwards and stared at the ace pilot. Does Patriarch Reginald acknowledge that his clan is not doing well? Yes, Linda said. He is not blind to this. The only issue is that he has a different opinion on who is to blame for this. He doesn't think that he is at fault. He will outright deny that he deserves any blame or that he needs to change in order to make our clan better. He has shifted all of the blame to Master Benedict and the CMC's design department. Kedys wanted to palm her face when she heard that. Typical. What about you, Linda? Are you just as obstinate as your patriarch? The female saint shook his head. I am not. I can understand where Reginald is coming from, but I have met Master Benedict and his subordinates enough times to know that they aren't deliberately being lazy or incompetent. They work harder than many other crossers and deliver genuinely good products. The problem is that Master Benedict makes decisions without paying any serious attention to the actual opinions of his Mech pilots. He looks down on their intelligence and their ability to make good decisions. Master Benedict is good at the technical aspect of designing mechs. That is not in doubt, Kedys observed. His design choices are likely among the most optimal ones he can make based on the resources, technologies, and facilities available to him. I haven't met him in a long time, but I think he still means well. He is as unprofessional as to hate his own clients, but he is not a man who is tolerant towards opposition. He does not suffer fools gladly, and I think that he feels surrounded by them while he remains with your clan. Linda Cross frowned. Our Mech pilots are not fools. They are brave fighters who are putting their lives on the line to secure a future for our clan and humankind. I had hoped that Master Benedict would be more tolerant towards our Mech pilots, given the huge stresses they must endure on a frequent basis. You should never look for that in a Mech designer like him. To be honest, I think your clan would be better off if you start to partner up with other Mech designers. I don't know why Master Benedict has decided to call it quits and go independent. The two of them are stuck with each other. Master Benedict can find no place else that can win so many battles, harvest a large amount of alien salvage, and earn so much money and merits that he will not be short of high-level resources and other expensive benefits. As for our clan, even if we work together with another master Mech designer, I fear the outcome will remain the same. This had become an institutional problem of the Cross clan. Replacing a few bad apples wouldn't solve the fundamental problem because the rot had spread through all of the Crossers. Do you think that a journeyman Mech designer like myself can solve these problems? Kedis skeptically asked. I do. I think our patriarch believes this as well, or else he hadn't enthusiastically invited you to work with us for a while. You are different from the other Mech designers. You are a true warrior, and nobody can deny that. You won't be met with disrespect from our clansmen, because they respect you as a swordmaster far more than as a journeyman Mech designer. You can take advantage of this to act as a bridge between our disgruntled Mech pilots and our frustrated Mech designers. That is way easier said than done, Kedis sputtered. I refuse to believe that these long-standing problems can be solved just because I have a special identity. The structural problems of your clan cannot be solved overnight. Then please try your best, Linda earnestly requested. Patriarch Reginald and I will back you nearly unconditionally. If you think Master Benedict is wrong, then we will give you the authority to overrule his decisions. Our design department is clearly not in tune with the Mech pilots it is meant to serve, so it must be reformed from top to bottom. Since your clan is much better at it, we believe you can be the change agent we need to set our Mech designers back on the right track. That will put me in direct conflict with Master Benedict. Are you afraid? That is an absurd question to ask. I am a swordmaster. I have slain monsters and dueled against alien warriors. Challenging a Mech designer, even a master, is trivial in comparison. Then why the hesitation? I do not want to ruin my relationship with Master Benedict, Kedis plainly stated. He is my teacher's teacher, and he is also a good collaborator of the Larkinson clan. I do not want to invade his territory and trample on his pride by telling him he is wrong. The difference in rank makes it even more difficult for me to rectify the department he is in charge of. There is a massive difference between a master and a journeyman. Most Mech designers will blindly obey the former just because he has made many more proven accomplishments than a junior. This is ingrained in our industry. Linda calmly listened and thought for a moment. I see. Let us do this then. First, we will officially put you in charge of our design department. We will remove Master Benedict's position and transfer it to you for the duration of your stay in our clan. That will ensure that the Mech designers of our clan have no choice but to obey you. If Master Benedict tries to interfere despite lacking the authority to do so, then he is in violation of our own rules. He has no basis to meddle with your temporary leadership. Does that satisfy one of your concerns, Swordmaster? That was a rather extreme measure that was sure to make Master Benedict resent. Kedis. Even more. Your proposal only solves one problem while exacerbating the other. The ace pilot smirked and leaned forward over the dining table. What you are actually telling me is that we have yet to offer you enough incentives to rectify our design department over the objections of our resident master Mech designer. Do not be concerned, Kedis. We do not expect you to work for free. Let me give you an offer. If you are willing to undertake this mission, we will give you nearly full freedom to do what you want as the director of our design department. You can start your own design projects and offer your own swordsman Mech onto our Mech pilots. Kedis grew a lot more attentive when she heard this offer. Are you serious, Linda? Your Cross clan has often insisted that it should not become too dependent on the living Mechs of the Larkinson clan. I think the lack of competition has made Master Benedict and his subordinates too complacent. Linda soberly analyzed. Let us make an agreement. You are allowed to offer your swordsman Mech to our Mech pilots, but they must voluntarily choose whether to exchange their current Mechs for your products. We will even allow you to use our own strategic resources, proprietary knowledge, and R&D to participate in the development of high-ranking swordsman Mechs, though you will need to gain the cooperation of Master Benedict or another high-ranking Mech designer. If more of them have chosen to favor your works over the ones designed by in-house Mech designers, then that is the outcome that we have brought upon ourselves. Kedys grew more and more impressed by St. Linda Cross. She exhibited none of the short-sightedness of Patriarch Reginald Cross. They were totally opposites in this regard. Why aren't you in charge of the Cross clan? I have only talked to you for less than a single day, but it is incredibly obvious to me that you are a much better leader than Patriarch Reginald can ever hope to become. St. Linda actually chuckled when she heard that. Heh, I can understand why you think this way. The simple answer is that only the strongest have the right to lead our clan. Leaving aside the differences between our ace Mechs, Reginald enjoys a considerable head start. He broke through to his current rank years ago, and he has never sat still. He had thrown himself into battle as often as possible and tempered himself against the native aliens with great enthusiasm. His resonance strength has grown so quickly that I can never close the gap even if I fight just as hard. I have no chance of defeating him in a duel, and that is what matters the most. There is more to leadership than raw strength. I know, caddies, but we have a different opinion on this issue. Strength is the only guarantee of survival that is universal in our reality. Reginald understands this rule better than anyone, I think. I am not blind to his many faults, but if there is one reason why so many of us respect him above all else, it is because he is strong enough to protect our lives and preserve our clan. That is all that matters in the end. If there are problems in our clan, then it is not necessarily his problem to solve, because he is only truly necessary to fight and win the battles that matter. This is why we do not mind so much if we have to resort to hiring an outside party like you to rectify our design. Department. I see. So what is your response? St. Linda asked in an expectant tone. Will you agree to temporarily lead our design department to enact the reforms that will hopefully heal the divisions between our Mech pilots and Mech designers? You will earn our gratitude, our patronage, and plenty of favors depending on how well you have remedied our problems. Running our design department should also be a way for you to exercise your leadership and management skills. These are essential if you have any ambition of leading a large organization in the future. Those were compelling arguments. St. Linda successfully presented enough incentives to make this offer worthwhile for caddies. Although she was still very much reluctant to develop an antagonistic relationship with Master Benedict, she did not let this consideration get in the way of fulfilling her own ambitions. I won't say yes, not immediately, Kedys eventually said. This is a matter that both our clans need to arrange properly. I will need to figure out if I can devote enough time on this mission and whether I can truly benefit from this experience. I also need to know how badly the CMC's design department is run and whether I am up to the task of fixing everything. If all of that is in order, then I would be happy to move in as soon as a formal contract has been signed. St. Linda nodded in understanding. That is how it should be. Our clan does not comprise of Larkinsons you love and adore, but I hope that will not hinder you from offering your services to our crossers. You have a great opportunity to make your mark in a clan filled with elite Mech pilots who are highly receptive to alternatives, including the swordsman Mechs that you have designed. I have already studied the new Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II model that you have recently released. The commercial too weak for our tastes, but the variant you have designed for your clansmen is version much more to our taste. Chapter 65-38, Ambition of a Swordmaster. When Kedys left the Hemmington Cross and returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, her mind remained filled with thoughts. The decision to accept the offer to take charge of the Cross Mech Corporation's design department was not an easy one to make. She was bound to make a lot of enemies by coming over as an outsider and booting a master Mech designer out of his leadership position. Yet, Kedys felt incredibly tempted to do it anyway. She felt that she could gain a lot if she accepted this challenge. She needed more practical leadership experience, the kind that she could not gain in the Larkinson clan. The problem with leading sword maidens and heaven sworders was that they already revered him from the onset. There was no challenge in winning over their loyalties, and there was no need for Caddies to go out of her way to prove her qualifications. It was too easy. While that made it easy for Caddies to run her own departments, it also meant that she never really learned how to manage people properly. Once she expanded her organizations in the future, not everyone would be blindly devoted to her as her fans and followers. She knew that she could only regard herself as a true leader if she was able to ensure the compliance of those who did not have any prior reasons to follow her commands. Trying to lead a foreign and maybe hostile group of underlings was the best way to polish her ability to command people. As long as she was able to learn from this rare opportunity, she would become qualified to occupy even greater leadership positions, just like her former mentor. As a journeyman and a swordmaster, Caddies felt inadequate. She knew that she could attain greatness as long as she became a star designer and a sword god, but the time and effort it took to reach those exalted ranks was far too exaggerated. There was little point in dreaming how easy it would be to cut down her enemies, design best-selling mechs, and gain the allegiance of billions of people, with only a modest amount of effort, if she reached the ultimate ranks of those professions. She still had a long way to go before she became a god in human form. Caddies had to form her plans based on her present capabilities. That caused her to grow a little glum, as there was not that much she could do under the present circumstances. With massive alien warships and gigantic phase lords bearing down on red humanity, a single swordmaster could never make a meaningful difference on a conflict of this scale. The only way for Caddies to make herself useful was to contribute to society in different ways. One way to do so was to work as a mech designer and publish lots of strong and useful swordsman mech designs. She had already taken steps to do so, but there was always room for improvement. Another way was to take advantage of the rising trend of systematic cultivation and give the masses an affordable way to become a lot stronger by spreading the virtues of traditional swordsmanship. She wouldn't be able to accomplish these goals by herself. If she wanted to become a great figure on par with the likes of Vess or the existing legends of red humanity, then she needed to be more proactive and do more than her basic routine. She needed to obtain better materials to design better mechs and strengthen her personal combat gear. She also needed to have a good talk with Vess to explore whether the Carmine system could allow her to express her swordsmanship on a scale that enabled her to put up a worthy fight against a phase lord. She needed to expand the institutions and build the infrastructure that enabled lots of would-be warriors to learn different variations of extraordinary swordsmanship in order to establish a thriving sword cultivator community. Caddies also needed to take advantage of the special opportunities that were rarely afforded to others. She already formulated different plans on how she could utilize the Mech designer system, the Heaven Sword, the CMC's design department, and possibly other assets to accelerate and expand her growth. She had learned from the best, seeing how well Vess was able to leverage his own network and organizations to expand his power and gain access to better tech, and materials had lit a fire in her heart. She was no longer content with remaining as his subordinate. Caddies would have never dared to dream about this a decade ago, but now she believed that she had the makings to become a great woman who would not be inferior to Vess in any way. She especially gained a lot of confidence after Vess had been gracious enough to give her access to his exclusive Mech designer system. At that point, there was no excuse for her anymore. She would never be able to forgive herself if she failed to make good use of her opportunities to attain greatness. While her objective was to catch up and possibly surpass Vess, she held no animosity towards him. It was not necessary to betray his trust and beat him down in order to achieve her goals. She instead considered herself locked in a friendly rivalry against Vess. Her patriarch and friend may enjoy a considerable head start at the moment, but Kedis still had a chance of catching up if she made clever use of her own unique opportunities. I wonder how he will react once I finally manage to catch up with him. I would love to see his face at that time. Kedis briefly grinned. There was still a long journey ahead of her. While Kedis awaited the arrival of the Heaven Sword, she first dealt with other matters. She originally wanted to speak with Vess over the galactic net about the Cross clan's offer of employment, but it turned out that he was not in a condition to speak with Kedis at the moment. I can patch you in with Vess, but he will not listen to you in his current hyper-fixated state. The virtual projection of the well-dressed figure of Gloriana responded. He discovered a hidden phase lord ability that allows him to put himself into a deep research mode where he essentially becomes immune to distractions. He currently has nothing else but completing the Amaranto Mark Roman III project on his mind. Kedis' expression dropped. That is inconvenient. I need to hear his opinion on whether it is a good idea for me to temporarily take charge of the Cross clan's design department. I think it would be an interesting challenge to me and a good way to push a handful of living Mechs to the Crossers. I am afraid that Master Benedict will not react calmly to my intrusion. Since this is a decision that can change our relations with the Cross clan, only Vess can make a decision on this matter. Well, he is not in the right state of mind to do so. Gloriana responded while letting out an exasperated breath. Tell you what, I will make a decision on his behalf. As his wife and the director of the design department, I think it is fair to say that I have the authority to speak for him when he is out of commission for whatever reason. I absolutely support your initiative. You have my blessing to accept the Cross clan's offer. Show the Crossers how much better the Larkinsons are at managing Mech designers. Teach them how to respond to the actual needs of the Mech pilots that depend on them rather than impose your work on them in a top-down fashion. Above all else, show them that man such as Master Benedict is ultimately inferior to women such as you and I. Kedis had the feeling that Gloriana only really cared about that last part. The main reason why Gloriana approved of Kedis' intentions to work at the Cross clan was to have a female Mech designer upstage Master Benedict. Though the former Hexer clearly harbored impure motives, her decision fell exactly in line with Kedis' demand. There was no reason for the Swordmaster to voice any objections. Thank you, Gloriana. Please tell the lawyers and negotiators of our clan to make contact with their counterparts in the Cross clan to negotiate and sign a contract. I would like to have everything in order before I take over my new responsibilities. I shall see to it, Gloriana promised. The Cross clan is quite powerful and filled with fighters who have stood by us in the past and present. I always found it perplexing that we did not work harder to assimilate the Crossers into our clan. We would greatly benefit if we can subdue the Crossers and turn them into our vassals. Patriarch Reginald Cross is a remarkably strong combat asset. And St. Linda Cross appears to be an excellent woman who possesses the right combination of strength and intelligence. Gloriana was delusional if she thought that the Larkinson clan could actually convince the Crossers to surrender their allegiance to the Larkinsons. Patriarch Reginald and St. Linda have far too much pride in their clan and heritage. Kedis coughed. The only feasible way for them to do so is if the Cross clan has perished or suffered too many losses to sustain itself. Other than that, the two powerful Crosser ace pilots will never pledge their loyalty to others. The female senior Mech designer looked a little disappointed, but not too much. Ace pilots had their own pride and were often bound by existing commitments. Reginald and Linda may remain unyielding in the present, but anything can happen in the future, Gloriana said in a hopeful tone. If the Crossers are met with disaster, then I hope the goodwill that you have built within the Cross clan is enough to convince its survivors to take refuge in the Larkinson clan. That way, we will stand to gain a large batch of thugs and raise our combat power even further. Anything could happen in the future. Patriarch Reginald Cross and St. Linda Cross all appeared to be strong enough to hold their own on the battlefield, but the native aliens were not completely helpless in combat. with more and more experimental Saint Piercer weapons appearing in the hands of phase lords, Ace Mechs had to endure greater risks whenever they confronted the native gods on the battlefield. Even the Larkinsons had to endure the same risks. It was fortunate that the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III was so fast that it was almost impossible for enemy phase lords to land a solid hit on the highly elusive machine. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III may be deficient in attack power, but his ability to survive on the battlefield likely ranked at the top among all other junior Ace Mechs. Besides, the Dark Zephyr actually gained a lot of teeth now that it had borrowed the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. This should make it much easier for St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson to earn more merits than Patriarch Reginald Cross. Just as Gloriana wanted to bring up another topic, a pre-programmed alarm suddenly sounded from Ketty's comm. The Swordmaster briefly froze. "What is the matter?" "The Heaven Sword has been detected on approach to the Viola Magnifica system," Ketty's explained as she quickly brought up her comm to verify the notification. Gloriana vaguely understood the significance of this event. "I will leave you to handle the arrival of this powerful relic. It would be great if you can subdue it and bring it under your control. If our clan can control the power of an ancient but functional grand work, then we will instantly be able to bring ourselves on par with the likes of Terran ancient clans and Rubarthan principalities." It was way too premature for Gloriana to think about how controlling the Heaven Sword would elevate the rank of their clan. Ketty's first needed to ensure that the Heaven Sword would not run roughshod over herself. Chapter 6539, Red Swordsmanship Federation. The Larkinson clan had already made a number of preparations to welcome the arrival of the Heaven Sword. The most important priority was not to let any incident related to the Heaven Sword disrupt the defensive arrangements of the Viola Magnifica system. The strategically vital port system was one of the few remaining strongholds left in the Torald Middle Zone that propped up the 4th defensive band. This was why the expeditionary fleet had already taken the initiative to move away from all of the main defensive positions and parked its starships in the orbit of a small and lifeless planet. Ketty's did not stay aboard the Spirit of Bentheim or any of the valuable capital ships of the Larkinson clan. She instead chose to transfer to a disposable combat carrier that had been emptied of much of her crew and dependents before moving out into deep space. If the worst-case scenario ever happened, then there shouldn't be a lot of valuable assets and lives in the vicinity that would be at risk of suffering collateral damage. Accompanying the combat carrier were a handful of high-ranking Mechs that Ketty's counted upon to resist the Heaven Sword if it ever decided to get pushy. Just as promised, St. Linda Cross deployed with her newly built Amphis Extremis. As the only ace pilot in the escort force, she held the greatest say after Ketty's. Whether the Amphis Extremis could actually hold back the Heaven Sword, in case it turned hostile, remained to be seen. On the one hand, the Grand Sword could not possibly showcase its full strength without an actual wielder. On the other hand, it was a sentient grand work that clearly surpassed the limitations of every other sword known to modern human civilization. Joining Ketty's on this little greeting trip was Venerable Joshua and Venerable Desi. The Evertshanger and the First Sword had both distinguished themselves in battle many times, but they looked rather weak and poorly equipped to handle the coming crisis. Venerable Joshua even persuaded his wife to call for additional help. "Why didn't you ask to bring Janzi along?" he asked over a secure tight beam communication channel. "If the Heaven Sword ever becomes violent, you can rely on the Amphis Extremis to hold it back while letting the Bastion give additional cover to your ship. Better yet, why not bring the Saint Commander over as well? If we have the Minerva along with a couple of hundred of battle crier Mechs by our side, I don't believe that the Heaven Sword will be able to pose a threat to us anymore." Ketty's rejected the solution. "The Bastion is not mobile enough. She will just slow us all down. Saint Commander Kaysella needs to stay behind to protect the expeditionary fleet, and I don't want to expose too many Mechs and Mech pilots to a dangerous scuffle." Don't worry. We aren't traveling too far away. Kaysella and the forces under her command will remain on standby. It shouldn't take too long for them to reinforce us and support us from a distance if we ever need the help. Stop worrying, Joshua. Whether Cadiz made the right decision to limit her escort remained to be seen. For now, she wanted to try the diplomatic approach first, and to do that, she brought along a pair of heaven sorters. You look eager, Charles. Why wouldn't I be? Legion Commander Charles Antonovic spoke with repressed excitement. The Heaven Sword has actually traveled all the way from the old galaxy to give its blessing to us all. This is a clear sign that we are doing its bidding. Cadiz tried her best not to scoff at the man's words. Charles Antonovic was the chosen candidate to become the Legion Commander of the newly formed Heaven Sword Mech Legion. As a native of the Heaven Sword Association, the Mech pilot originally followed Cadiz into the Larkinson clan and joined the Avatars of Myth as a swordsman Mech pilot and Mech officer. Over the years, the Heaven Sorter fought and distinguished himself alongside his fellow Avatars. Although he had never managed to surpass the extraordinary threshold, Charles Antonovic nonetheless managed to climb his way up to the rank of Mech Captain. Melker even told Cadiz that Charles may have been in line for another promotion if he had not left the Avatars of Myth. While Cadiz was not entirely sure whether Charles Antonovic could undertake the heavy responsibilities to help establish the Heaven Sword Mech Legion as a serious military branch of the Larkinson army, he was one of the best candidates on paper. Right now, Cadiz had not only decided to bring Charles along because he represented a familiar institution, but also because he adored the Heaven Sword. If the relic sword ever wanted to transform a human into a new wielder, the Heaven Sword would hopefully pick Charles instead of Cadiz. The Heaven Sword is not a weapon to be feared. In this dire time, we need its power more than ever. President Fred Waylinsky spoke to the younger swordmaster. If it can give you its blessing, you will not only be able to gain the power of a sword saint with a weapon that is powerful enough to cut a phase whale in half, but also command the absolute allegiance of every Heaven Sorter and those who seriously respect the swordsmanship tradition. Cadiz shook her head. I cannot lie and say I am not tempted, but I would rather grow stronger by staying true to my own self. I would never become the woman I am now if I succumbed to the power of a sword that does not belong to me. If red humanity truly needs the power of the Heaven Sword unleashed, then it should seek out a willing sword wielder. What if you are the only suitable wielder that can unlock its full power in this dwarf galaxy? Fred pressed. I will not let a sentient sword morally blackmail me into becoming its sword slave. Cadiz growled. If the Heaven Sword truly wants to be wielded by a swordmaster, then I will present it to you, seeing as you have become one as well. As the president of the Red Swordsmanship Federation and a former citizen of the Heaven Sword Association, you have a greater right to inherit this legacy. Much had changed for Fred Waylinsky ever since Cadiz learned the Annihilator sword style, originally created by his deceased brother. Fred had been one of the senior leaders responsible for managing the other Heaven Sorters who had come on board the Larkinson clan. Later on, he assumed increasingly greater responsibility over all of the sword schools and swordsmanship training programs that the Larkinson clan had invested in across the new frontier. Nowadays, the Heaven Sorters had erected so many schools and instruction halls that taught one variation of an extraordinary sword style, or another, that they had joined forces to form a federation to represent their collective interests. The Red Swordsmanship Federation had previously remained obscure, but gained a lot more prominence when the founding of the Red Collective brought systematic cultivation to the mainstream. With the help of Vess political maneuvering, the RC officially recognized traditional swordsmanship as a benign but difficult form of willpower cultivation. While many norms would rather become high-ranking Carmine Mech pilots, it was not cheap or easy to get their hands on a Carmine Mech. For the people at the bottom, it was still far cheaper and more convenient for them to buy cheap practice swords and sign up for swordsmanship classes at their local swordsmanship schools or instruction halls. the reason why Kedys entrusted Fred Walinski with the responsibility of establishing new swordsmanship schools and managing the existing ones was not just because she trusted him, but also because he had finally managed to achieve a breakthrough and become a genuine swordmaster. His mastery over the Annihilator sword style was not as profound as that of Kedys, but he had developed his own unique interpretation and insights of his late brother's sword techniques. Becoming a swordmaster with the power to bend reality to a limited extent had revived his heart and mind. Practicing the healthy controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method and making use of the life-prolonging solutions offered by the Larkinson Exchange had significantly rejuvenated him, causing his physical body to return to its prime condition. Although Fred Walinski still possessed the mentality of an older man, he fought as if he was a half-century younger when employing his full strength as a swordmaster. Kedys hoped that, if the Heaven Sword insisted on being wielding by a genuine swordmaster, it would pick Fred Walinski over herself. It was a pity that the older man in question thought that he was unworthy compared to the female swordmaster. "My qualifications are too poor compared to yours, Kedys. I was only able to become a swordmaster after the start of the Age of Dawn. Exotic radiation has made this a lot easier for all of us. I still feel as if I have cheated my way into becoming a swordmaster. You deserve much greater recognition than I. You not only became a swordmaster at a fraction of my age, you did so while simultaneously working as a Mech designer. The Heaven Sword can accomplish much more with a wielder as unique as you. It is a great honor to be acknowledged by weapon." Kedys understood a lot better why Vess disliked religious nuts. They set aside much of their logic and became deaf to other people's refutations. As much as she was tired of the people around her expressing blind reverence towards the Heaven Sword, she had brought them along for multiple reasons, so she could not send them back. "This is as far as we go. Please stop and hold position relative to the expeditionary fleet," Kedys instructed. As the combat carrier gently floated around in deep space, the various monitoring systems and patrols organized by the defenders of Viola Magnifica clearly detected and mapped out the trajectory of the Heaven Sword. Just as expected, the Heaven Sword was moving straight towards the expeditionary fleet, or rather the slightly isolated combat carrier where Kedys tried to strengthen her reserve. She grasped the hilt of her bloodsinger and softly stroked the surface of its blade. "Sharp, sharp, heaven, heaven," Sharpie vocalized as the companion spirit assumed a combative mindset while reciting inside Kedys' personal greatsword. "Heaven is coming." St. Linda Cross, Venerable Joshua Larkinson, and Venerable Desi Larkinson all got ready. Their respective machines began to enter into a higher state of activity, though they still made an effort to rein in their aggression. Kedys made one last check of her vacuum-sealed combat armor and made sure that her two Heaven Sworder companions were not lacking in this aspect. "Open the hangar bay hatch and orient the entrance in the direction the Heaven Sword is coming from. Let us not give it an excuse to tear through the hull of this ship." Just as the combat carrier had finished turning around, a distant point of light steadily grew larger and brighter. Kedys could already feel it. Her grip on her bloodsinger shook as the Heaven Sword approached her location with great momentum, so much so that the local defense forces had become alarmed the potential threat posed this rogue weapon artifact. If not for the fact that the evolution which had briefly held this mystifying weapon before voluntarily letting go of it, there may have been Mechers or Fleeters who insisted on treating it as a threat that had to be subdued before it could do any damage to society. "It's here," she finally said. Faster than she expected, the Heaven Sword had warp-traveled all the way from the Yernstall's central star node and completed its journey right in front of the woman that had briefly wielded a shadow of its power the last time. Brightness spread across the opened hangar bay as the Heaven Sword radiated so much power and brilliance that it overwhelmed pretty much everything else in the vicinity. "Kedys, are you all right?" Venerable Joshua urgently. His Evertshanger moved a little closer, though still taking care not to bump into the hull of the combat carrier. "I am okay. The Heaven Sword has not behaved aggressively, so far." Chapter 65, 40 Heavenly Creation. The Heaven Sword had arrived. After crossing through multiple different zones, the Heaven Sword successfully navigated its way over to the Viola Magnifica system, where the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance was currently stationed. Cadiz had already guessed, since she first saw the Heaven Sword poking out of the container sphere during the historic live broadcast, that the two would reunite. In truth, she frequently doubted whether this would actually happen. It seemed incredibly arrogant, and conceded to claim that there was nothing more important in the Red Ocean to the Heaven Sword than seeking out Cadiz. Yet that was exactly what happened. Whether this was because she was still the strongest swordmaster in the new frontier, or because her past interactions with the powerful ancient sword, the Heaven Sword had obviously set her as its first destination after arriving in the dwarf galaxy. Cadiz felt honored, but became more concerned about what it would do now that it had sought out its target. The pretentious Heaven Sword continued to radiate its splendor for half a minute. It was difficult for Cadiz to muster her willpower and maintain her sobriety in the face of the sword's great power. It had clearly grown stronger after absorbing a lot of exotic radiation from Messier 87, compared to the half-starved state it had ended up in after languishing in the Milky Way galaxy for so long. The Red Ocean galaxy had clearly given it a second life. The differences between its prior state and its current condition were like night and day. Not only had the Heaven Sword managed to engage in interstellar travel for several weeks all by itself, but it had also managed to regain its strength as a transcendent grand work. According to what Cadiz had learned, only godlike creators possess the capacity to bring a grand work into existence. As a Mech designer herself, Cadiz could barely pick out a few visible clues on how the Heaven Sword far surpassed the quality of a masterwork. There were too many profound details about the relic weapon that were so incredibly refined that she grew dizzy when she tried to take a closer look. It frustrated her that she lacked the qualifications to understand what made the Heaven Sword so much better than a masterwork sword like the Decapitator. Just as Cadiz attempted to make another attempt to understand the secrets behind the Heaven Sword's grand existence, the ancient weapon gradually withdrew its overwhelming presence. It mercifully toned down the light show, but also hid a lot of faint details that could have given Cadiz a few more clues on what turned the weapon into a grand work. How frustrating. Cadiz tried her best to rein in her professional greed and curiosity, and tried to remain on guard against the legendary weapon's arrival. It became a lot more tolerable to look at now that it had made an effort to accommodate the nearby humans. While the recently rejuvenated Heaven Sword still radiated a soft white glow that seemed to give everyone who looked at it illusions of a mystical heavenly paradise, the weapon at least did not appear as overbearing as before. Heaven Sword Commander Charles Antonovic and President Fred Waylinsky had already knelt as soon as the ancient relic appeared in front of the greeting party. They had grown up worshipping this mythical weapon, so they had no qualms about expressing their highest respect and admiration upon its arrival. No words were necessary for the Mech officer and swordmaster to convey their utter willingness to surrender and obey to the will of the Heaven Sword. Perhaps they may only hesitate if the Heaven Sword instructed them to act against the interests of the Larkinson clan, but Cadiz feared that they would rather take orders from an inhuman relic than the clan that showered them with opportunities and privileges. In order to ascertain whether the Heaven Sword's purpose in the Red Ocean contradicted her own goals and that of the Larkinson clan in any way, Cadiz decided to break the silence. "Why? Are you here?" she asked as she gripped her own greatsword tighter. She wondered how the Heaven Sword would communicate with her this time. It was clear that it was intelligent enough to talk like a human, but would it choose to do so, or opt for a more confusing means of conveying its intentions? The Heaven Sword flew closer. That was not all. It conspicuously turned around so that its blade pointed towards the open hatch of the hangar bay. The Heaven Sword presented its hilt directly towards Caddy's. Both Legion Commander Charles and President Fred reacted with great pride and reverence towards this obvious action. "Take it," Charles Antonovic urged. "The Heaven Sword has chosen you to become its new holder, its new Heaven Sword Saint." "No. What? You?" Keddy's expression remained flat as she firmly rejected an offer that would have made a lot of Heaven Sworders ecstatic. "Haven't you listened to a single word I said in our last conversations? I have no interest in becoming the next Heaven Sword Saint. This is why I brought the two of you along. If this relic truly wants to be held by a genuine swordsman, then I would rather have one of you take up this responsibility." Keddy's wanted to palm her face. Hadn't they talked about this already? She thought they agreed with her plan. How come they completely forgot about it when the Heaven Sword finally arrived? She not so subtly nudged the Legion commander of the Heaven Sword Mech Legion forward. "You try, first." "BB, but I am just a sword initiate," Charles Antonovic exclaimed. "Every previous Heaven Sword Saint used to be a bona fide swordmaster." "I do not deserve to touch the sacred sword. Just do it, Charles." Though Charles felt it was greatly disrespectful and very much wrong for an unworthy swordsman such as him to touch a relic of the gods, he reluctantly did so after getting repeatedly prodded by caddies. "Please, please forgive me for my disrespectful actions." When Charles slowly reached out with his armored sword hand and came close to gripping the hilt, the Heaven Sword suddenly released a pulse of heavenly energy that repulsed the approaching hand as well as the rest of the body. Ugh. Both Caddies and Fred backed off from the Heaven Sword as they saw the pulse of energy physically push their compatriot back by dozens of meters. A soundless collision took place as Charles Antonovic's armored body crashed against the deck. Fortunately, that was all that happened. The shock-absorbing functions of his vacuum-sealed suit of combat armor perfectly kept his body unharmed. The message was pretty clear. The Heaven Sword did not harbor any hostility towards Antonovic, but it obviously did not consider the Mech officer to be a worthy holder. "You're next, Fred," Keddy's prodded the older man's armored form. "If the Heaven Sword doesn't approve of a sword initiate, then let's see whether it is willing to tolerate a swordmaster such as yourself." Fred Waylinsky smiled in a depreciating manner. "I appreciate your confidence in me, but I fear you are grossly overestimating my attractiveness to the sacred sword." Just as how swordsmen prefer to select the best swords in a weapon store, the Heaven Sword clearly wants to be wielded by the best swordmaster. Out of the two of us, you are clearly the strongest. "I am not a pure swordmaster," Keddy's objected. "I am a journeyman Mech designer as well. I can never commit my entire life to combat. I do not think the Heaven Sword minds that. In fact, I think it may appreciate you even more because of that. Only a swordmaster with deep technical knowledge such as you can adapt and popularize the swordsmanship that the sacred sword stands for. I think I can feel what it seeks from you. It doesn't want to be wielded by a swordmaster who only knows how to destroy such as myself. It wants to be wielded by a swordmaster who also knows how to create." She knew what Fred meant. As a swordmaster who was more powerful than him, she was vaguely able to read the Heaven Sword's strong aura, as if she was examining a very powerful ace Mech. Heaven was all about creation, of bringing new possibilities to life. What a remarkable weapon. Perhaps the fit between herself and the Heaven Sword was not as low as she thought. "Sharp!" Her companion's spirit suddenly woke her up from her fascination. "Damn it." Keddy's eyes grew strained as she forcefully took a step back from the alluring. "Heaven Sword, Fred." "Yes, ma'am. I gave you an order. Step forward and attempt to grasp the hilt." Though Fred clearly thought that he would be met with the same reaction as Charles, he no longer argued with caddies and did as instructed. The Heaven Sword released another pulse of white energy that gently but very decisively tossed Fred Waylinsky backwards. Just like the Legion commander, the armored form of president of the Red Swordsmanship Federation crashed on his back a small distance away. Though Kedis had pretty much predicted this outcome, she still grew upset that the picky Heavensword had rejected her counteroffers. The weapon slowly floated closer to the only swordmaster who remained standing, and enchantingly offered her to take possession of the only sword-type grand work known to exist in modern times. The woman felt increasingly more conflicted. Kedis, the journeyman Mech designer, eagerly wanted to grab the Heavensword and claim it for herself in the hopes that she could figure out how to forge blades that were just as great one day. Kedis, the swordmaster, emphatically rejected this forced imposition by a sword that embodied a different kind of swordsmanship. "No," she addressed the Heavensword. "I do not want you. Can't you understand my message? I already have a sword. I do not need you to replace my weapon. You are not even a great sword." She lifted up her bloodsinger and waved it in front of the Heavensword for emphasis. However, the Heavensword continued to press closer, which compelled Kedis to step backwards. Kedis grew increasingly more angry. "I reject your presence. I reject your power. I reject any notion of turning me into your next Heavensword saint. Begone." She no longer hesitated and whipped her bloodsinger in a sweep that caused the flat of the greatsword's blade to smack the Heavensword aside. For a moment, no one could believe that Kedis actually dared to push the Heavensword away from her body. It took a lot of willpower for her to resist the allure of possessing the Heavensword, but she felt better for being able to stand up to the overbearing sword. She only believed in her own sword style and her own personal sword. The greatsword was her favored weapon. She had no desire to switch to wielding a slender and lighter one-handed blade. Yet the Heavensword not only ignored her words, but even began to close in faster. Kedis' anger and frustration had reached a boiling point. "I refuse to be your slave. Begone, Heavensword. I will never yield my bloodsinger and my swordsmanship to your dead master's tyranny." She no longer held back and resonated with her bloodsinger to unleash an extraordinary technique. She abruptly thrust her greatsword forward. Sword of Lydia. The empowered piercing attack had no chance in hell of penetrating or leaving a single mark on the Heavensword, but the powerful collision still allowed Kedis to fling the Heavensword straight through the hangar bay hatch and out into space. Of course, the Heavensword quickly managed to correct its flight. Kedis desperately hoped that the Heavensword would respect her demands, but clearly that was not the case as it attempted to fly right back inside. Linda. A huge presence dove in from above and crashed into the comically undersized relic weapon. It turned out that the Amphis Extremis had finally taken action. The ace Mech had charged closer and used its foot to kick the Heavensword far away from the combat carrier. Even now, the relic sword was uncontrollably tumbling away, as if it remained confused what just happened. Chapter 65, 41, The Spectre of the Heavensword. Kedis rebuffed the Heavensword. Such an act was unthinkable to the people who were born and raised in the Heavensword Association. Despite the fact that Legion Commander Charles Antonovic and President Fred Waylinsky had cut ties with their home state and served the Larkinson clan with unswerving dedication for the last decade, the two men still couldn't believe that Kedis would actually choose to reject the Heavensword. This went against everything they believed in back when they lived in the Heavensword Association. They still couldn't understand why Kedis could bring herself to reject the temptation of promoting to a sword saint right away after accepting a baptism of power from the Heavensword. No swordmaster from the Heavensword Association had ever refused the offer to accept a small part of the inheritance of this mysterious and unfathomably sacred weapon. It was not just because they felt it was their duty to shoulder the burden of leading their righteous state, even if it came at the cost of forsaking their own swordsmanship and any blades they utilized in the past. It was because no swordmaster in the history of the Heavensword Association had succeeded in promoting to a sword saint through his own merits. The hope of the entire traditional swordsmanship community was that as long as the Heavensword saints explored their own powers and documented their own conditions, They would leave enough clues behind to give swordmasters the inspiration they needed to promote through their own merits. This was the noble mission that every swordmaster accepted when they selflessly sacrificed the swordsmanship that defined their identities and took up the mantle of Heaven Sword Saint. One day, the Heaven Sworders hoped that they would gain enough information to reconstruct a path towards becoming a sword saint by themselves. This would allow many swordmasters who had previously remained stuck at their current ranks to unlock their potential and take another step towards attaining godhood by virtue of their transcendent swordsmanship. However, what did that have to do with caddies? "You idiots," she hissed as she looked back at the gaping expressions of Charles and Fred. As far as she was concerned, the pair of Heaven Sworders had completely disgraced themselves by throwing logic out of the airlock. "Don't you realize that the mission of a Heaven Sword Saint is over ever since this relic weapon chose to leave the Heaven Sword Association? Swordmasters are much stronger in the Red Ocean due to exposure to exotic radiation. Our growth conditions are much better than back in the Milky Way. Even if we don't make any revolutionary advancements in our swordsmanship, we will still be able to reach the threshold to Sword Saint if we rely on those magical new elixirs or simply growth over time." One of the theories that Keddies came up with to explain why proper sword saints never arose in the past was because of the lack of E-energy to fuel the quantitative growth of swordmasters. Keddies did not exactly know why expert pilots were able to grow their resonance strength to the limit of their ranks, while swordmasters fell short in this aspect, but she was convinced her theory was right. Now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, Keddies completely rejected the notion that a Heaven Sword Saint was necessary to devise a complete promotion path for swordmasters. She already intended to complete this mission and responsibility by relying on her own efforts. Judging by the dazed expression of the two Heaven Sworders, who were much older than herself, Keddies grew even more disappointed by how any subject related to the sacred weapon instantly deprived them of any inkling of critical thinking. The Heaven Sword was literally their god. This explained why they dared to entertain the thought of questioning or defying its actions. To them, their god was infallible. Perhaps Keddies should feel grateful that the two Heaven Sworders at least retained enough sanctity to refrain from turning their swords against her. She could not expect anything more from these useless idiots. When the angry swordmaster turned her attention back to what was taking place outside, she felt a little more relieved that St. Linda Cross had intervened and placed her ace offensive space knight in front of the Heaven Sword. The junior ace pilot even spread her Saint Kingdom and firmly established her dominion in the surrounding space. The relic weapon did not seem to notice at all. No matter how hard Linda attempted to suppress the Heaven Sword, her willpower became as fragile as glass as it crashed against the tiny weapon. St. Linda grimaced. Just as she and Keddies predicted, the recently revived Grand Work was far more powerful than it appeared on the surface. There was an endless depth to the Heaven Sword that Linda could only vaguely sense through her Saint Kingdom. It was as if the Heaven Sword encompassed an entirely independent kingdom of its own, and happened to be good at obscuring its borders. Without the relic weapon's permission, St. Linda had no means of taking a peek of what it held within. "Back off," Linda conveyed to the Heaven Sword with the help of her Saint Kingdom. "Keddies does not want your power and the many strings that come with it. Respect her choices. You have no right to impose your will onto an unwilling swordmaster." As an ace pilot, Linda Cross possessed the courage to confront and berate a Grand Work. It helped a lot that the sword lacked a wielder. That massively reduced its intimidation factor and made it tolerable for the new saint to put up a brave face. She absolutely wouldn't be as calm and composed if the Heaven Sword was wielded by a powerful swordsman or swordswoman. As the Amphi's extremis clearly conveyed its intention to bar the Heaven Sword's way by placing its tower shield in its path, the Ace Space Knight quietly activated its powerful SADIX shield generator and preemptively spun around the ball of its wrecker skull. The Ace Space Knight clearly meant business. the first sword and the Evertshanger made their presence and intentions known as well. They formed a triangle formation with the Amphi's extremis and looked ready to assist when they saw an opportunity. The first sword unsheathed her long and deadly decapitator. The Evertshanger held both his Vitalis Luminar crystal rifle and heart sword at the ready. That was not all. The Minerva, alas still awaiting an upgrade, had begun to advance while leading a troop of 39 battle-crier Mechs armed with exclusive Godkiller heavy Luminar crystal rifles. While the Saint Commander could have chosen to bring hundreds, if not thousands of Mechs along to support Swordmaster Cadiz, Kaysella Ingvar did not believe that relying on quantity could make a meaningful difference in a confrontation against a weapon as mysteriously powerful as the Heaven Sword. It was much more likely that the Mechs would get in the way, or worse, provoke an overreaction from the sentient relic weapon. While Saint Commander Kaysella and her carefully chosen subordinates were making their way over, the tension between the Heaven Sword and those arrayed against it continued to grow. After a minute or so had passed, the relic weapon looked as if it had made up its mind. It did not accept Cadi's rejection. Seeing that its chosen wielder had enlisted the aid of numerous powerful protectors, the Heaven Sword clearly understood that it needed to resort to violence in order to remove the opposition. The Heaven Sword began to back off a bit before it started to eject a lot of energies. The ancient and powerful relic weapon began to expose the tip of its vast power by releasing a lot of heavenly energy. The space around the Heaven Sword immediately became a lot more sacred, pure, and all-encompassing. The amount of high-quality energy released by the Heaven Sword was so much that it outright managed to push back the oppressive domain field generated by the Amphis. Extremis, this energy, St. Linda Cross gasped as her ace mech increased the distance between itself and the busy sword. I have never felt anything like it. I have a bad feeling about what it is about to do. Get ready. The ace mech and pair of expert mechs continued to surround the Heaven Sword as it continued to eject more and more heavenly energy from its hidden but undoubtedly huge energy reservoir. Slowly, the released energies began to gain definition. They no longer spread without direction, but gradually began to take on a more defined and familiar shape. Wait, doesn't that look like a human? A human wearing one of those ancient cultivator robes. The heavenly energies continued to spread and condense into a gigantic robed human figure that already began to exude an incredible sense of elegance and refinement despite the lack of fine details. What stood out the most other than the vaguely handsome appearance of this energy projection was that it had reached a scale that was identical to that of the Amphis. Extremis. Somehow, neither Cadiz nor the others thought that was a coincidence. Joshua threw out a guess. Hey, if you imagine the original owner of the Heaven Sword, do you think this mysterious and disgustingly handsome guy fits the bill? Cadiz somehow felt that her husband was correct. The Heaven Sword had likely chosen to create a large-scale energy projection of its original wielder, or at least one of them if it had multiple. The man did not appear to be older than Cadiz, but she knew that looks were incredibly deceiving when it came to cultivators who could easily extend their lifespans by centuries or millennia. The aura and demeanor exuded by the projected sword wielder could only come with the accumulation of age. Cadiz and the others even had the sense that the aura of the former owner of the Heaven Sword should have been a lot deeper and more profound, but because the Heaven Sword was unable or unwilling to replicate the man more faithfully. There was a limit to how much energy and processing power the relic weapon put into this effort. Ooh, the energy projection is too large for his sword. Joshua state the Bvias. He was correct, for only a few seconds. Once the projected sword wielder had reached a stable condition, the Heaven Sword magically grew in size until it was large enough to perfectly fit into its own energy projection's palm. A huge amount of E-energy radiation from the surroundings began to flow in the direction of the enlarged sword, so much so that it had broken past the blockade, erected by St. Linda's domain field. It was as if a slice of heaven had just descended upon reality. The energy projection no longer looked like an ancient human swordsman anymore. He began to exude the faint sense of a god of the sword. With the heaven sword in hand, it looked as if the specter of an ancient god had come back to life just to challenge the insolent ace mech and expert mechs that barred its way. I should have guessed that might happen. Vess owns a weird flute that can do the resize trick as well. It figures that a grand work can also do the same. The threat posed by the heaven sword had just become a lot greater than before. The energy projection of the ancient swordsman was not a static construct. As soon as the sword fell into its hands, it seemingly came to life. Non-existent wind blew at the long folds of his white and blue robes and his silky locks of shoulder-length hair. The energy projection did not limit his actions to pretending to be a historic fashion model. He lifted his arm and pointed the tip of the enlarged heaven sword at the amphis. Extremis, in a universal challenge gesture. The body language of the projected swordsman clearly became more aggressive as well. The swirl of heavenly energies and E-energy radiation surrounding his giant glowing form also grew distinctly more threatening. It was as if the ancient swordsman was building up a storm centered around his form. His presence grew more and more domineering. All of this culminated in a single, soundless declaration. The weak have no right to resist. Somehow, the heaven sword, or its bizarre swordsman energy projection, was able to convey a meaning that transcended human language directly into the minds of the surrounding individuals. Before everyone could figure out the meaning behind the heaven sword's statement, the ancient swordsman began to channel a lot of energies before charging straight at the amphis extremis. Chapter 65, 42, The Wielders of the Heaven Sword. The heaven sword did not take no for an answer. In order to convey how seriously it wanted to be wielded by caddies, the powerful relic went as far as projecting a mech-sized version of one of its presumably former wielders. The elegant robed swordsman did not move as if he was burdened by multiple layers of cloth. The humanoid energy projection practically danced across an invisible surface as he unleashed a simple slash. The enlarged heaven sword glowed as it pulled the energies around it to surround its slender blade and form an energy sheath that significantly increased its reach and girth. These energies subsequently collided against the resonance-empowered tower shield of the amphis extremis, causing the ace offensive Space Knight to buckle despite looking as if it should heavily outmass its adversary. St. Linda. Both the first sword and the Everchanger looked ready to intervene, yet held back in case the two expert mechs would just end up getting in the way of the ace mech. Was this supposed to be a duel or a less restricted gang fight? The ancient swordsman cleared up their uncertainty by turning around and rapidly whipping his two swords in the direction of the two Larkinson expert mechs. Two heavenly sword energy attacks lanced towards the machines with hostile intent. Venerable Desi and Venerable Joshua both got caught off guard by this sudden move, but they were skilled and experienced enough to evade on instinct. The first sword managed to get clear of the snap attack heading in her direction, but the Everchanger's resonance shield got clipped by the other sword energy attack. Even though it should have been a glancing hit, the heavenly energy contained within the sword energy attack turned out to be so potent that it briefly disrupted Joshua's willpower. The heaven sword's energy is much stronger than regular E-energy, Joshua immediately informed the others. My willpower can't suppress it at all. It's as if I got struck by a piece of heaven. Keddies knew what her husband was talking about. Stay on guard against the mental compulsion of this heavenly energy. The heaven sword will brainwash you if you entertain any notion of surrender. If you don't guard your mind, you will end up in a state similar to Charles and Fred over here. The more you get exposed by heavenly energy, the stronger the effect. If possible, do not try to block or get in contact with it. Try to avoid the energy attacks whenever possible. That is easier said than done. While the ancient swordsman smoothly began to exchange blows with the Amphis extremis, he still had time to keep the two nearby expert Mechs busy by whipping slashes of potent sword energy in their direction. The initial sword attacks were easy enough to evade. Their traversal speeds were not as high as Gauss weapon attacks, and they solely followed linear trajectories. However, the ancient swordsman quickly adjusted his harassing attacks by adding a homing element to the sword energies. Both the first sword and the Evertshanger received powerful hits to their resonance shields, causing their integrity to drop by as much as 30%. "We can't take too many of these hits. We need to get close," Venerable Desi uttered as her competitive streak urged her to do more than maintain a passive posture. "As long as we get close enough to the energy projection, we can stop him from unleashing these sword energy attacks." That was as good of a plan as any. Though Venerable Joshua preferred to remain patient and take potshots at the ancient swordsman with his Vitalis, the Luminar crystal rifle only inflicted trivial damage to the target. The Evertshanger had already opened fire shortly after the ancient swordsman went on the attack. Joshua not only resonated with the Vitalis, but also used his companion's spirit, Willie, to channel the illustrious one and significantly amplify the power of the Luminar crystal rifle's light beam attacks. The hyper light beam attacks were supposed to be remarkably effective at damaging E-energy constructs, but this rule was not absolute. Against an energy projection comprised out of high-grade heavenly energy, the distinctly lower grade of energy output of the Vitalis rifle was at a heavy disadvantage. Seeing that the Evertshanger's ranged attacks were largely ineffective against the target, Venerable Joshua set aside his current approach and began to move his Evertshanger closer. The Evertshanger even placed the Vitalis on its back, since it would only get in the way. The entire vibe of the Evertshanger changed as Willie, as well as the expert Mech himself, ceased to channel the illustrious one. Joshua instead decided to channel Trisk, taking the advice given by St. Linda Cross to heart. The Evertshanger was no dark zephyr, but the expert hero Mech could be quite fast when he needed to be. From the moment the entire machine began to borrow from the power of the free bird, the living Mech moved as if he had lost at least 20% of his mass. This was an amazing result, and one that made the Evertshanger significantly faster and more agile than before. With the freedom and integrity of his wife at stake, Venerable Joshua was determined not to let the Heaven Sword have its way. At the same time, the first sword surged forward with her decapitator greatsword eager and willing to humble the arrogant Heaven Sword. "Be careful," St. Linda Cross warned as her ace space knight attacked with its flail, causing a heavy skull-shaped ball to fling forward, only to get deflected by the projected swordsman with a moderate amount of effort. "I am picking up a surge of energy from the Heaven Sword." Just before the two expert Mechs came close enough to thrust their swords into the rear of the ancient swordsman, the shape of their target suddenly blurred. "Incoming!" Two simultaneous collisions occurred as the forward momentum of both expert Mechs got arrested by the energy projection. Two projected sword wielders, in fact. What? There are 3 of them now. The Heaven Sword had actually generated 2 additional energy projections, each of them just as large as the first one. They are different. Well, that answers the question whether the old Heaven Sword used to be wielded by different swordsmen. Confronting the Evertshanger was a teenage-looking woman who wore similar but less refined robes as the original projection. Her youthful countenance made it seem as if she was the ancient swordsman's descendant or disciple. Naturally, the lesser projection did not hold the genuine version of the Heaven Sword. The young swordswoman instead held an inferior copy comprised out of concentrated heavenly energy. The first sword confronted another projected swordsman. This time, the lesser energy projection resembled a taller and more muscular man. There was nothing elegant about his appearance. His hair was short and messy, while his face was marred by scars. He wore a leather-like outfit that made him look like a hunter, though his feet remained bare. The man looked as if he was a lot more accustomed to fighting with his fists than wielding an elegant blade. Nonetheless, the muscular swordsman held the copy of his heaven sword with easy familiarity. After the 2 additional energy projections showed up, the fight entered into a temporary lull. The Amphi's extremis backed off from the ancient swordsman. The latter did not immediately press forward. "What is going on here?" Joshua asked. Cadiz, who was observing the fight from a projected screen aboard the fleeing combat carrier, figured it out first. "It's a test. A test. Did you remember what it conveyed to us before it started to go on the attack? It said the weak have no right to resist. The implication is that if I want to preserve my swordsmanship, I have to prove or rather all of you are strong enough to justify my rejection." "Are you kidding? How can we defeat a weapon as powerful as a sentient grand work? We don't even have a weapon that is powerful enough to dent the heaven sword. Perhaps that will not be necessary for us to prove our strength," St. Linda Cross remarked. The ace pilot also managed to gather a few clues by examining the intent radiating from the energy projections. There was a clear sense of ritual to this fight. This caused Cadiz to form another theory. The heaven sword cannot unleash its true power in its current state. It is limited by its lack of wielder and its limited energy reserves. This may be why it has decided to give us a chance of proving it wrong by giving you a test. As long as you can defeat or outlast your designated opponents, the relic weapon will hopefully give up on forcing me to become its wielder. Although Cadiz did not have enough proof to back up her assertion, it sounded as good of an explanation as any. The ace pilot and expert pilots distinctly had the feeling that they were not confronting the heaven sword at its best. It was either holding back, or it had not yet completed its recovery. The heaven sword did not give them any time to swap theories with each other. All 3 energy projections charged forward and went on the attack. Neither side did anything fancy. They instead tested each other's strength by exchanging physical blows with each other. The Amphi's extremis was forced to endure the greatest pressure, as it was the only Mech that was being threatened by the genuine version of the heaven sword. The elegant swordsman's hair continued to whip elegantly in the non-existent air as he spun and danced while trying to overcome the ace offensive Space Knight's defenses. St. Linda Cross quickly discovered that the heavenly energy condensed across the relic weapon's blade was disproportionately effective against her ace Mech's energy defenses. Her proud Saint Kingdom got invaded with ease, while the resonance-empowered Azure energy shield generated by the SADIX was being depleted at an alarming rate. It was only when St. Linda no longer tried to suppress the elegant swordsman with her Saint Kingdom and shut off the SADIX shield generator that her Amphi's extremis was finally able to withstand the power of the heaven sword. The enlarged heaven sword still struck the tower shield with enough force to chip and dent its resilient source, but the material damage was a lot more bearable than the alternative. Do not attempt to defend against the heaven sword's attack by relying on your resonance shield or energy defenses, St. Linda Cross warned the others. Either evade or block its attacks with physical objects. The damage it inflicts on solid matter is not as great. This might be a quirk of the heavenly energy being channeled by the heaven sword, but it kind of felt as if it was giving the Mechs a chance to beat it through a contest of skill, rather than get unilaterally overpowered by the massive difference in quality and raw power. The 3 energy projections did not make it easy for their adversaries, though. They employed different sword styles to press the skills of the high-ranking Mech pilots. The 3 sword wielders did not remain static either. They vigorously moved around in space, making full use of their ability to maneuver in every direction to circle around and attack their opponents from different angles. The energy projections initially started off at a sedate pace, but quickly began to speed up until their dizzying maneuvers pushed the Mechs and Mech pilots to their limits. The Amphi's extremis, the first sword and the Evertshanger constantly had to turn around and stress their maneuvering thrusters just so they could block or parry an incoming strike. There was no time for the pilots to celebrate a successful interception of an attack, as the swift and speedy projected sword wielders had already circled around to launch another light and probing strike. "This is getting annoying," Venerable Desi grunted in frustration. "I feel as if I am sparring against a light skirmisher," Venerable Joshua complained. "I don't even have time to launch a counterattack anymore." "Then do better," St. Linda spoke as her space knight struggled to keep up with its much-faster adversary. "This is just the first test. If we cannot pass it, then you can forget about what else the Heaven Sword has in store." The thought of getting humiliated by a sword that didn't even have an actual wielder caused the two Larkinson expert pilots to burn with shame. "I am not going to lose against this senile fossil." Chapter 65, 43 The Elegant Swordsman. Due to the Heaven Sword's consideration, all three machines had entered into a somewhat stable rhythm. Each Mech was being suppressed by the high mobility of the Mech-scaled energy projections. The heavenly energies that make up their bodies, and in a few cases their swords were not as weak and fragile as ordinary E-energy. Despite the complete absence of willpower and true resonance, the energy constructs more than proved their mettle against the powerful Ace Mech and Expert Mechs. It was rather amazing for observers to realize that a single sword, which was originally small enough to fit in the hands of a human, was able to suppress several champions of red humanity. The Heaven Sword's solo performance already vindicated the people who claimed that this mythical weapon was more than a match against an Expert Mech or an Ace Mech. No one dared to voice any theories where the Heaven Sword was able to hold its own against a God Mech. No one entertained the notion that the most powerful individual combatants of the human race would find themselves inferior to an ownerless sword, even if it was a remarkably powerful one. The mere thought that a God Mech would get defeated by a single relic was too frightening to comprehend. Kedis resolutely set aside all thoughts about whether that was possible. There was no point in resisting if the Heaven Sword possessed this capacity. For now, the power level of the relic weapon was still reasonable enough to handle by the Mechs that fought on her behalf. "Saint Commander Kaesella," Kedis transmitted to the approaching Minerva, "please suspend your approach and maintain your distance. The Heaven Sword is manageable for now. If you rashly interrupt the individual duels, then I am afraid you will provoke the weapon into taking unpredictable actions." "Acknowledged, Swordmaster Kedis." The Ace Command Mech, along with the accompanying Battle Crier Mech Company, had already slowed down earlier. Now, the troop of Mechs had arrested their forward momentum entirely, making sure to keep a healthy distance from the unfolding bouts. The Saint Commander was clearly able to read the evolving circumstances as well. Her outsider's perspective clearly allowed her to see that the Heaven Sword was testing the high-ranking Mechs as opposed to battering them down as if they were genuine enemies. Of course, the Heaven Sword was anything but gentle with its opposition, given that its strikes began to chip away at the armor of the beleaguered machines. This was why Kaesella Ingvar still remained poised and ready to intervene with her troop. Every Mech was precious. High-ranking Mechs and living ones were even more priceless. Not only did they constitute the core power of the Larkinson clan, but they also served a vital role in defending the Viola Magnifica system against the native aliens. Having one or several of these powerful Mechs fall during the Red Tide offensive might cause a cascade of failures that would be devastating for red humanity. For this reason, if it looked as if one of the high-ranking Mechs was about to succumb, Saint Commander Kaesella had already decided to intervene by force no matter the consequences. That was not necessary for the time being. The Mechs were regularly getting cut by the heavenly energy, but their armor systems were not for show. Kedis could clearly observe that the swordsmanship demonstrated by every wielder was substantially different. The projected sword wielders only employed the most basic and foundational techniques of their respective sword styles, but that was already enough to give her a lot of clues. She was able to confirm that each of them wielded the Heaven Sword with great familiarity and with their own distinctive styles. The elegant swordsman, as she decided to call the first energy projection, wielded the heaven sword, as if it was made to be held in his hand. His elegant countenance and swift but beautiful moves perfectly matched the heaven sword's shape and aesthetics. As a swordmaster, Kedis was able to observe that the elegant swordsman danced across space, similar to how venerable Brutus Wadden controlled his own expert Mech in the thick of combat. This not only made the elegant swordsman look as if it took no effort for him to evade the flail attacks of the Amphis Extremis, but also allowed him to build up momentum and direction for his next attacks. The Amphis Extremis possessed an excellent advantage when it remained on the defensive. Its tower shield was large, thick, and provided enough cover to casily block attacks coming in from many different angles. Yet the elegant swordsman seemed to treat the presence of the large slab of alloys as an interesting challenge. The expression of the energy projection remained flat, but his flowing movements betrayed an elevated sense of interest and inquisitiveness. The sword attacks employed by the elegant swordsman mostly consisted of slashes that flowed according to the momentum and rotation of his projected body. Despite the potential power that he could put into these moves, the simulated wielder of the heaven sword remained cautious and restrained by not committing to his attacks. While this heavily limited the damage that the potent heaven sword could inflict on the Amphis Extremis, it also made it very difficult for St. Linda Cross to punish her adversary for getting close. The Amphis Extremis was losing. While the Ace Mech was quite fast for its archetype, it was never designed to keep up with highly maneuverable humanoid opponents. This was why it carried a tower shield. Yet when the rotation speed of the Amphis Extremis was unable to keep up with the circling of the elegant swordsman, the defensive equipment was only able to prevent the elegant swordsman from launching easy attacks at forward angles. St. Linda Cross was stuck in a dilemma. Her Mech was completely optimized to fight against native alien forces. The enemy phase lords and phase whales that posed the greatest threat were all large, but not too maneuverable in combat. The design of the Amphis Extremis therefore paid little attention to the need to attack highly maneuverable targets. The Ace Offensive Knight might be able to increase its mobility by tossing aside the tower shield, but that would leave it a lot more open to frontal attacks. You cannot afford to fall into the rhythm of your opponent, Kedis judged. Fortunately, St. Linda Cross was an experienced veteran that fought against plenty of mechs. She had not forgotten how to deal with fast-moving opponents such as light skirmishers. Against other opponents, the Amphis Extremis would have channeled more power into its Saint Kingdom and seek to slow down its adversary through willpower suppression. That did not work at all against the sword-wielding energy projection. St. Linda, therefore, began to make use of more sweeping attacks. The Amphis Extremis did not have any way of turning faster, but it could swing its flail in circles at extended ranges. The rather slender but incredibly tough chain attached to the skull-shaped ball began to lengthen. The Amphis Extremis also began to swing the wrecker skull in different motions above its head or in other stances. The elegant swordsman immediately noticed the change and began to back off more frequently in order to avoid getting caught. After a few moments of evasion, the energy projection quickly figured out how to respond to this change. The simulated holder of the heaven sword actually began to predict the arm swings and weapon trajectories of the Amphis Extremis and struck whenever it spotted an opening. The timing had to be precise. The elegant swordsman also had to maneuver his way through the flail attacks along the right trajectory in order to land an attack without suffering retaliation. The Amphis Extremis was still getting damaged, although this time its suffering had decreased. Even so, the Ace Offensive Space Knight had yet to land a single solid blow against its adversary. Just as it seemed as if the elegant swordsman would be able to dance around the Amphis Extremis with impunity, St. Linda Cross employed a surprising trick. The Amphis Extremis actually began to randomize the rhythm and timing of her sweeping flail attacks by changing the length of the chain. When the chain became shorter, The Amphis Extremis was able to make the heavy skull-shaped ball complete an arc faster at the cost of reducing its range. The opposite happened if the chain lengthened all of a sudden. Venerable Linda also employed another trick to make her ace Mech's attacks less predictable. She utilized her true resonance to dynamically increase or decrease the mass of her weapon without the usual precautions. By making the flail heavier, it took more energy to build up momentum, thereby causing it to swing around a little slower than normal. By making it lighter, St. Linda Cross found it much easier for her ace Mech to complete an arc. Merely being fast was not enough, as the elegant swordsman was always faster and more maneuverable. What truly made a difference was that the frequent changes in the reach and mass of the flail made it exponentially more difficult for the elegant swordsman to predict the ace Space Knight's attacks. So this is your true strength. It is not your flowing movements that allow you to evade my attacks, but your ability to predict my moves in advance. Now that Linda figured out why she fell at a disadvantage against this adversary, she doubled down on her new tactics and continued to make herself as difficult to predict as possible. The mind and spirit of an ace pilot was so strong that Linda was able to make semi-conscious decisions on which parameters she wanted to change. She refused to believe the Heaven Sword was powerful enough to discern her intentions in so little time. The elegant swordsman had to endure more pressure, but he still flowed around the Amphis Extremis as if he was swimming in the water. Yet no matter how amazingly the elegant swordsman managed to block most of the unpredictable blows, its luck was finite. St. Linda Cross finally became jubilant as she not only managed to fool the Heaven Sword, but also managed to land a solid hit against the elegant swordsman. If the energy projection was a lesser phase lord, then the direct hit would have crushed numerous bones and obliterated the outer layers of the flesh. Yet just as the resonance-empowered ball that suddenly gained the momentum of a crashing light Mech was about to collide against the elegant swordsman, an illusionary calm and peaceful lake came into being. It looked incredibly peaceful and graceful, as its surface mirrored a nightscape filled with stars and a mysterious moon. Softly glowing lotuses floated across the surface of the lake. Each of the succulent-looking flower petals gazed at the moon and appeared to absorb its light and energies. This lake illusion was anything but a phantom. The pond, which was being illuminated by the light of a moon, not only absorbed the kinetic energy transferred upon impact like a champ, but also prevented the ball from striking the body of the current energy projection. How, whatever energy defenses the elegant swordsman relies upon is behaving similarly to a non-Newtonian fluid, Kedys quickly explained over the comm. It hardens the most when struck with strong and fast blunt impacts. If this strange energy defense truly inherited the properties of a non-Newtonian fluid, then the best way to overcome it is by using a sword or sharp edge to cut straight through the barrier. My ace Mech is not equipped with a sword. Then the only other way to overcome this barrier is by repeatedly bashing it with your wrecker skull until it has exhausted the Heaven Sword's energy. Reserves. That was clearly not the most optimal solution in this case, but it was the only one that St. Linda could employ under the circumstances. At least she had made enough progress to go on the offensive. Now that St. Linda became increasingly more accustomed to making her attacks more unpredictable by randomly varying the length of the chain and the mass of the ball, the elegant swordsman was no longer able to poke the Amphis Extremis with impunity. Chapter 65, 44 The Teenage Swordswoman. While St. Linda Cross gradually managed to gain an advantage over the energy projection that held the actual Heaven Sword, the other two Mech pilots were having a more difficult time adjusting to their own adversaries. As expert pilots, and fairly young ones at that, Venerable Dissy and Venerable Joshua were weaker in many aspects. They only possessed the seed of the strength of an ace pilot, so it was no surprise that their reaction speeds, combat acumen, true resonance amplification, and other parameters did not score as high. Fortunately, The sword-wielding phantoms that confronted them were not as strong as the elegant swordsmen. The imitations of the heaven sword constructed out of pure heavenly energy lacked the destructive potential of the original, so they inflicted considerably less damage upon contact with a machine. Helped to prevent the first sword and the Evertshanger from losing their arms or getting crippled after getting struck by their adversaries. This was not an exaggeration. No matter how much Venerable Desi and Venerable Joshua were able to leverage their willpower to strengthen the armor systems of their expert mechs. It did not matter if the base materials were inherently not on par with the alloys utilized by the more modern quasi-first class or genuine first-class expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. The first sword and the Evertshanger were both waiting for multiple years to receive their long-awaited upgrades. If they were able to fight in their Mark Roman III incarnations, then they wouldn't be struggling so much in their duels against two pure energy manifestations. However, the two expert pilots also gradually realized that the Heaven Sword might not have responded to their presence in the exact same way. What if the Heaven Sword invested a lot more heavenly energy in these phantom sword wielders? The living expert mechs would have ended up suffering anyway, only this time incurring much more serious damage that was much harder to repair due to switching over to Archimetal mech frames. This is looking more and more like a test rather than an unrestricted fight, Kedis concluded as she continued to observe the unfolding duels from a distance. It is a good decision for the Minerva and her accompanying battle crier mechs to stay back. Yet just because the situation appeared manageable for now did not mean it could go worse at any time. It all depended on whether the mechs were able to keep up with the Heaven Sword's exacting demands. When Kedis observed the performance of the three high-ranking mechs, one of them obviously offered more than the hers. The Evertshanger had fallen into an unfavorable matchup against the energy manifestation designated as Teenage Swordswoman. Whether the current manifestation was actually modeled after a teenage female sword cultivator or not remained unclear. One thing was for certain. The teenage swordswoman was vastly more skilled and maneuverable than the Evertshanger. If the energy construct only possessed one of these advantages, then Venerable Joshua may barely be able to put up a decent fight together with the Evertshanger. Yet when the teenage swordswoman clearly demonstrated that she was able to combine her two advantages with great familiarity, her husband's disappointing swordsmanship and the Evertshanger's outdated performance characteristics clearly couldn't keep up with the pressure. How disappointing, Kedis shook her head at Joshua's embarrassing display. As an expert pilot with decent combat experience, Venerable Joshua was not a pushover. The reasons why he was being held back was partially because his Evertshanger was long overdue an update, but that was not a completely insurmountable problem. His root problem was that he spent most of his time strengthening his flashiest abilities and his synergies with different design spirits. This caused his swordsmanship to stagnate. It did not help that most native alien enemies barely gave Joshua a reason to improve his weapon handling skills. Now that the expert pilot was confronted by a real weapons expert, the enormous gap in skill, experience, and judgment became evident. The teenage swordswoman was practically toying with the Evertshanger at this stage. The giant energy manifestation whipped around the expert mech with short but explosive bursts of speeds, making it a nightmare to track her movements. The tricky adversary took advantage of her superior burst mobility to launch incredibly fast attack runs that Venerable Joshua and his expert mech consistently failed to anticipate and block. What Kedis found remarkable about the teenage swordswoman was that she wielded her weapon in a different way than the other ones. Unlike the elegant swordsman who mainly relied on elegant, flowing slashing attacks, the teenage swordswoman mainly employed piercing thrust attacks that continually needled a certain green-coated expert mech. Time after time, the female energy manifestation exploded forth like a hurricane, continually outwitting Venerable Joshua by moving past his incorrectly positioned guard and poking the tip of the Heaven Sword copy straight through a joint or another weak point. When the Evertshanger belatedly tried to turn around to launch a counterattack, the teenage swordswoman teasingly bent her body around the heartsword and glided away with seemingly little effort. This routine repeated over and over again, as the teenage swordswoman saw no reason to switch from a working formula. As long as she could eliminate the Evertshanger by employing the same monotonous tactic over and over again, then she would gladly poke the expert hero Mech to death. The Evertshanger was getting poked without managing to land a single successful counterattack. His opponent was just faster and more adept at reading his movements. The only consolation was that every piercing thrust only inflicted relatively minor damage onto the Mech frame. This was exactly what the expert Mech was the least afraid of suffering. While Venerable Joshua found himself unable to utilize his willpower to form a resonance shield, he was still able to use it to regenerate Evertshanger's wounds. Cut and broken pieces of metal merged together within seconds. Broken components spontaneously became functional. The Evertshanger had suffered much more extensive damage in the past and managed to regenerate from all of that in mid-battle. This at least allowed the Evertshanger to retain his undamaged condition. That invalidated much of the teenage swordswoman's intention of defeating her adversary by inflicting continuous debilitating wounds. Even so, Joshua's willpower was finite. Each time he utilized true resonance to repair his expert Mech, his mind and will became a little more worn. The teenage swordswoman must be expending a fair amount of energy as well in order to pull off her swift and nearly unblockable attack runs. But the ease in which she moved made it seem as if she could easily keep this up for a long time. On the whole, Joshua and the Evertshanger had entered into a stalemate against their current opponent, and that was an optimistic interpretation of their fight. That was not good enough. If this was a test, then Joshua was clearly failing it. The Heaven Sword looked for strength, not a cockroach-like ability to withstand injury. "Stop being so passive and attack," Kedis growled. "Since your Evertshanger can withstand its blows, just forget about defense and do your best to land your heartsword on the teenage swordswoman." "I can't," Venerable Joshua replied through gritted teeth. "This energy manifestation is way too fast. Before my Evertshanger is halfway to pulling off an attack, this damned woman has already evaded my attack. This is like fighting against the dark Zephyr, but worse. This swordswoman is like a light skirmisher that is nearly immune to my ranged attacks. Do you know how awful that is for me and my battle partner? The entire point of a hero Mech is to avoid fighting an enemy at her strongest and take advantage of her weaknesses. In this case, not only can't I do anything at range, I don't have any solutions up close either." Joshua, Willie, and the Evertshanger were already channeling Trisk as hard as they could manage. The free bird was also freely cooperating with them to speed up the Mech frame's movements, but there was a limit to how much the design spirit could boost the performance of a Mech, even if it was the highly malleable Evertshanger. The expert hero Mech was unable to boost his mobility to the level of the dark Zephyr. This meant that Venerable Joshua would always remain a step behind at his skill level. Kedis grew increasingly more annoyed when she observed her husband's disappointing swordsmanship. Venerable Joshua was not necessarily weak as far as high-tier expert pilots were concerned. Objectively speaking, he was not that bad at wielding the blade compared to other unspecialized high-tier expert pilots. Despite his refusal to dedicate himself to traditional swordsmanship, the private lessons that she especially taught her thick-skulled husband over the years had partially managed to settle in his head. His swordsmanship should have put him in an adequate position against the vast majority of humanoid opponents. Yet, whenever he sparred against a genuine swordsman or swordswoman such as Venerable Desi or Kedis herself, the gaps in skill level ultimately resulted in Joshua's defeat. If the gap in skill was relatively small, then Joshua should still be able to muster up a counterattack, even if the performance of his Evertshanger was subpar. It was clear that the gap in skill between Joshua and the teenage swordswoman was much bigger. This was the difference between a true swordswoman and a part-timer. Neither side had employed any offensive, extraordinary abilities as of yet. They only employed a combination of the most basic sword techniques with their intrinsic strengths. The Evertshanger's only advantage at the moment was his unnaturally high capacity to withstand low-damage attacks. The teenage swordswoman, on the other hand, made excellent use of her fantastic burst mobility. Each time she exploded into motion, the energy manifestation seemed to summon forth a gust of wind. The teenage swordswoman moved with the wind as if she was a cute little sparrow. She was light, fast, and seemed to possess practically zero weight. If the teenage swordswoman was alive, then she would have uttered a few laughs cash time she poked the heaven sword into the lumbering frame of the Evertshanger. The expert hero Mech wasn't known to be a slow or sluggish machine, but he may very well be so in comparison to such a fast opponent. "Joshua, this isn't working," Keddies hissed over the communication channel. "If I was in your shoes, I would have punished the teenage swordswoman for her lack of caution. You don't have any hope of responding fast enough to catch her when she enters within striking distance. You need to remember the swordsmanship lessons that I have attempted to pass on to you and employ proper judgment to predict how she will move the instant she charges forward. Once she initiates her attack run, she won't easily be able to change her course. That is the moment where you need to take action and move your heart sword in place to launch a counterattack. If you move too soon, your enemy will preemptively outmaneuver you. If you move too late, your expert Mech will receive another stab wound before you have any chance to strike her with your heart sword. Are you kidding me, Keddies? I can't possibly move fast enough to do all of that during this minuscule window of opportunity." What Keddies was asking of Joshua was an incredibly difficult request. Even if his swordsmanship was as good as that of his wife, he still would have struggled to land a solid blow against the teenage swordswoman. The technical performance of the Evertshanger was holding him back too much. Venerable Joshua had outgrown the current iteration of his expert Mech many months ago. To be honest, the artificial ceiling on his combat performance had become an increasingly greater source of frustration to the ace pilot candidate. How long must he wait for Vess Larkinson to come around and start the Evertshanger? Mark Roman 3 Project. How long must Joshua continue to fight while feeling horribly outgunned by the native aliens? With all of these technical handicaps, how could Keddies possibly expect him to gain an advantage out of the swordswoman, who frustratingly took advantage of his expert Mech's greatest shortcomings? Chapter 45, The Muscular Swordsman. Keddies continued to observe the Heaven Sword's energy projections fight. It was amazing to think that a single object could instantly generate Mech-sized combatants that could give ace Mechs and expert Mechs a serious challenge. Such an object was already valuable enough when used as a protective talisman. As long as the Heaven Sword was willing, it could act as a bodyguard for anyone who did not possess fighting abilities. Keddies did not think that the Heaven Sword would condescend to allowing itself to be carried by a weak and defenseless civilian. Its refusal to allow itself to be wielded by the likes of Legion Commander Charles Antonovic and Director Fred Walinski sent a very obvious signal. To be honest, Keddies felt she did not possess the qualifications to wield the Heaven Sword either. This was a grand work that was comparable to a god Mech in quality. In fact, Keddies believed that the Heaven Sword slightly surpassed the scope of god Mechs. Many amazing relics of ancient times had decayed and became lost in the annals of history, yet the Heaven Sword was still able to maintain basic operations in a barren environment like the Milky Way for Khans. Would a god Mech be able to do the same? Keddies had no idea. It depended on whether the machine could be separated from the man, and what actually happened if a god pilot ever died. Grand works were way too high-end for a journeyman Mech designer to consider making herself. She even believed that a swordmaster such as herself did not deserve to wield the heaven sword either. Not even sword saints appeared to be a good match with the relic weapon. The disparity in strength and capabilities between the two were far too great. Only a sword god could fully master the heaven sword and bring out all of its immense hidden potential. Kedis would really prefer it if the heaven sword stopped bothering her and go find a worthy wielder among god pilots or other sword masters. Alas, the ancient sword was difficult to please. It had very distinct tastes. It appeared to dislike any sort of Mech pilot regardless of whether they specialized in swordsmanship. As for swordmasters, the heaven sword did not take notice of Fred Waylinski or the other swordmasters that immigrated to the new frontier on their own initiative. The community of swordmasters was not that big in the Red Ocean. Kedis had talked to them a few times. While they were older than her for the most part, nobody could say for sure who among them was the strongest. That was because swordmasters lacked a systematic roadmap that could allow them to become sword saints. This was also why none of these swordmasters stood out. They originated from the Heaven Sword Association, which gave them a structure to become swordmasters, but also imparted them with many preconceived notions. If the Heaven Sword wanted to enact change, then it may find Kedis to be a lot more attractive than the other sword idiots. Unlike these brutes who rarely bothered with normal schooling and just practiced their swordsmanship during their youth and adolescent years, Kedis was vastly more intelligent and educated. Sure, her education was anything but conventional, but that could be considered an advantage, as she hadn't been instilled with rigid sensibilities that only served to narrow her vision. Perhaps that was what drew the Heaven Sword to Kedis the most. Not only did she possess the strength of a swordmaster and the intelligence of a Mech designer, she also possessed a vision that had not been influenced by modern civilized principles. The behavior exhibited by the Heaven Sword thus far showed little respect for the norms and values that most humans took for granted. It was an artifact that originated from a mythical age in the distant past. Customs were probably a lot rougher and more brutal at the time. If the Heaven Sword kept pestering her despite her attempts to keep it away, then Kedis needed to understand how it thought in order to wrangle it successfully. Ugh, these ancient relics are such a bother. Can't they just stay buried like the rest of the era they came from? The swordmaster resentfully grumbled. She began to pay more attention to the 3 duels. While St. Linda Cross was beginning to hold her own, while Venerable Joshua Larkinson continually failed to catch the teenage swordswoman, Venerable Dissy experienced her own difficulties. Her challenge was different from the others. As a genuine swordsman Mech pilot, Dissy had skill and experience in spades. Her first sword exuded a confident and eager attitude as she swung the decapitator. Unlike Joshua, Dissy relied entirely on her swordsmanship to make it to this point. She had never made use of any gimmicks, such as the ability to regenerate the damage onto her Mech or borrow the power of another design spirit. She almost embodied the model of a traditional swordmaster, even to the point of developing a close relationship with her weapon of choice, which in this case came in the form of a Mech. Unlike Venerable Joshua, who felt much more constrained while piloting an outdated expert hero Mech, Venerable Dissy acknowledged the shortcomings of her own aged expert swordsman Mech and simply tried to make the best out of her situation. As a sword maiden that had gone on hunts in the past, where she pitted her own fragile human body against the savage exobests that populated the untamed planets spread throughout the cosmos, Dissy had continually managed to defeat powerful creatures despite possessing a fraction of their strength. This was what Venerable Dissy excelled at. Every high-ranking Mech pilot of the Larkinson clan had their own merits that elevated their strength and value above the norm. In the case of the sword maiden expert pilot, Dissy always believed that her excellent fighting and swordsmanship skills allowed her to defeat the strong while she was objectively weaker. If the disparity in hard power wasn't so gigantic, her first sword would have sought out an enemy phase lord. In any case, unless the enemy was especially tricky to fight against, Venerable Deci did not fear any duels against adversaries that were weaker or of equal strength than herself. She was incredibly confident that she would be able to win these bouts at least 9 out of 10 times. Yet when her first sword started to get pushed back time and time again by the energy projection designated as the muscular swordsman, she couldn't help but question that arrogant assumption. Her spar against an opponent that the Heaven Sword had likely selected and reproduced with care brutally taught her that exquisite swordsmanship alone was not enough to gain an advantage in a serious sword duel. This became evident whenever the first sword blocked the muscular swordsman's attacks. The expert Mech continually got pushed back due to the disparity in strength. There was a huge difference between the physical power of the two. There were times when the first sword outright failed to block an incoming sword strike and managed to get her unending alloy plating cut and damaged as a result. Venerable Deci initially did not understand why a one-handed weapon like the Heaven Sword became light, fast, swift, or elegant in the hands of the other two energy projections, but turned into a crude cutting implement in the hands of the muscular swordsman. Just like his primitive leather hunter's outfit suggested, the muscular swordsman possessed no grace in his non-existent bones. His maneuvering was straightforward. He only ever moved forward and backwards. Most of the time, he pressed forward as if he was constantly stuck in attack mode. Has he lost his mind? There was a method to his madness. His unrelenting aggression combined with his awful tendency to doggedly stick to his target at all times stifled the first sword's ability to counterattack. If he ever took a step back, it was because he needed moment to recover or because he was preparing for an even more devastating strike. Otherwise, he remained committed to offense no matter how much he put his large and muscular body at risk. What Venerable Deci found even crazier was that the muscular swordsman rarely bothered to evade attacks. He instead preferred to let the first sword strike go through in favor of chopping the Heaven Sword with great force. This madman. This exchange always made the first sword worse off. Every weapon's swing from the muscular swordsman struck with great force and inflicted more than simple cutting damage. The muscular swordsman may look and act like a brute with no subtlety in his body, but that did not mean he was an imbecile. This is a master of the earth. The man possessed a surprisingly effective grasp on the earth element. One of the ways he applied this advantage was to surround the Heaven Sword with a thicker and substantially longer application of heavenly energy that was strongly biased towards his favored E-energy attribute. The Heaven Sword effectively transformed into a substantially different sword as a result. The muscular swordsman comfortably held the enlarged hilt with both of his thick arms and was able to hack down the blade as if he was swinging down a heavy club. Since the earth-aspected Heaven Sword crushed down with much greater force than usual, the first sword acquired a growing collection of cuts, as well as shattered pieces of armor plating. The internal components of the expert swordsman Mech incurred damage, as well as the powerful kinetic blows badly rattled the closest sections of the Mech frame. In contrast to the muscular swordsman's undeniably effective power attacks, the exquisite and well-executed offensive sword attacks failed to inflict any immediate wounds onto the energy projection. In multiple cases, just before the decapitator managed to strike the body of the muscular swordsman, encountered a hindrance in the form of a rocky layer of armor. No matter what angle the first sword managed to strike the muscular swordsman, the latter always found a way to conjure up a layer of metal and position it over the right limb or body part to block any attack. Although Venerable Deci understood that her attacks were not completely useless, and that every blocking attempt drained the muscular swordsman's energy a bit further, the latter appeared to possess an abundance of energy. Not only were his defenses tough, his endurance was probably good as well. The muscular swordsman's reckless and linear fighting style made complete sense after taking this crucial factor into account. The man fought like a berserker, knowing that most of his adversaries were unable to outlast him after getting locked in a mutual exchange of blows. With superior defenses, along with an earth-empowered heaven sword that struck like a gigantic club that just happened to have a sharp edge, few combatants of the same level would dare to stand in front of such a beast. If that is not enough, my first sword can't even take advantage of her superior mobility, Venerable Desi discovered. For all of the strengths of the muscular swordsman, his mobility was much worse in comparison. He simply could not keep up with the first sword in terms of speed and maneuverability. This gave Venerable Desi a chance to outfight the muscular swordsman by relying on her expert Mech's superior mobility. Yet when she actually tried to change her strategy, the muscular swordsman refused to let the first sword fly away with impunity. The energy manifestation raised his energy-covered heaven sword with both of his hands and began to leverage another aspect of the earth element. A thick and heavy energy field came to life that was saturated with the earth element. Amplified by high-grade heavenly energy, the earth field produced a myriad amount of effects that hindered the first sword from distancing itself from the source. The pulling gravity field, the circular vortex distortion, and other effects slowed down the first sword's attempt to disengage from the muscular swordsman. The living Mech slowed down to such an extent that the somewhat decent forward acceleration rate of the muscular swordsman could easily catch up to his chosen prey. The first sword hastily put up a defense, but the much better prepared muscular swordsman was able to convert his charge into a chopping attack that was unblockable with the first sword's current strength. The Larkinson expert Mech suffered another nasty cut to one of its shoulder plates. Precious unending alloy got cut or fractured with many pieces spreading across space. If the muscular swordsman kept bashing its copy of the heaven sword like this onto the first sword, then almost all of her unending alloy may end up getting lost by the end of this bout. This swordsman is overpowering all of my tactics and basic sword moves. Chapter 65, 46, The Unbreakable Swordswoman. Frustration and unwillingness mounted in the hearts and minds of all three high-ranking Mech pilots. Each of them were struggling to defeat their opponents. This was not necessarily because the humanoid energy manifestations were directly more powerful than the Mechs they faced. Instead, it looked as if their overall energy output was not that much different from the respective Mechs. The elegant swordsman fought with power that was equivalent to that of an ace Mech, such as the Amphis Extremis. The teenage swordswoman and the muscular swordsman both fought at the same power level as the two Larkinson expert Mechs. Since Kedis possessed a clear overview of all of the duels, she knew in her heart that the first sword and the Evert Shanger hadn't fallen into a disadvantage because they were underpowered. The two expert Mechs were losing because they failed to utilize their power as well as their adversaries. For example, if the three energy projections were making optimal use of at least 90% of their comprehensive resources, then the utilization of resources of the high-ranking Mechs was substantially less, ranging from around 80% in the case of the Amphis Extremis to as low as 40% for the Evert Shanger. The expert hero Mech was especially badly affected. Venerable Joshua failed to find a way to make good use of the ranged capabilities of his machine. That massively wasted the Evert Shanger's combat power and caused the living Mech to fight as if he was already partially crippled. It didn't help that the opponents selected by the Heaven Sword seemed tailor-made to exploit their weaknesses and evade their strengths. This exacerbated the difference in energy utilization. The Mechs that were at a slight disadvantage began to suffer a lot harder than they should. Still, Kedis believed that this was not an excuse for Venerable Desi and Venerable Joshua to fall so badly behind. The battlefield was never fair. Venerable Desi and Venerable Joshua were both mature expert pilots that had fought plenty of battles in the past where they had fallen behind. The quality that separated expert pilots from standard Mech pilots was that the former did not back down, and always tried to find a way to surpass their own limitations, as well as their opponents in order to secure victory. So far, Kedis saw no sign of a turnaround, but she remained hopeful that one may be on the way. What also caught her attention was that neither side had resorted to their greater capabilities. The energy projections were most definitely capable of pulling off extraordinary sword techniques with the Heaven Sword, yet religiously stuck to only the most basic and foundational sword techniques. The pilots were smart enough to withhold their own special attack abilities for the time being. Once they began to escalate, their opponents would undoubtedly follow suit. If there was no other choice, then Venerable Dissi and Venerable Joshua could always choose to make the first move, but doing so would probably cause them to fail their apparent tests. They held themselves back not just because they wanted to play by the rules of the Heaven Sword, but because their pride and their hunger for a challenge did not permit them to cheat their way out of their problems. As frustrated as the two Larkinson expert pilots felt, they were both aware that they usually entered in these kinds of moods prior to a possible breakthrough attempt. Having tried and failed to grasp the moment to smash through their bottlenecks and advance to the rank of ace pilot like Isabel Cotin, Dissi and Joshua felt as if they had both been left behind by a pilot who originally became a demigod later than themselves. Even if the experience of every high-ranking Mech pilot should be unique, the Sword Maiden and the Golden Boy still felt inferior due to this difference. When the critical time had come, Isabel Cotin did not back off, but decisively chose to burn herself and her living Mech and got rewarded for her courage. If Venerable Dissi and Venerable Joshua wanted to rise to a greater height, then they must at least demonstrate as much courage and fearlessness as Isabel Cotin. Taking the easy way out and forfeiting a challenge contradicted this ideal. If they wanted to take a step forward, then they could not afford to falter. However, if there was no way for them to raise their energy utilization, then they might not have another choice. Come on, Dissi. Come on, Joshua. Please figure it out. The two of you can do it. I know it. You just need to connect the dots. Kedis did not pick it up at first, but she eventually managed to figure out a way for both Larkinson expert pilots to permanently increase their energy utilization and beat their adversaries fair and square. The question now was whether Dissi and Joshua would be able to make this realization in time. Even St. Linda Cross had much to learn about how to better make use of her abilities as an ace pilot. The spectating swordmaster felt tempted to just give the answers to the two Larkinson expert pilots, but she had a strong feeling that this was a challenge that they needed to overcome through their own efforts in order to make it truly count. Spoiling the secret to them was like giving students the answers sheet corresponding to an exam that they were supposed to take tomorrow. There was no real accomplishment in both cases. Of the two pilots she paid close attention to, Kedis felt that Venerable Dissi had the highest expectations for Venerable Dissi. Her options were much more limited than that of Venerable Joshua. The first sword was a simple expert Mech armed with only one primary weapon. Venerable Dissi brought nothing to the table aside from her extraordinary willpower, her piloting and swordsmanship skills, and her companion's spirit. There was not much she could do with this toolkit. If Venerable Dissi wanted to vanquish the muscular swordsman that was beating up the relatively fragile first sword as if her attacks didn't matter, then the expert pilot needed to think out of the box as soon as possible. TCH. My Mech can't take these hits for much longer. Shortly after Venerable Dissi discovered that the opposing Mad Dog's attacks could not be easily blocked or evaded, she tried her best to spread out the places where the earth-empowered blade eventually struck. This allowed Dissi to prolong the first sword's time in the field and delayed the onset of critical damage to the internals. Even so, she could not prevent her expert Mech from suffering minor internal damage due to all of the physical impacts and shocks. This slightly decreased her expert Mech's performance, causing her Mech frame to incur even greater damage. This was the scariest aspect of this bout. The first sword was already struggling to stay afloat when she was still in peak condition. How much faster would the living expert Mech get defeated once she started to suffer an increasing amount of malfunctions and system failures? Venerable Deci felt more and more urgent to figure out a countermeasure against the winning formula of the muscular swordsman. She felt incredibly indignant at the thought of losing against this apparent brute. Even if the masculine sword wielder was actually a lot wiser and more knowledgeable for making such deep attainments in the earth element, Deci could not accept the idea of suffering defeat at the hands of such a stupid-looking energy manifestation. Her unwillingness fueled her resistance. She kept fighting not because she saw a pathway towards victory, but because she wanted to avoid an embarrassing defeat. The muscular swordsman did not make this easy for her. He charged forward, yet again, while simultaneously preventing the first sword from evading or slipping away by strengthening his earth aura. The persistent energy field somehow caused the surrounding fabric space to distort, as if the muscular swordsman had become a planet that exerted enough gravitational pull to force a moon like the first sword into orbit. There was a strong sense of inevitability and righteousness to an obvious distortion of the natural laws. The muscular swordsman was nowhere near as massive as a planet, and the first sword did not even come close to matching the mass of an actual moon. Yet because of the strange and weaker variation of domain field actively levered E-energy radiation so well, the actual results were multiple times stronger than what the muscular swordsman could manage by relying on his own energy reserves. This was also why the muscular swordsman was able to manipulate so much earth energy. He borrowed it from the environment rather than waste much more precious heavenly energy to produce his results. Venerable Deci suddenly shuddered as she managed to make a profound realization. Even as her momentary distraction almost caused the muscular swordsman to cut off one of the first sword's arms, the expert swordsman Mech pilot still couldn't shake off her inspired idea. Deci, the first sword communicated with her battle partner. This may be the answer that you have been looking for since your failure against the Emperor Tree. Do you think so as well? Deci smiled, even though the first sword was still stuck in a terrible position. Back then, you were so desperate to chase after power that you almost thought about turning yourself into a beast. If you gave in to your temptation, you would have thrown away everything that made you a swordswoman and replace IT with mindless savagery. Such a pilot bears little resemblance to your true self. Now that you have found a way to become stronger while retaining your swordsmanship, you should grasp IT with both of your hands. Venerable Deci had already made her decision. She came up with her latest idea by comparing herself to her current adversary. As far as swordsmanship was concerned, she still believed that hers was better. What caused her to lose despite this obvious advantage was the muscular swordsman's heavy usage of his earth element mastery. He not only made deep attainments with it, but also integrated it into his swordsmanship, allowing him to form a combat system that was simple, brutal, and direct. If Deci wanted to put up a proper resistance against this combination, then she needed to form her own combination. Deci became convinced that swordsmanship alone was not enough for her to gain the upper hand in this fight. If she couldn't break the earth aura that constrained her expert Mech and overcome the rock armor that protected the muscular swordsman from any serious harm, there was no way for her to win this bout. I need to fight fire with fire. She meant that in a metaphorical sense, of course. Deci quickly ruled out the use of the earth element. She had no special affinity or relationship with it, and she did not have a single clue on how to grasp and harness earth-attributed E-energy. She needed to find a different attribute. She learned about the importance of the so-called 5 elements recently, and one of them immediately caught her attention. Metal. It had to be the metal element. Her will was as hard as steel. Her mech was made out of unbreakable alloys. Her all-metal sword was forged to cut through anything. Though Venerable Deci initially had little idea on how to call upon the metal element, in the same way the muscular swordsman wielded the earth element, that soon changed. It was as if a switch had turned inside her heart. Dissy suddenly felt as if she had been fighting in an incomplete state all this time. She never noticed it, just like how a person who was born blind never understood what sight truly brought. Yet now that she had synced up to the metal element, she belatedly discovered that she possessed a strong connection to the power of metal. It was in her sword. It was in her mech. It was in the very core of her swordsmanship. The metal element sang to her immediately after she recognized how deeply she embodied it already. Venerable Dissy effortlessly resonated with the power of metal. An energy vortex formed around the first sword that caused the living mech to absorb a growing amount of ambient metal energy. Even though Dissy and her battle partner did not know any sophisticated ways to leverage the metal element, their true resonance instinctively guided the metal energy to the exterior of the mech frame and the edge of the decapitator sword. It made an immediate difference in the first sword's combat performance. When the muscular swordsman managed to launch another power attack that struck the battered and damaged expert swordsman mech, the earth-empowered blade failed to inflict as much damage as before. The metal element reinforcement had done its job and blunted the damaging strike. The mech frame did not even experience a single tremor from the heavy kinetic impact. I am unshakable. When Venerable Dissy finally saw her chance to mount an effective counterattack, she soon controlled her expert mech to retaliate and circle around her adversary. The earth aura tried to drag the first sword into an invisible field of mud, but the metal reinforcement partially managed to resist this effect. I am unstoppable. The expert swordsman mech flew only a little bit slower as she successfully managed to flank her slower opponent before launching a retaliatory power attack. The decapitator swung directly at the muscular swordsman's neck, aiming to decapitate or at least heavily injure the earth sword cultivator. The muscular swordsman may be the slowest of the three energy manifestations, but he still managed to shift his stance at the last instance and move his shoulder in the way. An entire arm got chopped off, causing the muscular swordsman to hastily switch the copy of the Heaven Sword to a one-handed grip. After a long string of frustrations and setbacks, Venerable Dissy derived so much satisfaction at this accomplishment that a dam had broken inside her being. The first sword victoriously raised her decapitator upwards with both of her arms. The sharp gleam of metal glinted across the entire ensemble. I am unbreakable. The power of metal served as the last piece of puzzle that had brought Venerable Dissy to completion. Chapter 47, The Blind Can See. From the moment the sword maiden champion known as Venerable Dissy Larkinson realized what she had been missing in her pursuit of power, she became complete. For many years, Venerable Dissy proactively sought one challenge after another, seeking to improve her swordsmanship and her survival abilities. She bravely tested her physical body against numerous different exobasts, each of which possessed deadly capabilities that could have easily gutted any other human in less than a second. Dissy did not go on these dangerous hunts because she loved the sport like the hunters. She solely sought to sharpen her swordsmanship and gain more experience in defeating opponents that were more powerful than herself. Each time she undertook a hunt, she shed most of her gear, trusting only in the alloy that comprised her greatsword. It was due to the fact that she was armed with a sharp and resilient metal weapon that she was able to complete one challenging hunt or another. Although her fragile organic body always held her back, Dissy had learned to work around its limitations and find opportunities to make the best use of her formidable blade. The situation was different when she piloted a mech. Not only was she working on a larger scale, but a machine also opened up a wealth of new options. From being able to move in more directions to allowing the unending alloy armor plating to resist damage that would have crippled a fragile human body, piloting a mech always invigorated Dissy. Dissy wouldn't have been able to make it so far without the first sword. Compared to the prior mech she piloted, Kedis had outdone herself by designing an expert swordsman mech that was nearly perfectly tailored to her swordsmanship and her combat inclinations. Although Disi's swordsmanship had evolved and changed over the course of her career as a demigod, the first sword only required minor adjustments to stay in sync with Disi's combat approach. The first sword was like a second and vastly more superior body to venerable Disi. She likened it as the true body of a phase lord, even if the connection between herself and her expert mech was not permanent. It didn't matter to Disi. She was just a slightly more special human whenever she was outside of the cockpit, but as soon as she interfaced with the first sword, her vulnerable human physique became irrelevant. That was because she embodied a well-engineered mechanical construct, capable of outdueling and outfighting many different powerful opponents. The exobests that gave her a challenge when she hunted them on foot could easily be crushed beneath the heel of the first sword. Against other mechs and warships, the first sword was still able to outmaneuver them and strike them down with varying degrees of ease depending on the circumstances. Disi always felt that she had become an existence akin to a god when fighting with her battle partner. With every sortie, her bond and understanding of the first sword grew even further. Although Disi had gradually increased her complaints about the lack of comprehensive upgrades to her outdated expert mech, there was still an advantage to essentially piloting the same machine year after year. Disi had reached an unprecedented degree of mastery in controlling her expert mech. Whereas other Larkinson expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi, Venerable Joshua, and Venerable Vincent Ricklin spent much of their time deepening their mastery of their respective battle partners, none of them were as exacting in terms of skill and control as Disi. This was no surprise, as Disi had always relied on technique and skill to overcome opponents that were equal or stronger than her expert mech in power. The better her mastery over the first sword, the more she could execute her sword techniques, both ordinary and extraordinary, with minimal waste and maximum efficiency. Over the years, Venerable Disi had regularly managed to defeat her peers in practice spars. As long as the differences in rank, energy output, and resonance strength was not too great, her first sword was readily able to outduel machines that were a lot stronger and more modern. All of the fancy new tech and features introduced in the newer expert, mech such as the Phobos, the Lionheart, the Blood Star Mark Roman II, and the Green Axe turned into useless distractions or other obstacles to overcome to the expert pilot that most likened herself to a swordmaster. While these victories stroked her ego and validated her swordsmanship, Disi still felt inadequate in many ways. This was because she was unable to defeat all enemies that were equal or slightly stronger than herself. No matter how much more precise, sharper, and more sophisticated her swordsmanship became, she had reached a plateau where further improvements slowed down. She had to spend months' worth of practice and experimentation to slightly make her sword a little more lethal. Combined with the fact that the boosted growth of resonance strength came to an abrupt end after hitting her bottleneck, Disi became incredibly frustrated by her lack of visible progress. The more time she spent without making any substantial improvements, the more she began to entertain doubts whether she was as strong as she imagined herself to be. When the reality of her lack of subsequent growth sank in, her mind entertained darker thoughts. Had the evolution of her swordsmanship taken a wrong turn? Did she earn the right to feel so conceited about her dueling power when she was unable to confront a phase lord? Would she become one of the many high-tier expert pilots who would remain forever stuck at their current ceiling? That last thought haunted her like nothing else. This was one of the worst outcomes for a champion at her level to end up as. Even if the Age of Dawn had rewritten the rules and given mech pilots more opportunities to advance, it still took superhuman effort in order to attain sainthood. This was the reality to everyone who undertook the most difficult and punishing form of cultivation. Expert pilots could make do with decent, extraordinary willpower. Ace pilots had to meet higher standards. Those aspiring to become saints had to prove themselves to be the best of expert pilots. They could never become satisfied with their current advantages and constantly needed to risk themselves to temper and fuel the growth of their willpower and convictions. Venerable Deci had put in a lot of effort to break through a year after the start of the Age of Dawn. She actively fought alongside the other Larkinsons of the expeditionary fleet and volunteered for riskier assignments. Despite the accelerated growth of her resonance strength, Deci personally felt that she sufficiently tempered and mastered her extraordinary willpower. Her willpower shouldn't be inferior to the likes of Tusa, Kaysella, and Isabel when they triggered their last breakthroughs. Venerable Deci had also invested a significant amount of time on meditation, as well as introspection. She clarified and reinforced her reasons to fight, which was to protect the Sword Maidens and the comrades of the Larkinson clan. Her conviction had always remained consistent, and she made sure that it remained relevant by maintaining her friendships with her fellow Sword Maidens. They were like fellow sisters or daughters to her. They were weaker, restless, and vastly more immature than her. Yet Deci saw pieces of herself in the women who admired her and idolized her as one of the ideals of the Sword Maidens. How could she not dedicate her life and being to protect them from the nefarious enemies that they were unable to defeat by themselves? The Sword Maidens did not need coddling. They were more than strong enough to handle any equal challenges. Yet they were painfully vulnerable against enemies that outclassed them by mass, superior tech, and extraordinary power. Deci had appointed herself as their foremost champion and protector against these vast and nearly undefeatable foes. Her strength as an expert pilot was not even close to what was necessary to defeat or deter all of those terrible adversaries. In that sense, Deci had more than enough drive and motivation to pursue greater power. Yet despite all of these factors, she still remained stuck as an expert pilot. It was one thing to acknowledge that she was still fairly young compared to other expert pilots, and that she still had plenty of decades to go in order to find her breakthrough opportunity. It was another thing to see even younger expert pilots, such as Tusa and Isabel Pierce, through their bottlenecks sooner than she could imagine. Why had Deci remained stuck, while others overtook her in the race to become the strongest champion of the Larkinson clan? This question continued to plague her for months on end. She spent almost the entire Red Tide offensive seeking the answer that would quell her doubts, yet none of the battles against the invading aliens gave her any relief. The swordsman Mech specialist never imagined that an impromptu challenge against the projection of a genuine swordsman would deliver her the answer. How could she have been so blind to such a core aspect of her strength? As a swordswoman and a Mech pilot, Deci had relied on the power of metal to empower herself. Pure skill was great if she had it in abundance, but without a piece of metal in her hands or around her body, Deci could not even defeat the weakest third-class Mech by herself. It was only when she paired her superior skill and control with the hard power of metal equipment that she could truly bring her potential to life. The first sword was not just a living expert Mech to her. Now that Deci had begun to recognize the importance of metal, the Mech frame sang to her in a way that previous instances of resonance had never evoked. The Decapitator was more than a Mech sword. Deci had always known on an intellectual level that it was a masterwork creation that Cadiz had lovingly forged for her fellow sword maiden. But how could a Mech pilot possibly understand the full significance of this act? It was only when Deci had opened her eyes to the true power of metal that she truly recognized the special nature and the hidden strength of the Decapitator. The reason why it was so unnaturally good at beheading other opponents was due to the fact that it was an artifact that surpassed mundane metal products. Cadiz had literally put a piece of herself inside the Decapitator. This not only imbued it with a portion of her own power and intent, but also made it a little more compatible with the element of metal. Deci had already called upon this power whenever she tried to behead an opponent. She just did not realize the underlying mechanisms and source of power at the time. all of that had changed today. Now that the muscular swordsman had inadvertently led her to lift the blindness that afflicted her for her entire life up to this point, she finally gained the ability to see how much her life had become intertwined with metal. Her affinity and intimacy with the metal E-energy attribute were so high that Dissy felt as if she was no different from a clown all of this time. How could she miss such obvious relationships? It was only when she had made a fundamental cognitive shift that Dissy recognized what she had been missing for so many years. Everything fell into place. Having satisfied all of the other conditions to break through a long time ago, her breakthrough after becoming complete happened in an instant. With more power at her disposal than ever before, her entire life state began to reach a higher level. Even her companion's spirit Rispa began to promote to an entity that gained an entirely separate domain. Forced resonance began to act on the first sword and the decapitator, flooding both with the power that temporarily elevated their parameters to the standards of an ace mech. After years of fighting under clear physical limitations, the unlocking of the power or metal had allowed Dissy to fully elevate her willpower to a great height, and thereby amplify the power of any mech she piloted to an even more ridiculous degree. I am the duelist without peer. I am the huntress of beasts. I am the mistress of all alloys. My sword shall remain forever sharp, and my armor shall never break. From this day onwards, the power of metal shall forever fortify my equipment. Let my mech sing this truth. The first sword glowed with the power and the potential of metal. A rudimentary Saint Kingdom began to unfold that easily pushed the earth aura generated by the muscular swordsman away. From now on, Saint Dissy Larkinson would never allow herself to succumb to the domain of an adversary so easily. Let the blade in my partner's hands validate my claims. Chapter 65, 48, The Son of the Mountain. There were many differences between expert pilots and ace pilots. From transforming their rudimentary resonance shields into proper Saint Kingdoms to unlocking the growth of their resonance strength to a much greater height, any expert pilot practically underwent a comprehensive rebirth and evolution from the moment they triggered a second apotheosis. When Dissy Larkinson finally attained her sainthood, what stood out the most to her was that she gained enormous improvement in her ability to sense, understand, reinforce, and sharpen the metal under her control. She was able to take immediate advantage of her newfound sense of metal to gain a far better grasp of what the first sword and the decapitator were capable of under normal circumstances. Saint Dissy then proceeded to infuse them with metal E-energy, drawn from the ambient environment, to strengthen them far beyond what was normally possible with hyper-technology. Although the unending alloy and other metals resisted this forced procedure, Dissy's willpower had finally grown strong enough to defy this outcome and impose her own ideal result. It was far easier for her to do this than other ace pilots, due to her particularly strong affinity for the metal element. With the temporary blessing of forced resonance, most of the actions that normally required Saint Dissy to pilot an ace mech could all be applied without any major hindrance while piloting her trusty expert mech and battle partner. The first sword had grown enormously when Dissy managed to break through. The feedback generated by a mech pilot attaining sainthood was enormous. Not only did the living mech's spiritual foundation grow a lot stronger due absorbing all of the energies that Dissy carelessly released during her momentous ascension, but the very essence of the first sword became even more aligned the new ace pilot's domain. This meant that the first sword was able to absorb and contain far more metal energy than before. The same applied to the decapitator mech sword as well. The giant and gleaming greatsword grew tougher and sharper without losing any flexibility. The masterwork creation practically sang when resonating with Saint Dissy's willpower and actively sought to make itself more useful in any way possible. Saint Dissy became delighted with every new facet that she managed to discover about her expert mech and mech sword. If she wanted to, she could easily keep herself entertained for days, as she patiently examined each and every aspect that she had overlooked in the past. This was not the time for her to indulge in her newfound sensitivity and comprehension towards metal. She turned her attention back to the muscular swordsman. Ever since he discovered that the expert Mech was able to break the hold of his earth aura, he had backed off and patiently gave Deci the time to complete her transformation to sainthood. Even though Deci was aware that she was not facing a real blood-and-flesh sword cultivator, she still made the first sword perform a simple bow in respect to the energy manifestation. The expert Mech then turned around and bowed to the source behind her latest and most crucial realization, the Heaven Sword. "Thank you for letting me see the truth of my own power. Now that I have clad my will in metal, I shall complete this challenge and beat you at your own game. You better power your energy manifestation up, or else I will easily cut off its head with my decapitator." The power of the first sword had reached an entirely new level, if only temporary. The current state of the muscular swordsman was simply outclassed on almost every level, so he was no longer able to present a worthwhile challenge to the new saint. It would be too boring to cut down the adversary that had given her the chance to break through, without any effort. The relic weapon apparently registered her request, because the blade that was currently in the hands of the elegant swordsman transmitted a powerful pulse of heavenly energy that directly struck the muscular swordsman. It was as if the earth-wielding energy manifestation received a massive upgrade. His aura strengthened to the point where it was able to push back against the first sword's Saint Kingdom. The definition of his appearance improved, and his energy signature had multiplied by multiple times. "Let's set aside this boring dance and go all out. Give me all you got. Show me how a true swordsman from ancient times wields his blade." Her urge to duel became stronger than it had ever been in the past. The notion of being able to lock blades with an actual representation of an ancient human sword cultivator exhilarated beyond all measure. This was a rare and unique experience that was almost impossible to attain through other means. Deci did not want to miss out on this rare and precious opportunity. Her current breakthrough state was temporary. Once she exhausted her reserves, the newly ascended ace pilot would inevitably enter a state of exhaustion. She needed to conclude this fight within this time window in order to end this day on a perfect note. The muscular swordsman seemed to oblige with her demands by not wasting his time. After he fully processed the additional injection of heavenly energy, the muscular swordsman let out a silent shout and began to shock and vibrate the surrounding earth energy into his false body. Soon enough, the pieces of rock armor that previously only showed up just before the first sword landed an attack, appeared in a more persistent form this time. The rock armor segments also began to multiply. They soon began to cover the Mech-sized form of the muscular swordsman in a suit of pure condensed earth energy that had taken the form of a suit of armor made out of rock. A runed suit of armor, no less. The Rock Claw's muscular swordsman even conveyed the name of this technique in a manner that transcended mortal means of communication. Son of the Mountain. Whatever these runes actually meant, they qualitatively transformed the previously crude applications of Earth E-energy and massively increased the efficiency and effectiveness of the rock armor. The copy of the Heaven Sword went through a similar transformation. Shards of rock condensed around the originally slender blade and began to depict runes that massively strengthened ridiculously large and thick blade. Collapsing peak. At this point, the augmented Heaven Sword could no longer be regarded as a sword anymore. Instead, it turned into an extremely thick and massive siege weapon that only vaguely resembled a sword. Its edges weren't even sharp anymore. The muscular swordsman had completely given up on relying on the sharpness of his weapon and relied entirely on the mass of his ultra-heavy weapon to inflict overwhelming blunt impact and concussive damage. The two duelists couldn't be more different at this time. The two even exuded completely different auras. Saint Deci smirked as she readied her machine for a fight that she was bound to remember for the rest of her life. "Go." The first sword boldly took the initiative and charged forward. The muscular swordsman responded by swinging his massive, transformed sword faster than Disc anticipated. If the Earth aura was still able to drag down the first sword's mobility and cause the living Mech to move sluggishly, then she would undoubtedly get crushed or expend excessive resources in an attempt to block this devastating blow. However, the metallic gleam on the first sword's armor system glowed brighter, allowing the Mech to cut through the muscular swordsman's domain and shake off much of this debilitating effect. Like a shovel digging through soil, the first sword only had to expend a moderate amount of effort to avoid getting bogged down. Since the expert swordsman Mech was originally a fairly fast and mobile machine from the onset, the restoration of much of her capabilities finally granted her a considerable edge in mobility. The muscular swordsman's attack missed. Yet just as the first sword attempted to circle around her adversary and attack the muscular swordsman from the side, the latter's strike produced another surprise. After missing its intended target, the rock-covered sword struck the fabric of space, generating a spacequake of sorts that rippled out in every direction. The first sword would have incurred significant internal damage if she had remained in her weak state, but her damaged but still functional unending alloy armor system successfully resisted the quake effect with the help of lots of metal reinforcement. Unbreakable body. Saint Deci practically felt invincible inside the cockpit of her trusty battle partner. The first sword's armor system had always been a little thinner and easier to break in order to preserve her mobility, but now it was able to withstand attacks and effects that previously would have gotten her in trouble. This was just the start. Saint Deci was confident that as long as she mastered this new ability and raised her resonance strength, she could elevate the defenses of her first sword much further beyond the upper limits of a mere second-class expert Mech. In the end, the surprisingly tricky spacequake only caused minor difficulties to the first sword. Though the expert swordsman Mech ended up stumbling and missing the best timing to launch a counterattack, Saint Deci still pushed through and forced her machine to strike with her newly sharpened and strengthened decapitator. The sharp and eager masterwork Mech sword swung across space and ended up slicing through much of the rock armor like an axe cutting through wood. Even though the strike failed to penetrate all the way through, Saint Deci was still happy with this result. In the past, her expert Mech's attacks bounced off the rock armor without inflicting any significant damage. The muscular swordsman channeled additional earth energy in order to close the gap, but it took precious time for him to complete this process. Saint Deci strengthened her attacks. The first sword continually circled around her much slower adversary and launched opportunistic attacks that damaged the exterior of the sun of the earth. The muscular swordsman tried to fight back as hard as possible, but his collapsing peak attacks had no chance of crushing the faster and much more elusive first sword. At most, the energy manifestation was only able to rely on the secondary effect of this offensive technique and generate spacequakes that disrupted the first sword's stance and depleted her energy a little faster. The unbreakable body ability was not for show. While the defenses of both fighters had proven to be fallible, neither side displayed any remarkable offensive capabilities that allowed them to break past the defenses of their enemies and inflict a crippling or killing blow. If the duel continued to unfold in this pattern, then it would turn into a contest of attraction, where the combatant that ran out of energy first would lose the fight. This was not what Saint Deci wanted. Her forced resonance state was continuing to move closer to its closing state, so her first sword backed off a bit in preparation to launch the extraordinary sword technique, since evolving into an ace pilot. Which one should she employ? Should she go for the classic and highly penetrating sword of Lydia, or should she attempt a decapitation strike that allowed her to evoke a semblance of Ketty's sharpness? None of them seemed suitable to her anymore. They were all sword techniques conceived in a time where Deci remained blind and ignorant to the power of metal. They all needed to be reconstructed from the ground up, in order to take full advantage of her incredibly high metal affinity. As Dissy gazed at her rock-covered opponent, a new idea spontaneously entered her mind. She gathered her Kaphoria, her love for metal and the scattered sayings of Cadiz, and fused them all into a brand-new extraordinary sword technique that seemed incredibly fitting for this situation. The first sword slowly raised the decapitator sword before lowering the blade until the tip was pointed at her target. The masterwork Mech sword then began to absorb more metal energy than ever before. The edges not only became sharper, but the entire blade gained additional extraordinary properties that brought out the best of what metal had to offer. As the decapitator seemed to turn into an ultra-sharp sheet of extraordinary metal, the first sword finally charged directly forward, intending to finish off the muscular swordsman in a single blow. My sword shall never know defeat. Chapter 65, 49 Rise of the Swords. This was the final attack run of the first sword. The expert Mech was still able to keep fighting, but the same could not be said for the newest ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. Dissy was already beginning to flag at this point. If she was not able to complete this attack, then her forced resonance state would quickly disappear. As such, she invested all of her remaining power and concentration in a sword technique that she should by all rights not be able to execute so soon after her breakthrough. The muscular swordsman was not content to act as her target dummy. The energy manifestation responded to the first sword's predictable attack run by raising his massive collapsing peak blade above his head. The simulated swordsman then proceeded to swing down his massive weapon with such thunderous force and momentum that it seemed that it could shatter an entire mountain range. The space around the massive, rock-covered blade already started to ripple in the passing of this enormous weapon, thereby causing the surroundings to become destabilized. It was as if the collapse of this mountain precipitated an apocalyptic end to the universe. This was the illusion and sentiment conveyed by the muscular swordsman's artistic conception. Even if it was an immense exaggeration of what he was able to accomplish in reality, the artistic conception still boosted the power of his attack while generating other effects that inflicted widespread area damage. This was the ancient sword cultivator's ultimate sword attack, one that was designed to not only crush through the hardest of defenses through overwhelming brute force, but also pulverize anything that was caught in the surrounding area, thereby solving the problem of highly mobile threats, as well as large quantities of swarm-like enemies. It was an attack that was incredibly powerful and difficult to control, yet the muscular swordsman possessed such an excellent grasp on the earth element that he was able to execute this technique with an amazing degree of control. His attack even went as far as to conjure up a visual manifestation of his artistic conception. The illusion that Saint Dissy perceived a moment earlier actually became a more visible and tangible manifestation. This was already a sign that the muscular swordsman was partially able to wield the power of a god by reproducing a scene that did not originally exist in reality. All of these factors powered up his ultimate attack even further. Even a tough and resilient ace Mech, such as the Amphis Extremis, would not be able to escape unscathed when struck by such a heavy blow. Yet the first sword continued to advance without fear, because Saint Dissy invested all of her newfound confidence in the power of metal into this final piercing attack. Just as the tip of the decapitator was about to collide against the cataclysmic earth sword swinging down from above, Saint Dissy concentrated almost all of her frustrations, all of her hopes, all of her love, and all of her willpower into the Mech sword that resonated with her heart like nothing else. She began to execute a deceptively simple, but incredibly promising new extraordinary sword technique that fully brought out the strength of the metal element. The new ace pilot thought about nothing else but to shatter every obstacle in her way. One sword breaks 10,000 laws. A shining line of silver sheared through space. In one moment, a cataclysmic collapse of Earth had threatened to crash through an entire section of space. In the next moment, all of the momentum gathered by the muscular swordsman dissipated in every direction. The threat disappeared, and the destructive forces melted away as if they had lost all of their backbone. Every observer became gobsmacked. Even caddies could not fully register the move that the first sword performed at the end. All she could see was the first sword on the other side of her adversary. The expert Mech continued to coast along while slowly releasing the power that had forcefully elevated her performance to the level of an ace Mech. The muscular swordsman had been defeated. The empowered decapitator had shattered the rocks that made up the collapsing peak sword, pierced through the rock armor conjured by the son of the earth, and directly blasted part of the reinforced energy manifestation that should have been a match against an ace Mech. Kedis had high hopes for Saint Deci after her breakthrough, but she did not dare to imagine that she became strong enough to eliminate this opponent right away. Would the first sword be able to annihilate the muscular swordsman so quickly if he wielded the real heaven sword, as opposed to an inferior copy made out of heavenly energy? Nobody could say for sure. Such speculation was pointless because only the actual outcome mattered. Venerable Deci was no more. Saint Disc had risen. She, along with her companion spirit, Rispa, had taken another major step towards godhood and became powerful enough to represent the Larkinson clan on the galactic scene. A small part of Kedis felt jealous that her fellow sword maiden got to break through first, but the Mech designer quickly squashed this impulse and genuinely welcomed this outcome. Kedis would have preferred to praise Deci for her massive success and gush all over her newfound power and abilities, but this was not the time to celebrate the emergence of another Larkinson ace pilot. The Heaven Sword still remained a problem. Saint Deci had unambiguously passed the test, and went above and beyond to prove she had the strength to protect Kedis' rights and well-being. However, now that she had overloaded herself in a massive way, she had lost much of her power and concentration. The first sword no longer exhibited any kind of resonance at all, and had reached her more vulnerable state in many months. Ace pilot or not, Deci needed to return to the fleet and head over to an infirmary to check whether she had not suffered any physical or mental sequelae after breaking through. This effectively meant that she was no longer able to remain on the battlefield and resist the Heaven Sword if she insisted on converting Kedis into the next Heaven Sword saint. Therefore, this positive outcome did not bring as many advantages to Kedis as she wished. She could have dearly benefited from the protection of another ace pilot, but oh well. Fortunately, there was at least one other dependable champion by her side. While the first sword had successfully vanquished the muscular swordsman by utterly shattering all of his earth-based techniques, the Amphi's extremis had managed to gain the upper hand against the elegant swordsman in a different way. Unlike Deci, Linda Cross had broken through a bit earlier and had a bit more accumulation as an ace pilot. The Amphi's extremis was also a genuine ace Mech that did not rely on temporary enhancements to punch above its weight. The only issue that St. Linda struggled with for a time was the fact that her wrecker skull was not particularly effective against the elegant swordsman. If the muscular swordsman embodied the raw strength of the earth element, then the elegant swordsman reproduced the smooth and flowing nature of the water element. That made it very difficult for a straightforward Mech like the Amphi's extremis to land a direct hit on the tricky bastard. In the few times that St. Linda managed to successfully slam the ball of her ace Mech's extended flail into her enemy, the elegant swordsman conjured up an energy barrier that bizarrely took the form of a nighttime lake covered in lotuses to easily disperse the heavy kinetic force. St. Linda reached an impasse as soon as she realized that the elegant swordsman was able to do this as many times as needed, without having to worry about running out of energy anytime soon. The female ace pilot of the Cross clan could find a way to improve the way she wielded the wrecker skull to forcibly break her adversary's exquisite defensive technique. She could also attempt to break apart the elegant and beautiful defensive barrier by wielding a bladed weapon instead. After all, Kedys had already deduced that this weird water element energy barrier possessed the properties of a non-Newtonian fluid. If St. Linda Cross was a genuine weapon enthusiast like her new colleague DC, and seriously wanted to develop her ability to wield an extendable flail to the fullest, then she would definitely choose the first approach. However, Linda was not the kind of soldier who cared about such attitudes. She was a practical ace pilot who not only agreed to switch from wielding a sword to wielding a flail as her ace Mech's primary weapon, but also broke from the archetype of a pure offensive space knight by agreeing to mount a pair of shoulder-mounted machine guns. Though the crosser ace pilot was not as crass to open fire with the machine guns, she was not above switching her melee weapon in order to gain an advantage. She did not ask to borrow the sword of one of the Larkinson expert mechs, or request the blade of any other machine for that matter. Instead, the Amphi's extremis patiently entered into a stalemate with the elegant swordsman until a light skirmisher dispatched from the Hemington Cross hastily approached the ace mech. "St. Linda Cross, I have brought what you have requested. How would you like to receive your arms? Toss it over. By your command, ma'am." The light skirmisher possessed weak throwing arms, but its forward momentum was already enough to toss the old, but still functional mech weapon forward. The Amphi's extremis quickly extended the chain of its flail and swung it in a wide sweep in front that forced the elegant swordsman to move further backwards than usual. The ace mech took advantage of this brief window to turn around and race towards the new weapon as soon as possible. The machine even went as far as tossing aside its battle-scarred tower shield. This surprising action made the Amphi's extremis a lot more vulnerable than before, but St. Linda did not care because her machine finally grasped the hilt of a familiar weapon. It was the old chainsword, wielded by her previous machine. The Cross clan did not handle its high-ranking mechs like the Larkinson clan. Master Benedict may have used a lot of expensive resources to fabricate the Amphi's extremis from scratch, but he did not destroy the original Amphis or strip it for parts. The old expert mech remained in deep storage in case St. Linda lost her ace mech and urgently needed a somewhat powerful machine to get back in the fight. This also included the expert space knight's original weapon, a sword that was attached to a long chain. Once the Amphi's extremis grabbed hold of the chainsword, it was as if Linda returned to the old days. She had lost none of the skills and deep familiarity with her main weapon for multiple decades. Even though it was a little awkward for her to wield the chainsword with the arm that was usually dedicated to holding a tower shield, an ace pilot was able to overcome these difficulties with superhuman speed. What was important was that the Amphi's extremis still wielded its original weapon. This meant that the Space Knight became a much more formidable threat by wielding two chained weapons. After a few near accidents where St. Linda's inexperience with this unconventional weapon combination almost caused the chains of the two weapons to tie themselves into a knot, the ace pilot rapidly learned how to keep the chains separate and under her control. The elegant swordsman had little chance to gain an advantage anymore at his current level of strength and skill. Sure, the Amphi's extremis had tossed aside its protective tower shield, but with two extendable weapons in its arms, St. Linda was able to control the space around her to a much better degree, and eventually allowed her chainsword to cut straight through the elegant swordsman's energy barrier. Chapter 65, 50, Satisfying the Heaven Sword. 2 out of 3 duels concluded in a satisfying manner. St. DC Larkinson secured the most astonishing result. After many years of struggle, she finally discovered her incredible potential as a manipulator of the metal element, and activated it in such a spectacular fashion that she immediately rammed through her bottleneck and broke through. The power she displayed, and the realization of the might she always dreamt of harnessing in her duel against the muscular swordsman, convinced everyone that she deserved to attain her sainthood. Best of all, her breakthrough took place in fairly benign circumstances, so the probability that she had become distorted due to an extreme outburst of negative thoughts and emotions were practically nil. All of this meant that Saint Desea was likely to retain the same degree of stability and reliability as she exhibited during her expert pilot days. The same could not be said for the likes of Saint Commander Kaisela Ingvar and Saint Isabel Cotin. Both of them broke through under abnormal circumstances that concerned the higher-ups very much. The Larkinsons paid care and attention towards their only Saint Commander in particular. No one had forgotten that her cherished brother, Venerable Iman Ingvar, died during an escapade gone wrong. Even if General Ark Larkinson managed to avoid any blame due to the death of a vital asset under his command, Kaisela Ingvar was too compromised on this sordid issue and could not accept this objective verdict. There was bad blood between the two extraordinary Mech commanders. It would have been best if the two were placed as far apart as possible, but the needs of red humanity trumped these personal grievances. The unsympathetic and overworked military strategists that were responsible for propping up the front lines carelessly assigned the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance and the 77th Warborn Mech Division to the same star system. Perhaps in the eyes of the Red Three, the Warborn fielded a lot of Mech pilots that originally hailed from the Larkinson clan and Cross clan. Since that was the case, they should naturally perform better when fighting alongside their compatriots in the expeditionary fleet. That logic should have worked under ordinary times, but because of the unsolvable tension between Saint Commander Kaisela and General Ark, the two Mech forces simply chose to request assignments that put them at least 1 light minute away from each other at all times. That worked, more or less. Saint Commander Kaisela meticulously fulfilled her duties without complaint. She did not show any sign of abnormality towards the apparent presence of the Warborn in the Viola Magnifica system. However, many Larkinsons secretly questioned whether the Ace Commander would remain this way when the native aliens conducted their next large assault. Once the battlefield became engulfed in chaos, would the Saint Commander truly remain well-behaved when the battle lines became compressed, and the man who failed to take good care of her brother entered her reach? Nobody could say for certain. Ace pilots might appear just as human as a random person on the street, but had already crossed the halfway mark towards their journey to godhood. They had already shed many aspects of their mortality that previously made them weak and vulnerable. Yet were all traits that supposedly decrease their combat effectiveness truly negative. The reduction or complete absence of human expressions such as fear, doubt, and hesitation had made ace pilots a lot more decisive and fearless. That was good if they had to hold the line against powerful adversaries, but the side effect was that it also made them more prone to taking radical actions that fell outside of the scope of their objectives. This was the risk that came with handling high-ranking Mech pilots that managed to break through under less desirable circumstances. In any case, the Larkinson clan did not have to worry about this risk factor when dealing with Saint Desea. She was an honorable warrior. Her conviction was upright and noble. She had always prized her self-control. A proper transition from an expert pilot to an ace pilot should not undermine these positive traits, but reinforce them instead. Saint Desea should be moving closer and closer to the ideal swordswoman that she had always aspired to become. Under the halo of her unexpected but undeniably breakthrough, the success of St. Linda Cross became a lot less remarkable. Unlike Desea, who clearly overperformed in the most dramatic way possible, St. Linda Cross merely met everyone's expectations. Even if she was a fresh ace pilot who broke through relatively recently and had yet to prove her mettle in a serious battle, an ace pilot who had already stabilized her new condition was still a combatant that far exceeded the combat capabilities of an expert pilot in every way. Their strength was not only higher, but their ability to adapt to adverse circumstances was considerably better. Situations that stumped expert pilots would not faze ace pilots because the latter possessed a lot more ways to express their power. Although not even caddies expected for St. Linda Cross to take up her old arms again. The Amphi's extremis resembled a gladiator, as the ace Mech had foregone its shield in favor of dual-wielding two chained weapons. This combination proved too much for the elegant swordsman, whose flowing movements and creative attack angles got stifled by the extended and versatile reach of the Amphi's extremis. That meant that the protectors that stood up for caddies successfully managed to pass 2 out of 3 tests. The Heaven Sword, which used to be held in the hands of the elegant swordsman, flew free again. The enlarged relic weapon did not make any drastic moves. It merely retracted the heavenly energies that previously comprised the elegant swordsman and the muscular swordsman before remaining in waiting. The Heaven Sword did not make any further action against the Amphi's extremis and the first sword. This was fortunate, since the latter had to withdraw from the field in order for Saint Deci to recover from her breakthrough and give her the rest she deserved. When Caddies studied the Heaven Sword from another live feed, she couldn't tell what it was thinking, but she could make a few guesses based on her observations. The Heaven Sword was probably the most satisfied with Saint Deci. She was the closest thing to a true swordswoman among the Mech pilots. Over the course of her struggle, she had stepped up by imitating the muscular swordsman's method of harnessing the power of an element to augment his swordsmanship and open up new possibilities of attack and defense. In other words, Saint Deci successfully vanquished her opponent by inheriting the swordsmanship principles taught by the Heaven Sword. Even if Deci only copied the principles and did not absorb anything else from the ancient sword cultivation legacy on display, this was already enough. She could be regarded as a successful graduate of the Heaven Sword. The performance of St. Linda Cross was merely satisfactory. She was not a true swordswoman and never pretended to be one. While she recognized the value of a sword and relied on one to pass her test, she did not imitate the methods of her opponent to do so, but stuck to her own distinct fighting style. This satisfied the Heaven Sword's basic condition of strength. St. Linda proved with her deeds that she was not weak, and that was enough to earn the weapon's begrudging approval. There was only one duel that remained unresolved. Everyone's attention soon shifted to the last protector and became disappointed at what they saw. It was not that venerable Joshua was doing particularly badly. His Evertshanger still remained pristine for the most part, as the high-tier expert pilot readily took advantage of his ability to regenerate his machine to keep his battle partner in good physical condition. Yet all of this regeneration gradually exhausted his willpower and began to give him a headache. So far, Joshua had managed to adapt to his adversary's rhythm. He even began to employ his Mech's heart sword to block a few of the piercing strikes launched by the incredibly swift and elusive teenage swordswoman, but that was the most he managed to accomplish. The only energy manifestation remaining in action still stuck to her current strategy, engaging in hit-and-run attacks. The teenage swordswoman moved like a gust of wind. Her lithe robe form rapidly blurred forward and easily managed to predict and circle around the Evertshanger's hasty guard before poking the tip of the copy of the Heaven Sword into a rear armor panel. By the time the Evertshanger turned around to launch a hastily counterattack, the teenage swordswoman had already flown out of reach. This pattern had repeated so many times that everyone had grown numb at the sight. Joshua! Keddies grew mixed after observing the remaining fight. She felt disappointed, angry, and concerned at her husband. She knew him well, so she understood that he must be feeling incredibly frustrated at his continued ineptitude. He was fighting for more than his own pride. He was also fighting to preserve Keddy's future. It was the husband's duty to protect his wife. Failing in this task meant that he was too weak to keep his family safe. Joshua did not want this to happen. If possible, he wanted to beat the teenage swordswoman by breaking through like Deci. This was easier said than done. There was a difference between his situation and that of Deci. The latter possessed hidden potential that she easily managed to unlock after realizing her shortcoming. The former may or may not possess untapped potential of his own, but he lacked the means to draw it out in this difficult circumstance. Joshua already harnessed the power of life, or else he wouldn't have been able to regenerate his machine. There may be other aspects about life that he had yet to explore, but he did not think he had overlooked anything big like Deci. Venerable Joshua realized that he would not be able to trigger his breakthrough by copying her homework. This damn heaven sword is too biased towards swordsmanship. Why can't you give me a break and allow my Luminar crystal rifle to inflict actual damage for once? His complaint may be valid, but the heaven sword never had an obligation to be fair. The fact of the matter was that Venerable Joshua and the Evertshanger were particularly unsuited to overcome the heaven sword's challenge. Joshua still tried, though. He tried to evoke the power of different design spirits. He switched from channeling Trisk to channeling the Golden Cat, Kalanxo, Zygra, the Illustrious One, Lufa, Ilvain, Gaia, and even the Superior Mother. Yet none of the advantages granted by this diverse collection of design spirits brought the expert pilot any closer to victory. In fact, the Evertshanger incurred even more damage, as the loss of mobility due to disengaging from Trisk was too significant. Kedis was pretty clear why Venerable Joshua ultimately failed to measure up like Saint Deci. "Your fundamentals are too poor," she sighed. His swordsmanship was good, but he fell short of the standards of a genuine weapon master. His versatility was his strength, but it was not omnipotent enough to allow him to respond to any situation. His state of mind remained susceptible to setbacks, which meant that his willpower was not yet up to the standard of an ace pilot. All in all, Tashna was simply not ready at this time. Perhaps his lack of success could be attributed to the underperformance of his outdated expert Mech, but this excuse clearly did not apply to Saint Deci. As the one-sided beating continued to drag on for a few more minutes, the teenage swordswoman completed her final attack run before her entire form lost definition. The heavenly energies that made up her shape dispersed before flowing back to their source. The Evertshanger froze in space. Venerable Joshua breathed heavily as he tried to puzzle out why the teenage swordswoman had disappeared. What happened, caddies? My guess is the heaven sword has run out of patience. The swordmaster voiced her guess based on her own feelings towards her husband. You failed the test. There is no point in giving you any further opportunities when you have no chance of overcoming this challenge. Joshua became devastated as his failure began to settle in his mind. There was nothing much that Kedis could do for him at the moment. She had greater concerns to deal with at this time. Now that only 2 out of 3 protectors satisfied the Heaven Sword's demands, how would the sentient artifact evaluate the outcome of this exercise? Would the ancient weapon become satisfied that Kedis at least had 2 dependable guardians? Or would it consider Kedis to be weak for entrusting her safety to the wrong champion? Nobody could predict how the Heaven Sword would judge the results. There was too little data on its personality, its behavioral characteristics, and its values. The Heaven Sword could have made everyone's lives a lot easier if it bothered to communicate directly with humans rather than leave everyone guessing with its bizarre actions and decisions. What will you do next? Kedis frowned in concern.